As the apocalypse arrives, all sorts of strange and ferocious beasts descend upon Earth, hunting down humankind. In order to survive, all the survivors had no choice but to embark on a journey of escape, aimlessly dodging ferocious beasts and bizarre pursuits. Luo Fan stared speechlessly at his awakened sign-in system. Other people's systems help their hosts take off, but what about my system? It only charges me $1 for daily check-ins? Please, it's the apocalypse, what good is $1? Wait, the money earned from signing in can also be used to buy various supplies in the system shop? And as you become a sequencer, your sequence level increases, and your sign-in bonus also rises? This system is amazing. It's the apocalypse, what's the point of getting $1 for signing in every day? Brain storage, don't forget to take it with you. Sign in successful, received $1, balance $1. Looking at the prompt flashing in the corner of his eye, Luo Fan's expression darkened slightly. $1, is this his sign-in system? Other people's sign-in systems grant awesome secret medicines, weapons, or even mythical great items. But his own sign-in system only gave him $1? Come on, system bro, it's the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, $1 dropped on the ground wasn't always picked up. Money in the apocalypse is even more useless. Yes, it's the apocalypse. Several months ago, it was as if Blue Star OL played a huge joke. The once technologically advanced Blue Star suddenly saw an endless surge of bizarre entities and fierce beasts. Physical fierce beasts were manageable, hot weapons still had some use. But those strange and bizarre entities, which even completely defied the laws of physics, were entirely beyond the scope of conventional weapons. Thus, Blue Star quickly plunged into the apocalypse. Both fierce beasts and bizarre entities could sense the aura of living people, so the longer one stayed in the same place, the greater the chance of being attacked. Survivor bases, like those in many apocalyptic novels and films? Blue Star doesn't have them. Because, with so many living people gathered in a survivor base and staying put, wouldn't it be like a torch in the dark, attracting endless fierce beasts and bizarre entities to attack one after another? Therefore, in just a few months, most of the people on Blue Star perished. Only a small number of survivors remained, living a nomadic life, forming survivor teams, and constantly migrating to evade attacks from fierce beasts and bizarre entities. Although the migration path was still dangerous, a near-death experience. However, staying in one place was certain death. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Back to the main topic. Luo Fan followed a survivor team, also embarking on a migration path with no clear destination. Originally, Luo Fan was overjoyed when he awakened his golden finger, the sign-in system. After all, a system is something only protagonists in many works possess, right? But who would have thought that his sign-in system would be so useless? Signing in only gives him $1? In this day and age, even if he had 1 million yuan, where would he go to buy things? What's the use of this darn sign-in system? Mall synchronization initiated. However, just as Luo Fan's internal complaints were halfway through, a prompt suddenly flashed across the corner of his eye. Ha! There's a mall too? Seeing the prompt in the corner of his eye, Luo Fan's heart stirred, and he suddenly understood. That's right, signing in for $1 doesn't mean he has a physical yuan in his hand, but rather his balance shows $1. Since it's virtual currency, it seems reasonable that there would be a corresponding mall, right? As the mall opened, a sense of enlightenment in Luo Fan's mind made him understand how to open it. It was like someone who never had eyes suddenly gained them and could naturally see images. It was like someone who never had ears suddenly gained them and could naturally hear sounds. It was probably this feeling. With the mall opening, Luo Fan naturally knew how to access it. With a slight thought, a shopping mall-like interface appeared in Luo Fan's mind. As his consciousness focused on it, several items appeared before his eyes. Rice price, 2 yuan/500 G. Purified water price, 1 yuan per bottle. Pork price, 10 yuan/500 G. Small green vegetables price, 5 yuan/500 G. Pure milk price, 3 yuan per box. Except for the purified water, whose purchase button was colored, the others were all gray, naturally indicating they couldn't be bought.
Seriously? There are only these 5 items in the mall? Even a small village store has more variety than this, right? How can it still call itself a mall with just this? Opening the mall and seeing only 5 items on the page, Luo Fan couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Loading. However, besides these 5 items, there was also a loading text at the bottom of the page. But Luo Fan waited for a long time, and it still hadn't loaded. Is my system a half-finished product? Seeing only 5 items and the loading never completing, such a thought couldn't help but arise in Luo Fan's mind. Luo Fan's consciousness withdrew from the mall system. He only had 1 yuan now, enough to buy just 1 bottle of purified water, but Luo Fan had no intention of buying it yet. He took off his backpack and checked his supplies. A bag of lion's mane mushroom biscuits, with only 3 pieces inside. More than half a bottle of water, not purified water, the water inside was slightly cloudy. And half a palm-sized piece of bread, with visible specks of mold. Luo Fan checked his supplies, then looked around. Hope Convoy, that was the name of the convoy Luo Fan was with. Calling it a convoy, it actually only had 3 cars, plus 2 motorcycles and a few bicycles. More were pedestrians like Luo Fan. Tonight, we rest here. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning at dawn. Also, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will pass through a small town tomorrow morning. Those who want to gather supplies can prepare. The Hope convoy stopped to set up camp, and a middle-aged man spoke, announcing to everyone in the convoy. We're passing a small town tomorrow? I need to go in and gather supplies. But small towns always have fierce beasts, and even bizarre entities, it's too dangerous. After all, when has gathering supplies not resulted in a few deaths? It's only been a week, and the convoy, which originally had over 130 people, is now only about half its size. But we're almost out of food and water. If we don't go, we'll starve to death anyway. As the middle-aged man made his announcement, Luo Fan could hear the survivors around him discussing. Sigh, I can only sign in for 1 yuan a day? Even if I can buy supplies with such a small amount of money, it's not enough to guarantee my survival. However, I can go in tomorrow and see if I can get a bicycle. Of course, it would be even better if I could gather some survival supplies. Ignoring the discussions around him, Luo Fan pondered to himself. Even with the mall system, he could only get 1 jean of rice and 1 bottle of purified water every 3 days. Since he had to walk dozens of li every day on average, these supplies were clearly not enough to keep him alive. Therefore, gathering supplies was also a necessity for him. Forget it, I'll eat tomorrow morning. I should be able to buy 1 jean of rice tomorrow. Looking at his lion's mane mushroom biscuits and the slightly moldy bread, Luo Fan thought for a moment and put them away. Since he decided to try his luck in the small town, he naturally had to save his food for tomorrow morning to have the energy. As for being hungry tonight? He wasn't doing any work tonight anyway, so being hungry was fine. Sequencer. Perhaps due to hunger, or perhaps thinking about the second sign-in, Luo Fan didn't rest well that night, sleeping very lightly. When he opened his eyes, he was still drowsy but couldn't fall back asleep. Tightening his clothes, Luo Fan sat up. It was pitch black all around, and he didn't know what time it was. Occasionally, a cough could be heard. With a thought, Luo Fan immersed himself in his mall. Sure enough, his mall balance had become 2 yuan. He figured that while he was asleep, at midnight, he had automatically signed in for 1 yuan. Originally, only purified water was available for purchase among the 5 items in the mall. Now, the option to buy rice was also unlocked. Without further ado, Luo Fan immediately chose to purchase it. Purchase of rice successful. Warehouse space unlocked, automatically placed in the warehouse, available for self-pickup. His balance was cleared, and the corresponding prompt popped up. With a slight thought, Luo Fan immediately opened his warehouse space. The capacity of the warehouse space was about the size of 2 or 3 suitcases. Although not large, what was there to be dissatisfied with when he could get a storage space for free? So, from now on, I don't need to carry a backpack anymore?
Luo Fan, who had unlocked the warehouse space, was overjoyed. When the system sign-in only gave 1 yuan, he thought it was a useless trash system. However, it was also bound to a corresponding mall where he could buy supplies with the sign-in money, which Luo Fan thought was quite good. Although 1 yuan wasn't much, even a small mosquito has meat. Now, after buying supplies, it actually unlocked a warehouse space about the size of a wooden box, which made Luo Fan even happier.
Not only would he save effort during migration by not needing a backpack. Even when collecting supplies, having such a warehouse space would make things much more convenient.
In the warehouse space, a single pound of rice lay there alone. Luo Fan put everything from his backpack into it, and sure enough, there was no problem. Except for not being able to store living creatures, he could use this warehouse space freely. Moreover, not being able to store living creatures also meant that no bacteria or similar things could enter the warehouse space, so food wouldn't spoil, right? Thinking of spoilage, Luo Fan was curious about his half-moldy bread. Would the mold on the bread die immediately if he put it in? Shaking his head, Luo Fan suppressed his jumbled thoughts and picked up his stainless steel helmet. He had modified it from a suitable pot by threading ropes through the 2 handles. It could be used as a helmet and, at critical moments, as a cooking pot. It couldn't be better. In the dark, Luo Fan found some dry leaves and branches nearby to burn. He walked about dozens of meters away from the convoy's resting place, lit them, and poured the rice and muddy drinking water into the pot. He would pass through a small town in the morning and had decided to collect supplies, so naturally, he had to eat as much as possible. Could it be said that it truly was a product from the mall? After cooking for about 20 minutes, the aroma of rice filled the air, making Luo Fan swallow hard. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't eaten fresh rice since the apocalypse, or if the mall's rice was genuinely of good quality. In any case, the aroma made Luo Fan sniff hard, and his stomach seemed to rumble even more. After waiting another 10 minutes, Luo Fan used a wooden stick to pick up a bit of rice to taste. It was quite good, cooked soft and fragrant, the fresh scent of rice lingering in his mouth. "Hey, young man, are you cooking rice here?" At this moment, a figure stumbled over to Luo Fan. The light was dim, making it hard to see the person's face clearly, but their eyes were very bright, staring intently at the rice in Luo Fan's pot. Luo Fan didn't speak, but he tightly gripped the short knife he carried, staring back at the person. "Hee, I just came to look, no other meaning." Seeing Luo Fan silent and staring at him with a knife, the light in the figure's eyes slowly extinguished, and then they retreated. Watching the person leave, Luo Fan finally relaxed. A short knife couldn't pose any threat to fierce beasts, let alone the eldritch. However, sometimes it could make humans wary of him. Several months into the apocalypse, those who didn't know how to protect themselves had long been eliminated. Although there was only about 2 liang of rice, it yielded a considerable amount of cooked rice. Despite being very hungry, Luo Fan ate slowly, savoring each grain of rice as if it were a precious treasure, until the pot was almost licked clean by him. Feeling his stomach full and warm, Luo Fan couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. This is living. Soon, after about half an hour, the sky gradually brightened. Everyone quickly got up and followed the leading bus as its horn sounded and it started moving. Behind it followed a modified off-road vehicle, a minivan, then 2 motorcycles, and several bicycles. Other foot survivors also caught up. The survivor team of over 60 people continued their escape, led by the bus in front. Washing faces and brushing teeth? Such luxurious behaviors were naturally absent. The survivors who got up and followed, those who still had food, silently took out biscuits, bread, or even grabbed a handful of fried flour, eating as they walked. After walking for about another 2 hours, a voice suddenly rang out, "Buildings, there's a small town ahead." This shout immediately invigorated the originally lifeless survivor team. Looking at the small town, many people's eyes revealed hope. A small town meant supplies. Although there would be danger, it was still the same saying, searching for supplies was a near certain death, but not going meant starving and thirsting to death, which was certain death. After walking for about another 20 minutes, the convoy arrived at the edge of the small town. Looking in from the outside, it was empty, and even though the sun had risen, it gave a creepy feeling. Eldritch feared sunlight the most, so there was no need to worry about them during the day.
But fierce beasts weren't afraid of sunlight. This small town looked completely silent, not even a single fierce beast was seen. This, on the contrary, made people feel uneasy.
The door of the off-road vehicle opened, and a man of about 30, with a full beard, got out from the passenger seat. Everyone's eyes were focused on this man. The soul of the Hope Convoy, Zhao Chunfeng. Zhao Chunfeng took out 3 steel coins from his pocket, shook them a few times in the space between his hands, then let go, and the 3 steel
coins landed on the hood of the off-road vehicle. The divination shows ill fortune.
Those who wish to enter should be careful.
We must retreat in at most 1 hour.
After carefully examining the 3 tossed steel coins, Zhao Chunfeng announced,
"Is this the ability of a sequencer? It truly feels magical every time I see it." Luo Fan was also in the crowd, watching the actions of the convoy leader Zhao Chunfeng, muttering to himself, "Eerie doll."
Sequencers, this is a group of people who appeared with the apocalypse. However, since the apocalypse only began a few months ago, Luo Fan only knew of the existence of sequencers. They are a group of people with extraordinary powers, and different sequences possess different extraordinary powers.
But Luo Fan didn't know many more specific details.
What he knew so far was only because the Hope Convoy itself had 2 sequencers.
For example, the leader of the Hope Convoy, Zhao Chunfeng, has the ability to divine.
It was precisely because of his extraordinary power that the Hope Convoy encountered almost no fierce beasts or eerie entities on their escape route. Most of the survivors who died did so mainly while collecting supplies.
Ominous? The leader's divination showed ominous, so shouldn't we go in? Isn't that obvious? When collecting supplies in a small town, when is it not ominous? That's right, in this apocalypse, just being alive is an ominous sign.
When good fortune appears, that's like winning the lottery.
Since the leader said we can go in, then we can go in.
The leader said we only have an hour at most, so hurry up. Regardless of Luo Fan's feelings, as Zhao Chunfeng's words fell, the surrounding survivors began to discuss animatedly. Although some people still looked terrified and didn't dare to enter, most of them cautiously entered the small town.
Some rode motorcycles, some rode bicycles, and some walked.
Luo Fan also composed himself and followed them into the small town.
With full vigilance, Luo Fan cautiously observed his surroundings.
Beware of fierce beasts during the day, and eerie entities at night. This has been a well-known rule for everyone in the apocalypse for several months. However, this rule does not apply when collecting supplies.
Why? Because after several months of the apocalypse, electricity has almost completely collapsed, and collecting supplies requires entering indoors, which are completely dark.
So, even during the day, there's a chance of encountering eerie entities in dark interiors.
Dozens of people entered the small town and scattered.
Some, like Luo Fan, went alone, while others teamed up in 2s and 3s. Luo Fan walked in the middle of the sun-drenched road, keeping his spirits up, with no intention of heading towards the town center.
After all, if he could find things at the periphery, why bother going to the center?
However, after searching 7 or 8 households, he found nothing practical.
Luo Fan only collected a blanket and put it into his warehouse space. It would be better to have a blanket when sleeping at night.
It's a pity that his warehouse space capacity is only equivalent to 2 or 3 suitcases, otherwise, Luo Fan would definitely stuff a quilt in. Currently, the most important supplies are still food and water.
After searching 7 or 8 households and finding no supplies, it seems the small town has already been scavenged by other convoys? To find supplies, he could only go further into the town center?
After a moment of hesitation, estimating that about 20 minutes had passed, Luo Fan gritted his teeth and no longer had the thought of searching.
The periphery. He walked down the sun-drenched street, continuing towards the center.
On the way, Luo Fan saw 2 or 3 survivors carrying things in cloth bags, heading back.
Sure enough, there were supplies in the central area. Ju Wei boiled.
After walking for a while, Luo Fan looked at a small shop not far ahead. Its door was broken, and standing in the sunlight, he couldn't see anything inside. It was pitch black, as if the sunlight was completely blocked.
Outside the door. Was it a boiled food shop before the apocalypse? The probability of finding various foods inside would be higher, right? About half an hour had passed. Luo Fan didn't have time to think so much.
He tightened his grip on his short knife and walked inside. Cold. The moment he stepped into the shop, Luo Fan felt a chill, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This feeling was like walking under the summer sun, sweating profusely, and then suddenly entering an air-conditioned mall, with an instant chill
washing over him. He pulled out the lighter he carried with him, and with a click, a small flame lit up, barely dispelling the darkness inside the shop.
The shop wasn't large, about 50 to 60 square meters, with a few tables and chairs.
Luo Fan first walked to the nearby freezer to take a look.
Well, there should have been many grilled skewers and other ingredients here, but after several months without power, all the ingredients inside had
rotted. Luo Fan secretly sighed in regret, then walked to the ice bar next to it.
Through the glass door of the ice bar, he could see many drinks inside: purified water, fruit juice, cola, and beer.
Seeing these, Luo Fan was overjoyed.
He opened the glass door and shoved all these items into his warehouse space. These were all survival materials, especially drinks like cola, which could quench thirst and were high in sugar, exactly what was needed for
survival.
After putting in 50 or 60 bottles of various drinks, his warehouse space was about 70% full.
Luo Fan thought for a moment and continued deeper inside to see if he could find more food.
Even if the warehouse space wasn't full yet, he could just carry them in his hands if it did fill up.
Rumble.
Luo Fan was about to look further inside the shop when he suddenly heard loud rumbling sounds from outside.
Are they fighting outside? Is it a fierce beast? Hearing this sound, Luo Fan's heart tightened.
Zhao Chunfeng said there was only an hour to scavenge for supplies.
Had more than half an hour passed already? Holding up his lighter, Luo Fan quickly walked further into the shop.
At the very back of the shop was a small door, presumably where the merchant stored supplies. Sure enough, although the storage room behind was cluttered, Luo Fan quickly found half a bag of vermicelli. Main dishes for boiled food included vermicelli, instant noodles, and sweet potato noodles.
This vermicelli was clearly left over from before the apocalypse.
Delighted, Luo Fan stuffed this half bag of vermicelli into his warehouse space. With this, his warehouse space was completely full. However, Luo Fan didn't give up and continued searching. If he found more, he could either carry it in his hands or just take out the blanket. Indeed, after searching for a moment, Luo Fan discovered instant noodle cakes. Although there was only a small half box, containing about a dozen noodle cakes, for Luo Fan, this was already a good harvest. Cold. Just as Luo Fan bent down to pick up the small half box of noodle cakes, his head suddenly felt a chill, like a drop of cold water had fallen on his head. This made Luo Fan's heart tremble, and his body stiffened as if he had been hit by a petrification spell. Raising the lighter in his hand, Luo Fan looked up.
A doll's face appeared right in front of Luo Fan, incredibly close. The doll was riding on Luo Fan's neck, looking down at him. Its eye sockets were pitch black like ink, as if it only had pupils and no whites in its eyes.
Grinning, he could see sharp, saw-like teeth, and saliva dripped down. This made Luo Fan realize what had dripped on his head.
But with an eerie doll sitting on his neck, he hadn't felt anything at all? When did it get on him? Sequence awakening.
No matter when it had climbed onto his neck, now was definitely not the time to think about it.
Luo Fan's body was stiff with fear, his fingers almost unable to move.
Once the eerie doll realized it had been discovered, it immediately opened its serrated mouth and bit down fiercely on Luo Fan. In a life-or-death moment, his body reacted before his thoughts. Luo Fan immediately performed a clumsy roll, tumbling once on the ground.
With a crunch, although the lighter went out, Luo Fan could hear the eerie doll he had flung off biting into the ground, tearing off a piece of the tile. If that had bitten his head would have burst open like a watermelon, right? Ignoring everything else, adrenaline surged due to fear and the will to survive. Luo Fan immediately got up with a speed he never normally possessed, then frantically ran out of the shop. Ah! A sharp, ear-piercing scream, like steel needles scraping against sheet metal, sent shivers down one's spine. But the more it screamed, the faster Luo Fan ran. The shop was only 60 or 70 square meters, and the door was only about 10 meters away, but those 10 meters felt as long as a minute to Luo Fan. Just as he was about to reach the shop's entrance, Luo Fan suddenly felt his neck tighten. The eerie doll had pounced directly onto Luo Fan's back, its small arms like iron bands, fiercely clamping his neck and pulling him backward with force. Although the eerie doll looked like a 3-year-old child, its strength was immense. Luo Fan felt his body being involuntarily dragged backward. He was already at the doorway, the sunlight within reach, yet it seemed as distant as the horizon. Standing at the doorway, Luo Fan could even see survivors fleeing towards the outskirts of the town. In midair, countless dense mists emerged from deep within the town, rapidly spreading and obscuring the sunlight. On the street, where the mist permeated, eerie dolls could be seen running on all fours, like hounds. A woman ran slowly, was overtaken by the shadow of the mist, and an eerie doll immediately pounced on her. Immediately after, a second, then a third eerie doll pounced. It's over. Watching the shadows outside rapidly spread, and these eerie dolls actually able to run and hunt humans in the shadows, Luo Fan's heart sank completely. He wanted to call for help, but at this moment, everyone was fending for themselves. Even if he called out, no one would be able to save him. Rumble. Under the sunlight, the engine of the bus and the convoy roared, speeding forward. Suddenly, Luo Fan felt blinding sunlight assault him, making him unable to see anything. It was the bus's window, reflecting the sunlight directly onto Luo Fan. Ah! The eerie doll shrieked. Unlike the previous sharp, ear-piercing scream, this cry conveyed a sense of pain. At the same time, the arm that had been tightly clamping Luo Fan's head and pulling him back suddenly went limp. Luo Fan reacted very quickly. Far from trying to break free from the eerie hand, he instead tightly gripped the eerie hand around his neck, preventing the eerie doll hanging behind his neck from leaving. At the same time, he pushed off with his legs, leaping fiercely out the door. The sunlight had never felt so warm. As Luo Fan escaped out the door, the sunlight shone on him, and the eerie doll behind him let out a short, sharp scream, then quickly dissipated into nothingness, like butter touching a red-hot branding iron. What good luck! If that roaring bus hadn't just happened to reflect the sunlight, he would have truly died. However, now was not the time to relax. The mist in the air was rapidly spreading, and the sunlight on the street was being swiftly squeezed, now less than 10 meters away from him. Luo Fan took off running, frantically escaping alongside the bus. Thump, thump, thump. In this life-or-death situation, Luo Fan could feel his heart beating powerfully, getting closer and closer to the edge of the town. Finally, without any further incidents, Luo Fan rushed out of the town's boundaries. Looking back, 6 or 7 eerie dolls were unwillingly in the shadows, baring their teeth and glaring at the people outside the town. Luo Fan saw that the mist in the air above the town showed no sign of spreading outside, which completely put his mind at ease. With his tense mind relaxed, a huge wave of exhaustion immediately washed over him, causing Luo Fan to collapse to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, Luo Fan could see a muscular man on the shadowy street, holding a thick, long iron rod, his shoulder covered in blood, running out like a mad bull. With a sweep of his iron rod, the eerie dolls blocking the way were no match at all, being sent flying. Luo Fan recognized him. This was Niu Dagong, another sequencer from the Hope Convoy, besides the leader Zhao Chunfeng. The eerie dolls, despite appearing to be only 3-year-old children, possessed great strength. However, in front of Niu Dagong, they were no different from actual 3-year-old children. After Niu Dagong rushed out, he immediately got onto the bus.
Without Zhao Chunfeng even needing to say anything, his SUV started, and the Hope convoy left the town. After another forced march of 4 or 5 kilometers, the convoy finally stopped. The survivors who had been on foot collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly weak and limp. After a brief rest, there were various sounds of discussion, crying, and laughter. The Hope convoy, which originally had 60 or 70 people, now seemed to have only 40-odd remaining. Approximately 20 of the survivors who had gone to gather supplies were lost. However, those who escaped had more or less collected some supplies. Among them, as always, Niu Dagong's bus likely had the most supplies. He had directly covered the rear, buying time for the bus to escape. At the same time, Luo Fan also learned the general situation from the surrounding survivors' mouths. There was an eerie mother in the town's supermarket who had given birth to an unknown number of eerie dolls. Niu Dagong himself had almost been lost to the eerie mother just now. This made Luo Fan realize it must be because of the presence of so many eerie dolls that the fierce beasts originally in the town were all eaten. Right? Alas, what a pity, I didn't get those dozen instant noodle bricks. Luo Fan carefully sorted his gains and sighed silently. He discovered the eerie doll while collecting the noodle bricks, so naturally, he didn't have time to grab them. However, being able to escape was already a blessing. It didn't matter if he didn't get the noodle bricks, at least he still had dozens of bottles of various drinks and half a bag of vermicelli. If he was frugal, it would last him for quite a few days. Just as Luo Fan was secretly calculating his exact gains, he suddenly felt a buzz in his mind, as if someone had struck it with a heavy hammer. Countless profound runes rapidly flashed through Luo Fan's consciousness. Sequence, awakened. Is Zhao Chunfeng some kind of saintly figure of the end times? Luo Fan's consciousness was half asleep and half awake, only sensing spheres of light flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, one of these light spheres descended toward Luo Fan. He didn't dodge or evade at all, allowing the sphere of light to land on him. He didn't know how much time had passed. In short, it felt like waking up from a nap, completely unaware if the nap lasted 2 minutes or 10 minutes. After his consciousness cleared, Luo Fan was overjoyed. His sequence had awakened. It was a profound feeling. After awakening, Luo Fan naturally understood his own status. Assassination Sequence LV1. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name, kan.com, the first choice for chasing Taiwanese novels, super reliable. Along with the sequence awakening, Luo Fan also gained a specialized sequence skill, sap. What was the effect? It was very simple, hitting the opponent's head would cause them to become dizzy. As for the duration of the dizziness, it was determined by various factors, such as the gap in strength between the two parties. Of course, the sequence awakening did not merely grant Luo Fan a skill. More importantly, after the sequence awakened, Luo Fan could clearly feel that his physical fitness had also undergone tremendous changes. His previously thin body was now much stronger. However, it was not the bulging muscle strength of Niu Dagong, but a well-proportioned, explosive strength, giving the impression of a nimble leopard. Everyone, we will rest here for 1 hour. We will continue moving after an hour. The middle-aged man walked over and announced this to all the survivors. Got it, Uncle Lee. Some of the survivors responded. Uncle Lee was the driver of Zhao Chunfeng's SUV and also served as Zhao Chunfeng's mouthpiece. Wait, Uncle Lee. At that moment, Luo Fan spoke up, stopping him. What is it? Uncle Lee, who was about to turn around, paused slightly and looked at Luo Fan inquiringly. I want to see Brother Zhao. My sequence has awakened, Luo Fan stated frankly. Sequence awakening was a good thing, nothing to hide. Sequence awakened? That's incredibly lucky. This means our convoy has gained another sequencer? That's fantastic. With one more sequencer, the survival rate of our convoy should increase significantly, right? Hearing Luo Fan's words, all the surrounding survivors were stunned. They began discussing amongst themselves, looking at Luo Fan with a mix of envy and joy. Awakened? Good, come with me. Upon hearing Luo Fan, Uncle Lee was momentarily stunned, then a smile immediately spread across his face.
He then led Luo Fan directly to Niu Dagon's bus. This bus belonged to Niu Dagon. It was a small bus. But why was Zhao Chunfeng staying in this bus instead of his own SUV? Soon, Luo Fan understood what was going on.
A lot of supplies were piled up in the bus, and Niu Dagon had taken a portion of them and given them to Zhao Chunfeng.
There must have been some transaction between the two parties. Chunfeng, this is Luo Fan.
His sequence has awakened, Uncle Li said to Zhao Chunfeng after bringing Luo Fan over. As soon as he said this, Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagon both looked at Luo Fan.
Sequence awakening? What sequence did you awaken? Zhao Chunfeng smiled, clearly very happy, and asked Luo Fan. I awakened the assassination sequence, Luo Fan truthfully reported. The assassination sequence, huh? I remember the initial skill of the assassination sequence is sap, right? Not bad. This skill is very suitable for cooperating with the gang. Hearing Luo Fan's answer, Zhao Chunfeng nodded. About sequence awakening, leader, you know everything? Luo Fan asked in surprise, as Zhao Chunfeng immediately knew what his skill was right after he mentioned awakening the assassination sequence. Pfft, ha, you really are a newly awakened sequencer.
Hearing Luo Fan's question, Zhao Chunfeng seemed to have heard something funny. Big brother Niu next to him also grinned, but the movement pulled at the wound on his shoulder, making Niu Dagon grimace in pain again.
Luo Fan? He looked at the two men with some confusion. It seemed he had just asked a rather foolish question. Alright, since you've awakened a sequence, let me explain some common knowledge to you. Sequencers, although their specialized sequences after level 10 are all different and almost never duplicate. However, sequencers before level 10 only have 8 sequences. Your assassination sequence's initial skill is sap, and after reaching level 6, you can awaken another skill, Lingshu Step. This information is practically common knowledge. Zhao Chunfeng explained to Luo Fan. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Luo Fan suddenly realized the truth. He only knew that sequencers possessed extraordinary power and that their abilities were bizarre and varied. He hadn't realized that the initial sequences all branched out from 8 core sequences. Will they take on a specialized sequence unique to themselves after level 10? Leader, what are these 8 sequences and their respective skills? Luo Fan continued to ask curiously. Since you are already a sequencer, you don't need to call me leader. Since you are younger than me, just call me brother Zhao. After awakening, you and I are considered partners. Zhao Chunfeng spoke, correcting Luo Fan's address for him, and then explained the situation of the 8 initial sequences. First is the melee sequence. Its 2 initial skills are heavy strike and body domination, acquired at level 6. Hearing this, Luo Fan subtly glanced at Niu Dagon next to him. It seemed he was the melee sequence awakener. Zhao Chunfeng continued to explain, next is the spell sequence. The skills are flying missile and fire ring. The support sequence's skills are healing and shield. The agricultural planting sequence's skills are cultivation and bountiful harvest. The artisan sequence's skills are repair and inlay. The potion sequence's skills are restoration potion crafting and magic puppet. And mine is the prophecy sequence. The skills are divination and stargazing. Listening to Zhao Chunfeng's explanation, Luo Fan silently memorized these 8 major sequences and their skills. Melee, spell, support, agricultural planting, artisan, potion, prophecy, and his own assassination. Thinking again, Niu Dagon had heavy strike, and he had sap. When Niu Dagon is fighting, he could step up and use sap for stun control? That really is excellent. No wonder Zhao Chunfeng said his skill cooperated very well with Niu Dagon's. Alright, there's one more thing I need to make clear to you first. After introducing the sequence awakening situation, Zhao Chunfeng continued, since you've awakened a sequence, you'll need to give me a portion of the supplies you collect in the future, as payment for my prophecy. After all, my prophecy sequence has no combat power. I can't be expected to risk danger to collect supplies myself, can I?
Hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's words, Luo Fan found them reasonable. Survivors fled to avoid being hunted by fierce beasts and strange entities, and the ability of the prophecy sequence greatly increased the chance of survival by avoiding terrifying fierce beasts and strange entities. Therefore, it was indeed right and proper for sequencers who collected supplies to hand over a portion to Zhao Chunfeng. However, those ordinary survivors don't need to contribute, yet we sequencer awakeners do. Is there a reason for this? Without denying the request, Luo Fan continued to ask doubtfully. That's right. Zhao Chunfeng had never been seen taking anything from the supplies collected by the survivors. Logically speaking, those survivors also benefited from Zhao Chuanfeng's help. In the apocalypse, it was normal for ordinary people to receive unfair treatment, but sequencers were receiving unfair treatment instead? Could it be? Is Zhao Chunfeng the apocalypse Saint Mother? Sign-in fees have skyrocketed, reaching 10 yuan. It was no wonder Luo Fan thought this way. As the leader of the Hope Convoy and a sequencer of the prophecy sequence, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Chunfeng was the soul of the Hope Convoy. Therefore, it was indeed reasonable that others should hand over a portion of the supplies they collected to Zhao Chunfeng. However, Zhao Chunfeng only accepted contributions from sequencers, not from ordinary people. What was that if not a bleeding heart? In the apocalypse, were there still such bleeding hearts? Luo Fan secretly muttered to himself that if Zhao Chunfeng was truly a bleeding heart, he would have to leave the Hope Convoy. Although he was grateful for the convoy's care all this time and respected the bleeding heart type, he did not want to be dragged down by one. It was like someone risking their life to save him. He would certainly be grateful, but asking him to risk his life alongside them to save other strangers, Luo Fan felt he couldn't do it. Catching up with Taiwanese novel artifacts is super easy to use. Luo Fan, have you heard the saying, my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns, and my neighbor is my granary? Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan and slowly delivered this line. Luo Fan. Hearing this, Luo Fan raised an eyebrow and gave Zhao Chunfeng a deep look. If that was the case, he probably understood what he meant. Also, there's one more thing. Although my ability allows my convoy to choose the optimal escape route, sooner or later, we will encounter the ferocious beasts and anomalies we must face. When that time comes, it's naturally best if we can win, but if we can't, sometimes, it doesn't matter if the prey on the savannah can outrun the lion, it only matters if they can run faster than their companions. Zhao Chunfeng then added another sentence. Alright, with Zhao Chunfeng saying this, Luo Fan completely understood. Looking at it this way, it was indeed necessary for the Hope Convoy to have some ordinary survivors following them. Although reality is cruel, this is the apocalypse. Besides, if they don't follow us, they'll die even faster. Big Brother Nyo, who was next to them, spoke up, his expression showing some reluctance. It was unclear whether he was saying this to Luo Fan or to himself. Understood. I hope you two will take care of me from now on. Having learned the truth about the Hope Convoy as a sequencer, Luo Fan nodded, indicating that he would stay. Meishem, I also hope that we have more and more sequencers, preferably of all different sequences. Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagang both extended their hands, welcoming Luo Fan's decision. By the way, Dagang, I still have a recovery potion here. I'll trade it to you for just 50 jin of rice and 20 L of purified water. Do you want it? After finishing the discussion about Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng glanced at the injury on Niu Dagang's shoulder and asked. No need. I can recover from this injury in 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Big Brother Niu shook his head, indicating he was reluctant to spend the supplies. Alright then. Seeing Niu Dagang refuse, Zhao Chunfeng didn't say much more, just shaking his head slightly in disappointment. Then, taking the supplies Niu Dagang gave him, he and Uncle Li moved them onto his SUV and left. Luo Fan did not leave, instead, he looked at Niu Dagang's bus. The bus had undergone some modifications, there was a driver's seat, and the passenger seat area had been converted into a bed. Various supplies and materials were also piled up inside.
Besides Nyo Dagong, there was also a 16 or 17-year-old youth on the bus. This is little Wang. He's the driver and mechanic on my bus. Before the apocalypse, he worked at a car repair shop. Seeing Luo Fan's gaze sweep over the 16 or 17-year-old youth, Nyo Dagong introduced him. Brother Luo, hello. Little Wang spoke, smiling as he greeted Luo Fan. MHM, hello. Luo Fan also nodded and replied. Brother Nyo, can your bus fit one more person? Luo Fan then looked at Nyo Dagong and asked. Yes, Luo Fan wanted to hitch a ride with Big Brother Nyo. After all, he didn't have any means of transportation right now. If he stayed on this bus, at least he wouldn't have to migrate on foot, right? He could also lie down and rest among the piles of supplies at night. In any case, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was much better than sleeping out in the open. Well. Hearing Luo Fan's request, Nyo Dagong looked at the space inside the bus, his expression hesitant. Brother Nyo, don't worry. When we collect supplies together later, I'll give you an extra 10% as rent, how about that? Seeing Nyo Dagong's hesitation, Luo Fan quickly added. If Nyo Dagong's vehicle hadn't happened to reflect the sunlight, he would have died at the hands of the anomaly in that boiled food shop. Furthermore, it was certainly better for two combat-focused sequencers to act together and cooperate. Luo Fan felt that teaming up with Nyo Dagong was more beneficial than detrimental, and giving up a small portion of his haul was worthwhile. It's not about the supplies. It's about resting at night. I have a bed, and little Wang lowers the driver's seat back to rest, but it won't be easy for you to clear out a resting spot in the carriage. Nyo Dagong explained upon hearing Luo Fan's words. It's fine. No matter what, it's better than me sleeping out in the open, right? Luo Fan said indifferently. MHM, that makes sense. Hearing what Luo Fan said, Nyo Dagong nodded, signifying he had accepted Luo Fan. Following that, Nyo Dagong grandly called out to little Wang, today we'll cook 3 packets of instant noodles. I'm treating Luo Fan. Got it. Little Wang responded, boiled some hot water using a kettle, and then took out 3 packets of instant noodles. Soon, the rich aroma of instant noodles spread throughout the air. Although instant noodles are slandered as junk food in modern times, what is the reality? Instant noodles merely have a simple nutritional structure. Food high in oil and salt is extremely precious in this apocalypse. Luo Fan, don't be shy. Consider this meal my treat. Nyo Dagong pushed 1 bowl of instant noodles in front of Luo Fan, grinning cheerfully. Alright, then I won't be reserved. Hearing this, Luo Fan nodded. However, while speaking, Luo Fan opened his warehouse space and took out 3 bottles of cola, giving 1 each to little Wang and Nyo Dagong. Instant noodles without cola simply have no soul. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Nyo Dagong treated him to instant noodles, Luo Fan had no intention of taking advantage and immediately took out 3 cans of cola. Luo Fan, you actually have a storage item? Seeing Luo Fan seemingly conjure 3 cans of cola out of thin air, Nyo Dagong asked in surprise. The existence of artisans meant that storage-type items had been successfully crafted. Although he hadn't seen one yet, he had heard about it. Clearly, Nyo Dagong had mistaken his warehouse space for a storage item. Smiling slightly, Luo Fan did not intend to explain and simply lowered his head to eat his noodles. Seeing this, although Nyo Dagong was surprised that Luo Fan, having only recently awakened, already possessed a storage item, he didn't press for further details. After all, it was the apocalypse, wasn't it normal for everyone to have their own secrets? Especially after specializing and obtaining their own sequence, their respective abilities became even more secret. Several months had passed since the apocalypse began. Sequencers who grew relatively quickly had long since crossed the level 10 threshold and become specialized sequencers. After finishing a bowl of instant noodles, not even wasting a drop of the soup, and drinking a few sips of cola, Luo Fan felt extremely satisfied. After chatting a bit more with Nyo Dagong, Luo Fan learned that Big Brother Nyo was a level 8 melee sequencer.
In other words, besides the heavy strike skill, he had also awakened the invulnerability skill.
And Luo Fan?
He was merely a newly awakened level 1 assassination sequence.
After resting for an hour, Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV started up.
Then, Little Wang also started the bus and followed, and the Hope convoy followed suit, one after another.
Led by Zhao Chuanfeng's lead vehicle, they moved in fits and starts.
They went east for a while, then west for a while, sometimes even circling back to a place they had passed 2 hours earlier. However, the convoy's escape had no specific destination. As long as they didn't encounter ferocious beasts or anomalies, everyone naturally had no complaints. After traveling for 3 hours in the dark, the convoy stopped at the edge of a forest, and Zhao Chunfeng announced that they could rest for 6
hours.
Furthermore, after observing the stars, Zhao Chunfeng predicted there would be rain tomorrow and asked everyone to prepare. Hearing that there would be rain tomorrow, many survivors became restless. After half a day of bumpy travel, coupled with nearly dying at the hands of an anomaly today, Luo Fan was mentally and physically exhausted. After the convoy stopped, he closed his eyes to rest. He didn't know how long he had been drowsily asleep when suddenly, even with his eyes closed, he could see a prompt flash across the corner of his eye.
Mall loading complete. Sign in 10 yuan. Balance 10 yuan.
The store has been updated with new products. With a whoosh, Luo Fan immediately opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise flashing within them.
Signed in for 10 yuan? The sign-in gold immediately surged tenfold? Thinking about it, what could he buy with 10 yuan?
If he wanted to, 1 caddy of rice per day would be enough for him, at 2 yuan. As for drinking, plus what's needed for cooking, about 4 bottles of water should suffice.
In other words, besides food and drink, he could save about 4 yuan a day?
Then he could buy a caddy of pork every 2 or 3 days. If signing in for 1 yuan a day before was better than nothing, just enough to keep him from starving, then now, signing in for 10 yuan a day, he could
live quite well? It's just that before, signing in was always 1 yuan, why did it suddenly become 10 yuan now? Is it time? Did it automatically increase after signing in twice? Or was it because he awakened his sequence that the sign-in gold increased? Or for some other reason? Luo Fan didn't think too much about it and directly opened his mall page to check.
First, he could confirm that the increase in his sign-in gold was due to awakening his sequence. Because when the mall page opened, there was a banner effect that burst like fireworks.
Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening sequence LV1. Sign-in gold has increased to 10 yuan per day. From an ordinary person to sequence LV1, my sign-in gold went from 1 yuan to 10 yuan. So, if my sequence level increases, will the sign-in gold also increase?
Luo Fan muttered to himself, a hint of expectation growing in his heart. Then, Luo Fan carefully looked at the mall page.
First, the mall page had indeed updated.
Originally, there were only 4 types of goods: rice, purified water, pork, and vegetables. But now, it was meticulously divided into food, beverage, daily necessities, clothing and bedding, and other areas.
First, Luo Fan clicked on the food section.
Rice, pork, and vegetables were all categorized into the food section, and 3 new items were added: eggs, grass carp, and flour. However, while flour was priced the same as rice at 2 yuan, grass carp and eggs were not cheap. Grass carp was 10 yuan a caddy, comparable to pork. Compared to pork, which has lard, fish has no oil, so in terms of nutritional value, grass carp cannot compare to pork. And eggs, 18 yuan for a board, totaling 30 pieces. Well, with only 10 yuan balance, he couldn't buy it now.
Immediately after, Luo Fan clicked on the beverage section.
The previous purified water and pure milk were categorized into the beverage section. Additionally, the beverage section had a new item, a can of cola for 2 yuan. However, he had searched for supplies in a hot pot restaurant yesterday, finding various drinks in an entire ice bar. Therefore, supplies in this area would not need to be purchased for a short while.
Then, Luo Fan clicked on the category for daily necessities next to it. There were also 3 items in the daily necessities section.
They were a bar of soap for 5 yuan, a pack of tissues for 15 yuan, and a tube of toothpaste for 8 yuan. These daily necessities aren't cheap, Luo Fan said, reluctantly glancing at the tissues before shifting his gaze. Soap could be used for showering, washing his face, and even washing his hair, but what about a water source? Without finding a clean and suitable water source, this soap was useless. As for using a 1 yuan bottle of purified water to shower? Luo Fan had never even considered that idea. However, he needed paper for the restroom, but at 15 yuan a pack, Luo Fan couldn't afford it right now. Suppressing his jumbled thoughts, Luo Fan then looked at the clothing and bedding category next to it. A familiar sight appeared, a constantly loading page, displaying page loading. He clicked on other areas, still unwilling to give up, and they also showed loading. Well, the mall system did update, but not much. The main thing was, he was quite happy when he thought his sign-in gold had risen to 10 yuan, believing his future days would be good. However, after seeing these updated goods, the joy in Luo Fan's heart immediately vanished. Only 10 yuan a day, it really was a tight budget. Not to mention anything else, even brushing his teeth was a luxury. Lying in the bus compartment, he looked at the sky outside. It was still pitch black. Luo Fan pulled the blanket tighter around him and continued to sleep. Being able to sleep here, with shelter from wind and rain, Luo Fan was already very content. It was much better than sleeping outdoors before. Luo Fan slept very soundly this time, even having a sweet dream. In his dream, he signed in for 1,000 yuan a day, eating whatever he wanted. Woken up by the commotion of Niu Dagang and Xiao Wang, Luo Fan looked outside. The sky was already showing the white belly of a fish. Niu Dagang said it was time to set off. Luo Fan nodded in understanding. Since Zhao Chunfeng said they could rest for 6 hours, it was natural to leave when the time was up. No one knew what kind of situation they might encounter by leaving half an hour later. However, thinking of his dream, signing in for 1,000 yuan daily, earning 30,000 a month, Luo Fan silently cheered himself on. The day of signing in for 1,000 yuan was, after all, waiting for him in the future. As his sequence level continuously increased, the sign-in gold should also keep rising, and more goods in the mall would unlock. Perhaps, before long, he wouldn't even need to risk collecting supplies. He could live very well just by purchasing from the mall. Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV started, the bus followed, and there was also a minivan behind. As for the other survivors, they quickly got up and joined the convoy. Thus, after another approximately 3 hours, the convoy stopped to rest. After walking for several hours, the survivors were already preparing breakfast. Although many people died yesterday, many also collected supplies, and after walking for 3 hours in the early morning, they were all hungry. Brother Nyo, let's share some food. Yesterday, he still collected half a bag of vermicelli. Luo Fan took out 3 vermicelli coils, enough for 3 people, and said to Niu Dagang. Xiao Wang, who was preparing breakfast, looked at Niu Dagang. Xiao Wang, take it. Make enough for 3 people, Niu Dagang nodded and said. Xiao Wang took the vermicelli and left. He poured some water into a small pot, boiled a pot of water using the car battery's electricity, and then put all the vermicelli Luo Fan gave him into it. Xiao Wang then added a little oil, salt, and chicken essence as seasoning, and carefully took out a sausage, sliced it, and added it. Before long, 3 large bowls of sausage vermicelli were ready. Oh, you guys are eating. I should have come earlier to get a bowl. Holding his bowl of vermicelli, about halfway through eating, Zhao Chunfeng came over with a smile. Seeing Luo Fan and Niu Dagang eating together, he guessed that Luo Fan had joined Niu Dagang's vehicle. Brother Zhao, should I prepare another bowl for you? Xiao Wang put down his bowl and stood up. It's alright, don't bother, I was just joking, I've already eaten. Zhao Chunfeng waved his hand. Then he looked at Luo Fan and Niu Dagang. Gangzi, Xiao Fan, you two should get ready today, you'll be needed to act today. Zhao Chunfeng then looked at Luo Fan and Niu Dagang, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Beast Fong's short blade. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan's heart tightened slightly. He had awakened a sequence, and it was the assassination sequence, so Luo Fan knew that he would inevitably have to fight fierce beasts in eeriness. In the future. But, so soon? He was only a LV1 sequencer after all. Is it very dangerous? Big Brother Nyo's expression also became much more serious, but there was no worry or fear in his eyes. Instead, he seemed excited. My divination result is that there will be rain in the afternoon, and we will encounter trouble in the rain. The route I chose is already the optimal solution. Because the hexagram shows that danger is accompanied by auspiciousness. Also, this rain will probably last for about 2 hours. As he spoke, Zhao Chunfeng looked at the sky. Indeed, although it had been bright for a long time, the entire day had been hazy, and it did look like it could rain at any moment. Alright, I understand. Nyo Dagong nodded heavily, then grabbed a thick iron rod, easily as tall as a person, and carefully caressed it. From his appearance, it seemed he couldn't wait to encounter a fierce beast immediately. By the way, Luo Fan, do you have a weapon? Zhao Chunfeng turned his head and looked at Luo Fan. Brother Zhao, as for a weapon, I have a short knife that I've always used for self-defense and cutting things. Luo Fan took out the short knife he always carried with him. The awakening of the melee sequence primarily enhances physical attributes like strength and physical toughness, while the awakening of the assassination sequence balances strength, speed, and agility. Therefore, for the awakening of the assassination sequence, weapons are best small and lightweight. Although this short knife is suitable, its quality is too poor. It feels like a street vendor's item from before the apocalypse, costing dozens of yuan. Zhao Chunfeng took the short knife from Luo Fan's hand and examined it. Fearing Luo Fan didn't fully understand the characteristics of sequencers, he explained a bit, then shook his head, indicating Luo Fan's short knife was too inferior. As he spoke, Zhao Chunfeng turned and left, returning a moment later with a white short blade in his hand. What is this? A tusk? Luo Fan asked in surprise as he took the white short blade from Zhao Chunfeng's hand and looked at it. Yes, this white short blade, about 20 centimeters long, was not a metal product, but a tusk, simply fitted with a metal handle. This is made from the tusk of a fierce beast. At least its quality is better than your ordinary short knife, so I'll give it to you. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, looking very generous. Alright then, thanks, Brother Zhao. Seeing Zhao Chunfeng give it to him, he figured it wasn't anything too valuable, but since it was free, how could he complain? The texture of the fierce beast's tusk in his hand was indeed much better than his fruit knife. After a brief chat, Zhao Chunfeng turned and left. Not long after, the Hope convoy started again. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a drizzling rain began, and it grew heavier and heavier. Those inside the vehicles were somewhat better off, but the survivors outside could only put on rain gear and continue to follow. Those who had the means wore raincoats, those who didn't could use a plastic sheet. If they had nothing at all, they could only endure it with their bodies. In the apocalypse, no one should expect help from others. Equivalent exchange is the core of everything. It was raining. Nyo Dagong held the long iron rod in his arms, and Luo Fan also gripped the beast-toothed dagger. According to Zhao Chunfeng's divination, trouble would arise during the rain, so it should be soon. Luo Fan, are you nervous? Seeing Luo Fan's mental state, Nyo Dagong asked. Yes, after all, it's my first direct battle with a fierce beast. Luo Fan didn't try to act tough and nodded. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Fierce beasts are generally easier to deal with than eeriness. Besides, if we're lucky and hunt a non-poisonous fierce beast, then fierce beast meat is an important resource. You've even killed an eerie, what's there to be afraid of with fierce beasts? Nyo Dagong said, comforting him. Brother Nyo, how do you know I've killed an eerie? Luo Fan looked at Nyo Dagong, somewhat bewildered. Sequence awakening has conditions. First, it's experiencing a life or death moment. Second, it's killing an eerie. Although it's still unknown why these conditions are necessary for sequence awakening, these are the two essential conditions for it.
Alright, listening to Nyo Dagang's explanation, Luo Fan understood that this was probably some common knowledge about sequence awakening. He had indeed experienced a life-and-death moment in that boiled noodle shop, and then, holding the eerie doll, he rushed into the sunlight, killing the eerie doll. Luo Fan had originally thought his sequence awakening just happened suddenly. He didn't expect that there were such prerequisites for awakening a sequence. Brother Nyo, if what you say is true, couldn't powerful sequencers help others awaken? Get a weak eerie, put it with an ordinary person, and then. Luo Fan's words trailed off here, and he realized his statement was pointless. Impossible. Even the weakest eerie cannot be easily killed by an ordinary person. Moreover, if the eerie is weak, facing it wouldn't be scary, so how could it count as experiencing life and death? And if the eerie is powerful, how could it be killed? The condition for awakening must be that the ordinary person kills it with their own hands. I heard Zhao Chunfeng mention that some people who killed eeriness using ghost artifacts couldn't awaken. In short, these two prerequisites are also very idealistic, Nyo Dagung said, shaking his head. Just as he said this, the bus suddenly braked and stopped. Xiao Wang, what's going on? Nyo Dagung asked. Brother Nyo, it's Brother Zhao's SUV up ahead that stopped. The driver, Xiao Wang, replied. Indeed, Nyo Dagung and Luo Fan looked ahead, and the lead SUV had already stopped. Brother Nyo, look over there. At this moment, Luo Fan pointed to the left front and said to Nyo Dagung. The heavy rain severely obstructed their vision, but faintly, they could see occasional flashes of light about a kilometer ahead. Is that a fierce beast appearing? It was hard to see clearly through the rain curtain, only a faint outline was visible. Nyo Dagung quickly got up, grabbed his iron rod, and got out of the vehicle, running towards the fierce beast. Thump, thump, thump. Nyo Dagung, robust as an ox, splashed large amounts of mud and water with each step as he ran, leaving deep footprints that were quickly covered by the rain. Luo Fan took a deep breath, gripped his beast-toothed dagger, and followed. Although he was in assassination sequence, Luo Fan was only LV1, so he wasn't faster than Nyo Dagung. After about a kilometer, Luo Fan quickly approached the fierce beast's location. What surprised Luo Fan was that someone was already fighting the fierce beast here. The fierce beast was an ugly and strange bird, about the size of a red-crowned crane, capable of spitting out a burst of flames from its mouth. However, in this heavy rain, the bird-type fierce beast's flames couldn't exert much effect. Although the figure fighting the fierce beast moved nimbly and lightly, they were completely suppressed, and it looked like they had multiple wounds, seemingly at the end of their rope. I'll help you. Nyo Dagung shouted upon seeing this, raised his iron rod, and charged towards the fierce beast. Specialist, stealth. Nyo Dagung raised the heavy iron rod in his hand and charged toward the ugly, bizarre bird. At the same time, the iron rod glowed with a heavy aura as he smashed it down toward the strange bird. This was the melee sequence skill, Heavy Strike. The strange bird's wings flapped, like a cleaver, striking first despite moving later. With a bang, Nyo Dagung rushed forward quickly, but he was knocked back even faster, flying 3 or 4 meters away and slamming hard onto the ground, splashing mud and water high up. Luo Fan, who was originally clutching the beast-toothed dagger, was also preparing to charge with Nyo Dagung, but seeing Nyo Dagung's miserable state, Luo Fan paused slightly. Holy cow, Nyo Dagung, a melee sequence LV8, was completely outmatched in strength by that bird beast? Just how strong was this bird-type fierce beast? Wait, where is the person who was just fighting this strange bird? Luo Fan glanced around and found that the figure who had originally been fighting the strange bird had vanished. The strange bird's attention was clearly focused on Nyo Dagung. It let out a bizarre GA cry and flapped its wings, charging toward Nyo Dagung. However, due to the torrential rain, the strange bird's wings were completely soaked and extremely heavy. It seemed unable to fly for the moment and could only flap its wings to barely increase its speed. Seeing Nyo Dagung in danger, Luo Fan's body moved before his mind, quickly approaching the strange bird while tightly gripping the dagger in his hand. You brute, come on. Although his strength was no match for the strange bird, Nyo Dagon refused to lose face, roaring aloud.
Watching the large bird's claws reaching down toward him, he held the iron rod horizontally across his chest. Under the large bird's immense strength, Nyo Dagon was completely suppressed while holding the iron rod, his hands gripping the rod bending
continuously.
The sharp bird claws got closer and closer to Nyo Dagon's chest, and then, the bird claw's talons pierced into Nyo Dagon's chest. Luo Fan arrived at the strange bird's side at this moment, brutally stabbing the beast-toothed dagger in his hand toward the strange bird's slender neck. However, when the knife plunged down, it felt like it had hit a layer of thick cowhide. It only pressed down slightly before being blocked by the strange bird's flesh, failing to even pierce the skin.
No way? This physical body is too strong, isn't it? A full-strength strike failed to pierce the strange bird's skin, causing Luo Fan to widen his eyes in disbelief. Seemingly realizing that Luo Fan's attack was not enough to pose a threat, the ugly strange bird merely glanced at Luo Fan and then ignored him, focusing all its attention back on Nyo Dagon. Clearly, the strange bird understood that Nyo Dagon was the real threat to it. Am I being looked down upon by a fierce beast?
Being glanced at and then ignored made Luo Fan feel somewhat wronged.
As the bird claw continued to apply pressure, the talon piercing Nyo Dagon's chest sank deeper and deeper. Sap. Since his attack was insufficient to break the defense, Luo Fan could only activate his only available skill. The hand gripping the beast-toothed dagger swung again, but this time, instead of stabbing with the blade, he used the hilt to strike the strange bird's head. As the sap skill activated, the strange bird visibly stiffened as if hit by an immobilization spell, its eyes becoming completely vacant. Taking advantage of the strange bird's stunned state, Nyo Dagon felt the force transmitted through the iron rod suddenly vanish. He used his hands gripping the rod to push hard, sending the strange bird flying away. Swish! Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared beside Luo Fan like a ghost. This figure appeared completely out of nowhere, materializing from nothingness like a wisp of smoke. Immediately afterward, two weapons resembling knitting needles stabbed into the strange bird's eyes, one on the left and one on the right. After piercing the strange bird's eyes, they twisted them violently. A sharp shriek rang out, and the strange bird completely went berserk. Seeing this, Luo Fan quickly retreated. At the same time, Nyo Dagon and the mysterious figure also quickly distanced themselves, watching from afar as the strange bird struggled frantically under the curtain of rain. After several minutes passed like this, the strange bird's struggling gradually lessened, until it finally lay motionless on the ground. It's dead? Luo Fan let out a long sigh of relief and asked. The mysterious figure nearby picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the strange bird, where it landed with a paw sound. Seeing that the strange bird was completely motionless, the figure finally relaxed, walked over, and pulled out the pair of weapons that were stuck in the strange bird's eyes. Only then did Luo Fan have time to carefully examine the mysterious figure before him. The figure was slender, dressed in tight-fitting combat attire, with a large hood covering their head, resembling a character from Assassin's Creed. However, based on the figure's build, Luo Fan could tell this was likely a woman. At the same time, Luo Fan paused for a moment on the figure's pair of knitting needle-like weapons. Judging by the fighting style, it seemed they were the same as him. Assassination sequence? However, the figure's elusive ability was not something Luo Fan possessed. Lian Zichong. The woman lowered her hood and spoke with a hint of coldness in her tone. Oh, I'm Luo Fan. After a moment of surprise, Luo Fan realized she was introducing herself, and he replied accordingly. Nyo Dagon, hiss. The fight was over, and Nyo Dagon walked over, clutching his chest as he spoke, blood continuously oozing out. The strange bird had left 5 or 6 chopstick-thick bloody holes in his chest. Luo Fan, thanks to you, I might have died just now. Thinking about how the strange bird's strength had pinned him down, its claws nearly piercing his chest, Nyo Dagon thanked Luo Fan. Luo Fan shook his head at Nyo Dagon. Now was not the time for pleasantries. Luo Fan cautiously watched the woman before him.
In the apocalypse, danger sometimes comes not only from fierce beasts and the bizarre but also from the human heart. Although they had just teamed up to kill a fierce beast, no one knew if this woman would attack them next. After all, judging by her actions just now, her strength was unfathomable. The corpse of this fire-wrought bird can be your spoils of war. Seeing Luo Fan's wariness, the woman remained silent for a moment before speaking in a
generous manner.
After dropping that sentence, she slowly retreated, facing Luo Fan and Niu Dagang. She walked about 100 meters away, then picked up another fire-wrought bird corpse from the ground, hoisted it onto her shoulder, and walked away. Under the curtain of rain, the woman's figure could be seen gradually fading until it completely disappeared.
This woman is so formidable.
So, she had already killed a fire-wrought bird before this. Niu Dagang said emotionally, looking at the corpse at his feet and then at the corpse the woman was carrying.
That must be a specialized assassination sequence, right?
Luo Fan had learned from Zhao Chunfeng that the assassination sequence only had two basic skills, sap and Lingshu step. However, the woman's fighting style clearly belonged to the assassination sequence, yet she possessed an invisibility-type skill. This definitely meant she was a specialized assassination sequence existence.
This made Luo Fan very envious. Having invisibility-type abilities would undoubtedly greatly increase one's survival capability in this apocalypse. He wondered when he would be able to specialize, and whether he would gain invisibility-type self-preservation abilities after specializing. Sequence, upgrade. A fire-wrought bird? How did the two of you manage to kill this tiered fierce beast together?
At the Hope Convoy, when Zhao Chunfeng saw the corpse of the strange bird Luo Fan brought back, he widened his eyes and exclaimed.
Tiered? Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng with a questioning gaze.
Luo Fan, you know that beings who awaken sequences have levels.
For example, you just awakened at LV1, and I am LV10. If you exceed LV10, that's a specialized sequence.
Similarly, the strength of fierce beasts also has corresponding classifications.
For example, those small fierce beasts usually encountered, even ordinary people might be able to kill them, and combat-type sequencers are even more certain.
However, tiered fierce beasts are different. Just like specialized sequences, tiered fierce beasts also possess their own mysterious abilities. If I had to describe them, it would be more appropriate to call them something similar to ancient legendary demonic beasts, or perhaps magic beasts. Or monsters. Take this fire-wrought bird, for example. Because it is tiered, its physical body is tough, even a LV10 melee sequence might not be able to match it. Moreover, it possesses the ability to breathe intense flames. Ordinarily, perhaps only a specialized sequencer would be able to deal with it. Knowing that Luo Fan had just awakened and understood nothing, Zhao Chunfeng began to explain to him.
In short, it's a fierce beast comparable to a specialized sequence, right? Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's explanation, Luo Fan summarized. That's right. Tiered is a completely different concept from ordinary fierce beasts. Even if the heavy rain restricted its flying ability and flames, it shouldn't have been killable by just the two of you working together. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, curiosity evident on his face, clearly wondering how Luo Fan and Niu Dagang managed to defeat this tiered fierce beast by challenging above level. Actually, the two of us didn't kill this fire-wrought bird, we only contributed a little bit of effort. Niu Dagang was lying down, letting little Wang treat the injury on his chest, and scratched his neck, saying somewhat sheepishly. What exactly happened? Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan with a questioning gaze. Luo Fan didn't conceal anything and told Zhao Chunfeng about the sequencer named Lian Zichong. In that case, we truly had a close call. A specialized sequence? It's good that she didn't harbor any ill will, otherwise, we would have been in danger.
Hearing that Luo Fan and the others actually encountered a specialized sequencer, Zhao Chunfeng felt a chill of lingering fear. In this apocalypse, resources are scarce, and if convoy meets convoy, attacking to plunder resources is a common occurrence. After all, plundering resources from weaker enemies is always safer than facing unknown strangeness. Actually, judging by how Lian Ziqiang killed the first fire-rot bird but couldn't kill the second, I suspect she had reached her limit, and might
even have been injured. Luo Fan spoke, presenting his conjecture. You have a point.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so generous as to give us the corpse of a fire-rot bird. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. What use is the corpse of this fire-rot bird?
Can it be eaten?
Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan asked curiously. Ordinary fierce beasts, apart from a few special ones, mostly cannot be eaten. Their bodies contain strange substances that, if absorbed by ordinary people, will cause uncontrollable mutation. However, tiered fierce beasts are different. Perhaps because of their strength, these fierce beasts have already eliminated the toxic substances within themselves. Furthermore, tiered fierce beasts have energy contained within their flesh. Eating it is beneficial for increasing a sequencer's strength.
Zhao Chunfeng explained. So that's how it is.
Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan suddenly realized. If that was the case, Lian Ziqiang leaving behind the corpse of a fire-rot bird truly counted as leaving behind a benefit. After a brief discussion, the fire-rot bird corpse was processed, yielding about 15 caddies of meat and bone. 3 caddies were given to Zhao Chunfeng, leaving 12 caddies, which Luo Fan and Niu Dagang split evenly. The Hope convoy continued its journey, and after walking for about an hour, the rain gradually stopped. After walking for about 3 more hours, the convoy stopped at the foot of an unknown mountain.
According to Zhao Chunfeng's divination, they could rest well here from tonight until noon tomorrow. This rare long rest made everyone in the Hope convoy very happy.
After all, walking for so long in the heavy rain had left everyone exhausted, and several ordinary people even felt unwell, possibly falling sick. However, the heavy rain was not without its benefits. During the heavy rain, the people of the Hope convoy, being very experienced, collected a lot of rainwater, a rare water resource for survivors. After several hours of heavy rain, many people figured they wouldn't have to worry about water scarcity for the next 5 or 6 days. Little Wang was preparing dinner, and generously used 2 caddies of fire-rot bird bones to stew a pot of meat soup. Luo Fan and Niu Dagang naturally partnered up to eat, each taking out 2 caddies of meat to roast over the fire. In addition, Luo Fan took out 1 caddy of rice, and Little Wang cooked a pot of rice. Once the meal was ready, Little Wang held a bowl of rice and a bowl of meat soup, eating heartily nearby. Although he wasn't a sequencer, the soup stewed from the bones of a tiered fierce beast was also very beneficial for ordinary people. Niu Dagang even proactively set aside 2 bowls of meat soup, allowing the survivors to exchange resources for them. The few survivors who had felt unwell after walking in the heavy rain knew that if they actually fell sick, the consequences would be unimaginable, so they also took out some resources for the exchange. It looked like a transaction, but Luo Fan could tell that Niu Dagang was trying his best to help others. Luo Fan didn't mind this limited, principled kindness. Besides, wasn't this also the reason why he felt at ease partnering with Niu Dagang? The roasted meat was ready. Luo Fan and Niu Dagang each had a large bowl of rice, plus 2 caddies of roasted meat each. The rice was fragrant, but the roasted meat tasted only average. In Zhao Chunfeng's words, the rotting fire-rot bird said it all. A fierce beast similar to a vulture that likes to eat carrion, how good could its meat quality be? If eating it wasn't helpful for increasing his strength, Luo Fan really wouldn't want to eat it. It's the apocalypse, everything must give way to survival and strength. Gritting his teeth, Luo Fan ate the 2 caddies of roasted meat, using the large bowl of rice to mask the taste of the fierce beast meat. After eating until his stomach was full, Luo Fan lay down early inside the carriage. As the fierce beast meat was digested, Luo Fan felt a warm sensation continuously emanating from his abdomen and spreading throughout his limbs. Feeling very comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. Sign-in successful. Received 10 yuan. Balance 20 yuan. When midnight arrived, the sign-in notification came as expected. This made Luo Fan open his eyes. He hadn't spent yesterday's money, so now he had accumulated 20 yuan. Should he buy something? Buzz. Just then, a sudden invisible fluctuation spread out from Luo Fan, as if a certain vital point had been unblocked.
Luo Fan's heart stirred, and he realized that his strength had increased. Assassination Sequence, LV2. Each with their own ulterior motives, they unexpectedly encounter another team of survivors. Alas, what a pity! Feeling his sequence upgrade, Luo Fan silently sighed in his heart. Yes, he had just completed the check-in, and his sequence upgraded almost immediately afterward, which made Luo Fan feel a bit shortchanged. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the money he received from checking in should also increase after his sequence upgraded. He opened them all and saw that the items hadn't changed. That made sense, there was no notification of a mall update. Shaking his head, Luo Fan calmed his mind and continued to rest. They could rest until noon the next day, so everyone, including Luo Fan, had a rare deep sleep. Luo Fan, Luo Fan. After an unknown amount of sleep, a sudden shout woke Luo Fan. What's wrong? Luo Fan opened his eyes. The person who called him was Niu Dagang. He looked at a clock hanging inside the carriage. It showed around 10 o'clock in the morning. Get up, there's a situation, Niu Dagang said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Luo Fan quickly scrambled up. Didn't Brother Zhao say we could rest until noon? Is it fierce beasts again? Luo Fan, sitting up, looked out the car window. There was sunlight outside, so it wasn't a strange entity. No, we've encountered another survivor squad, Niu Dagang said to Luo Fan, pointing in a direction. Luo Fan looked in the direction Niu Dagang was pointing. Indeed, there was a survivor squad coming their way, looking like 20 or 30 people. There was only one box-type small truck at the front, followed by 2 ox carts. Seeing this, Luo Fan suddenly understood. Zhao Chuanfeng's divination technique could, as much as possible, divine nearby fierce beasts and strange entities, then choose a suitable route to avoid them. However, other survivor squads were probably not within the scope of his divination. The other party had obviously also discovered the Hope convoy, so after approaching, they stopped about 100 to 80 meters away. Seeing another squad approaching, the survivors of the Hope convoy who were resting quickly got up, their expressions wary. A thin man with a receding hairline, about 50 years old, got out of the passenger seat of the truck. On the SUV, Zhao Chunfeng also jumped out. Should we go over? Luo Fan asked, seeing Zhao Chunfeng get out of the car. Let's go, follow them. Although Zhao Chunfeng was the leader of the Hope convoy, he had no combat power, so Niu Dagang also nodded and followed with Luo Fan. Similarly, after the thin old man with the receding hairline got out of the car, a man around 20 years old, leading a 7 or 8-year-old girl, also emerged. Apparently, the young man and the little girl had also awakened their sequences. Hope convoy, Zhao Chunfeng, this is Niu Dagang, this is Luo Fan. After the two sides drew closer, Zhao Chunfeng first introduced his sides. Situation. Luo Family Town Squad, my name is Luo Dahai, this is my son Luo Xiaohai, and this is in Xiaoran. The thin man with the receding hairline also introduced himself. Luo Dahai was all smiles, looking like an honest old farmer. His son, Luo Xiaohai, however, held his head slightly high, looking arrogant. And the little girl in Xiaoran, 7 or 8 years old, didn't even lift her eyelids, giving the impression of a quiet doll, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Zhao Chunfeng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, seemed easy to talk to, and Luo Dahai was even more full of smiles. After they chatted for a few minutes, they agreed that everyone would contribute some ingredients for lunch later to have a hot pot and exchange information. Thus, after reaching a preliminary negotiation, both sides returned to their respective convoys. Dad, the other side doesn't look strong, and that guy named Niu Dagang is even injured. If I make a move, I can wipe them out. Back at their convoy, Luo Xiaohai looked at the Hope convoy's vehicles with a hint of greed in his eyes, clearly harboring thoughts of killing them and taking their cars. When will you start using your brain? Just by looking, how can you determine their strength? What if we kick an iron plate? Luo Dahai glared at his son in annoyance and scolded him. Then what should we do? If we don't make a move, will they tell us what sequences they've awakened and what level they are? Luo Xiaohai said dismissively, pouting.
That's why, everyone contributing ingredients to eat hot pot is an important way to gauge their strength. From the ingredients they bring out, we can roughly judge what kind of life they're living, which indirectly reflects their strength, Luo Dahai
explained. Well, alright then.
Listening to his father, Luo Xiaohai thought it made some sense and nodded. The little girl in Xiaoran beside him remained silent throughout, her face always calm. The other side seems to have ill intentions, Niu Dagang said to Zhao Chunfeng, warning him. It's not uncommon for survivor squads to meet and for the stronger squad to think about devouring the other. Zhao Chunfeng didn't find it strange and continued, so, as long as we show our strength and make them hesitate, that'll be enough. In the apocalypse, human hearts are sometimes more dangerous than strange entities, so when two survivor squads meet, most situations involve mutual
probing.
Only when their strengths are not too far apart do they have the qualification to sit down and chat together.
Actually, wouldn't it be safer to just ignore them and keep our distance?
Luo Fan asked, expressing his doubts to Zhao Chunfeng.
Yes, if both sides have their own schemes, then there's no need to specifically gather, right? Just like encountering the Luo family squad, was this hot pot absolutely necessary?
Luo Fan, think about it, the apocalypse only broke out a few months ago. For most survivors, fleeing for their lives, they simply don't have many channels or the energy to understand the current situation. So, when survivors meet, exchanging information is very important. Perhaps a seemingly insignificant piece of information can save a life at a critical moment.
Otherwise, why do you think I know so much more information than you?
Zhao Chunfeng explained.
This made Luo Fan nod, suddenly understanding.
Looking at it this way, while meeting other survivor squads has its dangers, exchanging information is indeed something both sides greatly need. So, we need to bring out some ingredients that will make the other side hesitate, so they don't dare to underestimate us, and then we can exchange
information peacefully, Luo Fan continued. Ingredients? Ingredients that can make the other side hesitate? Isn't this perfect?
They still have fresh fire rot bird meat now.
Bringing out fierce beast meat that's already ranked should be enough to crush their little schemes, right? The Luo family team, a slave system.
The two convoys still maintained a distance of 100 to 80 meters, and in the middle of the two convoys, a small table was set up. The Luo family convoy brought out a gas canister and a matching gas stove, as well as some pre-soaked fungus, dried bean curd sticks, instant noodle cakes, and other ingredients, totaling 6 or 7 kinds, all in generous portions. The most eye-catching among them was a deboned, filleted fish. Luo Fan, Niu Dagang, and Zhao Chunfeng also came over.
The Luo father and son duo stared closely at the ingredients Niu Dagang was holding, and then their faces showed surprise.
It was normal to bring drinks like cola and beer. It was also not strange to have items like ham. What made the two of them stand up immediately was that there was actually a large portion of small green vegetables. The small green vegetables were tender and fresh, looking exactly as if they had just been picked. Seeing this patch of small green vegetables, the father and son both looked in the direction of the Hope convoy.
Could the Hope convoy still grow vegetables on their escape route?
For these survivor teams on the run, it was normal to produce food like bread and ham. It was difficult to produce fresh meat, as everyone knew that fierce beasts were inedible, eating them would cause people to mutate. And the most difficult, naturally, were fresh vegetables and fruits.
Captain Zhao, your Hope convoy actually has fresh small green vegetables? Did you encounter a vegetable garden on the way?
Luo Dahai couldn't help but ask, looking at the large patch of verdant small green vegetables.
In this day and age, even if there were vegetable gardens, they would have been mostly ruined by fierce beasts, wouldn't they?
Zhao Chunfeng said,
shaking his head at Luo Dahai's surprised words.
He only replied with that, but Zhao Chunfeng didn't answer anything deeper.
Of course, the main reason was that Zhao Chunfeng himself couldn't answer.
Heaven knows how surprised he was when Luo Fan took out this pound of small green vegetables. Sure enough, in the mall system, green vegetables for 3 yuan a gene are a rare commodity in this apocalypse. Hot Pot naturally couldn't be without fresh vegetables, so Luo Fan spent 3 yuan to buy a gene of small green vegetables. It not only shocked Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng, but the Luo father and son duo were clearly also shaken.
What kind of meat is this? Everyone present was a sequencer.
Initially, the Luo father and son duo's gaze was attracted by the pile of small green vegetables, but after they each sat down, their eyes fell on the
meat. Sequencer's perception could clearly sense that it was not ordinary meat, it contained a very attractive energy.
This is the meat of an evolved fierce beast, a fire-wrought bird. Although the taste isn't great, in this day and age, it's not easy to have fresh meat, Zhao Chunfeng explained.
An evolved fierce beast.
Indeed, hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, the Luo father and son duo looked at each other, their faces showing horror.
The people of the Hope Convoy could kill an evolved fierce beast? Does your convoy have a specialized sequencer?
Luo Dahai carefully looked at Zhao Chunfeng and the other two, clearly sizing them up to see who was
the specialized sequencer. After all, killing an evolved fierce beast required a specialized sequencer. This was almost a law. It's rare to meet other living people in this apocalypse, it's not easy.
Without much explanation, Zhao Chunfeng put down the hot pot base, then first put in a green vegetable leaf, blanched it, and put it in his mouth. This was the taste, fresh vegetables, he hadn't eaten them in so long. Seeing Zhao Chunfeng's demeanor, the Luo father and son duo didn't continue to probe, and likewise reached for the small green vegetables with their
chopsticks. By the way, this little girl, is her surname? Why doesn't she speak at all?
Luo Fan asked curiously, looking at the quiet 7 or 8-year-old girl next to him. A little girl of this age being so quiet was too strange.
Moreover, she seemed to have no communication with the Luo father and son duo throughout. Alas, this child is a hard-luck person.
Hearing Luo Fan's question, Luo Dahai sighed and said, Little An and her mother originally depended on each other, but last month, her mother died at
the hands of a wisp.
I'm kind-hearted, so I naturally couldn't bear to see such a small girl without anyone to rely on, so I took her in.
By the way, just eating like this is boring, how about some entertainment?
My squad has a few who used to study dance.
As he spoke, Luo Dahai shouted towards his team.
Then, 3 beautiful young girls came over.
Luo Dahai scooped some vegetables from the hot pot and threw them over. The 3 girls immediately knelt on the ground and ate.
After finishing the food on the ground, the 3 girls stood up, showing stiff smiles, trying their best to twist their bodies. On the Hope Convoy's side, many survivors were naturally staring at the few people eating hot pot, and when they saw the situation on the Luo family
squad side, the Hope Convoy's survivors were all startled. The Luo family squad was simply a slave system, the other survivors had all become slaves raised by the Luo father and son duo? The performances didn't stop there.
After the 3 girls had danced for a while, Luo Xiaohai waved his hand roughly, indicating that there was nothing good about this dancing, and
directly interrupted it.
The 3 girls huddled together, looking at Luo Xiaohai in terror, clearly extremely afraid of him.
You guys, get back, Luo Xiaohai said grumpily, waving his hand.
Hearing this, the 3 girls looked relieved, and then they really rolled on the ground back in the direction of the Luo family squad. Afterward, Luo Xiaohai pulled out 2 adult men and simultaneously threw 2 palm-sized loaves of bread on the ground. You two, whoever can kill the other, these 2 loaves of bread will be the winners, Luo Xiaohai grinned. Looking at the bread on the ground, the 2 men exchanged glances, then pounced on each other like wild beasts.
He, this is what men should watch.
Luo Xiaohai laughed excitedly, as if watching 2 gladiators fighting in an arena. Niu Dagang, beside him, frowned slightly. Zhao Chunfeng, however, remained calm and chatted cheerfully with Luo Dahai.
Brother Luo, what kind of things have you encountered on this journey? Zhao Chunfeng asked, actively exchanging information. The 2 huddled together, each sharing their experiences. Hello, don't you like cola? Luo Fan asked curiously, looking at In Xiaoran. Beer was naturally out of the question, but cola?
He didn't see her move to drink it, she just held her chopsticks, quietly and slowly eating the dishes from the hot pot. After thinking for a moment, Luo Fan opened the mall and spent another 3 yuan to buy a carton of pure milk.
Here, try this? Luo Fan inserted a straw into the pure milk and offered it.
Although the little girl in front of him was a sequencer of the Luo family town squad, Luo Fan could tell that her relationship with the Luo father
and son duo didn't seem good. Luo Fan wouldn't be stingy with a carton of milk, hoping to build some rapport as a breakthrough.
Looking at the pure milk offered to her, the little girl's movements paused for a moment. She then leaned her head over, gently sniffed the straw, took a sip, and then held the carton of pure milk without putting it down. After drinking half the carton in one go, the little girl put down the pure milk in her hand, looked at Luo Fan, and her tender, clear voice rang out.
Thank you. It is our duty to eradicate evil and promote good. Xiaoran, you spoke. Come on, say brother Xiaohai. The little girl spoke, and Luo Xiaohai, who had been excitedly watching the two survivors fight, immediately turned his head, flashed a fawning smile, and spoke to the little girl. However, the little girl hugged a box of pure milk and remained silent, not even lifting her head to look at Luo Xiaohai. Xiaoran, you like drinking milk? Brother Xiaohai will get you a few boxes, no, a whole case, so you can drink until you're satisfied. How about that? Seeing that the little girl was
ignoring him, Luo Xiaohai continued speaking. The little girl, however, kept her head down, paying no attention to his words. It seems brother Luo Fan and Xiaoran are quite fated, Luo Dahai, who was nearby, said to Luo Fan after looking at the little girl in surprise. Luo Fan did not speak, merely glancing subtly at Luo Xiaohai.
The Luo father and son duo were ruthless individuals.
Yet, this little girl named in Xiaoran managed to command such importance from them, even making the arrogant Luo Xiaohai sound somewhat fawning. This made Luo Fan secretly wonder, it seemed this little girl had something special about her.
It's mine. This is mine.
Leaving aside the thoughts of the sequencers around the hot pot, on the other side, the two survivors fighting over 2 pieces of bread had finally
determined a winner and, simultaneously, life and death.
The dead man lay motionless on the ground, while the living man was injured, his head broken open by a rock, blood flowing freely, yet he joyfully held the 2 pieces of bread. And Xiaoran, who had remained silent the whole time, put down the empty pure milk carton, seemingly full after drinking the milk, and stood up, walking toward the survivor clutching the bread.
Missin.
Seeing Xiaoran walk up to him, the survivor tried hard to make his expression look friendly. All the survivors feared the Luo father and son duo. As for the little girl and Xiaoran, the survivor was clearly willing to approach her. And Xiaoran did not speak, but simply raised her palm toward the survivor. Following this, tiny spots of green light, like starlight, suddenly appeared and shimmered over the survivor's body.
In just about 10 breaths' time, the survivor's injuries rapidly healed. Thank you, Missin. Thank you, Missin. Feeling his injuries completely healed, the survivor thanked Xiaoran with immense delight.
However, Xiaoran still said nothing.
She turned and went back to rest in the squad's small truck, silent and tranquil. Support sequence? Healing spell?
Witnessing Xiaoran's actions firsthand, Luo Fan immediately recalled the 8 basic sequence awakenings that Zhao Chunfeng had previously told him
about.
Clearly, what the little girl named in Xiaoran had just performed was the basic skill of the support sequence awakening, the healing spell. Brother Luo, that little girl is actually a support sequence user.
You guys are so lucky.
Having a sequencer like that in the team means you can recover quickly from minor ailments, or even injuries sustained fighting fierce beasts.
Inquiring about someone's sequence awakening easily causes resentment and vigilance, but since Xiaoran openly displayed the healing spell, she essentially revealed her identity. Zhao Chunfeng said this to Luo Dahai with a mix of astonishment and envy. That's right. While combat sequences can provide fighting power when encountering fierce beasts and anomalies,
other sequences also have their own advantages.
The role the support sequence can play is extremely significant for a convoy.
What you said is certainly true, but you've seen Xiaowen's personality. She doesn't like interacting with people, so whether or not you receive her treatment largely depends on her own willingness.
Listening to Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Dahai shook his head with a wry smile. The hot pot meal left both parties quite satisfied. After Zhao Chunfeng and Luo Dahai exchanged information, the meal ended, and they each returned. Dad, where did you just go? Shouldn't we be setting off now? The Luo family town convoy was not in a hurry to leave. Luo Xiaohai asked when he saw his father return. I just went over to the Hope convoy to find out about their situation, Luo Dahai said with a smile. Find out about the situation? Luo Xiaohai looked at his father, confused. When they first met, he wanted to attack the Hope convoy, but what happened? His father scolded him for being too impulsive. But they were able to produce ranked fierce beast meat during the hot pot meal, shouldn't they run away quickly? Why did he actively go to scout them out? As long as you are willing to give them a little bit of supplies, those commoners are quite willing to chat with me. It turns out the Hope convoy's fierce beast meat was just a paper tiger, intended specifically to scare us. That Zhao Chunfeng is a prophecy sequence user. He decides which route they take every day and how long they can stay. And that Luo Fan just awakened his sequence 2 days ago. Only the injured Niu Dagung possesses fighting strength. Heaven is truly helping me. Luo Dahai said, a greedy look appearing in his eyes at the end. So? Zhao Chunfeng is the prophecy sequence user, and that Luo Fan must be the agricultural planting sequence user, which is why he could bring out fresh vegetables? And only Niu Dagung is injured? Hearing his father's words, Luo Xiaohai immediately sat up straight. Exactly, that's the situation, Luo Dahai nodded and smiled. With only one injured combat sequence member, wasn't this Hope Squad just fat meat delivered right to their mouths? Brother Zhao, a support sequence user. More importantly, that little girl clearly doesn't have a good relationship with the Luo father and son duo. Back inside Niu Dagung's bus, the three sequencers gathered together, and Luo Fan spoke first. Luo Fan, in this apocalypse, it's rare to encounter survivors. If we don't have to fight, it's better not to, right? Hearing Luo Fan's words, Niu Dagung, who clearly sensed Luo Fan wanted to attack the Luo family town squad, advised him. Brother Niu, if we had a support sequence user, someone could heal your injuries whenever you fight in the future, Luo Fan said to Niu Dagung. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, then added, I remember the second skill of the support sequence is shield, right? Brother Zhao, is this shield applied only to oneself, or can it be applied to anyone? The shield can be applied to anyone, Zhao Chunfeng replied. Hearing Luo Fan mention the benefits of the support sequence, Niu Dagung also hesitated, clearly tempted. Our Hope convoy adheres to the principle of equality for all. Even we sequencers will not seize supplies from ordinary people. However, that Luo family town squad treats other survivors entirely like slaves. When we encounter such evil people, we naturally cannot stand idly by. Eliminating evil and promoting goodness is our bounden duty. Zhao Chunfeng suddenly sounded like a bleeding heart saint and immediately stated his position. If I didn't know the real purpose of you leading those ordinary survivors in the convoy, I might actually believe your saintly speech. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan silently complained inwardly. However, since Zhao Chunfeng had stated his willingness to act, Luo Fan naturally couldn't contradict him. The owner of the van is an absolute beauty. Alright, 2-1, the minority obeys the majority. We must strive to liberate the survivors of the Luo family town squad, Luo Fan said, staring at Niu Dagung. Honestly, it's about taking action against the Luo family town squad, but when it comes from Zhao Chunfeng's mouth, the meaning is completely different. In short, they now have a justifiable reason for their actions. So, the next thing we need to consider is, how can we win the battle? We know that in Xiaoran is a support sequence, but the sequences of the Luo father and son duo are unknown. If we really make a move, how can we guarantee victory? Luo Fan asked, staring at Zhao Chunfeng. Do you remember how long we can stay here? Zhao Chunfeng said to Luo Fan. We can stay until around 12 p.m. You mean, kill with a borrowed knife? Luo Fan realized.
When they rested last night, Zhao Chunfeng said they could rest until noon today.
So, if they don't leave by noon today, they will likely encounter danger? Exactly.
We know, but the Luo father and son duo don't, Zhao Chunfeng nodded.
Then, how do we ensure that we leave and the Luo father and son duo stay put? Luo Fan followed up with a question. Yes, if their convoy leaves, the Luo family town convoy might not stay. If they also leave, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Don't worry, I have a way to make the Luo father and son duo stay.
Zhao Chunfeng smiled mysteriously, then said to Xiao Wang next to him, Xiao Wang, go call Rose over. Tell her I need her help with something.
Okay, brother Zhao.
Xiao Wang nodded and left.
Rose? Who is that?
Hearing this, Luo Fan was a bit confused. He had been with the Hope convoy for so long, and he had never heard of anyone named Rose.
More importantly, shouldn't this matter only involve sequencers? But, besides the three of them, was there a fourth sequencer hidden in this convoy? No need to wonder, you'll know in a bit.
Seeing that Luo Fan wanted to ask him, Zhao Chunfeng said, keeping him in suspense. Not long after, a mysterious figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, boarded the bus and closed the door behind them.
So it's this person.
Looking at the figure completely covered in a black robe, Luo Fan suddenly understood.
The Hope convoy had three vehicles. The first was Zhao Chunfeng's SUV, the second was Niu Dagon's bus. And the last one was a van.
However, the owner of this van didn't seem to be someone who had awakened a sequence, and was extremely mysterious, usually shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to clearly see her face. One could only say she was a very mysterious person in the convoy, yet her presence wasn't particularly strong.
Rose? This name seems to be a woman's name? Oh, brother Zhao, it's been a long time. You finally remembered me, huh? I thought you had almost forgotten about me.
After getting in the car, the black robe was directly removed, revealing a woman as ripe as a peach. Her voice was soft, sweet, and enchanting. Just hearing it made one feel a little weak. Looking at her attire, she wore a black hip-hugging skirt, a purple tight-fitting lace long-sleeve top, a pair of small leather shoes, and most notably, suspender stockings on her legs, with wavy hair. If seen before the apocalypse, she would definitely be a stunning urban beauty, a captivating temptress. But in this apocalypse, could such a dressed person still be seen? More importantly, it's the apocalypse, and she's still dressed like that? Brother Zhao, is this Miss Rose also a sequencer? Luo Fan forcibly averted his gaze and asked Zhao Chunfeng. Young brother Luo is joking, I don't have such good fortune as you to successfully awaken a sequence. Hearing Luo Fan's question, Rose reached out, wanting to touch Luo Fan's cheek. However, Luo Fan reflexively leaned back, dodging her fair hand. Not a sequencer? And dressed like that? What was this like? Seeing a vibrant, tempting mushroom in a dangerous jungle, what would be the situation with that mushroom? There's a 99.99% chance it's highly poisonous, right? So, even though Miss Rose was an absolute beauty, Luo Fan felt it was better to keep his distance. Little brother, still shy, seeing Luo Fan dodge her hand, Rose giggled softly, covering her mouth. Alright, Rose, stop playing. You can release your little rat today, let the Luo family town squad father and son duo keep it, Zhao Chunfeng said to Rose. Brother Zhao, my little darling is very fragile. I just saw the Luo father and son duo from afar, and they look fierce. If they harm my little darling, my heart will ache to death. Rose placed her hand on her chest, feigning a look of great distress. Her 5 fair fingers pressed deeply into her chest, making everyone who saw it feel parched. Alright, 30 gene of grain and 20 L of gasoline, how about it? Zhao Chunfeng clearly understood what Rose meant and directly stated his price. Deal, brother Zhao is indeed generous. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's offer, Rose immediately nodded in agreement. Hurry up,
We have to leave in at most half an hour, Zhao Chunfeng reminded after they had agreed. Don't worry, brother Zhao, when has Rose ever disappointed you? With an enchanting smile, Rose put on her black robe again, immediately covering her exquisite figure, and then got off the bus. Everyone, get ready. We'll have to depart in 20 minutes. After Rose left, Zhao Chunfeng asked Uncle Li to inform the survivors to prepare for departure. Brother Zhao, what's the deal with Rose? And that little rat? Luo Fan asked Zhao Chunfeng curiously. Luo Fan, most fierce beasts are ferocious. Since there was still some time, Zhao Chunfeng didn't mind enlightening Luo Fan. However, there are a very small number that do not actively attack humans, and some even have no combat ability. The money rat is one of them. Legend has it that the money rat only appears where there are treasures. And Rose? She was lucky enough to encounter a newly born money rat. This little money rat remembered her scent and regards her as its mother. When searching for supplies, she finds good things more easily than others. Do you think the Luo father and son duo would leave if they discovered a money rat appearing here? Zhao Chunfeng explained Rose's situation and his plan to Luo Fan. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Luo Fan suddenly understood. One could only say that the Hope Convoy actually had such a talent. The Luo family's dubious weapon. Dad, the Hope Convoy is packing up, preparing to leave. Should we make our move quickly? Luo Xiaohai had been paying attention to the Hope Convoy's situation and spoke up. No, we'll leave with them. Since Zhao Chunfeng is of the prophecy sequence, and they're leaving, it's highly likely that a fierce beast might pass through here. Luo Dahai shook his head. After all, it was an apocalypse escape with no clear destination. As long as it was safe, they would definitely stay as long as possible. Therefore, seeing the Hope Convoy leave, Luo Dahai felt that a fierce beast must have been attracted. Alright, we'll leave too, then find an opportunity to act. Luo Xiaohai also thought it made sense and nodded. However, just as Luo Dahai was about to pack up and get ready, a golden light suddenly caught his attention. Squinting his eyes to look closely, wasn't that golden object a mouse the size of a fist, peeking around as if searching for something? Most importantly, this mouse actually had many patterns on its body, forming the shape of copper coins. Is that the legendary money rat? Seeing the golden mouse, Luo Dahai was ecstatic. Luo Dahai had heard about money rats before. They were usually only found where treasures were present. So, is there treasure nearby? Dad, let's go. Sitting in the driver's seat of the squad's only box-type van, Luo Xiaohai called out to Luo Dahai. The Hope Convoy had already set off, so we should follow suit, right? Xiaohai, wait. Luo Dahai said reluctantly, his eyes fixed on the money rat. Although there was a high probability of fierce beasts appearing, having seen the money rat, how could Luo Dahai still move? Let's wait a bit longer. Judging by the money rat's appearance, perhaps a treasure would be found soon? Dad, what is that thing? Following his dad's gaze, Luo Xiaohai also saw the money rat and asked, somewhat surprised. It didn't look like an ordinary mouse. Before the apocalypse, he had never seen such a mouse while living in the village. So, was it a fierce beast? But, this fierce beast seemed too small, didn't it? Sure enough, the Luo family town squad didn't move. When the Hope Convoy left, Luo Fan and the others naturally kept an eye on their movements. Thus, after the Hope Convoy had traveled about 4 or 5 kilometers, Niu Dagong and Luo Fan both got into Zhao Chunfeng's SUV, and the three of them turned back. Brother Zhao, your prophecy sequence doesn't have combat power, does it? Looking at Zhao Chunfeng, who was driving, Luo Fan couldn't help but ask. That's right, for attacking the Luo father and son duo, he and Niu Dagong were enough. What was Brother Zhao, who had no combat power, going to do? Although the prophecy sequence has no combat power, it doesn't mean I can't borrow the power of external objects, does it? Zhao Chunfeng glanced at Luo Fan. Borrow the power of external objects? Hearing this, Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng in confusion. It's only been a few months since the apocalypse. You haven't really forgotten that our world is a world of technology, have you? Zhao Chunfeng lifted his clothes, revealing a pistol tucked into his waist. Brother Zhao, you actually have a gun? Where did you get it? Aren't firearms in our country very strictly controlled? Luo Fan asked, surprised yet enlightened, as he looked at Zhao Chunfeng's gun. That's right, although those who awakened their sequence possessed supernatural powers, they were still only stronger than ordinary people. If truly hit by a thermal weapon, they still couldn't withstand it. It's the apocalypse, is anyone still controlling your firearms? Shoo! Zhao Chunfeng retorted to Luo Fan's words, then made a silencing gesture. The car stopped by the roadside, then the three of them got out and continued walking forward. After walking about several hundred meters, Luo Fan and the others saw the Luo family town squad ahead. From a distance, they could see the Luo father and son duo already in battle. The fierce beast attacking the Luo family town squad appeared to be a huge black bear, as strong as a wild ox. Moreover, and more importantly, this black bear's body was not covered in luxuriant fur, but a layer of thick black armor, like a beetle. Luo Dahai held a large bow, drawing it with an arrow, and his aim was extremely high. But unfortunately, the arrow shot at the fierce beast caused limited damage, only barely piercing the black bear's shell, leaving minor superficial wounds that only made the black bear more enraged. As for Luo Xiaohai, his palms continuously pushed forward, and energy balls the size of fists blasted towards the black bear. These two father and son were both long-range attackers, kiting this black bear with hit-and-run tactics. When the black bear charged at Luo Dahai ran desperately, while Luo Xiaohai behind him continuously hurled energy balls. When the black bear turned to chase Luo Xiaohai, it was Luo Xiaohai's turn to run, and Luo Dahai was frantically shooting arrows from behind. Spell sequence, the flying missile skill? Watching Luo Xiaohai continuously throw fist-sized energy balls, Luo Fan quickly identified the corresponding sequence awakening an ability in his mind. However, when Luo Fan's gaze fell on Luo Dahai, his brows furrowed slightly. Brother Zhao, among the 8 sequences, I haven't heard of one that uses bows and arrows. Luo Fan asked Zhao Chunfeng in confusion. That bow seems to be a ghost artifact. Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Dahai and said, Ghost artifact? Hearing this, Luo Fan stared intently at the bow in Luo Dahai's hand. Just as Zhao Chunfeng's prophecy sequence had no combat power but could use firearms to provide it. Was Luo Dahai's combat power mainly manifested through the bow in his hand? So, Luo Dahai shouldn't be a combat sequence awakener either? They only have Luo Xiaohai as a combat sequence member? Watching Luo Dahai fight entirely relying on his sequence or physical attributes, without displaying any combat skills, Luo Fan continued. When do we make our move? Seeing the black bear being led around by the Luo father and son duo, Niu Dagong couldn't help but ask, eager to act. No rush, wait a bit longer. My divination result was very dangerous, which is why we had to leave before 12 o'clock. But, looking at the strength of this black bear, there's no need for us to avoid it. De Gang and Luo Fan, you two could hunt it down. So, there should be another variable later. Seeing Niu Dagong's eagerness to rush out, Zhao Chunfeng stopped him. In a simple sentence, this black bear wasn't strong enough to warrant the Hope convoy avoiding it. Niu Dagong trusted Zhao Chunfeng's words, so he nodded and said no more. Luo Fan also perked up, thinking Zhao Chunfeng's words made sense. Indeed, being led around like a dog by the Luo father and son duo, unable to get close at all, the black bear was covered in wounds and burning with even greater fury. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, and the black bear's body actually inflated like a balloon, expanding in other size. Its armor was even darker and shinier, looking like solid steel plates. This black bear has advanced a rank. Seeing this, Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed in a low voice. The smiling tiger and the little fox. The original black bear fierce beast stood over 2 meters tall, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Now, after advancing to a higher stage, the black bear's physique had expanded even further, approaching 3 meters in height. You should know that at this height, if it stood in an ordinary house, the black bear's head would directly touch the ceiling. The Luo father and son duo were practically like children in front of this black bear. Oh no, Xiaohai, run! Feeling the black bear advance to a higher stage and its aura become incredibly heavy, Luo Dahai cried out in alarm. Whoosh! After advancing to a higher stage, not only did its strength improve, but the black bear also seemed to become smarter. Facing two opponents with long reach, it directly scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground, pressed it firmly with its bare paw, and then hurled it towards Luo Dahai. This compacted dirt was surprisingly like a stone, it didn't scatter. Do we still need to fight? Niu Dagang said with some hesitation, looking at the black bear that had advanced to a higher stage. The fire-wrought bird that had advanced to a higher stage earlier was already so strong. Now, this black bear that had advanced to a higher stage was clearly even more terrifyingly strong. Wow, such a big black bear, how much meat would that be? How many people could it feed? Luo Fan looked at the nearly 3-meter-tall black bear, which must have weighed over a ton, and exclaimed in admiration. These words made Niu Dagang's heart stir. Luo Fan, this battle is up to you, Zhao Chunfeng said, looking at Luo Fan. Me? I'm only a LV2 sequencer, I'm a bit nervous? Understanding Zhao Chunfeng's meaning, facing such an incredibly strong, heavily armored, but clumsy fierce beast, his sap control effect was very important. But Luo Fan felt that, as a mere LV2, putting too much pressure on himself wasn't appropriate, right? If we kill that black bear, I'll give you an extra 100 caddies of meat. Not nervous now, are you? Zhao Chunfeng said. Brother Zhao, I think Luo Dahai's bow is pretty good. I'm quite afraid of death, and I feel that the assassination sequence isn't suitable for me in close combat, let alone when I'm low level, I'm too fragile. Luo Fan put forward his request. Alright. After only a second or two of consideration, Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. After all, among the 3 sequencers, he already had a gun, and Niu Dagang couldn't use it, so giving the bow to Luo Fan was indeed the most suitable option. Don't be afraid, we're here. After Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement, Luo Fan shouted loudly, then quickly ran towards the battle circle. This is the Hope Convoy sequencers? The Luo father and son duo were originally retreating for their lives. Now, seeing Luo Fan and the other 2 coming over, their hearts stirred. Although the fierce beast that had advanced to a higher stage was powerful, it had only just advanced. And here, with so many sequencers attacking together, there might be hope? More importantly, the meat of a fierce beast that had advanced to a higher stage could be eaten, and could even rapidly improve a sequencer's strength. Thump, thump, thump. Clutching his iron rod, Niu Dagang charged towards the black bear with heavy steps, an extraordinary aura emanating from his iron rod. He unleashed the heavy strike skill, savagely smashing it onto the black bear's body. Although the black bear was massive and thick-skinned, it stumbled from Niu Dagang's blow. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xiaohai reacted quickly, raising his hand and blasting a flying missile towards the black bear's face. On the Luo family town convoy's side, when the black bear fierce beast first appeared, the survivors had already retreated far away. And Xiaoran in the carriage also looked over here. Seeing Luo Fan and the others coming to help, and Xiaoran was silent for a moment before jumping out of the small truck and walking towards the battlefield. A vibrant green light pulsed on Niu Dagang's body, and then Niu Dagang felt the spot where he had been stabbed by the fire-wrought bird's claws rapidly heal. Is this the support sequence? This healing effect is too immediate, isn't it? Feeling his wound quickly heal, Niu Dagang secretly marveled, glancing at Xiaoran. Whoosh! Niu Dagang's heavy strike made the black bear feel that he was the biggest threat. It raised its massive bare paw and slammed it down fiercely towards Niu Dagang. Brother Niu, you still have time to be distracted at a moment like this. Seeing the bare paw about to land on Niu Dagang, Luo Fan's heart tightened. He rushed towards the black bear, clutching his beast-toothed dagger. However, at this critical moment, Luo Fan simply didn't have time to control it. However, at this very moment, an oval-shaped gray energy shield suddenly emanated from Nyo Dagon's body, firmly enveloping him. Crack!
Under the black bear's attack, this shield immediately collapsed and shattered like a glass cover.
The bear paw, though momentarily hindered, continued to strike down at Nyo Dagon with undiminished force.
Nyo Dagon raised his hands to block, and then felt as if he had been hit by a truck, his body being sent flying several meters away. What terrifying strength! Even after being partially absorbed by the shield, this power completely overwhelms me. Feeling his arms go numb, as if they had lost all sensation, Nyo Dagon was secretly astonished. If he hadn't also activated his overlord body effect, his bones would have been scattered just now, right? Whoosh! Seeing Luo Fan and Nyo Dagon engaged in close combat, the Luo father and son duo, who were ranged attackers, naturally unleashed their attacks.
Without worry, Luo Dahai's arrows, swift as lightning, assailed the black bear. Luo Xiaohai's flying missile blasted towards the black bear's face. The spell sequence is the highest damage sequence. In terms of destructive power, the attack power of this flying missile even surpassed Nyo Dagon's heavy strike. Sap! Luo Fan leaped high, knocking the hilt of his beast-toothed dagger against the black bear's head, while also shouting the skill's name in a rather Chanibu fashion. With a height of nearly 3 meters, Luo Fan really had to jump high to reach the opponent's head. The powerful control skill of Sap made the black bear's head go blank, its eyes unfocused. Although the stun effect lasted only for an instant, Luo Fan's timing was perfect. By the time the black bear recovered, an arrow had already shot directly into its eye socket. At the same time, the flying missile also landed on the black bear's face. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed. Although the black bear's carapace was thick, like it was carrying a turtle shell, its eyes were, after all, unprotected. This arrow shot directly into its eye socket, bursting one of the black bear's eyeballs. Excellent archery! Luo Fan raised his thumb, praising loudly. Excellent sap! Luo Dahai replied, praising Luo Fan's perfect timing with the sap. A moment earlier or a moment later, it wouldn't have had such an effect. Those two are quite fond of each other. Zhao Chunfeng, who was observing from the side, secretly grumbled to himself, listening to Luo Fan and Luo Dahai praise each other. However, in Zhao Chunfeng's opinion, these two were one a smiling tiger and the other a little fox. This mutual appreciation would probably only last until the fierce beast was killed. Luo Fan's fighting style is sinister. With one eye shot out, the black bear was enraged. It grabbed the arrow, yanked it free, ripping out the eyeball along with it. Then, now one-eyed, the bear glared viciously at Luo Dahai and charged on all fours straight for him. Though bears look chubby and harmless, they're actually faster than humans. This bear-type beast was like a high-speed tank. Ack! Knowing ranged attackers couldn't let the enemy close, Nyo Dagon roared, stepped in front of the bear, and activated Iron Body to boost his defense. Massively. Brother Nyo, he's too straightforward, isn't he? Luo Fan muttered, watching Nyo Dagon risk his life to shield Luo Dahai. Weren't we just discussing how to take the Luo father and son down? So when it came to real combat, did he actually treat them as teammates? At the same instant, another gray shield blossomed over Nyo Dagon and Xiaoran's shield skill reinforcing him. Nice one! Luo Fan silently praised as Xiaoran swiftly added the shield. Bang! The enraged bear slammed into Nyo Dagon, flinging him like a rag doll. The shield shredded like paper. Flying missile. Desperate to save his father, Luo Xiaohai raised his hand and fired a missile. The fist-sized energy round exploded in the bear's face, but the beast ignored it, its remaining eye still locked on Luo Dahai. Its hate was now fixed entirely on him. About 10 meters away, Zhao Chunfeng's face was ashen, coins lay scattered on the ground as he raised his pistol, silently counting, 1, 2, 3. Bang! Without hesitation, Zhao Chunfeng fired, the bullet left the muzzle. The moment he shot, his legs gave way and he collapsed. Sap! At that instant Luo Fan reappeared beside the bear's head,
shouting as he rapped the beast's skull with the pommel of his beast-toothed dagger. Though bears run faster than men, Luo Fan, being a level 2 assassination sequencer, could outrun any human. So he caught up with the bear. The sap left the bear dazed for a split second. In that instant its sprinting brain blanked, momentum hurled it to the ground, carving a long furrow with its massive bulk. At the same moment, Zhao Chuanfeng's bullet drilled into the bear's other eye. A more horrific roar burst out as the now blinded bear thrashed wildly. The bullet had not only burst the eye but pierced deep into the skull. Seeing the beast's death throes, Luo Fan instantly retreated to Zhao Chuanfeng's side. "Brother Zhao, nice shot, crack marksman," he exclaimed. Neither Luo Dahai nor Zhao Chunfeng were combat sequencers, so they relied on ghost artifact bow and pistol, yet their aim was freakishly precise. "Brother Zhao, what's wrong?" Luo Fan asked, worried at the man on the ground. "Ignore me, move," the pale Zhao Chunfeng forced out, utterly drained. "Move? Move for what?" Luo Fan understood at once. "Uncle Luo, that arrow just now, pure archery genius," he called, walking toward Luo Dahai with a grin. "Your sap was perfectly timed. How's brother Zhao?" Luo Dahai returned the smile. "Old problem, nothing serious," Luo Fan waved it off. "After fighting side by side, our two teams are brothers now. When the bear's dead we'll split the meat evenly," Luo Dahai declared. "Of course, brothers from now on," Luo Fan agreed readily. "Luo Fan, watch out," the struggling Niu Dagan yelled from afar. Luo Fan sprang, lightning quick, straight at Luo Dahai. Whoosh! A fist-sized missile whistled past him and blasted a crater where he'd stood. "Sap," he shouted, thrusting his short blade at Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai swept his bow up, parrying the dagger. Seeing the savage beast tooth point inches away, he gritted his teeth. "You called sap, this doesn't look like it." Sap was supposed to be a pommel strike to the head, yet Luo Fan was stabbing with the blade. This was sap? Damn, level 2 sequence is too low. This old man's not a combat sequencer, but his higher level gives him better stats than mine, Luo Fan silently cursed as his attack was blocked. As for shouting sap during the bear fight, he wasn't being cringe, he'd done it on purpose, even for the Luo's ears. Raise the dagger, shout the skill. Did that mean the skill triggered or not? Either way, you had to treat it as activated and guard accordingly. Like in demigods and semi-devils, Yuan used 6 meridian spirit swords were invisible. So whenever he pointed a finger, skill or no, you had to dodge or block as if it had fired. His thoughts flickered in an instant. Moments ago they'd been allies calling each other brothers, now blades were drawn. Luo Fan felt nothing, he'd expected it. He closed in again, swung the pommel at Luo Dahai's head, yelling once more, "Sap!" Again! Luo Dahai blocked, the sharp edge inches from his face, and cursed. Madness, what began as a pommel strike mid-swing turned into a thrust. Sap! He pressed the attack, chasing every advantage. Luo Dahai had no chance to knock an arrow, forced back step by step, using his bow as a staff to fend off the flurries. Though his sequence level topped Luo Fan's, he wasn't a combat type and could only rely on raw physical stats. Smack! Again Luo Fan stabbed, then, in a flick, flipped the blade and triggered sap at blinding speed. Luo Dahai's bow smashed into Luo Fan's left shoulder, numbing it instantly and draining the color from his face. But the pommel cracked against Luo Dahai's skull, leaving his eyes vacant. In that instant of stupor, Luo Fan drove the beast-toothed dagger straight into his throat. I finally have my own car. And Xiaoran, healing now. Watching Luo Fan's blade pierce straight through his father's throat, Luo Xiaohai glared at Xiaoran and roared. But ever since Luo Fan and Luo Dahai started fighting, and Xiaoran hadn't lifted a finger, she just stood there in silence. Hurry, heal my dad now. Or I'll kill you. Luo Xiaohai raised his hand, a flying missile hovering at his palm, snarling at Xiaoran. This autistic little girl had been almost impossible to communicate with back in the convoy, if not for her healing spell and shield being of some use, he'd never have tolerated her. But if she still refused to obey at a time like this, he wouldn't mind wiping her out. Facing Luo Xiaohai's threat and the missile in his hand, and Xiaoran said nothing, only gazed at him calmly. Her serene face showed no fear of death. And she still made no move.
Damn it, I hate that look of yours the most. Those unrippled eyes stared at him as if his threats were a joke, and Luo Xiaohai couldn't help cursing.
He'd once used every means to make, and Xiaoran totally obeyed beatings, confinement, even holding her head underwater.
But so what?
She faced every torment with calm, as though the pain meant nothing, and could even meet death unruffled. Torture was useless, she didn't care whether she lived or died. Luo Xiaohai had no choice but to keep her around. After all, for just a scrap of food she would, when the whim struck, cast healing or shield, still of some use. Now, under the threat of death, she still looked at him the same way, stoking nameless fury in Luo Xiaohai's heart.
Since you're really not afraid to die, then die.
The words fell, and gritting his teeth, Luo Xiaohai hurled the flying missile straight at him.
Xiaoran. Yet, faced with the oncoming missile, and Xiaoran acted as if she hadn't noticed, not even bothering to raise her shield. Boom!
The fist-sized missile slammed into her, the small body sent flying by the blast and crashing to the ground. A direct hit. Seeing her take the missile without dodging, Luo Xiaohai felt no surprise.
He raised his hand again, another missile forming.
Uncertain whether one shot had finished her, he prepared to add another.
Thud!
Just as Luo Xiaohai was about to fire the second missile, a sudden sharp pain stabbed through his chest. He looked down, an arrow had pierced straight through his heart. Not far away, Luo Fan knocked another arrow to his bow. Whoosh! A second arrow shot out, drilling straight through Luo Xiaohai's skull. Only then did Luo Fan relax and lower his bow.
TSK, this really is a fine piece of gear. He gazed admiringly at the bow in his hand. The bow was about 1.5 meters long, entirely pale white, and most striking of all, an eye was set at each end, eyes that could still move, eerie and sinister. Yet thanks to those eyes, the bow granted the trait of 100% accuracy. Luo Fan had once thought Luo Dahai's reputation as a master archer came purely from superb skill. Now it was clear it was mainly this ghost artifact bow's special trait. The black bear-type beast beside him deserved its rank, though collapsed, it still twitched slightly, not yet dead. Ignoring it, Luo Fan walked to Luo Xiaohai, pulled the arrows from his chest and skull, then went to Xiaoran. Sigh. Looking at the fallen girl, Luo Fan sighed inwardly. He could see the girl's autism, super late stage at that. Being able to cast healing and shield meant her sequence was at least LV6. Yet faced with Luo Xiaohai's missile, she hadn't raised a shield, hadn't even tried to dodge, serenely accepting death. It was simply staggering. Well, in a dog-eat-dog world like this, dying might actually be a kind of release, Luo Fan murmured ruefully, looking at the 7 or 8-year-old girl. Sorry, why you're not dead? He blurted when he saw Xiaoran's eyes open. The awkwardness was palpable. Struggling to sit up, Xiaoran glanced at Luo Xiaohai's corpse, then turned to Luo Fan and said in a childish voice, "Thank you." No need, I killed him for my own sake. He was trying to kill me," Luo Fan replied, waving his hands. As he spoke, he turned and began collecting the remaining arrows. Some of the arrows Luo Dahai had shot at the black bear had been blocked by its shell and fallen to the ground. And Xiaoran stood up, cast a healing spell on herself to recover 40–50% of her injuries, then quietly followed behind Luo Fan. A moment later the black bear finally lay still. Luo Fan cautiously lobbed 2 stones at it. Only when it didn't move again did he feel slightly relieved. After retrieving the arrows he counted 26, not bad at all, and he was quite satisfied. A ghost artifact with guaranteed accuracy, he now had some solid combat strength. "Brother Zhao, what do we do next?" As agreed, the bow was his. Slinging it across his back, Luo Fan called to Zhao Chunfeng. Zhao Chunfeng glanced at Xiaoran, who had quietly trailed Luo Fan the whole time, then looked at the other survivors from Luo family town and stood. "We're the Hope Convoy, as you all know. The Luo father and son duo are dead, you're free now. If you're willing, you can come with us. If not, you're free to leave. Our Hope Convoy is fair and free." "Free?" Fair? To these survivors who'd been treated as slaves, the words felt almost alien. It was the apocalypse, leave? After a brief stir, only 7 or 8 people chose to go. Zhao Chunfeng didn't stop them. More than 30 stayed behind. With a nod, Zhao Chunfeng incorporated the remnants of the Luo family town squad. Brother Zhao, Brother Niu, this minivan's mine now, right? Luo Fan climbed straight into the Luo family town squad small van and called to Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagang. A bountiful harvest. Luo Fan, isn't this a bit much? No complaints about giving you the bow, but the car too? Does this distribution really sit right with you? Listening to Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng rolled his eyes and, as he spoke, stretched out his right hand, rubbing thumb, index, and middle finger together. Every Chinese knew exactly what that gesture meant. In short, if you want the vehicle, fine, pay up. One survivor squad wipes out another, and in the end the cars and ghost artifacts all go to you? Exactly. Wanting your own ride is understandable, but if you give nothing, didn't we work for free? Even Niu Dagang beside him nodded. Brother Zhao, Brother Niu, what if I skip my share of Luo family town squad supplies? Realizing grabbing everything for nothing felt off, Luo Fan added. Besides one pickup, Luo family town squad had 2 ox carts loaded with gear. If nothing else, those 2 oxen were worth a fortune. All that loot had belonged to the Luo father and son, so by rights it was everyone's spoils of war. Still not enough unless you also take less fierce beast meat. Zhao Chunfeng shook his head. Brother Zhao, if that's how it is, we'll need to talk this through. Hearing Zhao still coveted his beast meat, Luo Fan practically bristled. Speak. You know me, if it makes sense, I'll listen. Zhao Chunfeng gestured invitingly. Well. And Xiaoran is a sequencer, right? Luo Fan pointed at the girl glued to his side. Of course. Zhao Chunfeng nodded. Fine. This pickup used to be Xiaoran's ride, now she's joined our convoy, so the truck should be her personal property, shouldn't it? That. Since Xiaoran chooses to stay with me, the 2 of us driving her pickup is perfectly above board, wouldn't you say, Brother Zhao? At last Luo Fan asked Zhao Chunfeng. After a long silence Zhao conceded, alright, I suppose you've got a point. As a support sequencer, and Xiaoran was naturally welcome in the convoy. And claiming the pickup as her private asset was fair. You don't confiscate a sequencer's personal belongings as war booty. As for whether she wished to stay with Luo Fan, one look at her shadowing him answered that. By the way, our squad now has 4 sequencers, Xiaoran and I should get half the beast meat, right? Securing ownership of the pickup put Luo Fan in high spirits, and he pressed on. Luo Fan, now you're just getting greedy, Zhao Chunfeng said darkly. Evolved fierce beast meat was priceless, and Luo Fan wanted half? Brother Niu, be the judge, when we killed the beast, didn't Xiaoran help? Doesn't she deserve a share? Luo Fan turned to Niu Dagang. I think he's right, the girl did contribute, Niu said. Having benefited from her healing and shield, and with his own sense of fairness, Niu couldn't deny it. Fine, whatever, Zhao waved a hand in surrender. All in all, crushing Luo family town squad left the victors swimming in profit. Luo Fan gained a pickup and half a beast carcass. The black bear weighed nearly a ton, add the double eyebrow ghost artifact and his haul was huge. Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagang each carted off an ox cart of supplies plus a quarter of the meat, no small prize either. Beyond the cargo, the oxen themselves were valuable. No wonder they say murder and arson earn you golden belts. Ancient wisdom never lies. Once the bear was butchered, Luo Fan's share came to about 300 kilograms of meat. Though the bear had been heavy, much of that weight came from its steel-like shell. Once that was removed, only 300 kilograms of flesh remained for him. Still, Luo Fan was satisfied. With the 2 squads merged, Hope Convoy swelled in size. After the black bear's death, danger seemed unlikely for a while, so instead of moving on, the united convoys halted to rest. And Xiaoran cast healing several times, mending her own and Niu Dagang's injuries. Zhao Chunfeng,
however, had collapsed earlier from forcing his divination to its limit, precisely calculating the moment to fire a bullet through the bear's eye socket and kill it. That backlash from overloading his sequence ability couldn't be fixed by healing. Meanwhile, Rose recovered her money rat. Per their deal, she received every promised benefit. While everyone rested, Luo Fan slipped into the pickup's cargo box. A panel van naturally carried supplies. Now that Niao and Zhao counted it as in Xiaoran's private property, they said nothing about the contents. Hell, the Luo father and son had stashed all their good stuff in here. Rice, flour, packaged biscuits, bottled water, survival staples. Plus 10 large drums of gasoline. There was even an induction cooker and a small freezer. Monocrystalline solar panels on the roof powered the vehicle amply. His warehouse space couldn't hold 300 kilograms of bare meat, so the freezer solved that headache. In short, the compact van was small but complete. Luo Fan asked ex-Luo family town members whether any survivor among them was a skilled mechanic. The Luo duo hadn't looked like automotive tinkerers. Ordinary folk wouldn't know what to do with a set of monocrystalline solar panels. Yet inquiries turned up no such talent. Luo Dahai was of the artisan sequence, and Xiaoran quietly explained. So that was it. Hearing this, Luo Fan understood. Artisan sequence, now everything made sense. But thinking of that sequence filled Luo Fan with regret. Pity the Luo pair had harbored evil designs. If the teams had truly united, gaining an artisan and a spell sequencer would have hugely boosted the convoy's combat power and survival odds. After another half-day's rest and tallying their gains, Luo Fan brought rations to cook with Niao Dagang. Then, led by Zhao Chunfeng, the convoy advanced several dozen li and halted at a mountain foothill. Zhao announced they could rest 4 hours here. Seizing the chance to sleep, Luo Fan dozed until midnight, when faint notifications flickered at the corner of his eye. Check-in successful. Acquired. Restrictions on the use of treacherous artifacts. Check-in successful, obtained 20 yuan, balance 34 yuan. The corresponding prompt made Luo Fan open his eyes. What? 20 yuan? When I was LV1, check-in was 10 yuan. Now that I'm LV2, check-in is 20 yuan? Good heavens, with this 20 yuan daily check-in bonus, I can have food and drink even if I don't scavenge for supplies, right? And what if I continue to level up in the future? Will the check-in bonus keep increasing? He opened his mall and checked. Sure enough, the mall page showed his balance was indeed 34 yuan. However, although his balance had increased, the items on his mall page had not refreshed, which made Luo Fan shake his head. He wondered when the next refresh would be. A moment later, Uncle Li's voice rang out, calling for everyone to continue moving. Zhao Chunfeng had said earlier that they could only rest for 4 hours, so it was about time in the middle of the night. Everyone got up and started moving. The first vehicle was Zhao Chunfeng's SUV, then Niao Dagang's bus, Luo Fan's small truck, and then Rose's van. The convoy started, followed by 60 or 70 ordinary survivors. Thus, led by the SUV, after a crooked journey through half the night, when the first ray of sunlight in the east began to shine on the land, the convoy stopped in a desolate area. Because of the rain, the convoy's water supply had been quite sufficient recently. In addition, yesterday, several sequencers teamed up to hunt a ranked fierce beast, and the meat was distributed. Therefore, those with some supplies in hand came to the sequencers, wanting to exchange for some bear bones to make soup. As for the meat, everyone understood that sequencers would gain strength by eating it, so they didn't dare to hope for meat, only wishing for some bones. For ordinary people, eating fierce beast meat was also a great tonic, and could even quickly cure minor illnesses like colds and fevers. As Luo Fan had received the most black bear meat, naturally, many came to him for exchanges. Food, drinks, clothes, and so on, as long as it was useful, Luo Fan was not stingy about exchanging. Having walked from midnight until now, many people were hungry, so the convoy members were all preparing breakfast. It's worth mentioning that the survivors from the Luo family town squad, because they had no supplies, Zhao Chunfeng generously lent them about 3 days' worth of survival supplies. And he stated that next time they scavenged for supplies, these people would all have to go and return what they borrowed. These survivors, having no food or drink, naturally nodded in agreement. No matter what, they had to get through this immediate hurdle first. Luo Fan took out a lot of bear meat, directly made a bonfire, hung the bear meat to roast, with flames licking at it. Luo Fan then sprinkled some salt, pepper, cumin powder, and the like on it. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted out. This black bear not only had a lot of meat, but more importantly, its meat was much more fragrant than that of the fire-rot bird. One could only say that although they were both ranked fierce beasts, there was still a significant difference between them. Oh? Roasting meat? I'll join in too. Smelling the aroma, Zhao Chunfeng also brought over 2 caddies of meat, hung it over Luo Fan's bonfire, and then unceremoniously used Luo Fan's seasonings on his own meat. Over at the bus, seeing Luo Fan and Xiaoran and Zhao Chunfeng gathered their roasting meat, 3 of the 4 sequencers were already assembled here. Niu Dagong naturally had no intention of isolating himself, and also brought over several caddies of meat. Luo Fan, you're quite handy with that bao, aren't you? Zhao Chunfeng poked the burning firewood and asked Luo Fan in a casual tone. He had clearly witnessed Luo Fan using Luo Dahai's bow and arrow to kill Luo Xiaohai. Yes, although it has a pair of eyes that look a bit eerie and terrifying, perhaps it's precisely because of these eyes that it comes with a built-in target locking function, making it quite handy to use. Luo Fan nodded. The assassination sequence is for close combat, but it's not as physically robust or defensively strong as the melee sequence. So, when his level was low, he was truly squishy and dangerous. Now with such a bow, providing a means of attack from medium to long range, it was naturally very important to Luo Fan. You should know the characteristics of ghost artifacts, right? Zhao Chunfeng seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded Luo Fan. Characteristics? What characteristics? Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng with some confusion. Well, it was normal that Luo Fan didn't know, as he had only awakened his sequence a few days ago. Ghost artifacts are tools crafted from parts of an anomaly. Therefore, all ghost artifacts generally possess supernatural special abilities. However, ghost artifacts are not that easy to use. All ghost artifacts actually follow a principle of equivalent exchange. That is to say, using a ghost artifact requires paying a certain price, or simply enduring side effects, Zhao Chunfeng reminded him. Ah. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's face showed surprise. The use of ghost artifacts actually had such restrictions? If Zhao Chunfeng hadn't told him, he would have been completely unaware. Then, how can one know what the side effects or price of a ghost artifact are? Luo Fan thought for a moment. He had used it a few times, but hadn't felt anything special. Presumably, Luo Dahai must have known, but unfortunately, Luo Dahai had already been killed by him. Some ghost artifacts, you'll know the side effects as soon as you use them, but others are hidden deeper, and you might only find out when you actually encounter them. Especially the latter, if it's a terrible side effect, like a chronic poison, it might be too late by the time you discover it. Your bow, I imagine, is one of those. So, before you know what its side effects are, try to use it as little as possible, Zhao Chunfeng reminded him. Understood. Hearing this, Luo Fan nodded seriously. Of course, generally, ghost artifacts also follow a rule: the more powerful the ghost artifact, the greater the side effect. This isn't absolute, but it usually applies to most of them. Then, Zhao Chunfeng thought of something else and added a reminder. Chatting and talking, the roasted meat was soon ready. Luo Fan took his down and cut it into small pieces with a short knife, like cutting steak. Then, Luo Fan took out 4 bottles of drinks, 1 for each person. However, looking at the drink in front of her, and Xiaoran just silently ate the roasted meat, showing no intention of touching it. Luo Fan asked, "Don't you like cola?" And Xiaoran shook her head slightly. Then, Luo Fan switched to a bottle of juice. But Xiaoran still shook her head. After that, Luo Fan switched to a bottle of Nutritional Express, and Xiaoran still shook her head. This child is really picky, Luo Fan's mouth twitched, seeing how difficult Xiaoran was to please. Thinking that she had finished the box of pure milk he gave her earlier, Luo Fan could only helplessly open them all and spend 3 yuan to buy her
another box of pure milk.
There was nothing he could do. His drinks were all collected from a hot pot restaurant, which had all sorts of drinks but no pure milk. After eating, Luo Fan felt a warm current in his abdomen. This was the energy contained in the fierce beast meat rapidly digesting and absorbing. These energies dispersed into his limbs and bones, slowly increasing Luo Fan's strength. Just as Luo Fan was lying in the car, peacefully feeling his strength increase, suddenly, someone knocked on the car door.
Luo Fan, come out for a moment, I have something I want to talk to you about.
Zhao Chuanfeng's voice was deliberately lowered, seemingly not wanting others to know.
Is full-time a bottleneck? Brother Zhao, what's up?
Rolling down the window and eyeing Zhao Chunfeng sneaking around beside his vehicle, Luo Fan asked in puzzlement. Right now Zhao Chunfeng looked downright shifty.
Luo Fan, can we talk over there?
Zhao Chunfeng said.
Luo Fan nodded and followed him aside. Brother Zhao, something you don't want others to hear? 2 things.
Zhao Chunfeng began. First, to kill that black bear I overdraft my strength. For a while the accuracy of my divinations will drop.
Luo Fan. Hearing this, Luo Fan's face tightened.
The Hope convoy had met so few beasts and anomalies only because of Zhao Chuanfeng's foresight.
Now its reliability was compromised? Did that mean the convoy would soon be ambushed like any ordinary survivor squad? Brother Zhao, how long to recover? Luo Fan asked gravely.
About 2 days, Zhao Chunfeng estimated.
Good, only 2 days.
We shouldn't be that unlucky, Luo Fan murmured. Why tell me alone, he added, puzzled.
Ordinary survivors would panic if they knew. Besides, De Gang's too blunt, telling him won't help much. Unlike you, scheming, sly as a fox.
Stay sharp these 2 days, Zhao Chunfeng explained. The reasoning made Luo Fan nod, then he caught on.
Wait, Brother Zhao, was that praise or a dig?
Pure praise, Zhao Chunfeng said solemnly.
You sure scheming and sly are compliments? Luo Fan asked, bemused. Were they operating under different dictionaries?
Come on, Luo Fan, it's the apocalypse, your cunning is exactly what the Hope convoy needs to survive.
Fine, cut to it. What's the second thing? I need you to eliminate someone. Luo Fan?
He simply stared, wordless.
Eliminate whom? Who in the convoy had crossed him?
When our squad met the Luo family town squad, Luo Dahai pried out some intel, that's why he dared covet our fierce beast meat, Zhao Chunfeng said.
Anyone undermining unity has to go.
You're the leader, act openly.
Who'd object? Luo Fan asked.
So why delegate the job?
You'll need authority so people listen when you take charge the next few days, Zhao Chunfeng replied. Fair point, Luo Fan nodded. After learning the snitch's identity they parted ways.
Brother Zhao's an odd one, Luo Fan mused. Back in his vehicle feigning sleep, he turned it over in his mind.
A convoy chief should guard his own authority. Yet Zhao Chunfeng let him build prestige? Wasn't he afraid a rising Luo Fan might threaten his position? Where people gather, politics and strife follow even in the apocalypse.
Knowing Zhao Chuanfeng's foresight would be offline 2 days, Luo Fan felt the weight on his shoulders, even resting in the vehicle he dared not sleep
too soundly.
So the convoy moved, rested, shifted again, and by dusk halted on a secluded meadow.
Woo woo woo.
As they stopped, a long whistle sounded.
Everyone turned toward the noise.
A few hundred meters away a railway cut across, a greenskin train rolled by, passengers visible in the cars.
A train? People escaping by rail?
Luo Fan gaped as it sped off.
Hope convoy survivors chattered enviously, eyes following the vanished train. To dodge beasts and anomalies they kept moving. But how could walking match a train?
Nothing odd about it, I know survivors flying in aircraft too, Zhao Chunfeng remarked.
Every transport risks nightly anomalies. Only one way to boost survival, keep climbing the sequence ranks. Brother Zhao, you really know a lot, Luo Fan said in genuine admiration. I awakened earlier than you, of course I know more, Zhao Chunfeng rolled his eyes. How long have you had your sequence? Luo Fan asked, curious. I was in the first wave, awakened right when the apocalypse began. And you haven't broken LV10 and specialized? Luo Fan exclaimed. First wave and still not a specialized sequencer? It's not just raw power after LV10, Zhao Chunfeng explained. LV10 to specialization is a bottleneck. Out of 100 sequencers, barely a dozen reach it. You'll understand once you hit LV10. Luo Fan nodded, filing it away. None he'd met, Zhao Chunfeng, the Luo father and son duo, had specialized yet. While they rested and chatted, an invisible ripple spread from Luo Fan. His eyes lit up. He'd leveled again? Assassination sequence, LV3. Bizarre attack. Zhao Chunfeng naturally sensed the rhythm emanating from Luo Fan and realized he had just leveled up. You, level 3? Zhao Chunfeng stared at him in surprise. So? A genius, right? In just a few days I awakened my sequence and even hit level 3. Luo Fan lifted his chin, smugness written all over his face. After all, it had only been 4 or 5 days since he'd awakened. Reaching level 3 in that time seemed to prove he was a prodigy. Dear readers, please bookmark our site Taiwan Novel Network, super smooth, read anytime. A seller praising his own wares. Zhao Chunfeng rolled his eyes at the cocky look. What? You've had your sequence for nearly half a year and you're only level 10. I hit level 3 in 4 or 5 days, how is that not genius? Are you jealous? Luo Fan's eyes widened. Sorry, half a year to hit level 10 is correct, but from awakening to level 10 took me only half a month, Zhao Chunfeng said. Ha? Big brother Zhao, you reached level 10 in half a month and then got stuck all this time? Luo Fan already knew from Zhao Chunfeng that the jump from level 10 to the specialized sequence was a bottleneck. But he hadn't expected the bottleneck to be this brutal. Zhao Chunfeng didn't linger on the topic. So, for basic sequence awakening, speed of leveling has nothing to do with being a genius. It's like an online game, hang around the starter village, get lucky and tag a few extra mobs, and of course you level fast. What's genius about that? Same principle applies to basic sequence awakening. Basic sequence levels rise easily, and fighting plus eating fierce beast meat greatly accelerates it. You've only been awake a few days, yet you fought 2 ascendant fierce beasts, battled a sequencer, and had beast meat to top it off. Level 3 is nothing strange. So much for thinking level 3 made him a genius. Zhao Chunfeng's cold splash of reality told him he'd overestimated himself. After dinner, Luo Fan tracked down the man Zhao Chunfeng wanted dealt with. In front of the Hope Convoy survivors he delivered a killing blow, a warning to the rest. Learning the man had secretly leaked intel to another convoy, the survivors felt no resentment toward Luo Fan's lethal act. After all, they'd seen how the Luo family town squad treated survivors. Anyone who could live in Hope Convoy preferred it to being the squad's dogs. With the deed done, Luo Fan's prestige in Hope Convoy rose a notch. He returned to his truck and rested with narrowed eyes. Knowing Zhao Chunfeng's divinations had been off lately, Luo Fan didn't dare sleep deeply. When midnight struck, the expected notification arrived right on time. Check-in successful, gained 30 yuan, balance 61 yuan. The flicker of text at the corner of his eye snapped Luo Fan awake. 30 yuan per day now? So level 3 equals 30 yuan? Each time my sequence level rises I get 10 more yuan per day? 30 a day, that's enough to live pretty well, isn't it? The raise in check-in money was naturally something to celebrate. And Xiaoran had been picky, loving pure milk. At 3 yuan a bottle, Luo Fan had thought it a bit of a waste. Now he felt supplying her with a bottle a day was nothing. Kids are growing, milk's good for her. Ah! As he mused over his newfound fortune of 61 yuan, a scream tore through the survivor camp, sharp in the silent night. Luo Fan flung open the door and jumped down.
That cry had roused many. The previously quiet squad snapped awake. When Luo Fan stepped out, he saw Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng exit as well. The three of them hurried over to investigate. By the survivors' sleeping area, a dozen people stood in a circle, voices hushed, terror thick in the air.
How am I supposed to live? Oh, how?
A woman in her 30s sat slumped on the ground, wailing. Beside her on a blanket lay a portrait of a man.
What happened?
Zhao Chunfeng stepped forward and asked. Chief, there's a ghost, the convoy's under eerie attack, someone stammered, face pale. It turned out the couple were young spouses fleeing on foot. At night they'd spread a blanket to sleep on. They had lain side by side, but when the wife woke needing the toilet, she discovered her husband had turned into a picture printed on the rug. The horror of it made her scream.
An apparition.
Seeing the husband reduced to a picture, every survivor felt dread. The night seemed filled with watching eyes.
Compared to fierce beasts, eerie phenomena were far more terrifying. Especially those formless ones whose abilities defied every law of science. A single encounter with such horror could wipe out an entire survivor squad. Turning a living person from 3D into a flat picture was completely beyond comprehension.
Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly an apparition, worse, they had no idea what it was or how it had flattened a man into a picture.
Ghost, help! Another cry rang out.
Luo Fan and the others sprinted toward the sound. Under dim moonlight a man stood, face twisted in terror, staring ahead. On the ground beside him lay another picture, another victim.
Did you see it? What did it look like? Niu Dagang barked at him.
Save me, it's right in front of me, the man shrieked, sprinting toward the sequencers.
Facing an apparition, only the sequencers offered any hope of survival. Right in front of him? But there's nothing there.
The words sank their hearts.
An invisible apparition? Or one others simply couldn't see?
Yet the thought was quickly dispelled. They had been viewing the man in profile. As he ran toward them, the angle shifted to full face.
Luo Fan saw it, an apparition materialized out of thin air.
It looked like a sheet even thinner than paper, grotesque and terrifying, visible only head-on. From the side it had seemed invisible. Locking onto the man, the paper-thin specter glided at him, passed straight through his body, and exited the other side. The fleeing man collapsed, instantly flattened into a two-dimensional picture. A collective gasp escaped Luo Fan and the others at the horrific sight. The rest of the survivors scattered in screaming terror. Despair, an unsolvable mystery of abilities.
Luo Fan, did you figure out how that thing just attacked?
Zhao Chunfeng asked Luo Fan, his face grave. I only saw the specter-like creature pass through someone, and then the person was turned straight into a picture.
Luo Fan looked equally grim. If you can't read the attack, you can't defend against it. Besides, this thing kills in an instant. Something this dangerous, Luo Fan wouldn't go near it even under threat of death. Who knows? If it phases through him, he might become a two-dimensional painting too. Sometimes these entities have abilities that simply defy reason. What the hell are you? I'll smash you to bits. Apart from Luo Fan's assassination sequence, the only fighter left in the convoy was Niu Dagang of the melee sequence. Watching the paper-thin entity kill a survivor in seconds, Niu Dagang raised his iron club and charged. Who brother Niu's got guts, Luo Fan marveled inwardly. Niu Dagang lifted his club, thick power gathered along the shaft as he smashed it straight at the entity. He had activated his heavy strike. Yet the creature floated like a sheet of paper, the strike's gust barely missed it as it slid aside. The mist blow cratered the ground, dirt flying everywhere. Niu Dagang reacted fast, kicking the shaft to swing the club up for another smash. But the thing hung in mid-air, immune to force, none of his attacks could even graze it. What did it feel like? Like when a bit of eggshell falls into the bowl and you try to pinch it out, only for the fragment to slip through your fingers every time. Bang! A gunshot. Zhao Chunfeng had drawn his pistol and fired. The entity looked paper-thin and fragile, as though any hit could destroy it. Yet both Niu Dagang's club and Zhao Chuanfeng's bullets missed completely. If you attacked slowly, it dodged slowly, attack fast, it evaded fast. No matter what, nothing could touch it. Realizing their attacks were useless, the entity suddenly stopped dodging and lunged straight at Niu Dagang. "Brother Niu, watch out!" Luo Fan shouted. The earlier survivor had been turned into a flat image after the creature phased through him. Knowing the danger, Niu Dagang reflexively hurled his club and rolled aside. At the same time, he performed a lazy donkey roll to evade. This time the creature failed to dodge the flying club, but the weapon simply passed through its body. Immediately, the iron club became a two-dimensional image projected on the ground. Hiss, not just living people, even objects get dimension reduced? Zhao Chunfeng gasped. "Brother Zhao, it looks like the entity can only attack at set intervals," Luo Fan said. "If everything passing through it were instantly flattened, why did it bother dodging yours and Niu's strikes?" Makes sense." Hearing Luo Fan's logic, Zhao Chuanfeng's eyes lit up. Right, if the dimension crush worked without limits, it could simply let all attacks pass through and flatten them. But even if that's true, so what? When it's not attacking, we still can't hit it. Do we just keep dodging forever? Daybreak's at least 6 hours away. Zhao Chunfeng saw the point, yet saw no real solution. A defense that lasts must eventually fail, mere evasion wasn't viable. In 6 hours the whole survivor squad might be wiped out, or at least half would die tonight. Known, when the entity attacks, anything passing through it is flattened. Known, when not attacking, it dodges. Conclusion, only when it's not attacking can it be injured. Problem, how do we actually hit it while it's evading? It perfect dodges every physical strike. Luo Fan's mind raced, desperately searching for a countermeasure. What do we do now? Even the reckless Niu Dagang, now weaponless, retreated, frustrated and helpless. Its abilities seemed tailor-made to counter him. Against other entities, victory or defeat was simply a matter of strength, no complaints. But this paper-thin thing looked fragile, yet rendered all his power useless. After using its power to flatten the club, the entity hovered in mid-air. Seeing no further attacks, it drifted lazily, evidently waiting for its ability to recharge. "Grab something and throw it when it attacks, its power has a cooldown," Zhao Chunfeng said, picking up a stone. Right after flattening the club, the entity's ability had entered a short cooldown. So tossing objects as it charged should buy a moment's reprieve. Hearing this, many distant survivors quickly grabbed whatever they could. Whoosh! The cooldown was brief, mere tens of seconds, before the entity lunged at Niu Dagang again. Niu Dagang instantly hurled his stone. Yet at the last instant the paper-thin body twisted agilely, dodging the rock, and kept rushing toward Niu Dagang. "I'm done for." With nothing left to throw, Niu Dagang stared at the onrushing entity, pupils shrinking in despair. All arrows returned to their source. Shwa! Just as Niu Dagang was about to be pierced by the ghost, an arrow shot through and skewered its body. The arrow itself then flattened into a two-dimensional image of an arrow. Ha! Luo Fan, thanks. Saved, Niu Dagang exhaled in relief and thanked Luo Fan. Its ability had been blocked again. The ghost hovered in mid-air, its gaze locking onto Luo Fan. Clearly, its hatred had shifted to Luo Fan. "What are you staring at?" Unfazed by the ghost's glare, Luo Fan cursed right back. Then he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. "Wait, Luo Fan, you're just wasting arrows." Seeing his move, Zhao Chunfeng tried to stop him. True, even his gun was useless, bullets were dodged. Could Luo Fan's arrows do any better? Even if he aimed perfectly, this ghost seemed to have an absolute evasion cheat activated. "Brother Zhao, this bow is a ghost artifact." "Know what its effect is?" Luo Fan kept his eyes on the ghost while the two eyes on the bow slowly zeroed in on it as well. "Its effect? Lets you hit your mark?" Zhao Chunfeng replied. "No, more precisely, it grants 100% accuracy." Luo Fan answered.
After Zhao Chunfeng warned him every ghost artifact demands a price, Luo Fan resolved to use it as little as possible. But now, pushed to the brink, he had no choice but to rely on this bow.
100% accuracy? Zhao Chunfeng's eyes widened.
If this ghost artifact always hits, yet the ghost can dodge everything, then firing at it would mean.
I don't know.
Like the ultimate spear versus the ultimate shield, how can we tell without trying?
Luo Fan said.
The words left his mouth as his fingers released the string.
Twang, an arrow shot out, swift as lightning.
Yet facing the shaft, the ghost twisted nimbly midair and dodged.
No good?
Watching the arrow miss, both Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng sighed inwardly. But a sudden change occurred, the evaded arrow whipped around in midair and streaked toward the ghost's back. Almost at once the ghost sensed the shift in air pressure, veered aside, and dodged again. Still, it wasn't over, the arrow curved once more and resumed its pursuit. What followed was frantic dodging by the ghost while the shaft chased like a heat-seeking flying missile.
It chases, it flees, can it ever escape? Without hesitation Luo Fan drew again, another twang, a second arrow sped out.
One arrow kept the ghost running non-stop, two arrows taxed it even further. Twang twang twang, he fired in rapid succession, loosing shaft after shaft at the ghost. In a blink over 10 arrows filled the air, leaving the ghost seemingly no room to evade. At last one shaft struck the ghost. Yet it took no damage, the arrow passed through and flattened into a two-dimensional image.
The ghost's ability had cooled down. I'm running out of arrows.
If I can't finish it in one go, once every arrow is turned into paper, I'll be powerless.
Going all in. With 10 arrows left, Luo Fan clenched his teeth and, while the ghost's skill cooled again, fired shot after shot.
Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng opened his mouth, then could only sigh in resignation. Using a ghost artifact carries side effects, yet for this fight Luo Fan had already unleashed dozens of shots. But with everyone's life and hope convoy hanging in the balance, Zhao Chunfeng could say nothing. Luo Fan had started with 26 arrows, minus the two flattened, every remaining shaft was now in flight. In the air, as if 10,000 arrows were returning to their source, 24 shafts pursued in a frenzy. The paper-thin ghost shook midair like an epileptic, harried by 24 arrows as its escape room shrank.
8 seconds, 7, 6. Luo Fan counted inwardly.
Watching the ghost's space compress, he silently kept time.
Ever since it first used its power, he had tracked its cooldown interval. Roughly 30 seconds. At the current rate several arrows struck each second, if he timed it right, the ghost's ability posed no threat.
He flipped his wrist and the beast-toothed dagger appeared, then he sprang forward like a cheetah. An arrow shot past, the ghost twisted right to dodge. Exactly then another arrow came from the right, forcing it to dodge back left. Luo Fan's spiritual power focused, eyes locked on the ghost and the surrounding arrows, at that instant his dagger shot out.
Sap. Sap was the only skill Luo Fan currently knew, and its activation speed far outpaced a simple strike.
Seizing the chance created by the arrows hurting, his pommel cracked square against the ghost's head.
So what if it had absolute evasion? With its movement completely restricted and no room to dodge, even perfect evasion became impossible. Every ability has its limits. Just like his bow, even with perfect accuracy, if the target was fast and agile enough, you could chase forever and still never connect. Sure enough, when its ability was active the ghost's body turned ghostly, able to pass through anything. But now, during cooldown, it had solidified, Luo Fan's palm had met solid resistance. Sap took effect and the ghost froze instantly. Like an esports match where, at the crucial teamfight moment, the connection lags for a split second. Only an instant, but that instant decided everything. Thud thud thud, shaft after shaft found their mark, swallows returning to nest. In a blink all 24 arrows riddled the ghost's body. LV6, shop update complete. All 24 arrows struck the paper-thin apparition, and the creature burned away like paper in flame, crumbling to ash. At the same instant, a surge of power welled up inside Luo Fan. Hard answering will, Luo Fan immediately sensed the change, his sequence had risen to LV5. It's done. If you, watching the apparition fall to Luo Fan's hail of arrows, Nyo Dagang exhaled in relief. Luo Fan, we really owe you this one.
Pity the thing left no materials behind. Zhao Chunfeng walked over, clapping Luo Fan's shoulder. The distant survivors burst into cheers when they saw the apparition slain.
Brother Zhao, killing an apparition really boosts power that much? I'm LV5 already. Feeling his sequence rise, Luo Fan asked Zhao Chunfeng in bewilderment. Perfectly normal.
Battle and energy-rich food both let a sequencer grow stronger.
Killing an apparition gives an even bigger leap.
After all, don't forget, the prerequisite for sequence awakening is slaying an apparition.
Had you not luckily owned a ghost artifact, that thing could have wiped us all out? Think of it like an online game. This was an elite-grade apparition.
Jumping 2 levels from LV3 is expected, Zhao Chunfeng explained.
So that was it. Hearing this, Luo Fan nodded.
So sequencers fight apparitions both to survive and to grow stronger. After all, every living thing instinctively seeks power, no justification is needed.
Keep at it, kid.
Once you hit LV6 you'll unlock the assassination sequence's second skill, and your strength will leap again. Patting Luo Fan's shoulder, Zhao Chunfeng spoke like a seasoned veteran. Indeed, every basic sequence grants one skill at awakening and a second at level 6.
For the assassination sequence, that skill is Lingshu Step, a rapid movement technique.
Invaluable for both combat agility and escape.
After all, the assassination sequence's style is high speed and burst damage, right? Thinking of Lingshu Step reminded Luo Fan of the woman he'd recently met, Lian Zicheng.
She too was assassination sequence, even a specialized one. Her invisibility had filled him with envy. The apparition was dealt with, only a few ordinary survivors lost. Overall, a timely victory.
The remaining survivors, much reassured, went back to rest.
Whether they could still sleep after the scare was another matter.
Luo Fan retrieved his 24 arrows and returned to the small van. Glancing at Xiaoran, reclined asleep in the passenger seat, he marveled, was this the bliss of being 7 or 8?
Kids that age could sleep through anything. The earlier ruckus hadn't even woken her. In the middle of the apocalypse she still slept like a log. On some level he envied her.
Dragging his gaze away, Luo Fan looked back at his bow.
Tonight the double-eye bow had rendered great service, yet after so many uses he still hadn't discovered its cost, which secretly unsettled him. It was like a stranger handing you food. At first you're delighted. But when the gifts keep coming you start to wonder, what does this person really want? Every ghost artifact demands a price, yet after using the double-eye bow for so long he'd found none. On the surface it looked like free usage, but that only bred greater unease. Shaking his head, Luo Fan set the bow aside. What he couldn't fathom he'd leave for now. In the end, rising his sequence level made the high risk worth the reward. From now on he could sign in for 50 yuan a day, right? 50 a day, life would be pretty comfortable. Only the mall's current stock was still limited. Who knew when the update would come? Must he wait until he became a specialized sequencer? The night passed uneventfully. Next morning, after waking, Luo Fan took some flour, bought a few bottles of pure water, mixed a batter, bought half a kilo of small green vegetables, and boiled a huge pot of dough drop soup. He called Zhao Chunfeng and Nyo Dagang over to eat. Wow, Luo Fan, you still have fresh greens? If I didn't know your assassination sequence I'd swear your agricultural planting sequence. The veggies were the rarest part. Nyo Dagang ladled himself a basinful and exclaimed. Even agricultural planting sequence would have to plant them. You must have stockpiled fresh produce earlier. Does your storage-type ghost artifact preserve them? Zhao Chunfeng also filled a bowl and speculated. Luo Fan hadn't hidden his warehouse space from the two of them. They were teammates who saw each other daily. Even if he tried to conceal it, exposure was inevitable. So he simply displayed his storage ability openly. Letting them assume it was a storage ghost artifact saved explanations. Xiaoran, here. Seeing in Xiaoran blow on her hot soup, Luo Fan bought a box of pure milk and handed it over. Thank you. Accepting the milk with both hands, and Xiaoran beamed. From now on he was a 50 yuan a day man, he could afford to be generous in the mall. Even the soup was made with pure water.
Why drink collected rainwater when clean water was available?
10 bottles of pure water, a jean of greens, 1 box of milk, 16 yuan total, easy. After eating, the convoy started up and resumed its aimless roaming. Zhao Chuanfeng's divination really had gone off. They were attacked by 3 fierce beasts along the way. Normally you'd be lucky to meet one every few days. Fortunately none of the beasts had entered a rank, so they were dealt with easily. 2 days later Zhao Chuanfeng's ability fully recovered and the Hope convoy regained its former calm.
Sure enough, once his sequence reached LV5, Luo Fan's daily sign-in gold rose to 50 yuan.
These days they ate fierce beast meat and drank clean pure water.
Luo Fan even splurged on a tray of eggs for variety. He also bought a pack of toilet paper and a tube of toothpaste. 50 yuan now covered both survival staples and daily necessities.
4 days later, past midnight, the Hope convoy was still fleeing when a notice flashed at the corner of Luo Fan's eye.
Sign-in successful, plus 50 yuan. Balance, 112 yuan. Sweet, another 50 in the bank, Luo Fan thought cheerfully.
Moments later a familiar pulse surged within him.
Still at the wheel, Luo Fan's face lit up.
4 days of eating black bear meat had finally pushed him up another level, LV6. Almost simultaneously enlightenment struck, the Lingshu step skill had awakened. At the same time a new line scrolled across his vision.
Notice, mall update complete. Spiritual void step. The mall updated, which means his money can buy more things now, right? Survival supplies are as vital as strength in this apocalypse.
Hitting level 6, awakening a new skill, plus the mall refresh, Luo Fan was instantly wide awake. First, he sank his mind into the mall page. Sure enough, more items had appeared. Take the food section, 3 new products had been added. The first was apples, 10 yuan a jean.
Next, chocolate, 50 yuan a jean.
Finally, table salt, 2 yuan a bag.
All 3 were crucial to him. Fresh fruit, like fresh veg, is probably rarer than meat in the apocalypse, right? And salt? Essential for humans, yet who can guarantee finding it every time you scavenge? 2 yuan a bag? That's salt freedom right there. As for chocolate, 50 yuan a jean?
Pricey, but if he ever has spare cash he'll stash a jean.
He then clicked into the drinks section. Sure enough, several new beverages had arrived. Canned beer, 500 milliliters, 5 yuan a can. Coffee, 20 yuan a cup.
And dirt cheap soy milk, 2 yuan a cup. Tisk tisk, from now on it's soy milk at breakfast, beer with meals, and the odd coffee to show off, appear saintly in public, he muttered inwardly.
Coffee can wait, 20 a cup is steep.
If it were 20 for a box of instant he might brew a cup for fun, but right now 20 buys 20 bottles of pure water, no way he's splurging on a
single cup. Curious, Luo Fan kept scrolling.
The daily goods shelf added 2 items, shampoo, 50 a bottle, he shook his head.
50? Might as well rob me.
A bar of soap is only 5 yuan and can wash hair just fine. It's the apocalypse, having soap for hair is already bliss.
With his current 60 yuan daily sign-in gold, practicality comes first.
The other new item, umbrellas, 30 yuan a box.
Ahem, we'll revisit that. After skimming past the umbrellas he looked elsewhere.
Bedding section, new entry, silk quilt, but the price was eye-watering at 500 yuan a piece. Winter's still far off, no rush. If he ever loots a silk quilt while scavenging, that's 500 saved.
Save where you can, spend where you must. Wait, what's this?
In the energy section a new product had appeared.
No. 92 gasoline, 200 yuan for a 30-liter barrel.
Pricey, yes, but being able to buy fuel is life or death for escape. Yesterday Niu Dagang had said his truck's gas was running low and was discussing with Zhao Chunfeng where to refuel.
Without gasoline, the vehicle becomes scrap.
Luckily, his pickup still had some stored by the Luo father and son team, so he wasn't worried for now.
The medicine shelf also restocked, cold meds at 15 yuan a box and anti-inflammatories at 20. Further down, the familiar updating notice reappeared. After a thorough check, the update was substantial. Apples, chocolate, salt, beer, coffee, soy milk, shampoo, umbrellas, silk quilts, gasoline, cold meds, and anti-inflammatories, 12 new items in total. Originally, 60 yuan a day had felt comfy, but looking at these goods, he realized it's still a bit tight. Gasoline tops the must-have list. A barrel every 3 or 4 days, he'll have to push his sequence level higher. Others level up just to get stronger, he gets stronger and unlocks more supplies, double the joy. At LV10 his daily sign-in gold will only be 100 yuan. He wondered, once he reaches the specialized sequence, how high will the daily gold climb? Shaking his head, he shelved those random thoughts. The mall update was great, but his newly awakened Lingshu step mattered just as much. For the assassination sequence, high agility is mandatory. Now with Lingshu's step, his survival and combat power had leapt. Glancing at Xiaoran still sleeping soundly, he smiled. The girl's severe autism left her unruffled even by death, unafraid, she slept in peace. Luo Fan gently pushed open the cab door. Thanks to absorbing the Luo family town squad, Hope Squad was now sizable. Everyone seized this rare chance to rest and savor a moment of calm. Not wanting to disturb them, he activated Lingshu's step. Instantly, Earth's gravity felt halved. It was like floating in water, weightless and agile. Footsteps that once echoed in the hush were now nearly silent. With a bound he vaulted 4 or 5 meters, rolling mid-air before landing without a sound. Whoa, with this height I could jump straight from the first floor to the second. Feeling his newfound leaping power, he was elated. That height rivaled the qigong of martial arts films. When scavenging in towns, such hops between buildings would be invaluable. And entering towns is unavoidable for gathering supplies. If he keeps growing, could Lingshu step let him cosplay Spider-Man, leaping between rooftops? Shaking off the notion, he focused again. Jumping was clear, next came speed, the real key. He inhaled, triggered Lingshu's step, and sprinted off to test his new running speed. Sorry, I'm already level 6. Lightning fast. This was a phrase that flashed reflexively through Luo Fan's mind after he used Lingshu's step. Running with Lingshu's step, Luo Fan felt incredibly fast. Although his physical attributes hadn't improved significantly from LV5 to LV6, his speed in Lingshu's step state was more than double what it was before. Moreover, when he ran, his feet seemed to merely skim the ground, making almost no sound. Luo Fan was an assassination sequence user, so his agility was higher compared to Niu Dagong's melee sequence. For a simple comparison, an ordinary person's 100-meter sprint speed is roughly equivalent to a car going 30 miles per hour. And Luo Fan? Because he was an assassination sequence user, his full sprint speed reached about 60 miles per hour. This speed was already quite exaggerated. After all, if someone gave you a 50% slow debuff in an esports game, the speed difference would be too obvious. Therefore, Luo Fan, at only LV6, ran even slightly faster than LV9 Niu Dagong. Yes, after eating fierce beast meat and fighting fierce beasts and anomalies for these past few days, Niu Dagong's sequence level had also risen from LV8 to LV9. Getting back to the main topic. Now, with Lingshu's step activated, Luo Fan's speed surged again. If he went all out, Luo Fan estimated that his current sprint speed should be over 100 miles per hour. Although he couldn't maintain a full sprint for long, he would feel fatigued after only 2 minutes. However, at critical moments, he thought it would still play a huge role. Moreover, under Lingshu's step's buff, he didn't need to sprint at full power. If he only maintained a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour, he believed he could sustain it for a long time. After thoroughly testing the speed changes between sprinting and normal running, Luo Fan was very satisfied with the Lingshu step skill. Having a rough understanding of his Lingshu step ability, Luo Fan then turned to go back to his vehicle to rest. As Luo Fan walked back, he heard strange sounds coming from the edge of the convoy's encampment. With the sequencer's eyesight, Luo Fan looked in the direction of the sound under the moonlight and found that it was a couple of wild ducks in the Convoy having a good time. Luo Fan recognized the man. He was a motorcycle rider in the convoy. Luo Fan also found the woman somewhat familiar. After careful identification, wasn't it the one whose husband turned into a two-dimensional image a few days ago? Luo Fan remembered how miserably she cried when her husband died. Had she already hooked up with another man so quickly? Luo Fan shook his head, feeling a little nostalgic and emotional, but he could actually understand her. With her husband dead in this apocalypse, she either had to die or rely on another man. Otherwise, a woman alone would find it difficult to survive. Besides, it was a consensual matter, so he couldn't say anything. Returning to the truck, Luo Fan saw that Xiaoran was still sound asleep. Not wanting to wake her, he lay on the seat, feigning sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, Luo Fan cooked a pot of porridge, stir-fried some small green vegetables, and also fried 2 large pieces of bear meat. Breakfast was simply dealt with like that. The porridge and small green vegetables were simple yet extraordinary. As for the bear meat, Luo Fan said he didn't want to eat something so greasy early in the morning, but since the fierce beast meat was related to the improvement of his sequence level, he could only force himself to eat it. Here, for you. In addition, Luo Fan, as usual, bought a carton of pure milk and handed it to Xiaoran. Thank you. Xiaoran took Luo Fan's milk and thanked him. Her words of thanks were noticeably much smoother now. Luo Fan smiled and silently shook his head, then looked at his mall page. His balance was 81 yuan. However, he had bought some things that morning. For example, tissues, eggs, the plate of small green vegetables he stir-fried that morning was also newly bought, and for a taste of something fresh. Luo Fan also bought a jean of apples. 1 jean wasn't much, just 3 or 4. Luo Fan planned to take them out and taste them on the way. It had been several months since the apocalypse, and he had eaten almost no fruit for months. Luo Fan, this doesn't look like an escape, it's more like a road trip. Luo Fan and Xiaoran were eating breakfast when Zhao Chunfeng came over and couldn't help but comment on Luo Fan's breakfast. Look, he had porridge, stir-fried small green vegetables, and pure milk to drink. How would survivors who could only gnaw on expired bread feel about this? You didn't come here just to say envious things, did you? Luo Fan glanced at Zhao Chunfeng. Luo Fan, do you have any more of these small green vegetables? I'll bring something to trade with you later. Noticing that Luo Fan's supply of small green vegetables had hardly run out these past few days, Zhao Chunfeng followed up with a question. Okay. Luo Fan nodded, not being stingy. However, even after he agreed, Zhao Chunfeng showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat down. Brother Zhao, is there anything else? Luo Fan asked. Don't rush, we'll talk about it when De Gang arrives, Zhao Chunfeng replied. Sure enough, after a while, Niu Dagong, who had also finished breakfast, came over and swallowed hard as he looked at Luo Fan's plate of stir-fried small green vegetables. What was there to say? Luo Fan also said he could spare Niu Dagong 2 jean of small green vegetables. Of course, according to the Hope Convoy's custom, they had to exchange supplies. Actually, today's main topic is about fuel. With Niu Dagong present, Zhao Chunfeng began, we don't have much gasoline left. I only have an SUV, and the storage space is limited to begin with. Although De Gang's bus has a lot of storage space, it also consumes a lot of fuel. The two of us probably only have enough fuel for 2 more days. What about you, Luo Fan? How much do you have left? Finally, Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan and asked. Luo Fan had taken over the Luo father and son duo's vehicle, so naturally, the supplies in the small truck silently belonged to Luo Fan and Xiaoran. So, only his vehicle would have some gasoline stored. There isn't much gasoline in the car either, only 8 barrels, all 30L barrels, Luo Fan replied. If it was just for his own small truck, 8 barrels of gasoline would naturally last for quite a few days. But if it was to support Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong, it wouldn't last long. They were part of a team, after all, and had supported each other, so there was naturally camaraderie. They couldn't just watch their two vehicles break down and become immobile, could they?
Adding Luo Fan's gasoline, it will probably last for about a week at most. So, within a week, we must find a place to resupply gasoline.
Actually, I already have a plan for a place to resupply gasoline.
Zhao Chunfeng spoke, and as he did, he pulled out a map from his pocket, unfolded it in front of everyone, and pointed to a location. This place, called Jiangxin Town, can resupply gasoline.
It's about 130 kilometers from us.
It will take us about 3 days to reach. However, even the optimal route I've chosen will encounter some trouble, so it's best to wait until Luo Fan's sequence level rises to LV6 and he has Lingshu's step. The chances of success will be greater.
Cough cough.
Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan coughed dryly, reached out to brush his bangs from his forehead, and said, "Brother Zhao, my apologies, but is
there a possibility that I'm already LV6? Brother Luo, I'll listen to whatever you say."
What?
You're already LV6? Hearing Luo Fan's words, Niu Dagang stared at him in astonishment. Good heavens, it hasn't even been 10 days in total, yet since awakening his sequence, he's already LV6?
That's right. I was sleeping soundly last night, and suddenly I reached LV6.
Luo Fan nodded, quite satisfied with Niu Dagang's reaction.
I've had my sequence awakened for almost 2 months now and just reached LV9.
Your growth speed is too fast.
You're practically a genius, Niu Dagang said, staring at Luo Fan in shock. There's no such thing as genius or not genius. Since I awakened, I've fought ranked fierce beasts, eliminated the strange entities, and eaten so much fierce beast meat. It's only reasonable that my growth is faster, Luo Fan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. But even so, your growth speed is still incredible.
It looks like I'll be at the bottom of the team soon, won't I?
Shaking his head, Niu Dagang said with a wry smile. That's right. Although Zhao Chunfeng has no combat power, he is at LV10 prophecy sequence. Don't look down on Xiaoran because of her age, she is also a LV10 support sequence. Now, Luo Fan's growth speed can be described as advancing 1,000 miles in a day.
Niu Dagang truly felt a sense of crisis. Was he really about to be last? Alright, let's discuss the matter of collecting gasoline next. Without letting Niu Dagang lament for long, Zhao Chunfeng followed up, steering the conversation back to the main topic. Hearing this, Luo Fan and Niu Dagang both composed themselves, nodded, and listened to Zhao Chunfeng. Firstly, although the trip to Jiangxin Town is not far, only 130 kilometers. However, those 130 kilometers are not a straight line, they must avoid danger, so they will not only circle around but might even have to backtrack. All this winding about means they will probably travel 300 kilometers. For those survivors traveling on foot, this is quite a distance, they would have to walk about 50 to 90 kilometers daily on average. Secondly, in the apocalypse, fierce beasts and strange entities run rampant. Although Zhao Chunfeng's divination ability can minimize danger, it cannot completely avoid it. One can only choose the lesser of two evils. When they inevitably encounter 2, or 3 to 5, fierce beasts, they choose the route that is easiest to handle. Therefore, they will encounter trouble over the next 3 days, and everyone should be mentally prepared. After the sequencers roughly discussed the plan for the next 3 days, the Hope convoy started moving. Sure enough, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Luo Fan was indeed able to sign in for 60 yuan every day. Except for expenses like buying pure milk, he saved all the rest. Therefore, his balance had reached 220 yuan. Everyone, Jiangxin Town is ahead. Entering Jiangxin Town to search for supplies this time will be dangerous. Please consider carefully. In addition to collecting your own supplies, everyone can also follow the sequencers to search for gasoline and bring it back, and then exchange the gasoline for survival supplies. Finally, the time limit for this search is 1 hour. If anyone hasn't come out after 1 hour, the convoy will not wait. After resting for 20 minutes, we will set off and enter the town. Uncle Li, still acting as Zhao Chunfeng's mouthpiece, announced this to everyone in the Hope convoy.
These words caused many people in the Hope convoy to secretly consider backing out.
They specifically reminded us of the danger? That must mean entering Jiangxing town this time is indeed very dangerous, right? However, those survivors who had merged in from Luo family town had no choice.
After all, they had borrowed many supplies from Zhao Chunfeng and must go in this time to search for supplies to repay the debt.
I won't go.
If I ration my food and water, it should last me for more than half a month.
Since it's so dangerous this time, I'll wait for the next opportunity. I want to go. Are you crazy?
Uncle Lee specifically mentioned the danger this time.
But didn't Uncle Lee also say that if we just collect gasoline, we can exchange it for supplies with the sequencers?
That means this time we can go in with the sequencers, fill up on gasoline, and even if it's dangerous, having sequencers around means there's still a
safety factor, right? That seems to make some sense.
After Uncle Lee finished his announcement, many survivors in the convoy began discussing animatedly. Some mustered their courage, wanting to enter the town to search for supplies. Of course, a large portion of them dared not enter. After all, every search for supplies is like gambling with their lives. Even if they succeed many times, just one failure means they lose their lives.
Luo Fan, the three of you will ride to Gang's bus in this time?
With the loading capacity of the bus, it should be enough.
Besides, with the three of you together, you now roughly have the scale of a coordinated team. They spent some supplies and hired some willing survivors to help Neo Dagon unload all the supplies from the vehicle. Going in with an empty vehicle naturally means they can haul out more supplies. Yes, that makes sense. Luo Fan nodded.
Although his small truck would also work, Luo Fan understood that both he and Xiaoran needed to fight, and there would be no one to drive.
At least Neo Dagon's bus still had Little Wang as the driver.
Following this, they set a 3322 distribution standard for the collected supplies. That is to say, of the supplies hauled out, Luo Fan and Neo Dagon, as the main combat personnel, would each receive 30%.
What about Zhao Chunfeng and Xiaoran?
As auxiliary members, they would each receive 20% of the supplies. On the other side, after Neo Dagon put on his gear, he held a fire axe in his hand.
Luo Fan felt that the gear Neo Dagon was wearing looked familiar. He looked closely. Wasn't it the carapace from the ranked black bear they had killed earlier?
Fist-sized pieces of carapace were drilled, then connected with ropes to form a makeshift armor, which he wore. Although Luo Fan obtained half of the carcass, and there was plenty of carapace, he hadn't considered wearing it. After all, for an assassination sequence, speed and agility are survival capabilities. Wearing such heavy armor would significantly impact his speed. The bus had been emptied, and the four of them discussed the distribution ratio of the collected supplies inside the vehicle. Everything was settled, and the time was almost up.
Zhao Chunfeng pulled open the car door, preparing to get out.
After all, as a prophecy sequence, he didn't need to go in and risk danger. But just as the car door opened, a cloaked figure squeezed onto the bus first. She lowered the large hood on her head, revealing a charming and gorgeous face. It was Rose. "Gentlemen, I want to go into Jiangxing town with you this time, is that okay?" Rose asked, her voice still the kind that made one's bones go soft.
Neo Dagon looked hesitant.
"No." However, Luo Fan spoke up directly, refusing her very decisively.
"Little brother Luo, just agree to let me come. As long as you agree, I'll listen to whatever you say."
Rose turned around, hugged Luo Fan's arm, pressing it deeply into her soft parts, pleading seductively. The words she spoke were not even suggestive, they were practically explicit.
"Half a human face."
Luo Fan silently pulled his arm away, looking at Rose with a hint of coldness. "If you simply want to follow us, you can be like those survivors on foot and trail behind our vehicles. But you insist on riding in the same vehicle as us.
What exactly is your motive?" Luo Fan's words made Neo Dagon realize the situation too. Indeed. If she just wanted safety, wouldn't following their vehicle like the other walking survivors suffice? She even had a van of her own. But insisting on getting into their vehicle and following them, that certainly felt suspicious.
Niu Dagong, who had been about to speak up and mediate, fell silent.
Little brother Luo, you truly have a heart of stone. Seeing Luo Fan's cold expression, Rose shook her head helplessly and said, "All right, I'll be frank.
Actually, my purpose for entering Jiangxing town this time isn't to gather supplies, but to search for treasure. Writing here, I hope readers remember our domain wcan.com, super worry-free."
Searching for treasure? Hearing Rose's words, Luo Fan's heart stirred slightly, and he thought of Rose's money rat.
Her money rat never fails to find treasure.
What treasure is it? Luo Fan asked.
I don't know the specifics, but my little gold is reacting very strongly, so it must be a major treasure.
Rose took out the money rat hidden beneath her cloak. Sure enough, the money rat looked extremely excited. What do you think?
Seeing the money rat's reaction, Luo Fan generally believed Rose's words, and he looked towards Zhao Chunfeng and the others.
You must decide this yourselves.
I can't help at all, so even if there is treasure, I won't take a share, Zhao Chunfeng said, waving his hand.
Then, Brother Zhao, could you divine the omen for searching for this treasure? Luo Fan then asked.
I can try that. Hearing Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng nodded, took out 3 coins, shook them a few times in his cupped palm, and then tossed the 3 coins onto the bus floor.
To Luo Fan and the others, these were just 3 coins.
But Zhao Chunfeng could interpret a wealth of information based on the coins' positions and heads or tails.
What does it say, Brother Zhao? Luo Fan asked.
From the divination sign, it is mostly ominous but carries a slight hint of auspiciousness. If I were to interpret more information, it would require at least 1 or 2 hours of careful deliberation, Zhao Chunfeng replied after a careful
interpretation.
Yes, interpreting a divination sign always requires time. The longer the time spent, the more detailed the resulting omen. Therefore, Zhao Chunfeng had spent a lot of time interpreting the signs when deciding on the convoy's route and the duration of stops for gathering supplies. Now, with this impromptu divination, Zhao Chunfeng could only interpret superficial details.
We only have an hour limit for gathering supplies in the town. We don't have time for a full reading.
Besides, looking at the clock, it will be dark in 2 hours, Luo Fan said, shaking his head.
So, should they go treasure hunting or not? Everyone looked at Luo Fan, waiting for his answer.
Unconsciously, Luo Fan had gained significant influence within this small group of sequencers. After all, among the 4 sequencers, Xiaoran was quiet, and Niu Dagong was a relatively simple-minded brute. Only Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng were sharp thinkers. Since Zhao Chunfeng wasn't going to enter the town for the treasure hunt, Luo Fan would clearly be the one in command if they proceeded. You stay in the vehicle and follow us. Whether we go or not, we'll decide depending on the situation later. There was a major treasure, but also danger.
Luo Fan couldn't make up his mind immediately, so he could only make this temporary decision and proceed cautiously.
Alright, our primary goal is to collect gasoline. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later.
Niu Dagong also nodded, agreeing with Luo Fan's assessment.
Although Luo Fan didn't agree immediately, Rose found the slight possibility acceptable, so she didn't press the issue further. There was no time to waste. After everything was clarified, little Wang started the bus and drove straight into Jiangxing town. Watching the bus start moving, the survivors who had decided to enter followed suit.
Jiangxing town looked quite large on the map.
Actually, there was a gas station right by the road on the outskirts of the town. However, since the apocalypse began months ago, most gas stations along the roadside had been emptied by escapees. Therefore, if they wanted fuel, they had to risk going deeper into the town to find gasoline there. Little Wang taped the map to the bus's central console, noted the marked location and route, and drove directly toward the spot Zhao Chunfeng had divined. Among the survivors following the vehicle, only a very small fraction began searching for supplies themselves upon entering Jiangxing town. Most carried their own containers, or picked up suitable ones they found on the road, and followed the bus to help fill up the gasoline. As expected, it was the dangerous place Zhao Chunfeng had mentioned. Shortly after entering Jiangxing town, they encountered an attack by fierce beasts. Nyo Dagang immediately got out of the bus, holding his fire axe, taking them down one with every swing. For a level 9 melee sequence user, as long as the fierce beast was not tiered, almost none could withstand a single swing of his axe. If one did, he'd use 2 swings. The deeper they went, the more fierce beasts appeared, but fortunately, this was just a town. Even though little Wang drove the bus at only about 20 yards, the vehicle reached its destination in just a few minutes.
This doesn't look like a gas station.
The vehicle stopped. Luo Fan shook the beast-toothed dagger in his hand, looking at a desolate factory building with its large iron gate closed, and spoke with confusion. He looked around the factory building. There was certainly no gas station within 100 meters.
Never mind, let's go inside and check.
Since old Zhao provided the map, it shouldn't be wrong, Nyo Dagang said.
Hearing this, Luo Fan nodded.
He had considerable trust in Zhao Chuanfeng's divination ability. Besides, they were already here.
Ah! However, just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out from behind them. What are you shouting about?
Luo Fan frowned and snapped at the person who yelled.
Just now, I saw a woman's face.
The person pointed to a window on the 2nd floor of the factory building and said fearfully.
Impossible, right? You must be seeing things. Are there other survivors still living inside this town? Another survivor nearby looked at the locked iron gate of the factory building and questioned him.
The skeptic made a good point, and the person who cried out didn't know how to respond.
Actually, I saw it too.
Half a woman's face at the window, peeking at us from behind the glass before pulling back. However, a short man in the crowd of survivors also spoke up.
One person might be mistaken, but 2? That seemed unlikely.
After all, the straight-line distance to the 2nd floor window was only about 20 meters. But it was impossible for anyone to be alive inside this dilapidated factory, especially since the large iron gate was locked from the outside. For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spine.
Brother Nyo, break the lock. We came all this way, we can't turn back now. After a moment of silence, Luo Fan spoke to Nyo Dagang. Nyo Dagang was highly decisive. With a loud clang, the fire axe smashed open the lock. Then, he slowly pushed open the rusty, large iron gate of the factory building. In this apocalypse, kill the Holy Mother first. Luo Fan swiftly delivered a single blow. As the large iron gate of the factory was pushed open, a spacious courtyard came into view. The ground of the courtyard was dirt and weeds, without any concrete hardening. It looked like an old factory building from the 60s or 70s, containing several 2-story structures. Even before the apocalypse, such a factory would likely not have attracted attention, and in the apocalypse, it was even less noteworthy. Wait, is that a fuel tanker?
After scanning the factory layout, Luo Fan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a fuel tanker.
No wonder this isn't a gas station, yet Chunfeng told us to come here to collect gasoline. So, there's a fuel tanker here. This makes things much easier. Little Wang, go check if that fuel tanker can start. Nyo Dagang also saw the fuel tanker, and his expression was overjoyed.
If the fuel tanker could start, there would be no need to transfer the oil, they could just drive the whole fuel tanker away.
As for why such a dilapidated old factory would have a fuel tanker? That wasn't important. Alright, Brother Nyo. Little Wang on the bus nodded.
The bus didn't rush into the factory, instead, he jumped down and walked toward the fuel tanker.
Let's go, we'll go in and take a look too. Luo Fan and Nyo Dagang exchanged glances and immediately stepped into the ancient factory.
Naturally, the silent and Xiaoran continued to follow closely behind Luo Fan.
So the gasoline storage here is a fuel tanker? What good does that do us? Exactly. If a few sequencers drive the fuel tanker away, won't we have come here for nothing?
I even specifically brought several containers for gasoline. Nyo Dagang and Luo Fan were overjoyed when they discovered the fuel tanker, but the faces of the survivors who came along fell. Originally, they followed the bus with the goal of loading up extra gasoline, which they could then trade with sequencers for various supplies.
Outside.
Especially the bones of ranked ferocious beasts, which were highly nourishing items even for ordinary people.
But now? If a fuel tanker is driven away, wouldn't they have served no purpose at all? They risked their lives to come here, only to get nothing in return?
Although they were in a foul mood, since the sequencers had all entered the factory, the survivors didn't dare stay outside and followed them in.
Luo Fan and Nyo Dagong walked up to the fuel tanker and examined it carefully.
Relatively speaking, this fuel tanker felt quite small. The tank itself even had clear spray paint marking its capacity as 2.16 cubic meters.
In other words, this fuel tanker only has a capacity of 2 tons? Roughly 2,000 liters.
Seeing the capacity marked on the tanker, Luo Fan silently shook his head.
This must be the smallest tanker available, right? If they could find a large 10-ton tanker here, that would be perfect. Of course, Luo Fan knew he was being overly greedy.
Originally, all the oil drums on the bus, when fully loaded, only held a few hundred liters. Being able to take 2,000 liters now was definitely an unexpected bonus. Nyo Dagong walked up to the tanker, leaped onto it, lifted the tank cover, and peered inside.
Luo Fan, it looks like there's only a small fraction of oil in here, Nyo Dagong said to Luo Fan. Alright, a small fraction? That probably means only 600 or 700 liters? This made Luo Fan's expression darken slightly. Excuse me, I object. We all came with you to collect gasoline. You can't take it all.
Just then, a young woman among the survivors spoke up, shouting at Luo Fan and Nyo Dagong.
Hearing this, Luo Fan turned his head, glanced at the woman, and asked calmly, in your opinion, then, what should be done?
Finders keepers, everyone gets a share. This oil doesn't belong to you, it belongs to all of us, the woman continued.
He smiled.
Hearing the woman's words, Luo Fan immediately showed a smile, one born of anger.
Sister, although our Hope Convoy upholds the principle of fairness, we found this tanker under the guidance of our leader Zhao Chunfeng.
After finding it, we still have to give him a portion according to the agreed-upon ratio.
As for you, you merely followed us for safety. Now you want a share of the oil we discovered? Aren't you taking too much for granted? Luo Fan said irritably. The containers we brought can't hold much oil anyway.
We're all here collecting supplies, and everyone who finds it should get a share.
Besides, this road doesn't belong to you. If you can walk here, why can't we? What's wrong with giving us a portion?
The woman was clearly provoked by Luo Fan's sarcastic address of sister, raising her voice several octaves as she argued vehemently with him.
Put.
The woman who had been loudly arguing with Luo Fan clutched her throat, looking at Luo Fan in disbelief. Blood rapidly flowed out between her fingers.
She collapsed onto the ground, struggling desperately to breathe.
But her throat was severed, and air leaked directly out. She struggled violently on the ground, but after a short while, the intensity of her struggles diminished until she finally lay still. The other survivors nearby were startled, quickly retreating several steps while staring at Luo Fan in terror.
So, kill the saintess first in the apocalypse? It's the apocalypse, and she still thinks the weak should be cared for? Luo Fan muttered to himself, shaking his beast-toothed dagger. At the same time, he looked at the other survivors and said, "What about you? Who else wants a share of the gasoline? Speak up." Hearing Luo Fan's words, the survivors who had originally thought the woman made some sense uniformly took several steps back, staring at Luo Fan in fright and shaking their heads desperately. See? Didn't that solve the problem instantly? Luo Fan felt secretly satisfied that the survivors had been intimidated.
Whether or not to share the oil with these survivors was a matter of he said, she said. Coupled with their self-interest, these survivors were implicitly siding with the woman who had just spoken.
Luo Fan knew very well that continuing the argument would only escalate the quarrel, and it was impossible to truly convince the other party.
Furthermore, if he only kept arguing, it would give the survivors the impression that he was weak and easily bullied. Now, this single strike instantly severed the survivors' delusions. This. Nyo Dagang, standing nearby, was relatively kind-hearted and hadn't expected Luo Fan to act so ruthlessly in public. However, though he opened his mouth, he said nothing. Having a conscience was one thing, but Nyo Dagang understood where his loyalties lay. Hey, everyone come look. There's a lot more oil here. It looks like this small factory is a black refinery. However, just then, Rose, cloaked in a black hood, suddenly shouted to Luo Fan and the others from the entrance of one of the factory buildings. A headless corpse, but its head is calling for help from upstairs? Hearing Rose's words, everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts, then ran to the adjacent factory building to check. Indeed, the factory building was covered in oil stains, but there was a significant amount of finished gasoline beside it. This is great, so much gasoline here. The survivors, who had been in low spirits, all broke into smiles. Looking at it this way, their trip wasn't in vain. With so much oil, it's more than enough to fill the fuel tank truck. Seeing the abundance of finished oil and the corresponding refining facilities, Luo Fan suddenly understood. This was a black refinery, so keeping it in this inconspicuous, old, dilapidated factory building wouldn't attract too much attention. No wonder there was a fuel tank truck in this factory building, it was probably used by the factory to transport gasoline. No wonder that fuel tank truck only had a 2-ton capacity, after all, it was just a small black refinery. Everything made sense now. Everyone, quickly start filling up the oil. Seeing the large quantity of finished gasoline, the survivors shouted excitedly. Wait, everyone, wait a moment. However, just as the survivors were cheering and preparing to swarm forward, Luo Fan shouted loudly. Hearing Luo Fan shout, all the survivors' expressions changed. No way? He wanted to monopolize the half-full fuel tank truck, so could it be that he also wanted to monopolize the finished oil here? Everyone, I'll pay 5 caddies of grain per person to hire you to fill up the fuel tank truck. After the fuel tank truck is full, wait another 10 minutes for you to fill your own containers. Is anyone willing? Luo Fan asked the survivors. Since so much oil was discovered, Luo Fan naturally wanted to fill the fuel tank truck completely. However, relying on just a few sequencers wouldn't be as efficient as having all the survivors help to fill it in the shortest possible time. As for the hiring price of 5 caddies of grain per person, Luo Fan didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted. Hire us to help fill oil. Luo Fan's words made the survivors breathe a slight sigh of relief. As long as Luo Fan wasn't stopping them from getting oil, it was fine. I think it's a good idea. Even if we fill our own, we still have to wait for their fuel tank truck to be full before we can leave. Why waste time waiting here for nothing? Exactly. If so many of us work together, the fuel tank truck only has a little over 1 ton of empty space, so it'll be filled quickly. Besides, there are 5 caddies of grain. That 5 caddies of grain can last us for several days, right? The survivors didn't think too much about the conditions Luo Fan offered and quickly agreed. Afterward, these survivors quickly got to work, rapidly filling their containers with gasoline. Luo Fan asked Nyo Dagang to guard here while he walked out of the factory building. Little Wang, you haven't started the truck yet? Luo Fan, upon stepping out, noticed Little Wang had already crawled under the fuel tank truck. Seemingly working on some wiring under the chassis, with only his lower body visible outside the vehicle. Little Wang? After calling out once and receiving no response from Little Wang, Luo Fan called out again. However, the only response Luo Fan received was still silence. Luo Fan's heart immediately sank, sensing something was wrong. Maybe he didn't hear the first time he was called, but he was right next to the truck, and he still didn't hear him? This is impossible. Don't come over. At this moment, several survivors who had filled their containers walked out and were heading towards the fuel tank truck. Luo Fan immediately spoke, shouting sternly. Hearing Luo Fan's harsh reprimand, the survivors, holding their gasoline, dared not approach. Luo Fan kicked Little Wang's foot, still getting no response. He then grabbed Little Wang's foot and pulled him out from under the truck. Ah! As Little Wang's body was pulled out, the nearby survivors immediately shrieked in terror. It turned out that little Wang's head was gone, he had become a headless corpse.
Is this a ghoul?
No, it's broad daylight, and the courtyard is bathed in sunlight, so it can't be a ghoul.
Is it a fierce beast? Seeing little Wang's head gone, Luo Fan's heart tightened.
The double-eye bow, always kept in his warehouse space, appeared in his hand. At the same time, he reached back and motioned for Xiaoran, who was beside him, to retreat behind him.
Apparently, having heard the commotion outside, Niu Dagang also quickly ran out of the factory building.
Seeing little Wang's headless corpse, his face also changed drastically.
Having been his driver for so many days, little Wang and Niu Dagang naturally had a good relationship. Now, without a single sound, little Wang died so inexplicably? Niu Dagang's eyes were bloodshot. Gripping his fire axe, he shouted at the surroundings, "What the hell is this? If you have the guts, come out, come out. Brother Niu, calm down."
Seeing Niu Dagang completely losing control, Luo Fan immediately pulled him and said. Having stayed in Niu Dagang's truck for several days, Luo Fan was also familiar with little Wang. Now that he had died so inexplicably, Luo Fan also felt angry. But Luo Fan understood even more clearly that the enemy was hidden while they were exposed, so they needed to be calmer. Being attacked by a fierce beast would be one thing, but not making a single sound was truly unsettling. No wonder Zhao Chuanfeng's divination specifically warned of the danger of this operation.
It had been smooth sailing before, so it was waiting for them here? If it weren't for the gasoline, Zhao Chunfeng would surely have made the Hope convoy avoid Jiangxing town, right? Wait, where's Ilong? Why is he gone? Yeah, where's little Jiang?
No, I remember there were 36 pedestrian survivors who followed us.
Now, there are only 28 left. When did so many people disappear? There's a ghoul. No, how can there be a ghoul in broad daylight? What exactly is going on?
Just then, the survivors also came out one after another. Perhaps because they saw little Wang's headless corpse, which died too strangely, these survivors suddenly noticed that people they were familiar with around them had mysteriously disappeared. Hearing this, Luo Fan carefully looked at these survivors. When they arrived, he hadn't paid attention, but now, looking closely at the numbers, over 30 survivors had become over 20. The number had visibly decreased.
What exactly is going on?
It's not scary to encounter powerful fierce beasts, but it's terrifying to encounter inexplicable things. Now, this situation felt truly inexplicable.
Brother Niu, Brother Luo, save me. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded. It was little Wang's voice. Luo Fan and Niu Dagang quickly looked.
By the second-floor window of the factory building, they could see little Wang looking over with pleading eyes. Because of the window's obstruction, only the upper half of little Wang's face was visible, the part below his nose was covered by the windowsill. Hiss! Little Wang's headless corpse was right here, but his head was by the second-floor window, and it was still alive? This made everyone gasp, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over them, chilling them to the bone.
A monster is blocking the door?
Eerie, the scene before them was too eerie. His head was gone, leaving a headless corpse. Logically, he should have been dead without a doubt. But what about it? His head was at the second-floor window, calling for help from everyone? Little Wang, seeing little Wang calling for help, Niu Dagang anxiously shouted and immediately prepared to run to the second floor to save him.
Brother Niu, wait, however, Luo Fan pulled Niu Dagang back.
They saw the window move, and then, below the windowsill, a slug-like creature slowly crawled up onto the windowsill. When this creature fully revealed its true form, all the survivors were even more terrified. It shouldn't be called a slug, but rather a snail. This was a snail about as thick as a normal person's arm, but its shell was little Wang's head. The snail's body extended from little Wang's mouth, crawling on the windowsill, moving little Wang's head forward. Yet, little Wang's head still had its own consciousness, mouth agape, letting the snail drag him to the other side of the windowsill. He couldn't speak, but his eyes stared intently at Luo Fan and the others, revealing a pleading look.
Silence. Although there were over 30 people present, a bizarre, deadly silence now filled the air.
Everyone watched in disbelief as little Wang's head, led by the snail, crawled behind the wall and disappeared.
What the hell was that thing? Little Wang, is he alive or dead? What kind of fierce beast is hidden here? Run, hurry, and run.
It was only after the head snail had crawled away for a long time that these terrified survivors slowly regained their stiff bodies and began to
chatter amongst themselves. Clearly, the scene just now was too terrifying, making everyone want to retreat. Brother Nyo, let's go. Luo Fan also said to Nyo Dagang. Encountering such a bizarre thing, Luo Fan's first reaction was also to flee for his life.
As shown in many horror films and TV series, when encountering something incomprehensible, the protagonist group always can't resist their curiosity
and goes to investigate, ultimately ending up almost completely wiped out.
Luo Fan would never do such a thing, he considered it brainless.
Knowing there's danger, yet still going forward out of so-called curiosity?
This can only mean the screenwriter forcibly lowered the protagonist group's intelligence.
Isn't the normal reaction to run?
But little Wang was just calling for our help.
Hearing Luo Fan say they should run, Nyo Dagon was clearly unwilling. Brother Nyo, snap out of it. Little Wang can't be saved anymore. Do you really want to risk such great danger, and even more lives, for someone who can't be saved? Right now, running is the priority. Luo Fan stared at Nyo Dagang and said loudly. These words made Nyo Dagang fall silent.
Indeed, little Wang was not a sequencer, just an ordinary person. Now that his head was gone, he was definitely dead.
To save him, would they sacrifice more lives? Everyone, retreat. Forget about the gasoline inside.
Luo Fan spoke, shouting to all the survivors. As he spoke, everyone turned and ran out of the factory building.
As for that fuel tank truck? Luo Fan didn't even try to see if it would start. Hearing Luo Fan's words, these survivors all held onto the gasoline they had already filled and followed him in retreat. As for those who hadn't filled up with gasoline, they didn't dare to go back for more.
So many people had disappeared without a sound, everyone now dared not stay for another moment.
This black refinery was simply too terrifying. However, just as Luo Fan and the others turned to run out of the factory building, they suddenly discovered that at the main entrance of the factory, countless bizarre slugs appeared from nowhere, blocking their way out. They were densely packed, causing people to feel an involuntary surge of trypophobia. Each slug was as thick as an arm. Kill our way out. Seeing the slug's actions, Luo Fan understood that the terrifying monster in the factory didn't want anyone to leave. In other words, it had taken everyone as its prey. So, there was no need to say more. The more the opponent tried to stop them, the more they had to do it. Since the opponent was blocking them from leaving, they had to fight their way out. Die. Nyo Dagon was already seething with anger. Now, seeing it was time to act, he roared, and his huge fire axe slammed down fiercely. With a crash, it not only severed several slugs but also created a large pit in the ground. Luo Fan also took out his beast-toothed dagger. His movements were much lighter than Nyo Dagong's. The dagger swung swiftly, and several slugs were immediately cut apart. From the sensation, Luo Fan felt as if he was cutting jelly. However, whether severed by Nyo Dagong or cut by Luo Fan, all the slugs that fell to the ground twisted a few times, then reformed into new slugs, continuing to attack Luo Fan and the others. One slug, when cut, would turn into two. Although smaller in size, their numbers increased. Ah! The densely packed slugs surged like a tide. Luo Fan and Nyo Dagong could still protect themselves, but two unlucky survivors, after being entangled by several slugs, screamed and fell to the ground. Then, more and more slugs crawled onto them, quickly devouring their bodies until only a head remained, inhabited by slugs, transforming into a snail-like form, with the head being dragged to the second floor of the factory building. Save me. The person, now only a head, was not yet dead. Their mouth was forced open by the slugs, and they spoke indistinctly,
pleading for help from everyone. This scene was exactly like little Wang's head, which they had just seen crawling on the second-floor windowsill. After forcing everyone back, these slugs showed no intention of pursuing further. They simply remained across the factory entrance, like an insurmountable chasm, blocking everyone's departure. Everyone was forced back, their expressions panicked, then they all turned their gaze towards Luo Fan. Although Luo Fan's decisive killing of the woman during their argument earlier had filled these survivors with fear, now, in this moment of near despair, all their gazes were fixed on Luo Fan. Clearly, they had placed all their hope of escape on him. Luo Fan remained silent, his mind racing. Firstly, from the slug's actions, it seemed they regarded everyone as trapped prey. It's like someone raising a group of pigs, they won't kill them all at once, but they won't let them all escape either, so they're penned up to be eaten slowly? Secondly, from this, it could be seen that the hidden monster possessed a certain level of intelligence. Finally, the heads must be special, which is why the slugs would carry human heads to the second floor, and even ensure the heads remained fresh. Brother Nyo, how long have we been in Jiangxing town? Luo Fan was silent for a moment, then asked Nyo Dagang. Nyo Dagang had a mechanical wristwatch, which Luo Fan had always known. When searching for supplies, Zhao Chunfeng would always give a corresponding time limit, and having a watch would allow for more accurate time calculation. Nyo Dagang looked at his wristwatch and said, "We've been in the town for half an hour." These words made Luo Fan's heart sink. Zhao Chunfeng had said the time limit was 1 hour. Had half an hour already passed? If night fell, who knew what terrifying oddities might emerge, leaving them with no way out? Then, there's no other way. We'll go to the second floor and kill that monster. Gritting his teeth, Luo Fan said with a resolute voice. If he could escape, Luo Fan would naturally do his best to flee, but if he couldn't, he absolutely wouldn't back down when it was time to fight for his life. A strange tree, a giant slug. A short knife at his waist and the double aibao in hand, Luo Fan and Nyo Dagang headed for the factory's second floor together, within Xiaoran sticking close behind Luo Fan. Although Luo Fan preferred not to use the double aibao, this ghost artifact, if he could help it, who knew what awaited upstairs? A ranged option was the safer bet. By the way, where's Rose? Did you see her, Luo Fan? Nyo Dagang asked suddenly as they climbed. Well, I think the only time I saw her was when we found the stored gasoline. Luo Fan thought it over. Yes, Rose had shouted that there was still plenty of oil inside, revealing the place to be a black refinery. After that, she'd vanished. Logically, since she'd entered town to hunt for treasure, she should have stuck with the other sequencers. She'd been gone so long, could she be dead too? Puzzled, Luo Fan quickly shook the thought away. Even if Rose had died, they'd never been close. Besides, they still didn't know if they could escape this factory, let alone go treasure hunting together. After all, night would fall in a little over an hour. Downstairs, the remaining 20-odd survivors huddled like sheep circled by wolves, trembling as they stared wide-eyed into the darkness, half expecting something monstrous to lunge out at any second. All hope of survival now rested on those few sequencers. If the sequencers could deal with the monsters, fine, if not, today would likely be their last. Luo Fan's group soon reached the second floor and saw what waited there. The entire floor was carpeted in dense, dark red vines that looked sickeningly bloody. At their center stood a small tree. Only about 2 meters tall yet lush with leaves, it was the sole beneficiary of the vast mat of vines siphoning nutrients. At its crown bloomed a single enormous flower. At the tree's base coiled a slug as thick as a water barrel, its body wrapped around the trunk. This was the very snail that had barred everyone from leaving. A slug shaped like a snail dragged its head toward the tree. Once there, the slug in its mouth crawled out and merged straight into the giant one. Luo Fan realized the factory hadn't been crawling with countless slugs, there had only ever been one. All the others were mere offshoots split from the main body. As the tiny slug left the mouth, several vines came alive, plunging into the head through its mouth, eyes, and nostrils. The skull deflated like a punctured balloon. The tree's seductive blossom flared with light, and one petal detached, drifting downward. The instant the petal landed, the slug's tentacle whipped out, curling it in and swallowing it whole.
What in the hell is that thing? Nyo Dagung muttered, face ashen at the sight.
Symbiosis, maybe, or farming, either way, we need to kill that oversized slug first, Luo Fan said grimly, eyes locked on the monster. The tree was uncanny, but the slug posed the real threat.
But every time you cut it, one turns into two, then four. Nyo Dagung protested. Indeed, the slug's ability directly countered Nyo Dagung's brute strength. More precisely, it shrugged off virtually all physical damage. Luo Fan sighed inwardly at Nyo Dagung's words. His assassination sequence and Nyo Dagung's melee sequence were both close-quarters physical types. If Nyo Dagung was countered, so was he. Let's try anyway. The paper doll ghost they'd met earlier had likewise nullified physical attacks. Luo Fan had dealt with it using the double eye bow. He drew the string again now. The bow's twin eyes snapped open, locking a spectral gaze on the giant slug. Luo Fan released, an arrow streaked straight for the monster. A wet thud, the sluggish creature couldn't dodge and was struck squarely. Yet the wound neither bled nor oozed, not a drop of fluid escaped. The body twisted, and moments later the embedded arrow was spat out, clattering to the floor. Blades made it split, arrows could hit but not hurt. Though he'd expected as much, Luo Fan still sighed at the sight. This slug was a nightmare to deal with. Now what?
Both of us are pure physical, our attacks do nothing, Nyo Dagung said, defeated. If physical won't work, we'll switch to something else, Luo Fan replied. The slug hadn't even reacted to the arrow, it clearly deemed the shots harmless and ignored the two of them entirely. That indifference galled both men.
Other forms of damage? Their sequences were physical, how could they use anything else?
Luo Fan raised his hand and produced a plastic water bottle. He flung it toward the slug. Knocking another arrow, he shot the bottle open the instant it hovered above the monster. The ruptured bottle spilled its contents in a shower. Luo Fan, that smells like, Nyo Dagung sniffed the sharp, familiar odor.
Right, gasoline. Fire should work, Luo Fan confirmed.
When the slugs had first blocked the exit, he'd retreated with this in mind. The factory had plenty of gasoline, he'd filled several bottles and stashed them in his warehouse space.
Sure enough, splashed with gasoline, the giant slug finally reacted. Its coils around the tree loosened, it reared half its body and faced the two men. Then its flesh split, birthing hundreds of tiny slugs that surged toward Luo Fan and Nyo Dagung. Arrows had drawn no response, but gasoline had finally provoked it. Burning in flames. Brother Nyo, hurry, light the fire. Luo Fan shouted, looking at the densely crawling slugs. Why would you think I'd be carrying a light source? Nyo Dagung asked, looking strangely at Luo Fan. Brother Nyo, aren't you too lazy? How much space can a lighter take up? Luo Fan twitched his mouth and complained. You have a storage-type ghost artifact yourself, why didn't you bring one? Nyo Dagung was also dumbfounded. No matter how small a lighter is, I'm not an old chain smoker like Zhao Chunfeng, so why would I carry one around? Remember the domain name of this site, the artifact for chasing Taiwanese novels is super easy to use. The gasoline was all prepared, but at the crucial moment, Luo Fan actually didn't bring a lighter? He dropped the ball at this time? Shaking his head, seeing the slugs rapidly approaching, Nyo Dagung raised the fire axe in his hand, ready to strike. Even if his attack wouldn't cause any substantial damage to these bizarre slugs, he couldn't just stand there and wait to die, right? Actually, I do have a lighter, Luo Fan suddenly changed the subject, seeing hundreds of slugs rapidly spreading toward them. Immediately, he took out a lighter, lit a flame, and threw it toward the slugs. Visibly, when Luo Fan took out the lighter and lit the flame, the slugs froze. But the lighter had already been thrown, and it was too late for the slugs to retreat. Boom! As the lighter landed, the slugs covered in gasoline immediately burst into raging flames, twisting and struggling frantically. It works! Seeing that the fire attack was effective against the slugs, Luo Fan and Nyo Dagung were overjoyed. Luo Fan, how did you figure out that fire attacks would work against these slugs?
Staring at one of the slugs, which quickly twisted and struggled under the scorching flame before going still, and whose body rapidly shriveled under
the raging fire in just a moment, Niu Dagang asked Luo Fan happily.
Brother Niu, there's so much gasoline downstairs, yet this slug is hiding on the second floor, plus this thing has intelligence, Luo Fan reminded
him. This made Niu Dagang realize the truth. Right, this slug obviously knew what gasoline was, so it didn't dare to approach and could only hide on the second floor? With this explanation, it was indeed reasonable.
You scoundrel, you clearly had a lighter, but you scared me just now. Although he found Luo Fan's explanation reasonable, Niu Dagang still complained.
Yeah, he had the presence of mind to tease him during a fight?
He really thought Luo Fan had messed up at the critical moment. Brother Niu, this thing knew we didn't have a lighter, which is why it dared to charge so boldly.
If I can't even fool you, how can I fool it? Luo Fan replied. Niu Dagang nodded in sudden understanding.
Thinking back to when Luo Fan fought the Luo father and son duo, deliberately shouting out skill names in a Chinibya style just to trick Luo Dahai.
Niu Dagang couldn't help but say, Luo Fan, you are truly cunning. Thank you for the compliment. Facing Niu Dagang's assessment, Luo Fan looked proud instead of ashamed. Wait a minute, what do you mean, if I can't even fool you, how can I fool it? I feel like you're insulting me, Niu Dagang asked Luo Fan, looking
like he had just realized. Brother Niu, be careful, this thing is acting strange, Luo Fan immediately said to Niu Dagang, his expression turning serious. Hearing this, Niu Dagang looked over and saw that, sure enough, after losing a portion of its clones, the giant slug had new movements. The giant slug's body visibly squirmed, and then split off a new slug. The new slug was smaller but soaking wet. The giant slug charged directly toward Luo Fan and Niu Dagang. As expected, this thing has intelligence. It actually split off the part of its body that was contaminated with gasoline into a separate individual? Seeing the slug's action, Luo Fan immediately understood what was happening. Without wasting words, Luo Fan took out all 3 purified water bottles filled with gasoline from his warehouse space, unscrewed the caps, and sprinkled the contents onto the ground in front of him. Raging flames turned into a wall of fire blocking the way, preventing the giant slug from approaching. Brother Niu, go downstairs. After temporarily blocking the approaching giant slug, Luo Fan shouted to Niu Dagang. Hearing this, Niu Dagang quickly shouted, Luo Fan, I'm not leaving. I won't abandon you, I want to fight alongside you. Luo Fan. Looking at Niu Dagang's appearance, Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a final farewell in a desperate situation. Brother Niu, what I meant was, go bring up more gasoline, Luo Fan said helplessly, clarifying his words directly. Oh, that's what you meant. I'll go right now. Realizing his misunderstanding, Niu Dagang said somewhat awkwardly and quickly headed downstairs. Seemingly understanding Luo Fan's words and knowing what Niu Dagang was doing, the slug, which had been hesitant to advance, immediately ignored the wall of fire blocking it and charged toward Luo Fan. Lingshu step. Seeing this, Luo Fan activated the Lingshu step state. Immediately, he felt his body become light as air. With a slight push off his foot, his figure quickly flashed, dodging the slug's impact. The slug slammed heavily onto the ground and immediately burst open, transforming into dozens of slug clones that rapidly spread toward Luo Fan. Luo Fan wielded his beast-toothed dagger quickly, slicing apart all the slugs that approached. Although he couldn't kill them, he could temporarily ensure his own safety. In the Lingshu step state, Luo Fan's figure was agile and swift. Coupled with his sensitive jumping ability, he could protect himself even when facing attacks from numerous slugs. Buzz! A layer of gray shield suddenly appeared without warning, enveloping Luo Fan. At the same time, 2 slugs charging toward Luo Fan were blocked by the shield. Luo Fan glanced back, and Xiaoran had cast a shield skill on him. Xiaoran, you should go down first. Although the slug's attention was entirely focused on him, Luo Fan couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't split off.
a part to attack in Shaoran. A support sequence existence truly had no self-preservation ability. Luo Fan, I'm here. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded from the stairwell. Niu Dagang was seen holding a gasoline barrel in each hand, standard 30-liter gasoline barrels. A full 60 liters of gasoline felt like nothing in Niu Dagang's hands, and it didn't affect his swift movement at all. Throw them all out, Luo Fan said. Hearing this, Niu Dagang threw the 2 gasoline barrels in his hands, one toward the slug and one toward the bizarre small tree. With a bang, they smashed onto the ground far away. The 2 gasoline barrels immediately cracked open, and the gasoline quickly flowed out. All of you, retreat downstairs, Luo Fan shouted loudly. Immediately, he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow toward the gasoline barrels on the ground. Clang! The arrow hit the sheet metal gasoline barrel, striking a spark. Then, raging flames immediately swept across the entire second floor of the factory building, and even scorching fire erupted from the second floor. Windows. Blood-red fruit. Beneath the factory building, all the survivors looked up at the second floor. Flames blazed fiercely, even gushing out of the windows. All the survivors turned pale with fright and distanced themselves further from the factory building. After all, the first floor was filled with gasoline. If the fire spread to the first floor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Fan and the others quickly retreated from the second floor. Looking at the raging fire upstairs, they wondered if such intense firepower would have burned the giant slug to death. The slug's characteristic of physical attack immunity was indeed a terrifying power. However, it feared fire attacks. It had formidable strengths but also obvious weaknesses, a severe imbalance. Niu Dagang said nothing, merely walked to the fuel tank truck, then used his fire axe to dig a large pit in the ground, and buried little Wang's headless body in it. When you read this, I hope readers remember our domain wkn.com. In traditional Huaxia culture, burial brings peace. Since he couldn't be saved, he couldn't be left exposed in the wilderness, could he? Seeing Niu Dagang's actions, Luo Fan came to the small grave he had casually piled up and mourned for a moment. All in all, they had lived together on the bus for a few days before, and their time together had been very pleasant. After a moment of silence, Luo Fan patted Niu Dagang's shoulder. Brother Niu, death might not be a release. In this messed up apocalypse, everyone is struggling to survive. No one knows what the future holds. The living must continue to find ways to live. We don't have much time left. Luo Fan's comfort re-energized Niu Dagang, who then pulled open the fuel tank truck door and got in. Rumble. Soon, Niu Dagang started the fuel tank truck. This made Luo Fan's eyes light up. So, even though little Wang was killed, he really did crawl under the truck and successfully fixed the fuel tank truck. Luo Fan, let's go. You drive the bus. After starting the fuel tank truck, Niu Dagang said to Luo Fan. Thus, the Hope convoy had one more vehicle, a fuel tank truck. Wait, Brother Niu, how much time do we have left? However, Luo Fan was not in a hurry to leave and asked Niu Dagang. Hearing this, Niu Dagang looked at his watch and said, there are 14 minutes left. We must leave Jiangxin town within 14 minutes. Since Zhao Chunfeng gave a 1-hour limit, it was likely that if they didn't leave after an hour, they would encounter something even more terrifying. Both Luo Fan and Niu Dagang had great faith in Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities. I'll go upstairs and take a look first. Hearing that only 14 minutes remained, Luo Fan said. Luo Fan was still quite concerned about that strange little tree. The giant slug seemed to have a symbiotic or breeding relationship with the strange tree. The slug only ate corpses, specifically leaving the heads for the ancient tree, and then the petals from the strange tree's flowers would fall and be eaten by the slug. Luo Fan instinctively felt that the strange tree must be something unusual. If there had been more time, Luo Fan would naturally have waited for all the flames on the second floor to extinguish before going to see, but now time was pressing, so he couldn't afford to worry about that. Moreover, during the time spent digging a grave for little Wang and mourning, the fire on the second floor had already diminished considerably. Okay, then hurry up. Hearing Luo Fan's words, Nyo Dagang evidently also thought of the strange tree and nodded. Time was pressing, and Luo Fan didn't even bother with the stairs. He took a deep breath, activated his Lingshu step, and then leaped directly from the ground to the second-floor window. Flames, the factory building on this second floor was still ablaze. However, Luo Fan was stunned when his gaze fell upon the strange tree. The giant slug was indeed dead, but it didn't seem to have been burned to death, rather, it had been killed by the strange tree. Several tentacles had directly pierced the slug's body, causing it to shrivel. Looking at the ancient tree, its vines had all retracted, indicating that the strange tree was also very afraid of fire. A figure, holding a torch made of burning material, was approaching the strange tree, or more precisely, approaching the strange tree's flower. "Rose?" Luo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Ever since he reminded everyone that this was the Black Refinery, he and Nyo Dagang hadn't seen Rose again and didn't know where she had gone. Luo Fan had originally thought she had also been killed, but unexpectedly, she appeared at this moment? More importantly, she actually dared to face this strange tree alone? "Little brother Luo, come quickly and help. This flower is about to bear fruit." Holding the torch for self-protection, Rose urgently called out to Luo Fan. Luo Fan looked closely. Indeed, the flower at the top of the strange tree was blooming with an eerie light, and then petals fell off, revealing a blood-red, translucent fruit. At the very core of the petals, the fruit looked to be the size of a fist, resembling a ruby. Rose held the torch, while her other hand collected the falling petals. These petals were treasures, but it was obvious that the most valuable thing should be the fruit it bore. Seeing this, Luo Fan quickly scanned the surroundings, then threw some burning material towards the strange tree, causing its vines to shrink back in. Fright! Then, the vines, like wildly dancing snakes, attacked Luo Fan. Luo Fan, holding his beast-toothed dagger, relied on the agility of Lingshu step to dodge and weave through the dancing vines, while continuously slashing with his dagger, severing them. From the severed vines, crimson sap flowed out, looking like blood, which was very terrifying. After all, he was a LV6 assassination sequence. Luo Fan's dagger was also very sharp, and the strange tree didn't have much resistance. In a moment, Luo Fan cut off 7 or 8 vines, and the surrounding area became somewhat clearer. Arriving before the basin-sized flower, Luo Fan could see that most of its petals had naturally fallen off, leaving only the fist-sized blood-red fruit shining brightly. "Little brother Luo, wait. The fruit will only be completely ripe when all these petals have fallen off." After collecting a dozen petals, seeing Luo Fan raise his dagger towards the fruit, Rose urgently shouted. "But..." However, Luo Fan ignored Rose's shouts. With a swing of his blade, he directly severed the stem of the flower and quickly stored it in his warehouse space. "We only have 10 minutes to escape. No time to wait for it to fully ripen." After putting away the fruit, Luo Fan glanced at Rose, then jumped directly out of the window. Hearing this, Rose also knew Luo Fan was right. She silently sighed, quickly put away her dozen or so petals, and frantically ran downstairs. A woman who escaped the factory and came back from the dead. Downstairs, the crowd that had been waiting charged straight for the factory gate. Nyo Dagang, who had already started the engine and left it idling, slammed it into gear. Everyone knew there were only 10 minutes left. If nothing went wrong, getting out of Jiangxin town should be easy. But what they feared most was that something would go wrong. Rose, running down the stairs, saw everyone sprinting outside and followed at once. The bus was parked right at the gate. The fuel tanker wasn't fast, especially on the factory's dirt floor that hadn't been paved. Luo Fan scooped in Xiaoran into his arms and leapt onto the top of the tanker's container. Setting Xiaoran beside him, he glanced at the survivors. Many were clutching jerry cans of gasoline. While he'd been upstairs, plenty of them had clearly taken the chance to fill up. Grab every scrap of supplies whenever you can. Ordinary people's iron rule in this mode. The tanker hadn't been full, which had annoyed him, but seeing the survivors had helped themselves cheered him a little. "Once we're outside, you can load your fuel onto the bus. Drop it and you'll run faster. Don't worry, the ride's free." Luo Fan shouted to the survivors. The bus was empty, but seating everyone was impossible. Who gets on and who doesn't? He understood the old saying, inequality breeds resentment. Yet it could still carry the fuel. Of course, he claimed dropping the fuel would let them sprint. He wasn't about to admit he feared their deaths would scatter the cans. Besides, if the fuel droppers died while escaping, that was on them. Then the fuel on the bus would be ownerless, wouldn't it? His hackles rose. As Luo Fan sat atop the tanker lost in thought, a sudden jolt of dread shot through him. Instinctively he looked up. On the factory roof beside him, a figure crouched in a grotesque pose, eyes brimming with hatred as they glared at him. That's Luo Fan's face darkened. He recognized her, the woman who'd demanded a share of the gasoline when they'd found the tanker. Hadn't he slit her throat and killed her? Yet here she was, alive? Her venomous stare felt like a viper's gaze. And judging by the way she crouched on the roof, she clearly wasn't human anymore. So, something else was inside the factory? Neither the slime nor the strange tree could resurrect a corpse like this. The crouched body arched slightly, ready to pounce. But as Luo Fan drew a dagger to meet her, the woman glanced past the escaping line toward the rear. Following her gaze, Luo Fan saw Rose, who had just run down from the second floor, bringing up the rear. The woman's attention locked on Rose. She sprang from the roof, 3 stories high, and vaulted tens of meters to strike at her. So fast. Luo Fan's heart clenched. Even with Lingshu's step, he wouldn't casually jump from that height. And not a straight drop, she'd leapt diagonally dozens of meters. Lingshu's step couldn't match that distance from above. What had happened to her? She'd turned into this inhuman thing and grown so strong? He'd toiled to awaken and raise his sequence, yet in half an hour this woman had surged from ordinary to monstrous. Inhuman or not, the leap in power was staggering. No wonder dark cultivators throughout history always sought shortcuts. Ah! Rose spotted the attack, but the speed left her no time to react, only a terrified scream. Bzzzt. A gray shield flashed into place, and Xiaoran had acted, wrapping the barrier around Rose. With a thud, the charge sent Rose flying several meters to the ground. Yet the shield clung to her, unbroken. At LV10, Xiaoran's shield was tough. Unless a ranked beast struck, it wouldn't shatter easily. Picking off the stragglers first? Luo Fan muttered as the monster abandoned him for Rose. Still, he reacted fast. He couldn't stand idle. He whipped out his double-eye bow and knocked an arrow. I'll kill you, the monstrous woman shrieked, raking her claw-like fingers at Rose again. The first impact had strained the shield, the second smashed it to shards. Slowed but not stopped, the claws slashed Rose, carving deep, bone-bearing gashes that gushed blood. Furious the blow hadn't killed, the monster raised her claws for a third strike, straight at Rose's throat. If it landed, her throat would be torn apart. Am I going to die? Rose's pupils shrank to pinpricks, despair flooding her eyes. Thwip, a shaft pierced the monster's skull, ending her instantly. As saved. As the corpse collapsed, Rose sat frozen, mind blank. Bzzzt, a jade-green glow enveloped her, Xiaoran's healing washed over her wounds. The gashes knit enough to stop the bleeding, warmth returned her senses. Move it or stay and die. Luo Fan shouted from the gate without turning back. He leapt from the tanker with Xiaoran, and they boarded the bus. Slamming the driver's seat, Luo Fan gunned the bus toward the town exit. The door stayed open, survivors jogged up to toss their cans aboard. Snapping out of shock, Rose sprinted after the bus, pain be damned. Rose, sequence awakening. Clutching her injuries, Rose forced herself to catch up to the bus, then leapt in through the open door. Ignoring the gasoline cans piled around her, she collapsed onto the floor, her nerves finally easing a fraction. And Xiaoran glanced over and, with a flick of her wrist, cast a healing spell that settled over Rose. The assault had already been blunted by shield, and with 2 healing spells her wounds closed and scabbed, she was nearly good as new. Thanks, Xiaoran, Rose said gratefully, meeting in Xiaoran's eyes. She wasn't thanking her only for the healing, mainly for the shield.
Rose knew that without the barrier and Xiaoran had thrown up, she'd be dead. Even hero Luo Fan's arrows couldn't have reached her in time. And Xiaoran offered no reply to the thanks.
Luo Fan kept the bus rolling, gaze sweeping the roadside for threats.
He and Big Brother Niu were both sequencers, yet now they were the drivers. If beasts appeared on the escape route, they'd have to dodge, not fight. Luckily, they'd cleared plenty of beasts on the way into Jiangxin town, so the road out stayed quiet. For 10 frantic minutes Luo floored the accelerator, while behind them the survivors clenched their teeth and kept pace with the bus and fuel tanker. At last they cleared Jiangxin town. "Don't stop, keep moving," Zhao Chunfeng said, exhaling in relief as Big Brother Niu and Luo Fan rejoined the group. "But the supplies I unloaded," Big Brother Niu protested. Zhao Chunfeng surveyed the panting survivors.
5 minutes, everyone rests 5 minutes, then we roll, he declared after a brief pause. "What? 5?
We're dead on our feet, can't we rest longer?" the survivors wailed. "Anyone who doesn't want to leave can stay, the convoy leaves in 5, Zhao replied, brooking no argument. Luo Fan, Big Brother Niu, and the others quickly reloaded the supplies they'd taken off, roping in a few survivors who hadn't entered town.
"Big Brother Niu, I'll pay 2 jin of grain, can I ride?"
"Big Brother Niu, I'll give 2 liters of gasoline."
"The inside's full?" "1 liter and I'll sit on the roof." "Brother Luo, can your pickup take a passenger?" 2 liters of gas." "Uncle Liang, you're driving the tanker, can I sit on the tank?"
Veterans of the Hope convoy knew Zhao Chuanfeng's divinations. Seeing his face, they realized danger still loomed and began bartering passage with whatever they had. The Hope convoy had once been just Zhao's SUV, Big Brother Niu's bus, and Rose's van. Now they had Luo Fan's pickup and the newly acquired fuel tanker.
Everyone wanted to pay a fare and flee.
Luo and the others didn't refuse. Of the 50-odd survivors left, more than 30 crammed inside vehicles or clung to roofs and tank tops.
The remaining 20-odd, either lacking goods or unwilling to part with them, figured they could keep up on foot. 5 minutes flashed by. Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV let off, all 5 engines roaring to life. Normally the SUV cruised slow enough for runners to follow. Today it surged to 40+ mph the instant it moved. Luo Fan and the others matched the pace. Even the motorcycles gunned it to keep up. Cyclists rose from their saddles, pedaling for dear life. A dozen stragglers panicked as the convoy sped off. "Wait, slow down. Don't leave us behind." "Hold up, I'll pay 3 jin of grain, let me on." The SUV didn't slow, neither did Luo Fan and the rest. At 40 mph the convoy raced for half an hour until dusk fell, and inside the black refinery, after dark, several shadowy forms flickered into view. One crouched to lick the blood Rose had spilled, then shot out of Jiangxin town, chasing the Hope convoy. After nightfall the vehicles pressed on another hour. Survivors who lost their grip on the roofs tumbled off, and the convoy never stopped. Around 8 p.m. Zhao Chunfeng finally braked. With the halt, everyone exhaled in relief.
Of the 60+ who had started, barely 30 remained, over 10 lost in Jiangxin, more than 20 left behind in the breakneck escape. Almost all who fell away were those too stingy to board or on bicycles. Their fate needed no explaining. "You may rest 1 full day and 2 nights, Uncle Li announced for Zhao Chunfeng. A collective sigh rose at the rare luxury of such a long halt. Inside the van, Rose finally let her shoulders drop. She fished out a bottle, downed half in one long gulp. Suddenly a mysterious aura rippled from her body. She bolted upright, delight flashing in her eyes. Without bothering to pull on her loose cloak, she shoved open the van door and stepped out, her explosive figure drawing every gaze and a chorus of swallowed breaths. Ignoring the stares, she strode toward the bus on long lace-stockinged legs. Inside, Luo Fan and the other sequencers were arguing over how to split the tanker's gasoline.
"Gentlemen," Rose announced, beaming, "I've awakened my sequence."
"Rose, get out of the car, team."
"You awakened a sequence? What sequence did you awaken?" Hearing Rose's
words, Niu Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng both looked delighted. Naturally, for the convoy, the more people who awaken a sequence, the greater the convoy's chances of survival. Therefore, a new sequence awakening is a good thing for the entire Hope convoy. Writing this here, I hope readers remember our domain wkn.com, it's super reliable. Whether it's a life-type sequence awakening or a combat-type sequence awakening, both are equally important.
I awakened the spell sequence.
Rose raised her palm, and then, mysterious energy gathered in her hand, forming an egg-sized flying missile. This flying missile was naturally much smaller than the flying missile of Luo Xiaohai from the Luo father and son duo back then. But since it was a newly awakened LV1 sequence, this was understandable.
A spell sequence?
Not bad, not bad.
From now on, our convoy finally has proper long-range output.
Melee, assassination, support, and spells.
Our squad's combat lineup is perfectly configured now. This is like completing the last piece of the puzzle.
Looking at the flying missile in Rose's hand, Zhao Chunfeng was extremely happy. Indeed, although sequence awakening grants extraordinary power, every profession has its own characteristics, and fighting alone is naturally inferior to team cooperation. Machem, from now on, we mainly just need to attract the attention of the fierce beasts and anomalies, while Luo Fan and Rose provide the output.
Neo. Dagong was also very happy and nodded. Brother Zhao, what do you mean by proper long-range output? My bow and arrow don't count as long-range output, do they?
Luo Fan, who was nearby, couldn't help but complain about Zhao Chunfeng's words.
Luo Fan, are you jealous?
Raising an eyebrow slightly, Zhao Chunfeng teased Luo Fan playfully. Giving Zhao Chunfeng a glare, Luo Fan didn't speak, but looked towards Rose and said, "First, congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence.
And becoming a spell sequencer. Thank you. Actually, I owe my sequence awakening to you, little brother Luo. If you hadn't saved my life, I wouldn't have been able to awaken a sequence.
From now on, we will be teammates fighting side by side,"
Rose said to Luo Fan with a sweet smile. Politeness first, confrontation later.
Now that the congratulations are over, don't blame me for speaking harshly.
I think it would be best if you left the Hope convoy. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively at Rose.
Thanks, then his expression darkened, and he spoke impolitely. As soon as these words came out, the people inside the bus looked at Luo Fan in astonishment.
Luo Fan, you. Hearing this, Niu Dagong next to him grew anxious.
However, Zhao Chunfeng pulled Niu Dagong, signaling him to keep quiet, then looked at Luo Fan and said, "What's the reason?
Do you have anything else you want to say?"
"That's right."
Luo Fan nodded, then looked at Rose and said, "Do you also want to know why I want you to leave the Hope convoy?" "Little brother Luo, why don't you tell me?" Rose also became much more serious and asked Luo Fan.
Although she had awakened a sequence, it was only LV1 after all, and her strength was limited compared to ordinary people. Rose knew she would definitely be in danger if she were alone.
Why was Luo Fan forcing her to leave the Hope convoy?
Rose naturally wanted to know the reason.
Alright then, I'll explain properly.
First, before entering Jiangxin town, you asked us to help you search for treasure.
Do you remember that? Luo Fan began.
Of course I remember.
But didn't we encounter danger at the Black Refinery? Didn't we run out of time to search for treasure? Are you holding a grudge against me for just that? Rose nodded and then explained.
These words caused Luo Fan to frown slightly, and he continued, "When we entered the refinery, everyone's attention was focused on the oil tanker. Yet, you were the one who discovered that there was still a lot of refined oil in the factory building.
Why? While everyone was focused on the oil in the tanker, why were you searching everywhere in the factory building? Is it because the place where you originally wanted us to help you search for treasure was inside that refinery?"
Rose shook her head and said, seizing every opportunity to search for supplies.
Isn't that what all survivors should do? Isn't your suspicion a bit too much of a stretch?
I wish I were overthinking it, but when the second floor was on fire, you entered earlier than I did to collect the petals of that strange tree.
How do you explain that? To say you were merely curious and went to look? That explanation doesn't hold up.
If I'm not mistaken, the treasure your money rat told you to look for should have been the flowers of that strange tree.
Or more accurately, the condensed fruit, right? Luo Fan then said to Rose.
That's right. Rose had been missing for some time in the middle, but when the second floor caught fire, she went up to the second floor to collect the petals even
earlier than he did.
Luo Fan realized that Rose must have been hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity.
Otherwise, why would an ordinary person who wasn't a sequencer rush to the second floor immediately, disregarding the danger to their life? This simply didn't make sense. Silence fell. Faced with the reasons Luo Fan presented, Rose was silent. Clearly, Luo Fan's deduction left her with no grounds for rebuttal. Even if I concealed the fact that the black refinery was actually the place I wanted to search for treasure, there's no need to drive me away, is there? This isn't a major issue, is it? After a moment of silence, Rose said to Luo Fan.
That's right.
Even if the black refinery was Rose's original treasure hunting spot, it wasn't a serious deception, was it? Could it only be considered a harmless concealment?
That's correct.
If it were just that, I wouldn't say anything. That's human nature. But, do you remember that neither human nor ghost monster?
Originally, she was lying on the rooftop, staring at me with hatred, intending to attack me, because I killed her.
That was reasonable.
However, after she spotted you, she actually abandoned her hatred for me and turned around to attack you. Initially, I thought maybe she saw you were alone and wanted to pick on an easy target. But when she attacked you, she yelled, full of hatred, that she was going to kill you. So, what kind of grudge did she have with you?
A grudge that surpassed the one she held against me, her killer? Then let me make a bold guess.
For example, it was unreasonable for an ordinary survivor to dare argue with me, a sequencer, demanding a share of my gasoline.
Could someone have instigated this from behind the scenes?
Furthermore, after we found the gasoline in the truck, we were ready to leave. It was you who said there was still a lot of gasoline inside, which made the whole squad stay. Combining that with the fact that you originally intended to search for treasure at that refinery. If all of us had left, how could you have stayed behind alone to search for treasure? Therefore, I boldly speculate that you revealed there was still a lot of gasoline in the factory, and you instigated that woman to argue, all in
order to stall for time. You had a completely reasonable motive.
As Luo Fan spoke, his interlocking chain of reasoning caused Nyo Dagon's expression to become very grim, and he stared intently at Rose. He had to admit that although he had personally experienced the events in Jiangxing town, he hadn't paid attention to so many details.
But Luo Fan was so meticulous? So what?
If you hadn't deliberately stalled for time to make everyone stay, those people wouldn't have died, and little Wang wouldn't have died either, is that
right? Nyo Dagon stared at Rose, his eyes revealing anger.
Conditions for promotion in the full-time career path. As Luo Fan said, the oil refinery was originally a place Rose wanted to treasure hunt. She discovered it but concealed it, wanting to keep the treasure for herself.
Everyone could understand this. After all, it was her luck, what was there to say?
However, to deliberately instigate someone to argue with Luo Fan to stall for time, this touched everyone's bottom line. Nyo Dagon was originally very happy that Rose had awakened a sequence, and he welcomed another sequencer to the team. But now, learning that little Wang's death was due to Rose deliberately delaying them. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, to solve book shortages.
twcan.com is super reliable. Thinking of how many survivors had their heads taken off by that slug because of Rose, Nyo Dagon was now incredibly furious.
Rose, it's not that Brother Zhao doesn't welcome you, it's just that what you did makes it impossible for us to tolerate you.
Zhao Chunfeng also spoke, saying to Rose.
Rose's face was extremely pale at this moment. She had been happy about awakening a sequence, but now she felt as if she had fallen from the clouds into an abyss. Luo Fan told her to get lost. Niu Dagong glared at her with rage, and Zhao Chunfeng also indicated he stood with Luo Fan.
Not to mention in Xiaoran, she completely listened to Luo Fan. In other words, all 4 sequencers of the Hope Convoy were now rejecting her?
Having just awakened her sequence, her strength was still very weak.
If she really left the convoy, any fierce beast she encountered on the road could probably eat her, right?
Not to mention the unpredictable at night. Without the Hope Convoy, she had no ability to avoid fierce beasts and...
Brother Zhao, little brother Luo, I apologize for my previous actions.
I promise I will never make such a mistake again. Rose knelt directly on the ground with a thud, pleading with Luo Fan and the others.
Between dignity and life and death, Rose naturally knew how to choose. Trust that is not absolute is absolute distrust. How can we guarantee that you are genuinely remorseful? In this apocalypse, betrayal and deception are commonplace, aren't they? Luo Fan shook his head. Having touched the bottom line, could simply kneeling down and admitting a mistake earn leniency? Luo Fan was clearly not that easy to talk to. I am willing to show my sincerity.
Gritting her teeth, Rose said, I collected 12 petals of that mysterious flower.
I am willing to give all of them as compensation. Luo Fan, what do you mean by mysterious petals? Not having entered the oil refinery, Zhao Chunfeng didn't know what the petals meant.
Luo Fan had just said that Rose's so-called treasure hunt was for those so-called petals.
Luo Fan had no intention of hiding it.
He took out the small half of the flower from his warehouse space. Rose had collected 12 petals, and the flower in Luo Fan's hand still had 8 petals left, in addition to the fist-sized fruit.
This is Moro fruit.
Jianxin Town actually has Moro fruit. Seeing the item in Luo Fan's hand, Zhao Chunfeng said with a shocked expression.
Moro fruit? Brother Zhao, tell me about it?
Seeing Zhao Chunfeng's reaction, it was clear that this so-called Moro fruit must be a top-tier item, Luo Fan asked.
I've seen the Moro fruit once before. You know about the 8 basic sequences, LV10 is a bottleneck.
All sequencers will get stuck when they reach LV10. To become a specialized sequence, they must meet the corresponding requirements, and each person's specialized sequence is different, with completely different requirements. If described in game terms, it would be different class change quests. Some might be to collect certain materials, others might be to kill a certain fierce beast or, they vary. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan suddenly understood. So, the activation of the specialized sequence was like this, everyone had to complete different conditions. And this Moro fruit, its effect is very simple, it directly grants a person a certain specialized sequence, without needing to fulfill the LV10 restrictions. Finally, Zhao Chunfeng added. Then this is really a good thing. With it, it's like getting an admission ticket to the specialized sequence. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan suddenly realized the true value of this so-called Moro fruit.
Brother Zhao, isn't this Moro fruit exactly what you need? Luo Fan asked Zhao Chunfeng with a grin.
Yes, as one of the first to awaken his sequence, he had long become an LV10 sequencer and had been stuck for so long.
Wasn't this Moro fruit exactly what Zhao Chunfeng needed?
No, I don't really want this Moro fruit. However, hearing Luo Fan's words, Zhao Chunfeng shook his head.
Oh? Why?
Zhao Chunfeng's answer made Luo Fan unable to understand.
Having been stuck for so long, logically, shouldn't he be desperately trying everything to become a specialized sequence? But he didn't really need this Moro fruit?
The Moro fruit I've seen was eaten by someone who awakened a spell sequence. After she ate it, her specialized sequence was mechanical transformation, which is clearly a specialized sequence derived from the artisan sequence.
Zhao Chunfeng explained.
This made Luo Fan understand that although the Moro fruit could directly make someone a specialized sequence, the specialized sequence itself was
completely random? And might not align with one's basic sequence at all? Brother Zhao, then you shouldn't eat it.
Without your divination ability, our convoy's survival capability would drop significantly.
Luo Fan said, shaking his head. By the way, what about these petals? What's their use? After understanding the effect of the moro fruit, Luo Fan then asked. The petals of this moro flower also have a simple effect, which is to increase sequence level. The more you eat, the greater the increase, far more effective than fierce beast meat. Zhao Chunfeng explained. Hearing this, Luo Fan suddenly carefully put away his moro flower and moro fruit. Rose, you heard it. This moro flower can directly increase sequence level. For you, who just awakened a sequence, the increase should be the greatest. Are you sure you want to compensate us with all these petals? Zhao Chunfeng spoke, staring at Rose and asking. Rose had schemed and done so much just to get these moro flower petals. Now giving them all up as compensation, wouldn't it be all for naught? I am willing. Rose nodded decisively. She knew very well what she wanted. Luo Fan, De Gang, should we give her one more chance? Zhao Chunfeng spoke, looking at Luo Fan and Niu Dagang beside him and asking. Hearing this, Niu Dagang remained silent, which, of course, implied consent. Alright, just for Brother Zhao's sake, this is the last time. I hope you remember it well. Luo Fan said after a long silence, nodding. Immediately, Zhao Chunfeng accepted the 12 petals Rose handed over. Divided by head count, Luo Fan and Xiaoran, Niu Dagang, and he himself each received 3 petals. After Xiaoran received them, she directly handed all 3 petals to Luo Fan. Xiaoran, these are good things. Luo Fan reminded Xiaoran. Hadn't she just heard the effects of the moro flower? I'm LV10, I don't need them, I'm giving them to you. And Xiaoran shook her head, speaking a rare long sentence. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Fan didn't decline and took the moro flowers from her hand. Then, after a brief silence, Luo Fan curiously asked again, Xiaoran, let me ask you, what are the conditions for your specialized sequence? Advancement? The cost of using double eyelids. Love hearing Luo Fan ask about the advancement requirements for her specialized sequence, and Xiaoran replied. Love? Looking at Xiaoran in astonishment, he didn't quite understand what she meant. Love? What kind of advancement requirement is that? And how is one supposed to achieve it? However, facing Luo Fan's questioning gaze, Xiaoran showed no intention of answering further. Fine, seeing that Xiaoran had returned to her withdrawn state and didn't want to talk, Luo Fan decided not to press the matter. Rose returned to her own van, while Luo Fan and the others agreed on the previously decided distribution ratio for the oil in the tanker truck, indicating they each had a share. Furthermore, since they rarely had more than 30 hours of rest time, after Luo Fan and the others returned to their respective vehicles, the survivors took the oil they had brought out and found Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng to trade for survival supplies. Although Luo Fan had led everyone in escaping during this trip to Jiangxing town, the people of the Hope Convoy were somewhat afraid of him, perhaps due to his readiness to kill at the refinery. Relatively speaking, Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng seemed easier to talk to, so trading gasoline for supplies mainly involved approaching the two of them. Luo Fan naturally didn't mind this, he was glad for the peace and quiet. Returning to his truck, Luo Fan took out a petal of the moro flower, tore it up directly, and chewed it slowly. Swallowing the petal, Luo Fan could feel an incredibly dense power steaming up from his abdomen and rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and body. Immediately afterward, Luo Fan's aura shook, and he realized his sequence level had increased, LV7. Just one moro flower petal raised his sequence level by 1 rank? This truly is a good item. Luo Fan then opened his mouth and ate a second petal. His power increased slightly, but he didn't level up. Luo Fan continued, eating the third, then the fourth petal. It wasn't until he had swallowed all 6 moro flower petals he received from Rose that his sequence level finally broke through, raising him to LV8. It seems it wasn't solely the effect of the moro flower petals. Rather, because I went to Jiangxing town and went through a hard fight, I must have already been close to breaking through to LV7, right? The first breakthrough only required 1 petal, but the second required 5, Luo Fan muttered inwardly. He still had the final 8 petals wrapped around the moro fruit in his hand. Could these help him advance to LV9?
After thinking about it, Luo Fan wasn't in a hurry to consume them.
Perhaps the effect was weakened because he ate so many in a short period? He would wait a couple of days and try again. Check-in successful. Gained 80 yuan. Current balance, 300 yuan.
After resting comfortably in the truck for several hours, the system notification arrived promptly in the early morning.
Seeing his balance reach 300, Luo Fan felt very satisfied. He was getting closer and closer to the LV10 milestone.
Turning over, Luo Fan fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but Luo Fan felt fully refreshed. He opened his eyes, and everything was pitch black.
Ha! It's not daylight yet? How many hours did he sleep? His mental state is already this good? Wait, something's wrong. As soon as this thought arose, Luo Fan immediately realized the abnormality and sprang up. He was an LV8 sequencer, after all.
All his 5 senses had improved significantly compared to ordinary people.
Even if it were truly night, he shouldn't be completely unable to see anything, right? Xiaoran? Are you there? Luo Fan asked.
Yes. And Xiaoran's voice sounded from the side.
Is it still dark outside? Luo Fan continued to ask. It's already light. And Xiaoran's answer made Luo Fan's heart sink immediately.
He vigorously rubbed his eyes and opened them again, but everything was still pitch black, as if a layer of black cloth had been placed over his eyes.
It's over. He was blind? How could this happen? He was fine before going to sleep last night, so why did he wake up blind? Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan pondered the reason for this. Could it be caused by eating too many maro flower petals last night?
But Zhao Chunfeng hadn't warned him.
Or was it that he had been struck by an unknown curse or something similar while at the refinery yesterday? Or maybe. Various hypotheses surfaced in his mind, and then Luo Fan thought of his double eyebrow.
As a ghost artifact, there is always a cost to using it. He had used it many times these past few days but had never discovered the cost of using the double eyebrow.
Could it be? Is the cost blindness? Is this temporary or permanent? Luo Fan, why are you up so late today? Do you still have small green vegetables? At this moment, Niu Dagon's voice rang out, asking Luo Fan. Luo Fan, your eyes.
Then, when Luo Fan turned in the direction of the voice toward Niu Dagon saw Luo Fan's eyes and cried out in surprise. Brother Niu, I went to sleep perfectly fine, but I woke up blind. He didn't intend to hide it, as his blindness couldn't be concealed anyway, Luo Fan stated frankly.
Wait here, I'll go call old Zhao. Niu Dagon dropped that sentence and rushed away.
After a moment, Zhao Chunfeng arrived and stared carefully at Luo Fan's eyes. His originally pitch-black pupils were now a gray-white, looking as if he had developed severe cataracts.
Afterward, Zhao Chunfeng also asked about Luo Fan's situation. He was fine before sleeping last night, but woke up blind? Yes, if nothing else is the cause, this should be the cost of using your double eyebrow. After hearing Luo Fan's theories, Zhao Chunfeng felt that the double eyebrow's cost was the most likely possibility. Old Zhao, if Luo Fan's eyes are ruined, what should we do? Niu Dagang asked anxiously. What else can we do? Are you going to kick Luo Fan out first? Now that he's worthless, you want to drive him away? I never would have thought, Dagang, you look so honest, yet you're so ruthless.
Zhao Chunfeng clicked his tongue and ridiculed Niu Dagang.
Old Zhao, what nonsense are you spewing?
Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Niu Dagang grew anxious and immediately started to clarify.
So, my blindness should only be temporary, right?
At this moment, Luo Fan suddenly spoke.
Oh? How can you tell?
Zhao Chunfeng asked, looking at Luo Fan in surprise. If it were truly permanent blindness, you wouldn't be cracking jokes like that.
Luo Fan maintained a calm expression. TCH, how boring. That didn't even scare you. Seeing that Luo Fan could maintain such calm thinking even while blind, Zhao Chunfeng shook his head, finding it dull. It's true that using ghost artifacts always comes with a cost, but this cost usually follows the principle of equivalent exchange. In other words, the more powerful the ghost artifact, the greater the cost of using it. Aside from the effect of 100% accuracy, your double-eye bow doesn't offer much improvement to your damage output or other aspects. This ability isn't considered particularly strong. If using it for just a few days caused you permanent blindness, the cost would clearly be too high. Therefore, there's a high probability that this state of blindness is temporary, but exactly how long it will last is unknown. Zhao Chunfeng explained to Luo Fan. Hearing this, Luo Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded silently. Next, Luo Fan waited patiently in the truck, feeling somewhat uneasy about how long the blindness would last. After waiting for about half an hour, Luo Fan finally felt his vision return, as if the black cloth that had covered his eyes had been removed. When they met again, it was Lian Ziqiang. Smoke curled from cooking fires, the sun shone bright. The Hope Convoy's mood was excellent today. More than 30 hours of rest was rare. Yesterday they'd finally gathered gasoline and traded it with sequencers for supplies, so the survivors indulged for once. Many stewed bone soup, bones not from common cattle but from the tiered fierce beast black bear. To these survivors, broth boiled from such bones was a priceless treat. Today Hero Luo Fan and several sequencers held a feast, each contributing food for a hot pot party. Rose produced packaged egg strips, instant noodles, and some drinks. Niu Dagan brought sliced black bear meat. Zhao Chunfeng offered kelp, lotus root, and potato slices. Luo Fan arrived within Shaoran, setting out 2 jin of small green vegetables, 2 jin of fresh pork, plus neatly cut apple chunks. Fresh greens and apples? Niu Dagan's eyes lit up. Such crisp veggies, looks freshly picked. Your storage ghost artifact must preserve food, Zhao Chunfeng remarked. Then if we find fruit or veg later, can we store them with Luo Fan? Rose's eyes sparkled. No. My storage ghost artifact is tiny, about the size of a wooden chest. Otherwise I wouldn't have traded black bear bones and meat. Luo Fan shook his head. His mall system had updated twice, when sequence awakened to LV1 and again at LV6, adding new items each time. Yet his warehouse space had only expanded at sequence LV1. Storage capacity remained roughly 1 wooden chest. What a pity, Rose sighed. Not really. Fresh produce is scarce unless we stumble on pre-apocalypse gardens untouched for months. Zhao Chunfeng shrugged, unconcerned. Rose nodded agreement. Even with a preserving artifact, finding fresh fruit or veg was nearly impossible. Last night, while fleeing, some frugal survivors had chased on foot. After the convoy rested a full night, none of those stragglers caught up. Everyone knew what fate had befallen them, no one spoke of it. In the apocalypse, life and death had become routine. Rustle. As Luo Fan's group savored their rare piece, a strange sound arose. Everyone sensed something approaching. Beside the road stood a small wood. Luo Fan unslung his double-eye bow, eyes fixed on the sound's direction. Niu Dagan released a heavy aura, shielding the front. Even Rose raised her hand, an egg-sized flying missile forming in her palm, ready to launch. Odd, such a big commotion, Zhao Chunfeng muttered, puzzled. His divination reading had promised 2 nights and a day of safe rest, so why this disturbance? Could a powerful fierce beast be near? Had his reading erred so badly? As they tensed, a python thick as a human thigh and 7 or 8 meters long burst from the trees. A rank wind hit them as it appeared. Yet the serpent ignored them, writhing past and racing away. They saw its body gashed, blood gushing. A wounded beast had just dashed by, leaving Luo Fan's group dumbfounded. What just happened? While they debated intervening, a figure flickered into view, wielding knitting needle-like weapons that struck the python's head. Luo Fan recognized the assassination sequence's sap skill. With the serpent stunned, the figure's weapons danced, slashing several wounds. Needles finally pierced the snake's eyes. Aru. Though a python, it roared like a lion or tiger, thrashing its thick tail at the attacker. The figure vaulted off the snake, backflipping 6 or 7 meters to land a dozen paces away. Ignoring the dying serpent, the newcomer turned toward Luo Fan's group. "Fancy meeting you again," Luo Fan greeted with a smile. He remembered her, the woman who'd slain the fire-wrought bird in a rainy night encounter days earlier. She too belonged to the assassination sequence, now evidently at the specialized sequence level. "I remember you, your name's Lian." Nyo Dagang stammered. He couldn't spit out the full name. "Lian Zichong," she supplied, impatient. "Right, that's it." Nyo Dagang beamed. Lian Zichong glanced at their hotpot, eyes lingering on the apples, then at distant survivors simmering soup. She swallowed quietly. "Mind if I join?" "I won't freeload, I'll trade." "Welcome." "Fate brings us together," Luo Fan said warmly. She was the first and only specialized sequencer he'd met. Exchanging information could prove vital. In this damned apocalypse, strength mattered, but so did intelligence. Python tendon. "The atmosphere of your convoy is quite good." Lian Zichong picked up a slice of apple, tossed it high, tilted her head back, and let the falling apple slice drop straight into her mouth before speaking. "That's right. Our convoy is called the Hope Convoy. The core principle of the convoy is fairness and justice. Even though we are sequencers, if we need resources from the survivors, we can only trade based on the principle of voluntariness." Luo Fan nodded, speaking with a serious expression. Zhao Chunfeng and the others nearby remained silent. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name. Reading Taiwan novels is super convenient. After all, Luo Fan's cunning, or rather, Luo Fan's wisdom, was unanimously recognized by everyone in the squad. Therefore, everyone felt quite reassured letting Luo Fan handle the handover with such a powerhouse of the specialized sequence. After all, such matters should be entrusted to the smartest person in the group. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I've been traveling the apocalypse for so long and encountered many convoys, but one like yours is truly rare. Lin Zichong could tell he was speaking the truth just by observing the living conditions of the survivors in the convoy, and she sighed in admiration. "By the way, Miss Lian, are you traveling alone? Without a convoy?" Luo Fan asked curiously, noting that she had been alone both times they met. "That's right. Convoys have their advantages, and so does acting alone. Traveling alone, hunting fierce beasts and the bizarre. The more I kill, the safer the world becomes. I just do my best." Lian Zichong spoke words that inspired reverence in a calm tone. Pausing slightly after saying this, Lian Zichong continued, "Also, I don't like people calling me Miss Lian. If you want, calling me Brother Lian is fine too." "Brother. Brother Lian?" Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, clearly finding the title a bit shocking. "Are you a man?" Nyo Dagang, who was beside them, couldn't help but ask in surprise upon hearing this. "If your eyes are useless, you can donate them to someone in need," Lian Zichong retorted grumpily, rolling her eyes at Nyo Dagang. She then explained to Luo Fan, "Although I'm a woman, I've always hated that overly feminine stuff, even before the apocalypse. That's why even my old girlfriends called me Brother Lian. Alright, Brother Lian is awesome, Brother Lian is mighty. I never drink alcohol, but today, I must toast you. This damn apocalypse is falling apart, but thankfully, we have Brother Lian mending the pieces." Luo Fan immediately bought 2 cans of beer from his mall, pulled the tabs, and handed one directly to Lian Zichong. The 2 500 milliliters cans clinked together, and Luo Fan tilted his head back and took a sip. Gulping it down, Lian Zichong, however, finished hers in one generous draught. Seeing a woman drink so boldly, finishing her can immediately, what could Luo Fan say? He also chugged his beer, finishing the entire can. "Good, that's spirit. What should I call you?" Seeing Luo Fan drink with her, Lian Zichong praised him with a smile and asked. "Just call me Luo Fan." "Assassination sequence, LV8, Luo Fan replied. let me formally introduce myself, Shadow Assassin Sequence, LV12. Hearing that Luo Fan not only gave his name but also introduced his sequence
and level, Lian Zichong didn't stingily hide her information and spoke frankly.
Shadow Assassin? LV12? It really is a specialization of the assassination sequence? Luo Fan nodded silently in his heart after hearing her introduction. Right, what is your communication phone number? Let's add each other as friends so we can keep in touch later. Lian Zichong then asked.
Good heavens, this was the first time in his life he had been actively asked for contact information by a girl. Luo Fan was genuinely touched.
Communication phone number? It's the apocalypse, haven't all mobile signals been disabled? Luo Fan asked Lian Zichong, confused. You haven't bought the latest model of communication phone? Lian Zichong asked Luo Fan in surprise.
Luo Fan glanced at Zhao Chunfeng and the others beside him, who also shook their heads, indicating they had no idea what the latest communication
phone was.
This was created last month by top artists and specialized sequence individuals. It was made according to the functions of a mobile phone, so it's simply called a phone.
Many sequencers are equipped with them now.
I saw you even have a mustard seed pouch, so I thought you had bought a phone too.
Fine, when you buy one later, add me then. Luo Fan and the others were dumbfounded, and Lian Zichong was actually dumbfounded too.
She then recited a string of numbers for Luo Fan to memorize.
Mustard seed pouch, judging by the name, must be a storage item. So, did the other party mistake his warehouse space for an item called a mustard seed pouch?
Luo Fan continued chatting a bit more and indeed gathered a lot of important intelligence from Lian Zichong. Firstly, in transactions between sequencers, fierce beast meat is the hard commodity, serving the dual function of food and strength enhancement. Secondly, as phones slowly become widespread, a communication platform has been established among sequencers.
Finally, due to the existence of the phone, many escape convoys within a certain range occasionally organize exchange meetings, gathering briefly to
share intelligence and trade supplies and materials. Eating hot pot and chatting, Lian Zichong was indeed free of any feminine shyness, speaking gracefully and providing much information that Luo Fan and
the others didn't know.
For example, it seems someone has recently been trying to mass create sequence awakenings, and word is they've had some success.
This should be the greatest good news for the current apocalypse.
Alright, today's hot pot was great.
We'll meet again sometime. If you get a phone later, add me and we'll keep in touch.
After finishing the hot pot, Lian Zichong stood up, preparing to leave, and bid farewell to Luo Fan and the others.
Wait, brother Lian. Seeing Lian Zichong stand up to leave, Luo Fan quickly called out.
He then immediately purchased a full 5 caddies of apples from his mall.
Please take these apples, consider it thanks for the information, Luo Fan said, handing over the 5 caddies of apples. 5 full caddies of apples, each the size of a fist, looked incredibly fresh, making Lian Zichong involuntarily swallow. No. I just freeloaded a meal from you all, and the information I gave you counts as payment for the meal. How can I get paid twice for one thing?
Although she wanted them, Lian Zichong still shook her head and refused.
Didn't brother Lian say you hate that overly feminine stuff the most?
We call each other brothers now.
If you refuse, it just makes things awkward and distant. Luo Fan used a subtle goading tactic, pretending to retreat to advance. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony. Sure enough, the goading tactic was effective. Lian Zichong nodded, no longer intending to refuse.
Walking up to the dead python, Lian Zichong pulled out a short knife, cut open the snake's body, and extracted a python tendon from inside.
I see your bow is quite good. Replacing the string with this python tendon should make it stronger. Take this, don't refuse, or it will seem distant. The python tendon was handed to Luo Fan. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony either. Thank you, brother Lian. Luo Fan accepted the python tendon with a hearty demeanor.
After that, Lian Zichong put away the python's corpse, and her figure quickly dissipated, vanishing from sight. Invisibility type abilities are truly useful.
Once again, Luo Fan was tearfully envious of Lian Zichong's invisibility.
Lingshu step paired with invisibility is practically traceless, right?
No wonder she can travel alone in this apocalypse.
She truly is a woman like the wind, Zhao Chunfeng also said with emotion.
Upgraded double eyelids. Luo Fan, do you still have those apples?
Hurry up and get 10 or 8 caddies out for me to satisfy my craving. Turning his head, Zhao Chunfeng suddenly said to Luo Fan with a grin.
10 or 8 caddies? Are you robbing me? No.
Currently, he only signed in for 80 yuan a day, and those apples cost a full 10 yuan per caddy, so Luo Fan directly rolled his eyes at Zhao Chunfeng.
Nan. But you were so generous to others just now, and you're reluctant to give to me? After all, you value beauty over friendship, and the new generation surpasses the old? Hearing Luo Fan's refusal, Zhao Chunfeng looked disdainful. How can that be the same?
I gave her a few caddies of apples, and she gave me this tiered python tendon.
Luo Fan pouted. Didn't you give her the apples as a gift? This wasn't a transaction. Niu Dagang on the side couldn't help but interject.
When I introduced myself just now, I didn't just say my name, I also stated my sequence and level. And then, Lian Zichong didn't intend to hide her sequence and level either.
What does this show?
It shows that this person still cares about face and would be embarrassed to take advantage of others. For example, last time with the fire-rot bird, we helped out and she also gave us one. So, I gave out 5 caddies of apples. How could she be so shameless as to take them for free?
Wouldn't she have to return the favor with double? Luo Fan looked at Niu Dagang and explained.
TSK, if you ask me, among our convoy, you're the most insidious and cunning, even more cunning than a fox. That heroic woman will eventually be tricked out of her underwear by you. Hearing Luo Fan's explanation, Zhao Chunfeng disdainfully complained to Luo.
Fan. Isn't this me being smart? If it weren't for me, could you easily find out so much information, or even have her actively ask me for my phone number?
Luo Fan reached out and brushed his bangs, slightly raising his proud head.
So what? You want to be thanked after being tricked? Zhao Chunfeng continued to complain unceremoniously. I can only say, why are there so many twists and turns in human interactions? It's dizzying. Niu Dagang also shook his head, looking emotional. Alright, what we need to do now is figure out a way to buy the latest doomsday phone, right?
At least the convoy should have one.
Seeing everyone bickering, Rose spoke up, acting as a peacemaker.
Indeed, I didn't expect that in this apocalypse, someone would actually create a functional phone.
We really need to find a way to get one.
Speaking of serious matters, Zhao Chunfeng also became much more solemn. According to Lian Zichong, the person who made the phones is a top artist in sequence specialization, and his phones have been distributed by many convoys for sale. If we want to buy one, we can only rely on luck. Luo Fan shook his head and said. Yes, if we have phones, we can communicate online, and it's convenient to meet up with other convoys.
Without one, if we want to buy a phone, we can only rely on luck. This is indeed a dead end. Zhao Chunfeng also nodded. Oh, by the way, Luo Fan, shouldn't you try replacing the bowstring of your double eyebrow with that python tendon? Niu Dagang suddenly asked Luo Fan. I can try. Luo Fan nodded and took out his double eyebrow.
The bowstring of this double eyebrow, he didn't know what material it was made of, but it was extremely tough and elastic. After Luo Fan carefully removed the bowstring, he measured the python tendon, cut off a corresponding section, and then tightly fastened it to both
ends of the bow.
Luo Fan reached out and plucked the bowstring made of the python tendon, clearly feeling that the string had become much tighter. Taking out an arrow and drawing the bowstring, Luo Fan could feel that the force required to draw the bowstring was much greater than before. But similarly, as the pair of ghoul eyes on the double eyebrow opened, Luo Fan directly locked onto a large tree in the distance. That large tree was a full 120 meters away from him.
Had the shooting range directly doubled? The python tendon was indeed a good thing. How is it?
Seeing Luo Fan just aiming and then putting down the bow and arrow, Niu Dagang asked curiously. After replacing it with the python tendon, drawing the bow requires more strength, which indeed means the arrow can shoot farther, and its destructive power has also increased accordingly. Luo Fan said with a joyful expression.
What's the specific improvement? Zhao Chunfeng followed up with a question.
Before, the effective shooting range of the bow was about 50 to 60 meters. Now, it should have increased to about 80 to 90 meters. In response to Zhao Chunfeng's question, Luo Fan gave a slightly conservative figure. The shooting range has increased by about 50%, which is indeed a significant improvement.
Hearing Luo Fan's words, Zhao Chunfeng and the others secretly nodded. After spending these days together, the sequencers had developed a camaraderie from fighting side by side. Therefore, Luo Fan's strength indirectly increasing also meant the team's strength increased, and everyone was naturally quite happy. After dinner, everyone went back to rest.
Luo Fan, however, was pondering about the exchange meeting of other convoys that Lin Zicheng had mentioned.
An exchange meeting wasn't just about information, it was primarily about trade. Since it was trade, he would have to bring out good things, right? At the exchange meeting, what would he use to buy things? Fierce beast meat? He did have some, but not much. After all, his warehouse space was only so big. Moro fruit? This was too valuable, Luo Fan really couldn't bear to take it out. And then? What about the carapace left by the black bear before? It might have some value? Or perhaps the vegetables and fruits from his mall? But considering that agricultural planting sequence could cultivate them, at the exchange meeting, these vegetables and fruits might have value, but perhaps not as high as he imagined. Shaking his head, he still didn't know when he would encounter an exchange meeting, so Luo Fan pushed these jumbled thoughts aside. When night fell and deepened, Luo Fan took out his moro fruit and picked all 8 petals from it. It had been 24 hours, there should be no resistance if he ate it now, right? 1, 2, 3. All 8 petals were swallowed. A vast power steamed up from his abdomen, rapidly dispersing into his limbs and bones. Luo Fan could feel his strength had increased another notch, stepping onto a brand new level. Sequence level increased, LV9. This is great, this Maro flower is indeed a good thing, helping him directly advance from LV6 to LV9. Just one more step, and he would successfully advance to LV10. By then, the conditions for his specialized sequence advancement should also begin, right? He wondered what his advancement conditions would be. Luo Fan secretly anticipated in his heart. According to his conversation with Lin Zicheng, only by becoming a specialized sequence could one embark on their sequence's extraordinary path and truly be considered a sequencer. Those in the basic sequence, to put it in a common term nowadays, were like probationary sequence apprentices. Sign-in successful, obtain 90 yuan, current balance 282 yuan. At midnight, the system's prompt arrived as scheduled. Luo Fan closed his eyes and rested peacefully. This was the last night of his 2-night, 1-day rest period. When he woke up tomorrow morning, he would have to embark on a new journey of escape. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Luo Fan closed his eyes, preparing to fall into a deep sleep, suddenly, the car door was gently knocked from outside. Collect materials, get promoted. Hearing the knock on the door, Luo Fan looked out the window. It was Niu Dagang. Luo Fan rolled down the window, a look of surprise on his face. Brother Niu? What brings you here in the middle of the night? Luo Fan, with the help of 3 mola flower petals, and the battles from the past few days, my sequence level has increased, Niu Dagang said. Oh? Congratulations, Brother Niu, you're now the 3rd LV10 in our convoy, Luo Fan said with a smile upon hearing Niu Dagang. Niu Dagang becoming stronger also meant the overall strength of the team increased, so Luo Fan was naturally very happy. However, I need your help with something, Niu Dagang continued. He paused slightly and then added, it's about my specialized sequence promotion. Oh? Just say what you need help with. As long as I can help, I won't refuse, Luo Fan readily agreed.
My specialized sequence promotion requires 5 types of materials. They are feathers, carapaces, scales, hides, and crystals. First, the feathers of a tiered fierce beast. I still have some feathers from the fire-wrought bird that I didn't throw away. The second material is the carapace of a tiered fierce beast. Didn't I just make a crude set of armor from the black bear's carapace? That can be used. However, I'm still missing the scales of a tiered fierce beast, the hide of a tiered fierce beast, and finally, the ghost crystal born within an eerie being. So, regarding the collection of these materials, I wonder if you can help me? Nyo Dagong asked. He paused slightly and then continued, don't worry, it's not for free. I'll give you appropriate compensation. Feathers, carapaces, scales, and hides, these 4 types of materials all need to be obtained from tiered fierce beasts. Relying solely on a LV10 melee sequencer, collecting them would naturally be very difficult. Not to mention the final ghost crystal. Ghost crystals are something that can only be probabilistically obtained after slaying a powerful eerie being. Therefore, collecting these materials is not easy. But no matter how difficult, they must be collected, so Nyo Dagong naturally sought Luo Fan's help. If Luo Fan agreed, it would be equivalent to Xiaoran also agreeing, right? No problem. Luo Fan nodded decisively, agreeing wholeheartedly.
Although actively seeking out tiered fierce beasts, or even eerie beings, is extremely dangerous.
However, if successful, the convoy would gain a specialized sequence melee expert, which would be a huge help to the entire convoy.
Besides, Nyo Dagong needed help with his promotion today. If he needed to promote next time, he would most likely need help too, right? If he refused this time, who would help him if he needed it?
Furthermore, if Nyo Dagong successfully promoted, he would have a specialized sequence expert to help him with his own future promotions.
That's great, thank you.
Hearing Luo Fan agree so readily and decisively, Nyo Dagong said with delight and excitement.
You're welcome. With a slight smile, Luo Fan still respected Nyo Dagong, no matter what.
After all, if his bus hadn't reflected the sunlight back then, he would have died at the hands of the eerie doll long ago. Nyo Dagong might not know of this karmic debt, but Luo Fan always kept it in mind.
Moreover, Nyo Dagong was a kind person with a bottom line, which made Luo Fan feel very at ease with him.
Plus, during combat, he was the assassin, and the other was the tank attracting firepower.
Shouldn't such a person be helped properly? Alright then, tomorrow morning, we'll find old Zhao and discuss the compensation then.
As long as Luo Fan agreed, the matter was largely successful.
Nyo Dagong happily turned and left.
Luo Fan smiled, looked at Xiaoran who was still sleeping beside him, and gently pulled the blanket over her. The night passed without incident.
The next morning, Luo Fan washed up and met with Nyo Dagong and the others.
After confirming that Luo Fan agreed to help, Zhao Chunfeng was naturally willing to lend a hand.
How about this, for these 2 days, while collecting materials, I'll do some thorough divination. If I come across something suitable, I'll let you know.
Zhao Chunfeng stated that divination and interpreting divination readings take time, and actively hunting tiered fierce beasts while ensuring the
convoy's safety required caution. If there's a fight, I can help too, Rose volunteered to assist. Although she was only at LV1 sequencer, she was still a spell sequence. Even if her flying missiles couldn't harm fierce beasts, they could still serve some distracting purpose.
It was like ordinary people throwing stones at animals like rhinos and wild oxen, while it might not cause much substantial damage. However, if it hurt, it could still divert their attention. With the discussion concluded, the Hope convoy set off again. It's worth mentioning that Uncle Li was driving the fuel tank truck, so Zhao Chunfeng found another seemingly honest young man to drive his SUV. Also, Nyo Dagong found a middle-aged man to drive his bus. Becoming a sequencer driver meant safety was guaranteed, and they no longer had to walk. This job naturally had survivors scrambling for it. It's a pity. My small truck only has a driver's seat and a passenger seat, so only Xiaoran and I can sit. Otherwise,
how great would it be if I could hire a driver too?
Seeing that Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong both had drivers, Luo Fan shook his head with some helplessness. Hiring a driver only required some food and water, which was no longer a burden for Luo Fan, who could sign in for 90 yuan daily now. Thus, the convoy moved in stops and starts, as always, without a pattern. Sometimes it circled around, other times it traveled for a whole day only to return to the starting point the next day. However, the journey was very peaceful. The few fierce beasts encountered occasionally were all non-tiered, and with the strength of the Hope convoy, they were easily dealt with. So, by the evening of the second day, the convoy stopped. Zhao Chunfeng stated that the convoy could rest for 6 hours and needed to depart at midnight.
Afterward, Zhao Chunfeng notified Luo Fan and the others to gather at Niu Dagong's bus.
Feathers and carapaces are already obtained. Now to Ganglak's scales, hides, and ghost crystals. Head in this direction, about 8 to 10 kilometers away, and you'll encounter the target. Without much extra talk, Zhao Chunfeng pointed out a direction and gave them the distance.
Do you all want to set off? What will we encounter? Rose asked, a hint of nervousness in her expression.
After all, this was her first direct combat.
I only know that what you need is there, but I don't know what it specifically is. It might even be an eerie being, Zhao Chunfeng said, shaking his head. How is the divination reading, auspicious or ominous? Luo Fan followed up.
Ominous, but fortunately not a sign of great disaster.
Be careful, and you should be fine, Zhao Chunfeng gave an answer Luo Fan had expected. Actively hunt down advanced-level ferocious beasts.
The Hope convoy would stop to rest for 6 hours, which was quite generous. However, there was no road leading to the target location, so Luo Fan and the others thought briefly, retrieved some supplies, and rented 2 motorcycles from the convoy. Niu Dagong carried Rose, and Luo Fan carried in Xiaoran. The 4 of them drove toward the direction pointed out by Zhao Chunfeng. After advancing about 6 or 7 kilometers, they stopped the motorcycles and proceeded on foot. In the middle of the night, no one knew if the sound of the motorcycles approaching would alert the target. After all, the divination reading given by Zhao Chunfeng was ominous, so everyone naturally had to be careful and cautious.
I'll scout ahead first, Luo Fan said to Niu Dagong and the others.
Since he was of the assassination sequence and possessed Lingshu step, he was indeed the most suitable candidate for the role of vanguard scout.
All right, be careful. Niu Dagong nodded, offering a reminder.
As Lingshu step was executed, Luo Fan's figure immediately became light and boneless, running nimbly forward as if leaving no trace upon the snow.
Running swiftly, Luo Fan could feel the surrounding scenery rapidly receding.
After his sequence level increased to LV9, Luo Fan's movement speed while using Lingshu step became significantly faster. Moving quickly and lightly, Luo Fan moved through the darkness like a phantom, carefully observing everything around him. After running for about 4 or 5 minutes, Luo Fan ran out of the woods. He could see a lake in the woods, the surface of which shimmered under the moonlight. On a massive rock beside the lake, an entirely blue-green colored deer was lying down.
Judging by its physique, this deer was enormous, standing well over 2 meters tall.
Furthermore, the corpse of a feline fierce beast on the massive rock was already fragmented, and the deer was lowering its head to gnaw on the fierce beast's body. Before the apocalypse, fierce beasts like lions and tigers hunted deer. I never expected that after the apocalypse, the roles would be reversed.
That deer must be a tiered fierce beast. However, ordinary survivors cannot eat normal fierce beasts, or their bodies will mutate. But can tiered fierce beasts be eaten? Watching the deer hunt and eat an ordinary fierce beast, Luo Fan muttered to himself. After watching for a moment, Luo Fan quietly retreated, returned to Niu Dagong and the others, and explained the situation to him. Luo Fan, how should we proceed? Do you have any ideas?
It seemed they could collect the pelt tonight, one of the 3 items, scales, pelt, and ghost crystal, they were missing.
Niu Dagong asked Luo Fan for the combat strategy.
Although we have killed tiered fierce beasts before, the first fire-wrought bird had the assistance of Lian Zichong, and the second black bear had the help of the Luo father and son duo. This is the first time our team is actively hunting a tiered fierce beast, so everyone be careful. Brother Nyo, you handle close combat. Don't worry about high damage, just try to pin down the fierce beast. And Rose, you are responsible for long-range flying missile interference. Xiaoran, just play it by ear. Whether it's healing or shield, you've always provided it promptly before, so I'm not worried. As for me, I will provide support depending on the situation. Luo Fan spoke, outlining the combat strategy. With 4 classes, melee, assassination, spellcasting, and support, this division of labor was quite straightforward. Once they all understood their roles, Luo Fan and the others surrounded the small lake in the woods. Luo Fan and Rose stepped out, positioning themselves on the left and right sides of the fierce beast, respectively. Nyo Dagang approached from the front, holding his fire axe. Sensing the movements of Luo Fan and the others, the deer, which had been lying down enjoying its meal, stood up. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the deer moved, a layer of frost quickly formed on the ground beneath its feet, and the ambient temperature dropped significantly. Clad in the black bear carapace and activating his hegemon body state, Nyo Dagang charged directly toward the fierce beast with unstoppable momentum. With a sequence level of LV10, Nyo Dagang was like a raging bull. With a sharp cry, the deer also charged toward Nyo Dagang. The fire axe chopped down fiercely, but the deer lowered its head, countering with a thrust of its thick antlers. A loud crash erupted, as if 2 high-speed cars had collided violently. Subsequently, Nyo Dagang's body retreated step by step, pinned by the antlers, as the fierce beast advanced incrementally. Purely in terms of strength, Nyo Dagang was clearly slightly inferior to his opponent. Not bad. Although his strength isn't equal to the fierce beast's, at least he wasn't immediately tossed aside. Although he was forced back step by step, seeing that Nyo Dagang could barely hold his ground without being instantly defeated made Luo Fan raise an eyebrow, feeling that the situation was better than he had originally anticipated. Whoosh! A flying missile the size of an egg appeared and slammed directly into the deer's body. Given Rose's sequence level, even with the damage-focused spell sequence, the attack inflicted no substantial damage on the deer. Seeing this, Luo Fan held his beast-toothed dagger, approaching with ghostly speed while the fierce beast's attention was drawn to Nyo Dagang. At the same time, he struck the deer's head with the dagger's hilt. Starting with a sap was not only faster, but if it managed to stun the opponent, the subsequent fight would be much easier. However, despite Luo Fan's speed, a blast of cold wind suddenly erupted from the deer's body. The bone-chilling cold seemed to instantly pierce Luo Fan's body, freezing him from the outside in, and his movements immediately slowed down. It wasn't just Luo Fan, large patches of ice crystals immediately formed on Nyo Dagang's body as well. Next, the deer violently tossed its head. Nyo Dagang was directly flung away, and at the same time, the thick antlers viciously swung toward Luo Fan. Buzz! And Xiaoran's reaction was as swift as ever, immediately casting a shield onto Luo Fan. However, against a tiered fierce beast, and Xiaoran's shield effect was not strong. After briefly impeding the attack, the shield shattered with a crash. After that, the antlers, their momentum undiminished, continued to smash toward Luo Fan. In the nick of time, Luo Fan could only hold the beast-toothed dagger horizontally in front of him to block. Then, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. Luo Fan's body was directly flung away by the antlers, flying 7 or 8 meters. He couldn't even hold onto the short dagger in his hand, which spun several times in midair before falling to the ground. His body, which had been tossed away, managed a backflip in midair and barely landed on his feet. Luo Fan felt a burst of numbness in his arm, as if it didn't belong to him anymore. The power of a tiered fierce beast was truly terrifying. As if knowing to pick the softest persimmon, Luo Fan's strength was naturally inferior to Nyo Dagang's. Therefore, after tossing both men away, the deer turned its head and stared at Luo Fan. It then stepped forward and leaped toward Luo Fan. The deer opened its mouth, revealing a set of interlocking sharp teeth, covered in blood, with bits of flesh and shattered bones still visible. Rule-based weirdness. Watching the deer rapidly charge towards him, Luo Fan ignored the soreness in his arm and, in the Lingshu step state, immediately pulled back and
retreated. Whoosh! Luo Fan's figure, under the moonlight, was like a ghostly shadow, shifting 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. At LV6, Luo Fan's full sprint with Lingshu step was already over 100 yards. Now at LV9, Luo Fan's full sprint was even faster. Although this deer was an entry-level fierce beast, in terms of pure speed, it wasn't easy to catch up to Luo Fan sprinting at full speed in his Lingshu step state. Leading the deer in a circle by the lake, Luo Fan ran back to Niu Dagong's side. Understanding what Luo Fan meant by coming to him, Niu Dagong took a deep breath, directly blocked Luo Fan, and charged forward. Retreating dozens of meters again, he glanced at Rose. The flying missiles in her hand continuously smashed towards the fierce beast. However, the fierce beast didn't even seem to spare her a glance. It seems that for ranged output, I still have to rely on myself. Sighing helplessly, Luo Fan's thoughts stirred, and he took out his reinforced double-eye bow from his warehouse space. He already knew the price of this double-eye bow. After a period, his eyes would temporarily go blind for a short time. Luo Fan felt this price was acceptable. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, the bowstring was pulled taut. After replacing it with python sinews, drawing the bow required even greater strength. However, this also meant that both damage and firing range had increased. The pair of ghoul eyes on the bow opened, locking onto the fierce beast. Then, Luo Fan released the bowstring. Whoosh! Under the moonlight, the arrow flashed across the sky, followed by a cry of pain. The arrow directly struck the fierce beast, piercing 3 points deep into its bone. After all, this double-eye bow had been reinforced, and the deer's defense was not as strong as the previous black bear with its carapace protection. Therefore, the destructive power of this double-eye bow was still considerable. The injured fierce beast turned its head, its gaze filled with even more hatred as it stared at Luo Fan. Niu Dagong frantically hugged the fierce beast's neck, using all his strength to block it, creating an output environment for Luo Fan. Although his strength was inferior to the fierce beast, with all his might, Niu Dagong hung on the fierce beast's neck, his legs firmly pressed against the ground, leaving 2 long marks. The deer's speed also slowed to that of an old turtle. Luo Fan naturally wouldn't waste the time Niu Dagong desperately bought for him. He drew his bow again, locked on, and released. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It took about 2 to 3 seconds per arrow for the ghoul eye to lock onto the target. Several arrows in succession all landed on the fierce beast. The last arrow even directly pierced through the deer's skull. With the headshot, the deer let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground, struggling a few times before it stopped breathing. Phew! The deer was shot dead. Niu Dagong, somewhat exhausted, slumped to the ground, panting like an ox. TSK, the upgraded double-eye bow is indeed powerful. It can even shoot down a tiered fierce beast. Its destructive power is comparable to firearms, right? Luo Fan also let out a long sigh of relief, admiring the double-eye bow in his hand. It's dead already? Rose said, a little stunned and surprised. Tiered fierce beasts were synonymous with nightmares in the hearts of survivors. How many convoys had encountered tiered fierce beasts and been completely wiped out? Yet, they had managed to kill the opponents so easily with their combined efforts? Although it took a lot of effort, there were no casualties in this battle. Couldn't this be considered an easy crushing victory? We have 2 LV-10s and 1 LV-9 here. With our combined efforts, plus the assistance of a ghost artifact, it's reasonable to be able to kill a tiered fierce beast. Seeing Rose's stunned expression, clearly not having fully completed the identity transformation from survivor to sequencer, Luo Fan spoke. Today's Hope Convoy was no longer like when they encountered the fire-wrought bird on a rainy night. At that time, the Hope Convoy only had Niu Dagong, an LV-8 melee sequence, who had some combat power. Brother Zhao's divination reading was ominous, but we managed to take it down without any casualties. Rose felt Luo Fan's words made some sense, but she still said with a hint of melancholy. Thump. Hearing Rose's words, Luo Fan's heart suddenly thumped, and he instinctively shouted, "No." What's wrong? Luo Fan? Seeing Luo Fan's sudden strong reaction, Niu Dagong and the others looked at him in surprise.
It's good that we dealt with this fierce beast without injury, but this really doesn't match Brother Zhao's divination reading, Luo Fan said, gripping the double-eyed bow in his hand.
Could it be? Seeing Luo Fan's reaction, Niu Dagong and Rose both felt their hearts tighten, realizing something. He. Abruptly, a giggle sounded.
Under the moonlight, as everyone was on edge, this giggle sent shivers down their spines.
Luo Fan and the others looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a little girl walking out of the woods by the lake. The little girl's face was extremely pale, and she was wearing a pitch-black dress. Most terrifyingly, her eye sockets were very large, but there were no eyeballs to be seen, only huge, empty eye sockets. She was holding a balloon that looked like a bomb. Anomaly.
Looking at the little girl who walked out, Luo Fan's heart thumped. This appearance definitely meant she was an anomaly, no doubt about it.
Strike first. Luo Fan immediately drew his double eyebrow, the ghoul eye opened, quickly locking onto this anomaly that resembled a little girl. However, the lock-on that usually took about 2 seconds couldn't be completed this time, no matter how hard the ghoul eye tried. He.
The anomaly, in the form of a little girl, looked at Luo Fan and the others, her lips curling into a sinister and terrifying smile. Come play with me, the anomaly spoke, her voice like steel needles scratching on tin, making everyone's skin crawl.
It's over, a rule-type anomaly. Hearing the anomaly, in the form of a little girl, actually speak, Luo Fan's heart sank completely.
Anomalies varied, but if you were to ask what type of anomaly was the most terrifying, it would be rule-type anomalies. He remembered a casual chat with Zhao Chunfeng once, where Zhao Chunfeng had mentioned it. Most anomalies, though terrifying and possessing abilities that completely defied scientific common sense, could still be killed if one's power was
strong enough.
However, rule-type anomalies were different. These anomalies had their own set of rules, so they could only be killed within their own rules. The biggest characteristic of a rule-bizarre entity was that it could speak. And being able to speak meant the opponent possessed intelligence. The rules were only known to the anomaly itself, and with the opponent also possessing intelligence, trying to kill them within their own rules was as
difficult as ascending to heaven. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rule-type anomaly today. A bizarre game, and Xiaoran smiled. Everyone calmed down.
With rule-type anomalies, wisdom is more important than strength if you encounter one. Although it's true that you can only kill them within their own rules, the same logic applies, anomalies can only kill people within their own
rules.
Therefore, when you don't know what the anomaly's rules are, saying and doing less is the most important thing, Luo Fan said, reminding Niu Dagong.
And Rose. As for Xiaoran?
And Xiaoran is definitely not someone who talks or acts excessively, so Luo Fan was very relieved about her.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Hearing Luo Fan's words, Niu Dagong and Rose both looked at Luo Fan. No, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Luo Fan asked, somewhat bewildered, being stared at by Niu Dagong and Rose. Wisdom? Figure out the opponent's rules, then use their rules to counterkill?
I definitely can't do that, Niu Dagong said, directly stating his meaning. Little brother Luo, among us, you're the smartest, Rose also said to Luo Fan.
Luo Fan opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but he was speechless. Indeed, could they rely on Niu Dagong to figure out the anomaly's rules? Or in Xiaoran?
Although Rose wasn't stupid, when it came to meticulousness and intelligence, her actions in the refinery earlier had all been seen through by him.
It seems that in terms of wisdom, he was indeed the one in the team?
Although he felt a bit smug, thinking that this was his first time facing a rule-type anomaly, Luo Fan's heart sank.
No rule-type anomaly was easy to deal with. Want to play a game with me?
Holding a balloon, this anomaly came before Luo Fan and the others, speaking with a cheerful smile, looking very happy. If the other party were truly as cute as in Xiaoran, perhaps someone would genuinely be willing to play with her. However, this anomaly looked eerie and terrifying, so when it spoke, it gave off a chilling sensation.
play a game with me, you all, don't you want to play with me?
After calling out several times, seeing that Luo Fan and the others didn't react, this little anomaly clearly became impatient, and at the same time, a terrifying aura spread from its body, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave.
Play, how do you want to play?
Seeing that if they didn't agree to play the game, it would trigger the anomaly's killing rule, Luo Fan quickly shouted.
Hearing Luo Fan agree, the anomaly's aura became calmer.
Everyone, form a circle, and then, take turns passing this bomb balloon in my hand.
Once this balloon starts being passed, it will continuously grow larger. Then, those with bad luck will be blown up. The person who gets blown up will be eaten by me, Until only one person is left, the game ends. The anomaly raised the balloon in its hand and explained the game rules to Luo Fan and the others.
Hiss.
As soon as these words came out, Luo Fan and the others gasped. This game felt like playing Russian roulette.
One bullet is loaded into a revolver, and then everyone takes turns pointing it at their head and firing.
If you're unlucky, you'll be shot dead. And this anomaly's game was even more ruthless, requiring all but one to die for the game to end? In other words, most likely, all four of them would die, and the only one left would be the anomaly itself?
After all, it was the most familiar with these game rules.
Without great confidence, this anomaly wouldn't dare to play such a game, right? But isn't this game purely based on luck? How could it guarantee that it would be the last one alive? Alright, now, stand in a circle.
Without giving Luo Fan and the others much time to think, after explaining the rules, the anomaly had everyone form a circle.
The anomaly held a bomb-shaped balloon in its hand. Then, to its right was Rose, to Rose's right was Niu Dagong, to Niu Dagong's right was Xiaoran, to Xiaoran's right was Luo Fan, and to Luo Fan's right was the anomaly again.
Thus, 4 people and 1 anomaly formed a circle.
Luo Fan, do you have any ideas? They had taken their positions, but Luo Fan hadn't given any hints. Niu Dagong couldn't help but ask.
That's right, little brother Luo, the lives of the 4 of us are in your hands. Rose's face was also filled with dread. This feeling, where no matter how strong you are, your strength is hard to use, was very uncomfortable.
This game seems to be completely based on luck. Either it really is just that, or it's hiding some information.
Luo Fan shook his head, his brows furrowed in thought, his mind working furiously, trying to grasp a clue. However, this game seemed to have no clues at all.
Did he not notice something? Or did this anomaly deliberately conceal something? Game start.
As always, without giving Luo Fan time to think further, the anomaly announced, and then, the balloon in its hand rapidly expanded.
Following that, the anomaly directly handed the balloon to Rose beside it.
After catching the balloon, Rose dared not delay for a second and immediately passed it to Niu Dagong next to her.
Niu Dagong held the balloon, watching it continuously expand in his hands.
Then, looking at Xiaoran next to him, Niu Dagong's expression was somewhat hesitant. Seeing the balloon in Niu Dagong's hand already expanded to a very large size, the anomaly grinned, sticking out its long tongue and licking the corner of its mouth. And Xiaoran next to him actively reached out her hands to Niu Dagong. Seeing this, Niu Dagong was slightly startled, then handed over the balloon in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The balloon, now in Xiaoran's small hands, expanded even more, and at the same time, crimson light flickered, giving a sense of urgency. However, holding the balloon, Xiaoran looked at Luo Fan beside her and did not choose to pass it to him.
Xiaoran, give it to me.
Seeing Xiaoran holding the balloon and not intending to pass it to him, Luo Fan became anxious and shouted. Facing Luo Fan's urgency, Xiaoran remained motionless, not even saying a word, holding the balloon that had expanded to its extreme. Facing life and death, Xiaoran was as calm as ever. This scene reminded Luo Fan of how calm Xiaoran was when Luo Xiaoai threatened her life.
Xiaoran, give it to me, Luo Fan urgently called out.
However, Xiaoran stared fixedly at Luo Fan, and finally, a smile appeared on her face. This was the first time Luo Fan had seen a smile on her face since he had known Xiaoran.
Bang! Almost simultaneously, the balloon in Xiaoran's hand exploded. My name is in Xiaoran. My name is in Xiaoran.
Before the apocalypse, I was my family's treasure. I had loving parents and a brother who took great care of me. Originally, I thought our family could live together forever, but then the apocalypse descended. Many terrifying fierce beasts and bizarre entities ran rampant, and our whole family fled for our lives.
We encountered a fierce beast.
To buy time for everyone to escape, my father desperately went up to block it, and then he was eaten by the fierce beast. My mother, with tears washing her face daily, joined a survivor squad. However, as a woman, it was extremely difficult for her to raise 2 children even before the apocalypse. Several times, I saw her secretly go to other survivors' cars in the middle of the night, staying for a long time before returning.
After that, my brother and I would have something to eat. But unfortunately, those days didn't last long. My mother fell ill and never got up again.
Eventually, only my brother and I were left, wandering until we joined the Luo family town squad.
Everyone in the Luo family town squad lived a miserable life, but at least we were alive. I'll never forget that day.
My brother and I were chatting, and he asked me what I wanted to eat. I blurted out that I wanted pure milk because I hadn't had pure milk in a very, very long time. My brother went with the survivors of the Luo family town squad to search for supplies. I was very scared.
Dad, Mom, and even my brother were no longer by my side. I was so scared that I followed them. Seeing that I had followed, my brother was very angry and told me to go back.
I knew he was afraid I would encounter danger. But what he didn't know was that I wasn't afraid of fierce beasts or bizarre entities.
What I was afraid of was being alone. Xiaoran, run, hurry and run. I'll never forget it.
My brother poured gasoline on himself, lit himself on fire, then tightly embraced the ice and snow bizarre entity, perishing together, and yelled for
me to run. I didn't run.
I just watched with my own eyes as my brother and the ice and snow bizarre entity were burned to death together.
I have no family left.
I'm all alone, living has no meaning anymore.
I awakened my sequence, but I wasn't happy at all.
In the Luo family town squad, I saw someone injured and in great pain. I casually cast a healing spell on him, which healed his injuries.
This made the Luo father and son duo pay great attention to me.
It's just that I really disliked the two of them, because my brother said they were bad people. The Luo family's son spoke to me, but I didn't want to respond to him. He tried to scare me, but I still ignored him. He hit me, but I didn't fight back or acknowledge him. He pushed me underwater, and I struggled to breathe, but I didn't resist.
If I died, I died.
Anyway, everyone in my family was gone, and living alone had no meaning. Perhaps seeing that I wasn't afraid of death, the Luo father and son duo stopped tormenting me and allowed me to remain in the convoy. Occasionally, when I saw injured people, I would give them a healing spell. Even though I really disliked the Luo father and son duo, and they were bad people, I would still help them. Because I hated fierce beasts and bizarre entities even more. Every night, I couldn't sleep soundly. I always dreamed of Dad, Mom, and my brother. I always felt it was because I said I wanted pure milk that my brother went to search for supplies, hoping to find me pure milk, but ultimately I never got to drink it. I don't know how much time passed, in fact, it didn't matter how long, dying any day would be fine. If I truly died, could I reunite with my family? Later, we encountered a squad, the Hope Convoy. A few of us and a few sequencers from their side sat together to eat hot pot. Then, a can of cola was placed in front of me. I wanted to save it because my brother loved cola the most. But just as that thought popped into my head, I realized my brother was long gone. Seeing that I didn't drink the cola, the other person asked if I didn't like it. Then, a box of pure milk was handed to me. I drank it. It was the familiar taste. This was the first time I had pure milk since the apocalypse began. The last time I drank pure milk, I still had my family. The thank you. I couldn't remember how long it had been since I spoke. My voice was a little shaky as I thanked them.
After that, the two squads started fighting. I didn't intervene to help those two bad people. If they fought fierce beasts or bizarre entities, I would help them. But if they fought against other people, I wouldn't help them. Then, the survivors of our squad merged. I could see that the atmosphere in this new squad was very good, and those sequencers were quite kind to ordinary people. My brother Luo Fan and I live together in the car. Brother Luo Fan gives me a box of pure milk every day, and I'm very happy. Sometimes he also gives me apples, and I can eat whatever I want in the car. When I sleep in the car, I can sleep very peacefully. This is great, I have a brother again. I'm also very happy to be able to fight alongside my brother and be helpful. Until we encountered a rule bizarre entity. Everyone took turns holding an exploding balloon. Whoever had bad luck and held the exploding balloon would die. When we were taking positions, I deliberately and secretly stood in front of brother Luo Fan. He didn't notice my little trick. The balloon was in Rosa's hand, and she immediately gave it to brother Nyo Dagang. She wasn't a good person. After brother Nyo Dagang received it, he didn't immediately give it to me. He seemed embarrassed. I actively reached out and asked him for it. I knew brother Nyo Dagang was a good person. I got the balloon. Brother Luo Fan asked me for it, but I didn't give it to him. I used to have family, but they all died protecting me. Finally, I have a brother again. This time, it's my turn to protect my family. Watching brother Luo Fan eagerly ask me for the balloon, I smiled. All this time, I felt that living or dying didn't really matter. But now I understand that my death would have meaning. I successfully advanced, fulfilling the conditions for specialized sequence advancement, which was to sacrifice for love. Brother Luo Fan had asked me before what the conditions for advancing to specialized sequence were. I always knew it was love, to sacrifice oneself for love. In my opinion, this was a specialized sequence that could never be advanced. Because if you've already sacrificed yourself, what's the point of advancing? Bang! As expected, the balloon exploded. Was everything over? However, the balloon exploded, and the bizarre entity, which looked about my age, didn't eat me. Instead, she herself let out a scream and dissipated into twinkling starlight. I didn't die. What happened? Luo Fan watched the balloon explode in Xiaoran's hand, and then the bizarre entity didn't eat in Xiaoran as it had said, instead, it died itself. He was completely dumbfounded. Can rule bizarre entities also lie? Xiaoran, you. With no time to worry about the rule bizarre entity, Luo Fan glared fiercely at Xiaoran, raising his palm, ready to strike. He was such a big person, did he need a little kid like her to protect him? Did he need her to risk her life to protect him? However, his raised palm couldn't fall. In the end, Luo Fan tightly embraced her instead. Brother Luo Fan, I advanced to the specialized sequence. Professional rank, Angel of Holy Light. Hope Convoy. What? A rule-type anomaly? You encountered a rule-type anomaly and actually managed to escape unscathed? Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide, after the 4 of them returned. Anomalies have strengths and weaknesses, and sequencers do too. But if you were to ask which anomaly ignores strength differences, it would be the rule-type anomaly. This is an existence you cannot defeat with sheer power. Even the most powerful sequencer faces a near-certain death when encountering a rule-type anomaly. But what happened? Luo Fan and the others encountered a rule-type anomaly, yet they all returned safely? What exactly happened? Tell me. Zhao Chunfeng was very curious and asked. Then, Luo Fan and the others began to explain to Zhao Chunfeng how they killed the deer-shaped fierce beast, how they subsequently encountered the rule-type anomaly, and how the rule-type anomaly inexplicably died afterward. The rule-type anomaly, did it deceive us when explaining its game rules? The balloon clearly exploded in Xiaoran's hand, yet the anomaly itself died? It can even deceive people while explaining its own game rules? Then who could possibly survive encountering it? Finally, Luo Fan voiced his confusion.
No, I don't think it was deception. Zhao Chunfeng shook his head and analyzed, although the rules of rule-type anomalies are bizarre and varied, they don't involve deception, only
concealment at most.
Therefore, I believe that anomaly must have concealed a corresponding rule. That is, if everyone plays the game with the goal of survival, the game rules are as it stated.
But, if someone plays with the intention of seeking death, perhaps the rules reverse? Of course, this is just my guess. Whether it's true or not, no one knows.
In any case, the fact that you encountered a rule-type anomaly and managed to escape unscathed is truly a stroke of heaven-sent luck. Luo Fan and the others nodded at Zhao Chunfeng's words. Indeed, the specific truth no longer mattered, what was important was that everyone was still alive. No wonder my divination showed it wasn't a major calamity, just a bad omen. Yet you ran into a rule-type anomaly.
I didn't expect your luck to be so good, Zhao Chunfeng continued, sighing with emotion. Then, Zhao Chunfeng asked curiously, how was it? What were your gains?
The gains were pretty good. That fierce beast deer was like an ox, weighing at least 1,000 catties.
If we strip the hide, we have over 1,000 catties of meat, Niu Dagong said with a grin, clearly very happy. Our team is getting more and more ranked fierce beast meat.
We have so much we won't be able to finish it all, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with clicking sounds of satisfaction. Following that, everyone distributed the spoils according to the agreed-upon proportions. Based on percentages, even though Rose was only LV1 sequence and didn't help much, she still went, so Rose received 10% of the fierce beast meat. Zhao Chunfeng also received 20% for his divination guidance. All the remaining meat was given to Luo Fan and Xiaoran.
As for Niu Dagong?
In his words, the original purpose of the team's outing was to collect materials for his advancement to a specialized sequence. If you calculated it properly, Niu Dagong had the biggest haul in the distribution. Dagong now has feathers, shells, fur, and even the rarest ghost crystal. Next, he's only missing scales as a material. Once you collect the fierce beast scales, you'll be the first specialized sequencer in our convoy. While distributing the fierce beast meat was certainly gratifying, the main objective of today's operation was still collecting Niu Dagong's.
The way you put that makes it sound like someone else's guarantee isn't trustworthy, Luo Fan couldn't help but retort upon hearing this.
Too lazy to complain about Zhao Chunfeng's glances, Luo Fan figured geniuses are always easily misunderstood, and he could get used to it, so he
continued. Niu Dagong and Rose first looked at Zhao Chunfeng.
Don't look at me, I haven't advanced, Zhao Chunfeng immediately denied. Next, Niu Dagong and Rose's gaze fell upon Luo Fan. Don't look at me either, I just advanced to LV10, Luo Fan also denied. That's right, the terror of the rule-type anomaly completely disregarded differences in strength. If explained from a gaming perspective, sequence-level upgrades are like grinding monsters to level up in a game. As for the rule-type anomaly, it was definitely a boss-level existence. Therefore, after successive battles against the fierce beast and the rule-type anomaly, Luo Fan's sequence level finally increased to LV10.
In other words, he was finally leaving the novice village, right? While Luo Fan upgrading to LV10 sequence was certainly welcome, what was more attention-grabbing was the specialized sequence. Since it wasn't Niu Dagong, Zhao Chunfeng, or Luo Fan, it definitely couldn't be Rose.
Finally, everyone's gaze landed on Xiaoran.
Facing their questioning looks, Xiaoran spoke, saying, Holy Light Angel sequence, LV11. Holy Light Angel?
Hearing Xiaoran's words, Luo Fan and the others all simultaneously showed expressions of shock.
What are you guys so surprised about? Niu Dagong asked Luo Fan and the others, scratching his head. An angel, right? The messenger of the Western god in legends? This belongs to mythical existence, this sequence must be extremely powerful, right?
Rose replied. Although she was hearing about this sequence for the first time, just hearing the name made it sound incredibly strong. Very good, very good. Generally, the stricter the requirements for advancing a specialized sequence, the stronger the resulting specialized sequence is.
The Holy Light Angel sequence sounds terrifyingly powerful. Xiaoran, what were the conditions for your sequence advancement? Zhao Chunfeng also chimed in, asking curiously. Xiaoran? Now that you've advanced your specialized sequence, have you also awakened a specialized sequence skill? Comparatively, Luo Fan focused more on practicality, so he asked in Xiaoran curiously. The others heard this and looked at her with anticipation. A specialized sequence that sounded terrifyingly strong, what kind of skill did it possess? Luo Fan's promotion requirements in the professional track. Brother Luo Fan, the first skill I awakened in my specialized sequence is Holy Light Descends. This skill has two effects. The first is for allies, when bathed in the light, they become stronger. For enemies, the light makes them weaker. And Xiaoran answered Luo Fan first. Holy Light Descends? It can buff allies and debuff enemies at the same time? Sounds pretty good. As for the condition to awaken my specialized sequence, it was to sacrifice myself out of love. Then in Xiaoran answered Zhao Chunfeng. That condition is way too harsh, isn't it? Out of love, then sacrifice? If she hadn't happened to meet that rule bizarre entity, she'd have died the moment she fulfilled it. What good would awakening the specialized sequence do then? So this is basically an impossible promotion quest. Zhao Chunfeng sighed. More importantly, in today's apocalypse, how many people would really die for love? Rose added, gazing at Xiaoran with an odd look. In her eyes were awe, envy, and a hint of self-loathing. And Xiaoran was like a flawless mirror, standing before her. Rose felt her own filth reflected back. It only deepened her shame. Love and sacrifice, no wonder this condition fits the Holy Light Angel sequence so well, Niu Dagang said. Xiaoran, show us Holy Light Descends, Luo Fan said, ever pragmatic. And Xiaoran nodded and pointed at Luo Fan. A beam of sacred light suddenly pierced the sky above him, bathing him in radiance. Luo Fan's body glowed with holy light, and he clearly felt boosts to strength, speed, and defense across the board. How does it feel? Seeing the holy aura around Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng and the others asked curiously. Luo Fan said nothing, just reached out and shoved Niu Dagang. Niu Dagang was startled but quickly braced his strength to resist. Luo Fan pushed harder, and Niu Dagang matched him. Arg! Niu Dagang roared, his strength maxed out. Veins bulged on Luo Fan's forehead, he too was going all out. The two were deadlocked in raw power. After the test, they both withdrew their strength. Your assassination sequence, yet you can rival my melee sequence in strength? Niu Dagang stared, stunned. Both were LV-10, but assassination and melee sequences weren't remotely the same. Under Holy Light Descends, Luo Fan's strength really has jumped, Zhao Chunfeng said, equally amazed. The buff isn't just strength, speed and defense too. Every stat's been massively boosted. Worthy of a specialized sequence, the amplification is insane. My overall powers leapt up, Luo Fan added. He left unsaid that the glow made stealth impossible, terrible for an assassination sequence. At night it was like shouting, look at me. Alright, rest up. All in all, we got through today unscathed. We've got just over 4 hours left. That Holy Light Descends sure made a racket, Zhao Chunfeng said, clapping his hands and pointing into the distance. Indeed, the sacred beam in the dark had drawn every eye in the Hope convoy toward the sequencers. Right, rest first. Luo Fan and the others nodded. They'd hunted a high-tier beast, then narrowly killed a rule-type anomaly. Everyone was drained. With only 6 hours till departure at dawn, they seized every minute. Luo Fan and Xiaoran climbed into their truck and reclined the seats. Xiaoran, don't ever pull a stunt like that again, got it? After a long silence, Luo Fan said gravely. SNRRRK. And Xiaoran answered with a snore. Luo Fan's face darkened. Stop faking, I know you're awake. The snoring cut off instantly. Did you hear me? She really hadn't been asleep. I heard. Her voice came from the darkness. Hearing isn't enough, promise me you'll never do it again.
Luo Fan sat up, staring at her.
Feeling him rise, and Xiaoran sat up too and lifted a finger.
A point of holy light condensed at her fingertip like a bulb, lighting the cab.
Great, now she's a human flashlight. Brother Luo Fan. Instead of promising, she asked, "You're LV10 now, right?" "Yeah, after that rule-type thing died, I hit LV10. "Then what's your specialized sequence advancement condition? Isn't it automatic? Everyone learns their condition at LV10. So why haven't you told us?"
Finger glowing, she blinked up at him, waiting for an answer. "An invitation to the exchange meeting." "Xiaoran, you never used to talk this much." Perhaps it was because she had experienced life and death, or perhaps because Xiaoran understood her own heart, or maybe for some other reason. In any case, the former Xiaoran was very quiet, perhaps not saying a word all day. Today, she has said quite a lot, enough to equal the total of everything she used to say combined.
Of course, the former Xiaoran was a child with late-stage autism.
Now, being able to speak more proves that a small crack has opened in her closed heart, which greatly comforted Luo Fan.
"Brother Luo Fan, do you not like me talking?"
And Xiaoran tilted her head slightly and looked at Luo Fan.
"Remember the domain name of this site, read massive Taiwanese novels easily." "Of course not."
Luo Fan shook his head decisively.
"So, what are the promotion requirements for Brother Luo Fan's specialized sequence?"
And Xiaoran smiled brightly and pressed for an answer.
"Actually, whether I tell you or not doesn't matter. You can't help me with my promotion requirements, and neither can anyone else."
Luo Fan sighed helplessly. One of the reasons he had tried his best to help Niu Dagon was the hope that Niu Dagon would help him after advancing to the specialized sequence. Now, Xiaoran had advanced before Niu Dagon, and he gained a powerful assistant. But unfortunately, his specialized sequence promotion requirements were not only extremely stringent, but also impossible for others to help him with. Xiaoran didn't speak, but just looked at Luo Fan with questioning eyes, quietly waiting for his answer.
"My promotion requirement is to hunt down the bazaar. But there are two requirements. First, I can only hunt down bazaar entities whose level is higher than mine. Second, I must hunt alone and cannot accept help from anyone."
Luo Fan explained his conditions for advancing to the specialized sequence to Xiaoran. Hearing this, Xiaoran frowned slightly.
She naturally understood that Luo Fan's promotion requirement was extremely stringent. Luo Fan is a level 10 sequence holder. To hunt bazaar entities higher level than him, wouldn't they be comparable to specialized sequence bazaar? And he must hunt alone? That's too dangerous. If anything were to happen to him while hunting the bazaar.
"Brother Luo Fan, you. And Xiaoran opened her mouth, wanting to say that she hoped Luo Fan would never hunt the bazaar. But when the words reached her lips, Xiaoran couldn't speak them. The feeling that Brother Luo Fan was facing difficulty but she couldn't help him at all made Xiaoran feel terrible.
"All right, rest easy. You'll have to get up in a few hours."
Guessing what Xiaoran wanted to say, Luo Fan waved his hand, indicating he didn't intend to continue the conversation, and lay back down.
Notification, check-in successful. Gained 100 yuan. Current balance, 452 yuan.
Luo Fan woke up, unsure how long he had slept, as the corresponding notification flashed across the corner of his eye. This brought a smile to Luo Fan's face.
100 yuan for checking in every day?
If he truly didn't care about the threat of the bazaar and fierce beasts, he could use this money to buy supplies in the mall and live quite
comfortably, right?
Thanks to the supplies already in the small truck and the meat he allocated to himself after hunting fierce beasts, Luo Fan hadn't really spent money on anything these days besides pure milk, small green vegetables, and apples. Thus, without realizing it, his balance had already reached 450 yuan. Dawn arrived, and the members of the Hope Convoy gradually woke up.
After resting for about 20 minutes, they continued their escape journey.
They traveled for 7 or 8 hours, and when dawn broke, the convoy stopped in a secluded field. Unfortunately, although there was a large expanse of farmland before them, no crops were growing. In the distance, they could see 100 or 200 farmhouses at the edge of the field. That must have been a small village before the apocalypse. Logically, there should have been some supplies in the village, but Zhao Chunfeng didn't tell everyone to gather them, so no one dared to harbor any improper thoughts. After the convoy stopped, Luo Fan cooked a pot of shredded pork and vegetable noodles. He and Xiaoran each ate a large bowl and were very satisfied. Beep beep. However, just as the Hope convoy was resting and eating breakfast here, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. Luo Fan quickly looked over. About 200 meters away from the Hope convoy, two people were approaching on a motorcycle. Seeing this, Luo Fan immediately put down his bowl and watched the approaching people warily. Similarly, Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng also came over. Everyone, which convoy are you from? Understanding the vigilance of Luo Fan and the others, the two men stopped their motorcycle dozens of meters away and shouted toward the Hope convoy. We are the Hope convoy, Zhao Chunfeng stepped forward and replied. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, one of the men took out a small notebook, checked it, and then said, Do you know about the Depingshan exchange meeting? Exchange meeting. Luo Fan and the others had heard Lin Zicheng mention this point, but the Depingshan exchange meeting? They were completely unaware of it. No, what is this exchange meeting about? Zhao Chunfeng asked. It's like this, today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, about 20 kilometers in this direction, there will be a small mountain called D. Pingshan. 7 or 8 convoys have agreed to gather at De Pingshan to exchange information and share resources. If your Hope convoy is interested, you can go and take a look. The man on the motorcycle spoke, seemingly having guessed that the Hope convoy was unaware of the De Pingshan exchange meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men twisted the motorcycle handlebars, preparing to leave. Wait. However, Luo Fan spoke up at this moment, shouting, Were the convoys that agreed to meet originally communicating using the new type of mobile phone? You know about the new type of mobile phone? That's right. The motorcycle stopped temporarily, and the man riding it nodded. Then, will there be mobile phones for sale at your exchange meeting? Luo Fan then asked. What the Hope convoy lacked most right now was a mobile phone. Having a mobile phone would provide a channel for communicating with the outside world. We can't guarantee whether they'll be for sale or not, you can go and see for yourselves. The person riding the motorcycle did not want to make a firm promise. With that, the two people quickly left on their motorcycle. What do you say? Should we go check it out? Luo Fan spoke, seemingly asking for everyone's opinion, but his gaze was actually fixed on Zhao Chunfeng. Let me divine a hexagram first. Understanding what Luo Fan meant, Zhao Chunfeng took out 3 coins, shook them lightly in his palm, and threw them onto the ground. Based on the heads, tails, and orientation of the coins, Zhao Chunfeng interpreted the results for a moment, then said, We can go. The hexagram shows no danger. A post-apocalyptic trade fair, are you selling fresh fruits and vegetables? Originally, the squad's escape had no destination, so since the exchange meeting wasn't dangerous, the Hope convoy collectively set off toward it. The survivors following behind the vehicles also learned that the convoy was going to attend the exchange meeting, but these survivors didn't have strong feelings about it. After all, for them, having food and guaranteed safety was their highest pursuit. As for food and similar items, as long as they could produce something valuable, they could exchange it with a sequencer. If they couldn't produce anything valuable, even if they went to the exchange meeting, it would be like window shopping in a mall with empty pockets. They could only look, not buy. Furthermore, interacting with other survivor teams would unnecessarily increase the danger. Writing up to this point, I hope readers remember our domain wkn.com, it's super reliable. Therefore, some survivors felt uneasy and weren't too keen on attending the exchange meeting. However, the Hope convoy could not change its course based on their wishes, so the only thing they could do was leave the convoy. 20 kilometers was not a short distance. After spending more than an hour, the Hope convoy finally arrived near Daping Mountain. Upon arriving, they indeed found many people gathered, various types of vehicles, and quite a few motorcycles. The most eye-catching vehicle was a clearly modified semi-trailer, which had a large container attached, making Luo Fan extremely envious.
If he could have a vehicle like that, wouldn't he be able to sleep very comfortably?
After all, when he and Xiaoran slept in the cab of their truck, they could only barely fold down the seatbacks to sleep, and it was uncomfortable.
Just to turn over.
If he had a semi-trailer dragging a container, he would definitely set up a bed for himself so he could roll around freely while sleeping at night.
Sigh, forget it.
I shouldn't hope for that anytime soon. Although he had indulged in a good fantasy, Luo Fan immediately shook his head silently.
While the semi-trailer was good, its fuel consumption was terrifyingly high. The anxiety over fuel usage would drive him crazy, right?
It was even more worrying than a mortgage before the apocalypse. Arriving at the gathering place, the core area was naturally where the sequencers exchanged goods. The survivors of the Hope Convoy were arranged to rest in an open space, and then Luo Fan and the other sequencers walked towards the central area.
Welcome, welcome.
I am Chen Zhonghua, the organizer of this exchange meeting.
What is your convoy called?
As Luo Fan and the others approached, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, wearing a smile, greeted Zhao Chunfeng and the others.
We are the Hope Convoy, invited to come and take a look.
Zhao Chunfeng stepped forward to converse with him. After Chen Zhonghua and Zhao Chunfeng exchanged a few words, counting it as a greeting, he allowed Luo Fan and the others to move freely. The person who rode the motorcycle earlier said that 7 or 8 squads had agreed to gather, but looking around, there were at least more than 10
squads.
Presumably, those 7 or 8 squads had cell phones and confirmed online, while the extra squads, like the Hope Convoy, came temporarily because they had no mobile communication. Although it was called an exchange meeting, more accurately, it was a trade fair. Because with the birth and gradual spread of mobile phones, much intelligence and information could be exchanged on the sequencer forum. Therefore, the main purpose of this exchange meeting was still trade.
Luo Fan and the others took a simple look around.
Only a dozen or so convoys had gathered, so naturally, there weren't many people exchanging goods, and the supplies weren't very abundant. Fortunately, convoys were still arriving one after another, and some solitary sequencers who got the news also came to check it out. Thus, the exchange meeting was becoming increasingly crowded.
All exchanges seemed to be measured using fierce beast meat as currency. But besides physical goods transactions, there were also service-based transactions.
For example, if someone's vehicle had a problem, they needed someone from the artisan sequence to help repair it, and they would go help after,
agreeing on a price.
Others were injured and needed someone from the support sequence to help with healing and treating their wounds. After walking around for a bit, Zhao Chunfeng and the others immediately discussed what items they could bring out for trade. Honestly, after thinking about it, everyone felt that the Hope Convoy was genuinely poor. There weren't many things they could take out to sell.
Gasoline was also hard currency, but the fuel tank truck wasn't even full yet with the gasoline they had painstakingly collected. How could they possibly sell it? I still have 3 healing potions here. Now that we have Xiaoran, these potions probably won't be useful anymore.
After thinking, Zhao Chunfeng took out 3 potions. Luo Fan also remembered that when he first awakened his sequence, Niu Dagon was injured fighting the fire rot bird, and Zhao Chunfeng asked if he
needed a potion, but De Gang was reluctant to use it.
Now that they had in Xiaoran, the healing potions were indeed not very useful.
Wait, Brother Zhao, save these 3 potions for me.
However, Luo Fan, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke to Zhao Chunfeng.
You? What do you need these for?
Hearing what Luo Fan said, Zhao Chunfeng and the others looked at him in surprise. And Xiaoran was practically inseparable from him.
Wasn't he the person in the squad who least needed these healing potions? Brother Zhao, haven't I reached LV10? My specialization promotion requirement is to solo hunt an anomaly whose level is higher than mine. Luo Fan spoke frankly, not intending to hide anything. If that's the case, you certainly need them.
Luo Fan would definitely leave the convoy to travel alone for some time in the future, and Zhao Chunfeng understood why Luo Fan needed these potions. Since they had nothing to sell, they would buy instead. Fortunately, they had plenty of meat from the black bear they hunted previously and the deer-like fierce beast by the lake. Therefore, they were poor because they lacked anything valuable enough to trade. Trading items like food, water, and daily necessities didn't fetch high prices. However, everyone still had a considerable amount of fierce beast meat. Even Rose had received nearly 200 caddies of deer meat, so they could still select some items to purchase. Luo Fan, can you lend me some fierce beast meat? The group had spread out to browse for things they might need when suddenly, Niu Dagang came over and asked, looking somewhat eager. Brother Niu, how much do you need to borrow? Luo Fan asked readily. 200 caddies is enough. I just talked to someone, and he has some fierce beast snake scales, which is exactly what I need right now, Niu Dagang replied. Niu Dagang's specialization sequence promotion required 5 types of materials, and now he only lacks scales. Since they happened to be available at the exchange meeting, buying them was naturally the best option. Niu Dagang's luck was quite good. Alright, no problem. Luo Fan nodded and immediately took Niu Dagang back to the small truck, retrieving 200 caddies of meat from the truck's refrigerator for him. Brother Niu is about to become the second specialized sequence in the squad. Watching Niu Dagang leave carrying 200 caddies of meat, Luo Fan felt a pang of envy. Shaking his head and suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Luo Fan returned to the trade area and sat down. Zhao Chunfeng and the others didn't have anything they could bring out to trade, but Luo Fan did. Based on Lian Zichong's reaction, Luo Fan knew that fresh vegetables and fruits were very valuable in this apocalypse. Luo Fan directly bought 10 caddies of apples and 20 caddies of small green vegetables and displayed them. Mall balance, minus 160 yuan, remaining balance, 392. Sure enough, as Luo Fan displayed a full 20 caddies of small green vegetables and 10 caddies of apples, the eyes of many people in the trade area were instantly drawn toward them as if by a magnet. Successfully acquired the apocalyptic phone. Brother, how much for these fresh small green vegetables? You even have apples so crisp they look like they were just plucked from the tree. It's been months since the apocalypse, and this is the first time I've seen fruit this fresh. Luo Fan had barely laid the goods out before people crowded in to ask. Apples, 20 caddies of fierce beast meat each, Luo Fan said. 20 caddies? Not cheap, but fair for the apocalypse. You've got about 10 caddies here? I'll take the lot, the first sequencer to step up nodded. You misunderstand. I sell them by the piece, Luo Fan cut in. 1 caddy held 3 apples, so the 10 caddies he'd bought from the mall came to exactly 30 fruit. That worked out to roughly 60 caddies of fierce beast meat per caddy of apples. Are you robbing me? 1 apple for 20 caddies of meat, the man exclaimed. You know how hard it is to grow fresh fruit in the apocalypse. If I weren't short for something I want to buy, I wouldn't part with these. Of the 8 sequences, 1 was agricultural planting, but this was an age of constant flight. Stay anywhere too long and the aberrations came, you had to keep migrating. So even agricultural sequencers could only grow a few things aboard their trucks. Without safe ground to cultivate, harvests stayed pitifully scarce. Then give me 5, no, 10. Convinced by Luo Fan's logic, the man paid for 10 apples, produced rarer than rice or even fierce beast meat. And the small green vegetables? He turned to the greens. 30 caddies of fierce beast meat per caddy, Luo Fan replied. You're not selling them by the stalk, are you? The buyer asked warily. By weight, of course by weight, Luo Fan said quickly. All right, 2 caddies for me. 260 caddies of fierce beast meat in the pouch, 10 apples and 2 caddies of greens sold. When Luo Fan produced the produce, many stared, hearing the price, most walked away. It really wasn't cheap. Yet after so long without fresh vegetables or fruit, the craving for vitamins ran deep. One by one, customers came, soon only scraps of stock remained. If anyone has a new model phone, bring it, terms negotiable. Luo Fan added a few more caddies of apples and greens and put up a sign, "Want phones?"
Hey, kid, you sitting on a mountain of fruit and veg? Qian Zhenghua stepped forward. Uncle Qian, what's on your mind? Luo Fan answered with a question.
Phones go for 3,000 caddies of fierce beast meat now, and you can't find them. Our convoy has 3, kept for internal use, never meant to sell.
But I'd love some of these greens.
30 caddies per caddy, bring me 100 caddies and 1 phone is yours.
He wanted greens, not meat. 100 caddies? Tough.
I can spare 50, then top up with meat and apples.
100 caddies would cost 300 mall points, he could afford it. But flashing that much would scream unlimited supply and trouble. How many apples do you have?
Qian Zhenghua asked after a pause. 50 caddies of greens equaled 1,500 caddies of meat. Apples at 20 per fruit meant 75 more apples, 25 caddies, to cover the rest. Taking apples instead of greens would lose him value, but scarcity had to be faked. After quick math, Luo Fan said, about 10 caddies left, 30 fruits, 600 caddies of meat.
Still 900 short. I'll round it up and give you an extra 1,000, Uncle Chen, deal? Fine.
He'd wanted more, but 50 caddies of greens plus 10 of apples was acceptable, and Luo Fan had rounded the shortage to a full 1,000.
They shook. Luo Fan asked him to wait, climbed into the van, and quietly bought 50 caddies of greens and 10 of apples, 250 yuan. Spent, 200 left.
He handed them over. Qian Zhenghua inspected them, beamed, and passed Luo Fan a phone. New phones fetched 3,000, this used one still cost 3,000, seller's market. Luo Fan didn't haggle. Zhao Chunfeng might call him shrewd, but he knew when to be generous. Phone in hand, Luo Fan studied it.
Outwardly it looked no different from pre-apocalypse models. The difference was inside.
No chat apps, no dialer, no icons, just the sequence forum. Post, reply, add friends, private messages, nothing else.
Forget maps or short videos. Good enough, beat sending smoke signals, he muttered.
Limited, yes, but in the apocalypse even a forum was priceless.
I've added you.
If you ever have more greens or apples and we're close, ping me, Qian Zhenghua said, watching him toy with the device.
Will do, Uncle Qian. Luo Fan smiled. Sure enough, Qian Zhenghua's name now sat in his contacts. Luo Fan updated his profile with his own name.
Next he typed in a string of digits Lian Ziqiong had once given him, adding her as a friend. Armor-piercing arrow, blood blade. However, Luo Fan had sent a friend request, but the other side took a long time to accept.
After waiting for a moment, Luo Fan put away his phone.
Regarding fierce beast meat, he currently had a little over 1,000 caddies on hand.
He should still be able to buy some things, right? Luo Fan searched for a moment, finding that most vendors were mainly selling daily necessities and hard currency goods like gasoline. Huh, what is this?
After walking for a while, Luo Fan saw dozens of sharp fangs.
Luo Fan stepped forward and inquired. These are the fangs of entry-level fierce beasts.
They are extremely sharp and possess a strong armor-piercing effect. If you're interested, young man, you can take them all for 30 caddies of fierce beast meat. They were just teeth, not particularly rare, said the person selling them.
Deal.
Counting them, there were about 20-something pieces.
Luo Fan didn't haggle and bought them all.
Furthermore, from a lone sequencer, Luo Fan saw a short crimson dagger. According to the sequencer, it was loot he obtained after killing someone from the assassination sequence, and it was a ghost artifact. The specific effect was also very simple. If this ghost artifact scratched an opponent, it would cause continuous blood loss, and the wound would be difficult to heal. The cost was not high either, he just had to feed it with his own blood periodically. Although the quality wasn't very high, it was still much stronger than his beast-tooth dagger. Luo Fan thought about it and took it for the price of 800 caddies of fierce beast meat. Having spent almost all his meat, Luo Fan and in Xiaoran returned to the small truck.
After returning, Luo Fan took out all his arrows.
He only had 18 arrows left, and some were even bent, appearing to seriously affect their flight stability.
However, Luo Fan did not discard them. Taking out a small knife, Luo Fan removed all the arrowheads one by one. Then, he attached the beast fangs he had just bought to serve as new arrowheads. After replacing them with these new beast fang arrowheads, the arrows looked utterly crude. Presumably, even a master archer wouldn't be able to hit the target with them, right? However, the characteristic of the double-eye bow was 100% accuracy. Therefore, as long as the arrow was shot, it would hit, making flight stability irrelevant to Luo Fan. With these arrows, my arrows count as armor-piercing arrows, and my strength will increase by a notch. And there's this blood blade, which causes a continuous bleeding status after damaging a target. Both of my weapons have received a small upgrade. Luo Fan happily put everything away, muttering to himself. Seeing that the exchange meeting was still ongoing, Luo Fan took out his phone again and browsed through many posts on the forum. The first thing that caught Luo Fan's eye was a sticky post. The post discussed the conditions for awakening a sequence. After detailed experimentation, someone successfully uncovered the mystery of sequence awakening. First, the death of an anomaly gives birth to an invisible, intangible substance that scatters around. Ordinary humans cannot absorb this material. Simply put, human physical fitness is insufficient. But if humans secrete a large amount of adrenaline at this time, they will temporarily transform into the state of a terrifying upright ape. Luo Fan nodded silently at this point. Humans with massive adrenaline secretion were practically beast-level existences. The reason ordinary people are timid, even a frantic kitten can scare people into fleeing, is mainly because people always want to remain unharmed. But if one truly throws caution to the wind, and adrenaline takes over the body, that truly is a super buff state, 100% increase in strength, 100% increase in reaction speed, and 90% reduction in pain sensation. This made Luo Fan think of his own resolve, especially Rose's awakening. When Rose was near death, did he save her by shooting and killing that neither human nor ghost entity, thus helping her successfully awaken? In other words, one doesn't need to personally kill the anomaly, as long as an anomaly dies nearby while one is secreting large amounts of adrenaline. There is a high probability of awakening a sequence? Luo Fan looked at the replies in the post. Many people were already trying to verify this point, hoping to create more sequencers. After a brief thought, Luo Fan noted this down, then continued browsing the forum posts, clicking into many that interested him. Among them, another post caught Luo Fan's attention. This was a post about the advancement of specialized sequences. The content of the post stated that if the conditions for specialized sequence advancement were overfulfilled, there was a high probability that the resulting specialized sequence would become stronger. Simply put, if the requirement for specialization advancement was to slay one anomaly, then the stronger the anomaly killed, the stronger the resulting specialized sequence would be. Furthermore, if the advancement condition was to collect materials, the greater the quantity or higher the quality of the materials collected, the stronger the resulting specialized sequence would be. Luo Fan looked at the replies below. Some were wailing, saying they had barely met the requirements and rushed to advance, resulting in a weak specialized sequence. Others said they saw the post and decided not to rush the advancement, but instead to collect higher quality materials first. As he casually browsed, Luo Fan also thought about his own advancement. So, if he hunts anomalies of a higher grade than himself, the stronger the anomaly he hunts, the stronger his specialized sequence advancement will be? Luo Fan, my luck is really good today. I not only bought the scales I needed but also a handy weapon. While Luo Fan was casually browsing the forum posts, Niu Dagong returned. Luo Fan immediately spotted a huge axe in Niu Dagong's hand. Niu Dagong explained that the axe was made by an artisan of the specialized sequence. It was extremely heavy and very tough. Luo Fan naturally offered his congratulations. Alright, this exchange meeting is almost over. Let's go. Zhao Chunfeng also returned and announced this, and the Hope Convoy prepared to depart. At the Daping Mountain exchange meeting,
they could see that the other convoys and lone sequencers were also leaving one after another. Thus, the team traveled for another 4 or 5 hours, finally stopping in a grassy area around 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Chunfeng announced that they would rest here tonight for 10 hours. The survivors, who had been traveling for so long, naturally breathed a sigh of relief and began preparing their own food.
Luo Fan and the others gathered in front of Niu Dagong's bus to observe Niu Dagong's specialized sequence advancement.
Brother Niu, if nothing goes wrong, you should be able to advance into a decent specialized sequence.
Luo Fan took out the remaining black bear carapaces he had and handed them to Brother Niu.
At the same time, Luo Fan relayed all the information he had seen on the forum regarding material collection for specialized sequence advancement to
Niu Dagong. Alright then, I won't be polite. The more carapaces there were, the stronger the resulting specialized sequence would theoretically be. Niu Dagong accepted them without hesitation.
The other materials are fine, but that ghost crystal is a good item dropped by a rule-type anomaly. This might truly allow for advancement into a formidable specialized sequence.
Zhao Chunfeng also looked at Niu Dagong expectantly.
Niu Dagong was seen placing the fire-wrought bird feathers, black bear carapaces, purchased snake scales, and the hide of the deer-type fierce beast, arranging them according to the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Following this, he held the ghost crystal dropped by the rule-type anomaly in both hands. Buzz! Brilliant light burst forth from the ghost crystal, connecting the materials in the 4 directions and instantly forming the shape of a magic
array. A rule-based divine skill?
The ghost crystal emitted light, connecting the materials from all 4 directions, transforming into a mysterious magic array. In the center of this magic array, Niu Dagong, holding the ghost crystal, was completely enveloped by the light of the array. The light grew increasingly brilliant until, finally, it completely swallowed Niu Dagong's figure. All the survivors of the Hope convoy were looking over here at this moment.
I feel like the commotion in our convoy is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, a few days ago it was Miss Xiaoran, with the holy white light shooting out of the void, and now Niu Dagong is causing such a huge
disturbance. So what does this mean? Are the sequencers in our convoy getting stronger and stronger?
Writing this here, I hope readers remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network to relieve boredom. lwkunkun.com is super practical.
This is a good thing. Plus, our convoy now has 5 sequencers. I'm definitely sticking with the Hope convoy and not leaving.
Living in this convoy is a human life. Before, in the Luo family town convoy, we were nothing but livestock, mere beasts.
Exactly.
Before, in the Luo family town convoy, encountering fierce beasts and anomalies was commonplace, but the Hope convoy rarely runs into them.
The leader's prophecy sequence is so strong.
Putting aside what the survivors were discussing, at this moment, Luo Fan and the others were curiously staring at Niu Dagong.
Brother Niu, is the commotion from your promotion this big?
Xiaoran didn't cause such a huge disturbance when she was promoted to Holy Light Angel. It wasn't the first time Luo Fan had witnessed a promotion, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise.
It didn't last long. Soon, the light enveloping Niu Dagong completely dissipated. Then, everyone looked towards Niu Dagong.
The 5 materials had completely vanished, and Niu Dagong's appearance had also changed. His already burly physique was now even stronger. Based on a visual estimate, his height was probably around 2.2 to 2.3 meters. Luo Fan and the others only reached his shoulder when standing in front of him, making them appear much smaller.
TSK, with this physique, it's a real shame he's not playing basketball. Seeing Niu Dagong's physical transformation, Zhao Chunfeng remarked.
With clicking sounds.
Luo Fan gave him a strange look, his priorities seemed a bit different. Brother Niu, how is it? What sequence did you advance to? What abilities do you have? Luo Fan asked Niu Dagong curiously. Luo Fan, you were absolutely right.
Using the ghost crystal left behind by that rule-type anomaly as the material for sequence advancement, my sequence feels incredibly strong.
A joyful expression appeared on Niu Dagong's face.
He scratched the back of his head and said, "The specialized sequence I advanced to is called Shield Warrior.
I have also awakened the first skill of the specialized sequence, named Block. The effect is that it blocks one attack from the opponent and grants 90% damage exemption."
Hiss. Hearing Nyo Dagon's words, Luo Fan and the others all gasped.
Good heavens, blocking the opponent's attack while exempting 90% of the damage? As everyone knows, skills calculated by percentage are absolutely considered divine skills. Does this exemption have a limit? Luo Fan then asked Nyo Dagong. No limit. This should be some kind of rule-type skill. Nyo Dagong shook his head. Good heavens, a rule-type skill that can exempt 90% of damage regardless of the attack type? This truly is a divine skill. TSK, what a pity.
While marveling at the strength of Nyo Dagong's specialized sequence, Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan and shook his head regretfully.
Brother Zhao, what do you mean by that? Shaking your head at me and sighing, what a pity. Zhao Chunfeng's reaction made Luo Fan's mouth twitch slightly, and he complained to him irritably. De Gang's Shield Warrior is very powerful, and Xiao Ran being a holy light angel is also formidable.
Logically speaking, our convoy now has 2 specialized sequences. If you were to advance, they could greatly assist you in hunting anomalies.
But unfortunately, your requirement is that you must hunt alone. Don't you think that's a pity? Zhao Chunfeng said to Luo Fan with a grin. Luo Fan. That stung.
Luo Fan had originally been very happy because Nyo Dagong awakened the Shield Warrior sequence, but as Zhao Chunfeng's words fell, Luo Fan's happy
mood immediately vanished.
Brother Zhao, people in our convoy are advancing to specialized sequences one after another.
What about you? As the leader of the Hope Convoy, don't you feel any urgency? Come on, let's hurt each other.
Luo Fan understood exactly how to poke at Zhao Chunfeng's sore spot. Sure enough, Luo Fan's words made Zhao Chunfeng's expression sour, and he retorted irritably, "If you're going to hunt anomalies alone, it looks like
you don't need a divination anymore?"
Brother Zhao, you are my real brother. Hearing this, Luo Fan immediately changed his attitude, putting on a fawning smile.
How about that? Do you still think it's a pity now?
Zhao Chunfeng asked, tilting his head up slightly. Yes, a pity, a huge pity. I'm so upset my insides are turning green.
Luo Fan nodded.
My shoulder feels a little sore today. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Chunfeng reached back and massaged his own shoulder. Brother Zhao, let me massage it for you. Luo Fan cheerfully massaged Zhao Chunfeng's shoulders.
This is too shameless. Seeing Luo Fan completely abandon his dignity when necessary, Nyo Dagong looked strange.
But I have to admit, this kind of person is the most suited for the apocalypse. Rose spoke up, offering her assessment.
Alright then, when I have time, I'll give you a proper divination. Clearly satisfied with Luo Fan's service, Zhao Chunfeng finally nodded and said.
It was already very late, but fortunately, they had 10 hours of rest time this time. Therefore, after thoroughly checking out Nyo Dagong's specialized sequence promotion, Luo Fan and the others gradually returned to their respective vehicles.
Brother Luo Fan, I want to go with you.
Back in the car, and Xiaoran said. No, my advancement condition requires me to hunt alone.
Hearing this, Luo Fan shook his head and refused outright. What if I follow you but don't interfere? And Xiaoran asked. That won't work either. Luo Fan still shook his head. Having said that, Luo Fan patted in Xiaoran's head. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Beep beep beep. Just then, Luo Fan's phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. Luo Fan took out his phone and glanced at it.
It turned out that Lian Ziqiang had finally accepted his friend request.
Lian Ziqiang, ?
Lian Ziqiang sent a message, a simple question mark, displaying her aloofness.
Luo Fan, Brother Lian, it's Luo Fan. Luo Fan immediately stated his identity. Lian Ziqiang, you got a phone so quickly? Not bad. After learning Luo Fan's identity, Lian Zichong's tone became noticeably warmer. Luo Fan, yeah, I got lucky.
I attended an exchange meeting and managed to buy a used one. I'll use it for now.
Brother Lian, what have you been busy with lately? Why did it take so long to add your friend request?
Lian Zichong, oh, I was hunting fierce beasts, so my phone was set to silent mode and kept in my mustard seed pouch.
Luo Fan, Brother Lian, I have something I want to ask you. If I want to travel alone, what do I need to look out for? Leave the caravan and hunt the eyrie on your own. Walking alone? What's going on? Isn't your convoy doing well? I have no choice. To advance my specialized sequence, I need to hunt down an abnormality whose level is higher than mine. Your advancement requirement is harder than the usual ones that just require collecting materials.
You must be careful. For sequencers who haven't traveled alone much, the first solo journey is extremely dangerous.
That's why I came to seek advice from you, right? Alright then, I've summarized a few rules for traveling alone. Let me tell you about them.
First, absolutely do not risk hunting abnormalities or fierce beasts, because you don't know if, after finally killing your target, you might encounter a situation where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
Second, do not easily trust other sequencers.
Third, when you sleep, don't sleep too soundly.
Fourth, TSK, Brother Lian, since there are so many taboos when traveling alone, why don't you find a reliable squad to join? Haven't you always thought our squad's atmosphere was pretty good? No, if I wanted to join, I would have joined long ago. You wouldn't happen to have a story, would you? Tell me about it? He. Brother Lian, I remember before the apocalypse, he was considered an insult, right? Yes, you remember correctly.
Luo Fan closed his phone and pursed his lips. Sure enough, if he hadn't met Lian Zichong, based solely on the chat style, Luo Fan would find it hard to believe that the person on the other end was
actually a woman.
But honestly, the points Lian Zichong cautioned him about were very practical. Thus, over the next 3 days, the Hope convoy didn't encounter any major incidents, and the fierce beasts they occasionally met were easily dealt with. After all, the Hope convoy now had 2 specialized sequence members holding the fort. And these days, Luo Fan's sign-in gold was indeed 100 yuan every day. Luo Fan secretly anticipated how much his sign-in gold would increase once he advanced to the specialized sequence.
Luo Fan.
On this day, when the Hope convoy stopped to rest, Zhao Chunfeng came up to Luo Fan, holding 3 healing potions in his hand, and passed them to Luo
Fan, saying, "Here, take these."
Luo Fan didn't refuse, accepting them with a much more serious expression. Brother Zhao, you didn't just suddenly remember today and decide to give
me these 3 healing potions, did you?
Yes,
I already performed a divination regarding your advancement to the specialized sequence. Zhao Chunfeng nodded and said, according to the divination results, if you head southeast, your advancement will be relatively smooth. However, the due south direction will bring some trouble. The most forbidden direction is the east. You absolutely must not go there.
Zhao Chunfeng had clearly spent the last 2 days carefully divining Luo Fan's situation and interpreting the results. If this were before he got the phone, Luo Fan wouldn't have asked another question and would have definitely headed southeast.
If he could advance smoothly, why would anyone willingly seek trouble?
However, knowing that the stronger the abnormality he hunted, the stronger his specialized sequence advancement would be, Luo Fan paused for a moment.
And then curiously asked Zhao Chunfeng, the east? Is it a sign of great misfortune? Will I definitely die if I go there?
Zhao Chunfeng shook his head slightly. There is nothing certain in this world. As the saying goes, the great expansion number is 50, but only 49 are used. Everything has a sliver of hope. But the due east direction is indeed a sign of great misfortune, the kind where survival is nearly impossible.
Absolutely don't go.
According to the divination results, your survival rate if you go due east won't be much higher than winning 5 million in the lottery. When he finished speaking, Zhao Chunfeng gave a serious and stern warning.
Alright, I understand.
Although I want to become stronger, there's no need to throw away my life.
Luo Fan nodded.
Since Zhao Chunfeng had spoken to this extent, Luo Fan naturally took his words to heart.
Brother Luo Fan.
And Xiaoran reached out, tugging at Luo Fan's clothes corner, looking reluctant to part, clearly still wanting to follow Luo Fan.
Xiaoran, just stay safe with the convoy.
Brother Niu, I'll trouble you to look after Xiaoran for the days I'm gone.
Luo Fan patted in Xiaoran's head, then spoke to Niu Dagang.
Actually, little brother Luo, I can look after Xiaoran. 2 Rose, standing nearby, volunteered.
Luo Fan, what do you mean by entrusting her to the gang? Don't you trust your brother Zhao?
Zhao Chunfeng, standing nearby, also pursed his lips and spoke unhappily, his expression suggesting Luo Fan was abandoning him once he crossed the river. And Xiaoran, a cute 7 or 8-year-old girl and a specialized sequence support, was practically the group's favorite in the Hope Convoy. It was fine when Luo Fan was around, but now that Luo Fan was leaving the squad, everyone wanted to get closer to Xiaoran.
Brother Zhao, honestly, if you had someone important, who would you ask to look after them while you were away?
Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng and
asked impatiently. Hearing this, Zhao Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, me? I would also ask the gang to look after them? Firstly, Niu Dagang is a specialized sequence shield warrior, possessing great strength.
Secondly, and more importantly, Niu Dagang's temperament is the most reassuring.
Doesn't that settle it?
Luo Fan spread his hands.
Fine, Zhao Chunfeng was speechless and could understand why Luo Fan entrusted Xiaoran to Niu Dagang. Don't worry, Luo Fan, I will take good care of Xiaoran. Niu Dagang thumped his chest, making a booming sound as he spoke. Xiaoran, don't worry. I estimate I'll be back in a few days. At the very latest, it won't be more than 10 days. If you can't keep track, just drink 1 box of milk every day. Once you finish drinking all the milk, I will be back.
As Luo Fan spoke, he directly opened his mall, purchased 10 boxes of pure milk, and handed them to Xiaoran.
Sign in gold -30 yuan, balance 455 yuan. Oh okay, holding the 10 boxes of pure milk, and Xiaoran nodded.
Luo Fan, meanwhile, organized his warehouse space. He mainly packed clothes, as well as pots, bowls, and other utensils in his warehouse space. As for food, clothing, and daily expenses, he could sign in for 100 yuan every day. Whether it was rice, flour, or purified water, everything could be bought in the mall, so there was no need to occupy his warehouse space. Luo Fan, we will try our best to head west. Once you are done, catch up to us quickly. Zhao Chunfeng also said to Luo Fan. Since Luo Fan was leaving, the Hope Convoy couldn't wait for him where they were, and they couldn't guarantee exactly which direction they would travel, only that they would try to maintain one general direction. Understood, safety first. If you get the chance, you must acquire a mobile phone. If you can contact me then, everything will be much easier. Luo Fan also nodded. He knew that the longer he was gone, the lower the chance of finding the Hope Convoy again, so Luo Fan intended to go and return quickly. Unfortunately, he only acquired one mobile phone at the exchange meeting 2 days ago. If he had 2, there would be nothing to worry about. After saying everything that needed to be said, Luo Fan bid farewell to the people of the Hope Convoy and immediately headed southeast. Since the southeast direction was the safest, Luo Fan naturally decided to check it out first. A Chunibu, middle school syndrome, kid. In the jungle, a large rooster was taking a stroll. The rooster was enormous, its head reaching about human chest height, and its pair of claws looked incredibly hard. Moreover, besides its 2 main eyes, the rooster had a third eye growing on the center of its forehead. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Unconsciously making sounds, the large rooster seemed to be patrolling its territory. Whoosh! However, right at this moment, an arrow suddenly shot over from afar. The large rooster reacted extremely quickly, leaping up while flapping its massive wings, dodging the incoming arrow. Just as the arrow was about to be dodged, it suddenly arced in mid-air and accurately struck the large rooster. One-hit kill. The large rooster lying on the ground had a blank look in its eyes, clearly unable to comprehend why an arrow could curve in midair. Luo Fan walked over, casually pulled out the arrow stuck in the large rooster's neck, and nodded silently. As expected of the fangs from an entry-level fierce beast, this armor-piercing effect is truly strong, killing the fierce beast in one hit. Whoosh! However, just as Luo Fan pulled out his arrow, a gust of wind suddenly struck. A weasel-type fierce beast, fast as lightning, opened its mouth and lunged to bite Luo Fan's neck. Lingshu Step. Activating the Lingshu Step state, Luo Fan twisted his body at an incredible angle, evading the weasel's attack. While it was mid-air and unable to exert force, Luo Fan didn't have time to launch a full attack, but he activated the skill sap, striking with lightning speed. Crack! With the blood blade in hand, the hilt quickly tapped the fierce beast on the head. Stunned by the sap, the weasel fell to the ground in a parabolic arc, taking a hard tumble. Luo Fan quickly closed in, bringing the blood blade in his hand down toward the weasel. Squeak, squeak. Perhaps the pain from hitting the ground jolted the dizzy weasel awake. Seeing the blood blade slicing down, the weasel let out a terrified cry and immediately fled into the distance, moving at a speed almost comparable to Luo Fan's Lingshu Step. Since you ambushed me, don't think about escaping. Watching the weasel flee, Luo Fan immediately drew his bow and notched an arrow. The pair of ghoul eyes on the double-eye bow quickly locked onto the target. Whoosh! The 100% hit rate effect activated, pinning the weasel to the ground as well. After the weasel breathed its last, Luo Fan cautiously scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming there were no other dangers did he retrieve the arrow. It had been 3 days. He had been walking southeast for 3 days. Because he didn't have Zhao Chuanfeng's divination ability, Luo Fan had encountered many fierce beasts and 2 anomalies during these 3 days. However, they were all non-tiered anomalies, so they didn't count toward his promotion requirements. Sure enough, after leaving the Hope Convoy, it felt as if the number of fierce beasts and anomalies on the road had suddenly increased. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Fan prepared to find a safe place to rest. Night is the anomaly's home turf. Even though Zhao Chuanfeng's hexagram indicated that walking in this direction was the safest, the hexagram isn't necessarily absolutely correct. Why not play it safe if he can? Southeast direction, I've been walking for 2 days. This direction should be correct, right? Luo Fan looked at the direction of the sunset, roughly estimated his position, and felt he hadn't made a mistake. The sun setting means due west. He still had that basic knowledge. He had no intention of lighting a fire to cook, unsure if the flame would attract anomalies. Luo Fan simply drank 2 cartons of pure milk he had bought and ate 2 eggs, treating that as his dinner. Afterward, he took out his cell phone to browse the sequencer forum. Feasibility of injecting adrenaline and then slaying an anomaly near the injected person. Are there any teams near Yoxiang Town? Seeking a second-tier strange crystal, available for face-to-face transaction. A rule-type anomaly has appeared in Lin City, and many sequencers have already died, including second-tier sequencers. Everyone, please bypass the area. Casually scrolling through the posts on the forum, Luo Fan clicked on any he found interesting. Wandering alone outside, he was lucky to have a cell phone to maintain contact with the outside world. Otherwise, this feeling of loneliness could completely swallow a person. Humans are, after all, social, herd-dwelling creatures. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Luo Fan was scrolling through his phone, a sound of explosions suddenly rang out in the darkness, and the noise was getting closer. Luo Fan put away his phone and looked. Sure enough, he could see flames in the distance. Is that a fight? Luo Fan muttered to himself, pondered briefly, and activated the Lingshu Step state. His steps were so light they seemed to leave no trace on snow, yet his speed was extremely fast, like a phantom drifting through the night. Soon, Luo Fan saw the situation unfolding. An humanoid anomaly, entirely white, with a pair of long legs at least 2 meters long, and arms so long they almost dragged on the ground. It strode out, running quickly, each step covering several meters. In front of this anomaly, a 15 or 16-year-old boy was fleeing desperately. Whenever the anomaly approached, the boy would raise his hand, and a pale blue flame, about the size of a wash basin, would be hurled toward the
anomaly behind him. Facing the incoming flame, the anomaly would twist its body to dodge.
Taking advantage of the anomaly's dodge, the boy could barely pull ahead a little.
However, the anomaly would quickly stride out again and continue the chase.
Judging by the boy's heavy breathing, he was clearly nearing the end of his rope, while the anomaly behind him seemed tirelessly relentless. Seeing this scene, Luo Fan pondered for a moment, then took out his double eyebrow, drew the bowstring in the shadows, and the pair of ghoul eyes
quickly locked onto the anomaly.
Seeing the pale blue fireballs exploding from the hands of the pursued boy, Luo Fan understood that the boy must be a specialized sequence holder.
The anomaly chasing him must naturally be a tiered anomaly. Originally, Luo Fan didn't want to interfere in a battle of this level. However, the fact that the anomaly actually dodged the boy's fireballs meant that the anomaly was unwilling to tank the boy's attack, which gave Luo Fan the justification to intervene. Saving someone must be done under the precondition of guaranteeing one's own safety, right? Otherwise, saving someone only to sacrifice oneself is foolishness. Whoosh! After locking onto the anomaly, Luo Fan released the bowstring just as the anomaly was dodging the blue fireball again.
The strengthened double-eyed bow and armor-piercing arrow shot out with extreme speed.
With a poochie sound, the armor-piercing arrow shot directly into the anomaly's leg, sinking deep. Its leg attacked, the anomaly's knees buckled, and its body stumbled.
Immediately afterward, the blue fireball slammed directly into the anomaly's body, resulting in a fierce explosion, and flames quickly engulfed the
anomaly. Seeing his attack hit the target, the boy first froze, then his face lit up with joy. "Ha, you vile and hideous anomaly! You chased this venerable one for so long, and now, it's this venerable one's turn to fight back."
Luo Fan, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but curl his toes slightly upon hearing the boy's words, feeling like he was about to contract cringe.
Cancer.
Those words are way too Chinibyu, aren't they?
Heading east.
Although he secretly scoffed at the young man's hot-blooded and Chinibyu demeanor, Luo Fan's movements were naturally not slow when fighting the ghost, and he once again drew his double-eye bow and knocked an arrow. Speaking of ghosts, according to the analysis in forum posts, physical ghosts are the easiest to deal with. As long as you are strong enough, you can
eliminate them.
This type of ghost feels similar to zombies, ghouls, and monsters from pre-apocalypse works.
The more difficult ones to deal with are the special types.
This category includes ethereal ghosts, entities that defy physical laws, and even various strange and indescribable existences.
Encountering this type often leads to an instant kill.
The paper ghost encountered that day was an example of this type. And the most difficult, naturally, are the rule type. Facing this type of ghost, strength is often useless. You must find their rules and then kill them within the scope of those rules. However, ghosts understand their rules much better than you do.
What's it like?
It's like suddenly being asked to play billiards, where the loser dies. But you haven't practiced billiards much, while the other person practices daily and has reached the level of a national team player.
How can you compete?
Therefore, encountering a rule-type ghost often leaves less than 1% hope of survival, unless one has incredible luck or truly exceptional
wisdom.
And the ghost in front of him was clearly a physical type. With Luo Fan's arrows providing 100% accuracy, the injured ghost, especially with several arrows stuck in its legs, couldn't even escape, let alone chase people. Although the young man was Chinibyu, he was still a tiered specialized sequence, and clearly a spell sequence specialized sequence, so his output was still very strong. Several consecutive azure fireballs smashed down, and bursts of explosions completely engulfed the ghost. After the ghost was completely dead, the young man walked up to it and raised his hand to retrieve a dragon eye-sized crystal. Tiered ghosts have a high probability of forming a ghost crystal within their bodies, which is the source of the ghost's power. Humph, it's your fortune to die under this venerable one's divine flame. After taking out the ghost crystal, the young man looked at the ghost, which had clearly turned into a charred corpse on the ground, and slightly tilted his head, looking very imposing.
Friend in the dark, come out. Then, the young man looked in Luo Fan's direction. Luo Fan walked out of the darkness, still holding his double-eye bow. He looked at the arrows stuck in the ghost's body and casually pulled them out.
Brother, although this venerable one could have extinguished this ghost with a flick of a finger just now, your action was out of good intentions.
And this venerable one appreciates your kindness. The young man greeted Luo Fan. Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling a bit regretful about intervening. Whoosh! After Luo Fan retrieved his arrows, the young man raised his hand and threw the ghost crystal he was holding towards Luo Fan. A mere ghost crystal, though it's of no great use to this venerable one, since you showed such kindness, this venerable one shall reward it to you. The young man said to Luo Fan. Thank you.
Alright, although this young man seemed a bit chinibu, his way of dealing with people was quite good, so Luo Fan felt that his earlier intervention
wasn't wrong. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be asking this venerable one's esteemed name?
Seeing Luo Fan accept the ghost crystal, only express thanks, and then say nothing more, the young man asked proactively.
Then, could you please tell me your esteemed name?
For the sake of a ghost crystal, Luo Fan went along with his words and asked. This venerable one's esteemed name is God of Fire Ace. The young man slightly tilted his head, displaying the air of a profound master.
Ace? A foreigner's name? Luo Fan finally couldn't help but retort.
My foolish brother, in our vast Huaxia, there are indeed people with the surname AI. The young man said to Luo Fan disdainfully.
Aren't you tired of putting on such an act? Luo Fan followed up with a helpless retort. If one cannot show off in life, what's the difference between living and being a salted fish?
Ace retorted.
That's true.
Luo Fan understood that he couldn't convince the other party, so he simply stopped trying and nodded in agreement. Not bad, brother, your insight is quite good, able to agree with this venerable one's philosophy.
Unlike those foolish fellows before, who couldn't agree with this venerable one. Those foolish fellows are not worthy of being with this venerable one. Seeing Luo Fan nod in agreement, Ace's eyes lit up.
He had finally found someone who agreed with his philosophy and looked very happy. I guess I know why he's a specialized sequence, and a lone wolf at that.
It's probably because of his demeanor that no teen could tolerate him, right?
Hearing Ace's words, Luo Fan silently mused in his heart. Alright, esteemed God of Fire, our meeting was by chance.
It's getting late, and I should be going.
We'll meet again if fate allows.
What did he mean by those foolish fellows not being worthy of being with him?
The subtext was that he wasn't foolish, so he could travel with him, right? Sorry, he hadn't even brought the Hope Convoy with him, nor even the powerful support in Shaoran, so he naturally couldn't travel with anyone.
Wait, what's your number? Our meeting is fated.
If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask this venerable one for help. This venerable one will surely resolve it for you. Seeing Luo Fan turn to leave, Ace couldn't bring himself to ask Luo Fan to travel with him, so he could only ask for contact information.
Alright.
After a slight hesitation, Luo Fan nodded, took out his phone, and added the other party as a friend.
This venerable one intends to travel west. Brother Luo, where are you headed? After adding him as a friend and seeing Luo Fan's name, Ace asked. Southeast. Luo Fan replied, sounding a bit happy.
Then we are indeed not going the same way. We'll meet again if fate allows. Ace, however, was slightly disappointed, nodded slightly, and waved his hand with feigned nonchalance.
Luo Fan also waved his hand and continued southeast.
After such a commotion when he was about to rest, he no longer felt sleepy and continued on his journey.
As for rest, he could rest during the day. After all, fierce beasts during the day are generally easier to deal with than ghosts, right?
After a few steps, a gust of wind blew past, and Luo Fan tightened his thin clothes, feeling a chill.
Has the cold air arrived?
Watching Luo Fan's departing figure disappear into the night, Ace looked at a distant mountain and identified his position. This venerable one remembers that the sun sets in this direction.
It's already winter, and the sun sets southwest. So, slightly to the right of where the sun sets is west. Using the distant mountain as a reference, Ace quickly determined his direction of travel. However, after determining west, Ace suddenly turned back. Luo Fan's direction of departure was completely opposite to his own. So, he said he was going southeast, but in reality, he was heading all the way east? He shook his head and didn't delve deeper. A talking female ghost. Remember this site's domain name. For good Taiwanese books, visit Taiwan Novel Network, it's super convenient. As the sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn, Luo Fan arrived before a city. After a brief moment of thought, Luo Fan stepped inside. It was almost daylight, so all the ghouls would soon retreat. There was nothing much to do, so he might as well go in and see if he could find a couple of warmer clothes. It seemed like cold air was approaching. Luo Fan had been traveling almost all night yesterday and felt a bit cold. Brother Zhao's divination reading for me said to head southeast, as it's the easiest direction to complete my specialization sequence advancement. But it's already the 4th day, why haven't I encountered anything yet? Could it be that the ghoul chasing fire god Ace last night was the ghoul I was supposed to encounter according to the divination reading? It's just that physical ghouls are the easiest to deal with, but even fire god Ace, who has a specialized sequence, was being chased. Am I sure it's the easiest to resolve? A golden ray of morning sun shone on Luo Fan, dispelling some of the cold. Luo Fan muttered to himself. Shaking his head, Luo Fan pushed down all the jumbled thoughts in his mind. Gripping his double eyebrow, he vigilantly scanned every corner of the city, preventing any sudden fierce beast attacks. It had been several months since the apocalypse, and on the roads of this county town, many plants could be seen growing vigorously from the cracks in the cement, and many vines had even climbed onto the road surface. It seemed the great power of nature was gradually eroding the former technological civilization. Presumably, in a few more years, the vegetation coverage would greatly increase, almost slowly engulfing the city? Cautiously observing his surroundings, with the Lingshu step skill ready to activate at any moment, Luo Fan entered the city and surveyed everything around him. The real estate agency was already dilapidated. The fruit store, well, the fruits inside had long since rotted, and a musty smell assailed him even before he entered. And a steamed bun shop? Forget it. This steamed bun shop only sold pre-made frozen buns, steamed on the steamer. They weren't handmade, so there shouldn't be flour or other supplies in the shop. No need to check. Finally, after about 10 minutes of wandering, Luo Fan saw a clothing store. Luo Fan walked in to take a look. Unfortunately, the clothes in this store were all spring wear, no winter clothes. The apocalypse broke out in spring, so it makes sense that the clothing store only had spring clothes, right? So, where should he go to find warm clothes? A specialty store selling down jackets? Something's not right. After wandering for a long time and not finding the warm clothes he wanted, Luo Fan suddenly realized something was amiss. He had been in this county town for almost half an hour, hadn't he? But he hadn't encountered a single fierce beast? This seemed a little off. When the apocalypse broke out, many humans would collect supplies while escaping, and where would they collect supplies? Naturally, in towns and similar places from before the apocalypse. So, any town should have quite a few fierce beasts lurking, waiting for survivors to deliver themselves to them. But there wasn't a single fierce beast in this county town? This wasn't right. This reminded Luo Fan of the small town he entered at the beginning of his sequence awakening. There were no fierce beasts in that small town either, but countless eerie dolls were hidden in the shadows of the town. If no fierce beasts are encountered in a large area, the first possibility is that there are indeed no fierce beasts in this area. The second possibility is that there is a terrifying presence in this area, so much so that even fierce beasts have designated it as a forbidden zone? Impossible, impossible. Brother Zhao's divination reading said that going in this direction would cause me the least trouble. Thinking of the second possibility, Luo Fan's heart turned cold, but then he quickly shook his head, thinking he was just scaring himself.
Suppressing the uneasy feeling in his heart, Luo Fan continued to walk forward. He looked up, and the signboard of a breakfast shop ahead came into view, Lin City Breakfast Shop.
So, this county town is called Lin City. Vaguely, it seems a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before.
After carefully looking at other shops, many signboards indeed had the words Lin City.
Luo Fan muttered to himself. It was just a small county town, he had never been here before. Why did he find it familiar? Thump! After a brief thought, Luo Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Last night, before he met Fire Goddess, he was hiding and browsing forum posts on his phone.
Did he see a post that mentioned Lin City? What did that post say again? Hello, come join us for dinner.
Just then, a clear greeting suddenly sounded behind Luo Fan. He froze. Hearing the greeting behind him, Luo Fan felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. His body became stiff, and cold sweat trickled down his back. In this atmosphere, someone suddenly speaking was even more terrifying than a fierce beast or even a ghoul pouncing out.
Little brother, aren't you hungry? As if seeing Luo Fan didn't react, the female voice sounded again. Luo Fan reacted extremely quickly, immediately drawing his bow and nocking an arrow.
At the same time, he swiftly turned around, his double eyebrow quickly locking onto the other party's figure. In a restaurant not far away, the door was open, but looking into the restaurant in broad daylight, it felt like an abyssal darkness. And at the entrance of the restaurant, at the boundary between light and shadow, a long-haired woman was staring at him.
From her appearance, she was quite good-looking, wearing a dirty, tattered grayish-white dress.
The area around her eyes was completely dark, and she was staring at Luo Fan.
Ghoul.
With just one glance, Luo Fan immediately understood that the woman before him was a ghoul.
Even more terrifying, a ghoul that could speak? Doesn't that mean you saw me? Come on, you're the only one left.
Seeing that Luo Fan had noticed her, the female ghoul immediately revealed a chilling smile and beckoned to him. Immediately, Luo Fan felt a blur before his eyes. When he reappeared, he was in a dimly lit, enclosed room. Before him was a dilapidated and messy dining table, and the woman stood opposite the table, staring intently at him.
The Hope Convoy, today, while
passing through a village, the team collected some supplies and then set up camp at the edge of the village. Rose exchanged a piece of fierce beast meat for a carton of pure milk, to the immense gratitude of a survivor.
Holding this carton of pure milk, Rose came to the bus.
Luo Fan had entrusted Niu Gong to look after In Xiaoran before he left, so In Xiaoran had been staying on the bus these past few days, with someone
else driving the small truck.
Xiaoran, I heard you haven't had milk for 3 days.
I have a carton here for you.
Rose showed a bright smile and handed the carton of pure milk she had traded for to In Xiaoran.
Xiaoran? You already finished your milk? Didn't Luo Fan give you 10 cartons?
Niu Gong, who was nearby, heard this and looked at In Xiaoran in surprise.
And Xiaoran calmly looked into the distance, not answering either of them, but slowly said, "My milk is all gone. Why hasn't brother Luo Fan come back yet? Didn't he promise me he'd come back when my milk was finished? Luo Fan, don't stop, keep going. Rule type anomaly." Luo Fan's expression was extremely grim as he looked at the woman standing before him, his heart sinking completely.
Encountering a rule-type anomaly was almost equivalent to certain death. The last rule bizarre entity he encountered was only broken because Xiaoran, by a stroke of luck, had embraced the thought of certain death to save
him. Now, it had only been a few days? He actually encountered another rule-type anomaly? Ordinary people might not encounter a rule-type anomaly in their entire lives, yet he had encountered 2 in a row recently?
At the same time, Luo Fan wished he could slap himself twice.
Last night, when he was browsing forum posts, he clearly saw a post about a rule-type anomaly in Lin City, warning everyone to take a detour. But he entered Lin City and didn't even react? So, even though he was often very careful, he always overlooked some things and made common-sense mistakes? However, perhaps he shouldn't be blamed for this? After all, the world is so big, who would have thought that Lin City, from just a random post, would be right next to him? It was like seeing a wanted notice for a murderer before the apocalypse, but who would have thought the murderer was actually sitting right next to them? It wasn't just Luo Fan, there were two other sequencers in this secret room. To Luo Fan's left was a robust woman, her muscles bulging, which gave off an oppressive feeling just by looking at her. To Luo Fan's right was a man in his early 30s with a short beard and stubble, holding a precious pearl the size of a handball. No wonder this ghoul called for a dinner party. It turned out not just he, but two other sequencers were also trapped in this secret room. Gentlemen, it's finally full, we can begin now. The female ghoul grinned, her beautiful face terrifying with that smile. Luo Fan immediately became highly alert, listening carefully to her words. Was she going to explain the rules? This dinner party is AA system, meaning everyone takes turns bringing out some food. Now, let's begin. The female ghoul spoke very few words, and trying to find the corresponding rules from so few words was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Food? What's wrong? Why can't I open my mustard seed pouch? The woman to Luo Fan's left was the first to speak, wanting to take food from her mustard seed pouch, but she was astonished to find that her mustard seed pouch couldn't be opened at all. The ghoul stared at the woman, a slight smile playing on her lips. The robust woman, stared at by the ghoul, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although the mustard seed pouch, when introduced, wasn't large, only about the size of a regular backpack, it was a beloved item for many sequencers. Especially lone sequencers. Small personal items for daily use were mostly stored inside. Now that the mustard seed pouch couldn't be opened, how could she take out food? Since you don't have any, I'll take it myself. Staring at the robust woman for a long time, the ghoul suddenly said coldly, then extended a finger and waved it at the woman. The seemingly light action was accompanied by the woman's scream. Then, the woman's thick arm was directly severed, dripping with blood, and placed on the dining table. Damn it, I'm a second-tier sequencer, The man to Luo Fan's right suddenly stood up, raising the precious jade in his hand. However, with his movement, the precious jade in his hand showed no reaction. How is this possible? My ghost artifact, it's completely unusable? Is everything here forbidden? The man shouted, his face changing in horror. Hearing this, Luo Fan secretly tried to use his Lingshu step ability. However, his skill also failed to activate. Skills couldn't be used, the man's ghost artifact couldn't be used, and even the woman's mustard seed pouch couldn't be opened. As expected? Here, all abilities are forbidden? But, AA system to bring out food? How do you do that? Ignoring the man next to her, the ghoul's gaze turned to Luo Fan. Now, it's your turn. Bring out the food you've prepared. Skills, items, ghost artifacts, none could be used. Within the rules of this rule-type anomaly, all means were sealed? This made Luo Fan's heart sink. Wait, everything within the sequence and ghoul system is sealed, but what about my mall? Stared at by the ghoul's eyes, Luo Fan also felt nervous and anxious, but then, a flash of inspiration struck him. His mall system was a cheat ability independent of the sequence system, and even a power completely different from this ghoul's system. Theoretically, it shouldn't be affected, right? With a thought, Luo Fan immediately opened his mall page. In the past few days, he had signed in for another 400 yuan, bringing his total balance to 825 yuan. Luo Fan immediately bought a tray of eggs from the mall and tried to take them out. Indeed, the mall system's cheat wasn't sealed. A tray of eggs was taken out and placed on the dining table in front of him. They were stunned. Not just the ghoul, but even the screaming woman next to him looked at the eggs on the table, then at Luo Fan, completely bewildered. All abilities and items were sealed, so where did he get these eggs from? The ghoul's creepy smile also froze. She looked at the eggs on the table, then at Luo Fan. Not enough quantity. Hearing this, Luo Fan pondered for a moment, then directly bought more than 10 caddies of rice and piled it on the table. Feeling that the quantity was sufficient, the ghoul's gaze then turned to the man next to her, the second-tier sequencer. Brother, I am a second-tier sequencer, LV22. If you help me, I will definitely repay you after we get out. The man looked at Luo Fan, his eyes filled with pleading. However, Luo Fan ignored the man's plea. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but Luo Fan would only help others under the premise of ensuring his own safety. Like when he helped Ace before. The rules weren't understood, and he didn't even know what the situation would be like next. How could Luo Fan casually help others? Help me, I beg you. Seeing Luo Fan unmoved, the man pleaded bitterly. Luo Fan remained unmoved. Damn it, if I get out, old Zhu will never. Ah! Seeing that pleading was useless, he began to threaten. Put. However, the ghoul wouldn't wait for him that long. With another wave of her hand, the man's arm was severed amidst his screams. Immediately after, the female ghoul, without changing her expression, also severed one of her own arms and placed it on the dining table. Alright, everyone, let's begin. The ghoul then spoke, signaling that they could start eating. Luo Fan looked at the ghoul's arm and the human's arm and naturally couldn't bring himself to eat. He grabbed a handful of rice and put it into his mouth, while his mind raced, pondering the ghoul's rules. Soon, the table was empty. The female ghoul scanned the 3 people at the table. And you? Are you full? If you're full, you can leave. We're full. *2. The 2 sequencers nodded frantically, hope flickering in their eyes at the mention of leaving. Sorry, I'm not full yet. Shall we continue? However, Luo Fan's voice slowly rang out. Promotion, Luo Fan's professional career path. Are you crazy? This is a rule-type anomaly. You have a chance to escape, yet you're not taking it? The male second-tier sequencer stared at Luo Fan with wide eyes, cursing urgently. That's right. If we can save our lives, we should hurry and run. The other muscular woman also nodded, pleadingly addressing Luo Fan. I don't believe this ghoul would kindly let us leave. So, if I haven't guessed wrong, she feels she is in danger, which is why she is willing to terminate this dinner party. Therefore, what I mean is, I'm not full yet, and we must continue. Luo Fan stared at the ghoul before him and emphasized his last sentence. That's right. Although Luo Fan often overlooked common sense issues regarding minor details, he never dropped the ball when it mattered. Although the ghoul hadn't said much, Luo Fan had generally figured out what her rule was. First, she relies on her own rule power to forcibly prohibit the use of all sequencers' abilities, ghost artifacts, and even items. And then? She kills the sequencers through collective self-mutilation. Judging by the ghoul's appearance, she was completely unharmed when they first met, so this was definitely not her first time killing someone. She must be able to recover after self-mutilating. As for the other sequencers? They could only kill themselves step by gathering food. However, the ghoul never realized that besides the power of the sequence system, he also possessed the Mal's cheat ability, a power independent of that system, which was not affected by her sealing effect. Therefore, she was afraid, and that was why she was willing to terminate this dinner party. Their arsenic, my honey. The more this ghoul wanted to end the dinner party, the more Luo Fan needed to ensure she couldn't end it, that much was certain. Since the ghoul asked if they were full, it also indicated that the dinner party could not be terminated unilaterally by the ghoul. This must be the means by which sequencers could kill her within her own rules. What does that have to do with us? We just want to live, the man said, glaring fiercely at Luo Fan. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to that. First, even if we escape today, who knows how many people will lose their lives to her in the future. Second, the opportunity to execute a rule-type anomaly is right before me, and I cannot give up such a benefit. Finally, what does your death have to do with me? I said, I'm not full yet. The dinner party continues. Concluding his words, Luo Fan stared at the female ghoul before him, who also had an arm severed, and emphasized his point. Just as Luo Fan had said, the female ghoul looked at the woman beside her and severed her other arm again. Next, it was Luo Fan's turn.
Luo Fan once again purchased a tray of eggs and over 10 caddies of flour, contributing his share.
Damn you, you bastard. If I get out of here, I will definitely kill you.
I will slice you into 1,000 pieces and tear you limb from limb, the man cursed loudly, glaring fiercely at Luo Fan. Luo Fan remained calm in the face of the man's curses. This situation was like him soloing the rule-type anomaly. And these two sequencers had stumbled into his killing trap.
Seeing that he had the chance to execute a rule-type anomaly, how could Luo Fan give up such an opportunity for two unrelated strangers?
Furthermore, if he truly stopped now and the ghoul escaped, many more people would certainly die under her rule later on.
Killing to protect life. Poochie.
The man's curses quickly turned into screams. When it was the female ghoul's turn, she also severed her own arm.
Everyone, you may enjoy. The female ghoul spoke.
Without both arms, she could only lean down to gnaw on the ingredients on the table.
Luo Fan also picked up his flour and stuffed it into his mouth.
Over 10 caddies of rice, over 10 caddies of flour. Ordinarily, it would be impossible for a normal person to consume this much. However, under the shroud of this rule, Luo Fan felt as if his stomach had turned into a bottomless pit. No matter how much he ate, he would never
feel full. Are you full? Shall we continue? The female ghoul asked for the third time.
We're full, we're full. We want to leave, the two sequencers shouted urgently.
I am not full. Continue.
Luo Fan spoke again, staring at the female ghoul before him.
The roles of offense and defense had been reversed. Poochie. This time, it was one thigh each from the woman and the man. Luo Fan once again bought some apples and pure milk to change the flavor. After one rotation, the fourth round immediately continued at Luo Fan's strong insistence.
Following that, their other thighs were also completely severed. Aside from Luo Fan, who remained completely unharmed, the female ghoul and the two sequencers were all mutilated like human swine, leaving only their torsos and heads. After 4 rounds were completed, both the female ghoul and the two sequencers looked toward Luo Fan.
What's wrong? Why haven't you asked me yet? Luo Fan spoke proactively, questioning the female ghoul before him. Are you full? Do you want to continue?
The female ghoul was visibly hesitant, a hint of panic appearing in her expression, but under the power of the rule, she could only open her mouth and
continue asking. I am not full. Continue. Luo Fan nodded again.
No, please no, the woman, having lost all her limbs, cried out in terror.
Poochie.
This time, the woman's head dropped off directly, and her screams ceased abruptly. Luo Fan opened his maul again and purchased a lot of flour and rice as his share.
You bastard, you son of a bitch.
Your heart and liver are black.
Even if I become a ghost, I won't let.
Before the man could finish his curse, his head likewise rolled onto the dining table, and the cursing abruptly stopped.
You dare not curse the ghoul, but you curse me?
Luo Fan glanced at the man and silently shook his head.
Now, it's your turn. Luo Fan shifted his gaze to the female ghoul before him and spoke.
The female ghoul remained silent, a look of terror also appearing on her face, her body trembling.
Her highly attractive features unexpectedly added a touch of pitiful vulnerability to her appearance. Poochie.
However, the power of the rule was as impartial and ruthless as ever. The female ghoul's head suddenly rolled down as well, dropping onto the dining table. At a single square table, 2 sequencers, including 1 second-tier sequencer, and 1 rule-type anomaly were all dead. Only Luo Fan remained completely unharmed, becoming the final winner.
Phew, Luo Fan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a wave of lingering fear wash over him. The power of this rule-type anomaly was simply unsolvable.
It was fortunate that he had the mall system, which was completely independent of the sequence system, preventing him from being sealed. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the 2 sequencers, losing his head, and the female ghoul would have been the final winner. Before Luo Fan could fully relax, he immediately felt the surrounding sealing power dissipate into nothingness, and his skills were restored for use.
Buzz. Asterisk. At the same time, an invisible power erupted from Luo Fan's body. Sequence level increased, LV11. Specialized sequence requirement achieved.
Almost simultaneously, the corresponding system notification floated past the corner of Luo Fan's eye.
Mall update complete. The store has been updated, unlocking new features. What are the requirements for my specialized sequence advancement?
It is to hunt down anomalies whose level is higher than mine, alone. According to the forum, the higher the completion rate, the greater the potential of the awakened sequence.
So, having successfully slain a rule-type anomaly, shouldn't this count as the highest completion rate? Just like the rule bizarre entity of the bomb balloon encountered before.
And Xiaoran sacrificed herself in front of the rule bizarre entity, thus advancing to the Holy Light Angel sequence, which has extraordinary potential. Also, Niu Dagon used the ghost crystal of the rule bizarre entity as material to advance. His specialized sequence is Shield Warrior, and the first skill he awakened, block, can exempt 90% of single target damage. It's practically a divine skill. In that case, since I also slew a rule-type anomaly and advanced, my specialized sequence must also be terrifyingly strong, right? As for the fact that I didn't hunt alone, and there were two other sequencers beside me? Whether based on facts or Luo Fan's idealism, he didn't feel that those two truly helped him. Instead, they kept begging and cursing him, definitely
hindering the process. At the very least, under the rules of Dutch treat dining, they were not on the same side as him. With the successful advancement of his specialized sequence, a sense of clarity arose in Luo Fan's heart, and he instinctively understood his sequence. Information and the newly awakened skill. Demon Hunter Sequence, LV11. The newly awakened skill is triple shot. The skill effect allows for a maximum of 3 consecutive shots within 1 second. In consecutive shots, every arrow possesses the effect of doubling damage. That is to say, if 2 arrows are shot consecutively, the first arrow has no attack bonus, but the attack bonus of the second arrow is doubled. If it is a triple shot, the attack power of the third arrow is doubled again. Furthermore, each arrow has a 20% chance of successfully silencing the opponent for 2 seconds. That's incredible, triple shot? Hunter and bow and arrow really match well. My double eyebow finally has a skill now. After thoroughly experiencing the effect of his triple shot, Luo Fan nodded with great satisfaction. Not only does it increase attack power, but it also has a certain probability of a silence effect. In Luo Fan's opinion, the practicality of this skill is even stronger than Niu Dagon's block. While he was certainly happy about advancing his specialized sequence, Luo Fan hadn't forgotten that his mall system also needed an upgrade. Sure enough, when he pulled up the mall system, his displayed balance was only around 680 yuan left. Then, on the mall page, some items had been added. For example, in the food section, tofu and cat food were added. However, seeing the price of cat food, which was as high as 50 yuan per gene, Luo Fan's mouth twitched. The most expensive item in the food section was a tray of eggs for 18 yuan, while grass carp and pork were both 10 yuan per gene, but this cat food was actually 50 yuan per gene? Sure enough, do people live worse than pets? Next was the beverage section, which added baijiu priced at 100 yuan per bottle, and orange juice at 3 yuan per bottle. The daily necessities area also added items like sanitary pads. As for the clothing and bedding area, besides the silk quilt priced at 500 yuan per set, knitted sweaters for 50 yuan each, thermal underwear for 30 yuan each, and down jackets for 500 yuan each were also added. Luo Fan still felt reluctant. If he could find clothes to keep warm, he should look for them. Buying them in the mall felt like a loss. In the energy column, besides gasoline, there was also a large tank of liquefied gas for 120 yuan. Additionally, there was a monocrystalline silicon solar photovoltaic panel, which should be equipment for further collecting solar energy, priced at 5,000 yuan per set. Luo Fan's mouth twitched upon seeing this. Next was the pharmaceutical section, which added band-aids and digestion tablets, better than nothing. But, digestion tablets? In the apocalypse, would this kind of medicine really ever be useful?
Luo Fan silently muttered a complaint in his heart.
Wait, what is this? Luo Fan was checking the mall update when suddenly, a new section caught his attention.
The mall had newly unlocked a brand new function called treasure appraisal.
By charging a certain appraisal fee, it can identify information about treasures. The mall, besides selling physical goods, actually has service-based functions?
Luo Fan understood that the added goods weren't particularly significant, but this treasure appraisal function was genuinely important, causing Luo
Fan great delight.
to test it out. Luo Fan first took down his double eyebrow and placed it in the mall's treasure appraisal function.
The appraisal fee was 500 yuan. Luo Fan gritted his teeth and paid it.
Although he already knew what the side effect of the double eyebrow was, Luo Fan still wanted to see if the mall's appraisal provided more detailed
information. With the 500 yuan deduction, Luo Fan's balance was only 180 yuan remaining.
Then, the appraisal result for the double eyebrow appeared before Luo Fan's eyes.
A ghost artifact bow and arrow made by embedding a ghoul eye and using the sinew of a first-order fierce beast as the bowstring. It possesses decent attack power and extremely high accuracy, with no usage requirements. Usage cost, settled once every 10 days.
For every arrow shot within that period, the user falls into a 1-minute blindness effect. Ghost artifact score, 36 points.
This 500 yuan was well spent. Luo Fan was overjoyed looking at the information from the appraisal result.
Although he knew the cost of using the double eyebrow was temporary blindness, he hadn't expected it to be settled on a 10-day cycle.
Moreover, for every arrow shot, he would be blind for 1 minute? Thinking back to the first time he went blind, it lasted about half an hour.
At that time, he didn't know the cost of the double eyebrow, so he didn't use it much. Did he shoot about 30 arrows?
What about this time?
He had used it much more freely during this recent cycle. Especially since he had traveled alone for 4 days this time, he tried his best to use the double eyebrow for long-range attacks whenever he
encountered fierce beasts.
If nothing went wrong, he had shot at least 100 times or more.
So, the next time his blindness state occurs, will it last for about 2 hours?
Thankfully the treasure appraisal function identified this. Otherwise, not knowing the duration of the blindness and misjudging the time limit
could lead to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, counting the days, there are only 2 or 3 days left until the end of the 10-day cycle.
I must find a good hiding place in advance for when I am blind. Especially during these last 2 or 3 days, he must rush back to the Hope Convoy if possible. After scrolling through the mall page a few more times, the words updating appeared before Luo Fan's eyes again, right after the treasure
appraisal function.
Alright, he hoped that more magical functions would be unlocked in the future. This was the first time Luo Fan felt quite expectant seeing the words updating. The specialized sequence level advancement was complete, and the mall update had been checked, but his gains weren't over yet.
Luo Fan walked over to the woman's corpse and took the palm-sized pouch hanging at her waist. Mustard seed pouch.
Not to mention what treasures were inside, the mustard seed pouch itself was highly valuable. In addition, there was the man's precious orb and his mustard seed pouch. He was a second-tier sequencer, and he had previously tried to use the precious orb to deal with the Rule Bazaar entity, so it must be a good
treasure, right?
Finally, there was the ghost crystal left behind after the Rule Bazaar entity died. No wonder they say murder and arson lead to wealth. This haul was a huge profit for him. He collected 2 mustard seed pouches alone.
He decided to open them and see what was inside. Looting the bag, a bountiful harvest. The mustard seed pouch, like the Doomsday Phone, is a recently circulated item.
Its capacity isn't large, only about a backpack's worth, but for most people, any storage space is a huge convenience.
Luo Fan opened the sturdy woman's pouch first, mostly food, water, and daily necessities.
The only thing of real interest was a 30-centimeter rod, heavy, metallic to the touch, yet shaped like some creature's bone.
He tried the mall's appraisal service. A pop-up informed him the fee would be 30 yuan. Cheap, far cheaper than his double eyebrow. Luo Fan paid immediately. After the fee was deducted, the details appeared before him. Leg bone of a first-tier steel beast, dense and tough.
In the hands of a skilled artisan, it could prove useful.
That, was it? Luo Fan's mouth twitched. Thanks for the profound insight, he could already tell it was beast material. You get what you pay for?
He shook his head, muttering, the woman's pouch held nothing else of worth. He turned to the man's pouch.
A second-tier sequencer, self-proclaimed level 22, should have better loot, right?
Inside were the usual supplies plus several materials. A patch of animal hide, a big blackened tree limb, and many smooth, steel-like chitin plates, clearly more crafting ingredients. There was also a doomsday phone. A second-tier sequencer owning a phone felt reasonable, and Luo Fan was pleased. An extra phone meant a way to contact Hope Convoy next time he left. After pocketing the phone, he tried appraising the materials.
Unknown chitin, 50 yuan. Black limb, 70. The hide demanded a steep 120. Higher-tier sequencers clearly carried pricier goods, the hide topped them all.
After brief thought he paid the 120 yuan.
His mall balance dropped to 30. The appraisal appeared, Gale wolf pelt, second-tier Gale wolf fur. Crafted into boots and expect a speed boost. Second-tier fierce beast material? Speed-boosting footwear sounded perfect.
For a demon hunter sequence user like him, high mobility burst remained the ideal style. After checking both pouches, he eyed the soccer-sized orb.
A second-tier sequencer had wielded it against a rule-type anomaly, surely the priciest prize? Appraisal fee, 2,500 yuan. His double eyebrow had cost only 500, this orb wanted 5 times more. Too broke to afford it, yet the steep price hinted at top-tier quality. He tried channeling power into the orb, as he had with the bow on first use. Nothing happened. Fine, he'd wait until he scraped together 2,500 yuan. He stashed orb and materials in his warehouse space. Wait, when did my warehouse get this huge? He froze upon opening it. His stored items now looked lost inside an echoing void. When the sign-in system first appeared, the space had been suitcase-sized. After awakening his sequence, an update expanded it to roughly a big wooden chest. At level 6 the mall updated again, yet the warehouse stayed unchanged until now. His new specialization must have triggered another upgrade. A quick estimate, the current capacity equaled a van's cargo bay, enough for serious hauling. Many pre-apocalypse vendors had used vans as microtrucks, after all. Taking stock, Luo Fan felt the rule-type encounter had been perilous yet wildly profitable. Biggest gain, advancing to a specialized sequence and unlocking triple shot. Next, a ghost crystal from the slain anomaly. The mall had updated, unlocking new functions and vastly expanding storage. Add the 2,500 yuan orb, crafting materials, an extra phone, and 2 pouches, he felt rich. With the anomaly dead, Lin City sat eerily empty, no beasts, no people. He could loot to his heart's content now that his warehouse had grown. Yet after brief thought he decided against it. In 2 days the double eyebrow's side effect would blind him for over 2 hours, being alone in the wilds while blind felt suicidal. He scouted only until he found a motorcycle with most of a tank of gas. He rode hard back the way he'd come outbound. He'd searched on foot, returning, speed mattered. By the time the engine sputtered dry it was late afternoon. Winter days ended early, he camped in a deserted spot. The bike was empty, and mall gasoline cost 200 yuan a can, he had 30 left. He'd wait for midnight sign-in cash, hoping for at least 170. Promoted to a specialized sequence, his daily payout should spike, right? To kill time he scrolled the boss forum, clicking interesting threads. He spotted the post about Lin City's rule-type anomaly again. On impulse he replied, anomaly cleared, city currently empty, nearby survivors might scavenge freely. I'm such a nice guy, he mused, liking his own post. Helping strangers cost him nothing, he was happy to do it. At midnight a notification slid across his vision, new day's sign-in cash arrived. Sign-in successful, obtaining. Luo Fan's comment, Ace is actually terrible with directions? Sign in successful, obtained 500 yuan, balance 530 yuan. Luo Fan, who was originally lying down and browsing the mobile forum, saw this prompt flash in the corner of his eye and immediately jumped up. What? How much did I sign in for? 500 yuan. Am I seeing things? He immediately opened his mall page to check. Good heavens, his mall balance had indeed become 530 yuan. Although I knew that the specialized sequence was a hurdle, and crossing it would bring completely different improvements, I didn't expect the sign-in gold to increase so dramatically. It went directly from 100 to 500? You know, in the basic sequence, the sign-in gold only increased by 10 yuan for each level up. Is it true? Only after advancing to the specialized sequence does one truly embark on the right path of the sequence. Is the basic sequence indeed just basic? Although he was shocked, the daily sign-in gold increasing to 500 yuan was naturally good news for Luo Fan. It just left Luo Fan with a lot of sighs and emotions. The Second Order Awakener's Jade originally required a 2,500 yuan appraisal fee, and he thought he would have to save for a long time. Now it seems he won't need to save for long, right? The double Aibao only cost 500 for appraisal. He really wanted to know how that jade was used and what powerful abilities it possessed. Shaking his head, Luo Fan suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and immediately purchased a barrel of gasoline from his mall system. With a 200 yuan consumption, a 30L barrel of gasoline appeared in his warehouse space. Luo Fan carried the 30L of gasoline and filled up his motorcycle, then started the motorcycle and returned the way he came. Again, ghoul activity occurs at night. Unless one has divination abilities like Zhao Chunfeng to confirm there are no ghouls, it's best to remain vigilant at night and rest during the day. Furthermore, he had been heading southeast, while the Hope convoy was heading west. Luo Fan wasn't sure how to directly catch up in a straight line. So, he could only use the most primitive method. That was to first return the way he came, back to where he separated from the Hope convoy, and then head west to pursue them. It took him 4 or 5 days to reach Lin City on foot, but with a motorcycle, it naturally wouldn't take much time. He rode for most of a tank of gasoline during the day, departed at midnight, and rode for another 6 or 7 hours. By the time dawn was breaking, Luo Fan had returned to where he separated from the Hope convoy. I traveled southeast for 4 days, so the direction back should be northwest. So, to chase the Hope convoy west, I should follow the direction I came from, slightly veering to the left. That means, directly in front of where the sun sets, that's right. Luo Fan muttered to himself as he reached the place where he had separated from the Hope convoy. Rumble. Just as Luo Fan confirmed his direction and was about to rest for a while, eat breakfast, and then continue his journey, a series of explosions suddenly sounded ahead. Something's happening? Hearing the explosions ahead, Luo Fan muttered to himself and then approached the direction of the sound to investigate. Azure flames exploded ahead, with immense power. These flames, why do they look so familiar? Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the exploding azure flames in the distance. He got a little closer. He indeed saw a familiar figure, Ace. Azure flames burned in his hand, and in front of him, a wild boar was fighting him. Although Ace's flame attack power was strong, every time the azure flames struck the wild boar, a brownish-yellow light would surge on the boar's body, and then a lot of soil would form armor covering its body. Although the flame explosion caused damage to the fierce beast wild boar, most of the damage was blocked by the earth-type armor, and the actual damage caused to the wild boar seemed very limited. It is well known that mages are most afraid of being engaged in close combat by warrior types. The wild boar charged wildly, getting closer and closer to Ace. Is this guy born with a taunt sacred body? Meeting Ace again, last time he was being chased by a first-order ghoul, this time he's being chased by a first-order fierce beast. Is he always being chased, or on his way to being chased? Although he silently complained in his heart, Luo Fan's reaction was not slow. He took out his double Aibao, and then 3 arrows. Coincidentally, he could use this first-order fierce beast to test his awakened skill. However, after a brief thought, Luo Fan put away one arrow.
Triple shot doesn't necessarily mean shooting 3 arrows at once, 2 arrows can also work. Since he's testing a skill, he'll try a double shot first.
Powerful moves have their drawbacks. Double shot would be easier than triple shot, with no burden on the body. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow. The ghoul eye on the bow took about 2 seconds to successfully lock onto the charging fierce beast, then he released his fingers. The bowstring twanged like thunder, and the arrow shot towards the wild boar with overwhelming momentum.
Before this arrow landed on the wild boar, Luo Fan quickly drew the bow and knocked another arrow, moving extremely fast, and the second arrow
followed.
If he shot arrow after arrow, each time would require time for the ghoul eye to lock onto the target. But if he used a continuous shot, he only needed to lock on once.
Put.
The first arrow struck the wild boar's butt. The armor-piercing effect activated, and the entire arrowhead embedded itself into the wild boar's body.
Immediately after, the second arrow arrived almost instantly.
The wild boar, under attack, let out a cry of pain and reacted extremely quickly, with brownish-yellow earth armor rapidly spreading over its body. However, before the coverage was complete, the second arrow arrived. The brownish-yellow armor on the wild boar's body suddenly completely collapsed and dissipated. This triggered the continuous shot silence effect. The second arrow directly pierced through the wild boar's body, the arrowhead entering from one side of the abdomen and emerging from the other, like a skewer, impaling the wild boar's body. The cry of pain immediately turned into an agonizing scream. Hiss, double shot, the attack power of this second arrow is doubled, the effect is indeed very strong. Then, what if it's a triple shot? The third arrow, doubled again, how strong would that destructive power be? Trying out the continuous shots attack power left Luo Fan greatly astonished. After all, as a demon hunter who advanced from an assassination foundation, he himself belonged to a high-burst sequence, and it's doubled, even
quadrupled? With 3 consecutive shots, who could withstand it?
Seeing that the wild boar was injured and its body pierced, Ace also reacted quickly, and another azure fireball smashed over. Under the silence effect, without armor protection, the pure destructive power of this azure flame explosion was also terrifying. With Luo Fan's shots and Ace's explosive flames, in a moment, this first-order fierce beast fell to the ground, becoming a charred corpse.
Hey, Ace, didn't you say you were heading west? How did I run into you here?
After dealing with the first-order fierce beast, Luo Fan walked out to greet Ace.
This one, indeed, is heading west.
Ace was also happy to see Luo Fan walk out and was about to greet him, but he was a bit confused when he heard
Luo Fan's words. Impossible, I'm clearly heading northwest. Ace, you've gone the wrong way.
Luo Fan firmly shook his head, feeling a bit exasperated at the same time.
He didn't expect this Ace to not only be a Chinibu but also directionally challenged. Returning home in glory, rejoining the racing team.
After leaving the convoy, I had been heading southeast.
To return, the natural route must be northwest, there's no mistake. But how could I catch up to Ace here?
Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, which is super convenient, twcan.com, for reading anytime. That goes without saying, Ace must be directionally challenged and walked the wrong way.
I got the direction wrong? Seeing Luo Fan's resolute expression, Ace felt a lack of confidence. Could it be? Did he really make a mistake? How did you determine that I got the direction wrong? After a moment of silence, Ace asked Luo Fan. Does that even need to be asked?
I walked southeast for so many days, and now I've returned here.
Doesn't that mean you've been walking northwest the entire time? Luo Fan replied as if stating the obvious. Impossible.
When I parted ways with you the night before last, I observed that the direction you left in was due east, not southeast.
Ace shook his head. Due east? Absolutely impossible.
Brother Zhao's divination result for me indicated that heading southeast was the most suitable route. Sure enough, even though I encountered a rule-type anomaly, I easily dealt with it.
Didn't that perfectly confirm Brother Zhao's divination? How did you determine that you were heading west the entire time? Luo Fan asked Ace, slightly exasperated. Let's correct his directional error first. It's very simple. I determined it based on the direction the sun sets. During the summer, the sun within our Huaxia territory sets in the northwest. And during the winter, the direction the sun sets is the southwest. Isn't that common knowledge taught in junior high geography? Is that wrong? Ace replied, reacting to Luo Fan's question. The winter sun sets in the southwest? No, isn't it due west? Hearing Ace's words, Luo Fan was confused. The sun rising in the east and setting in the west is common sense, but setting in the southwest during winter? He really hadn't paid attention to that. But recalling carefully, it seemed that the sunsets he had seen in winter before were indeed in the southwest. Especially the summer sunset, it seemed, was indeed in the northwest? Could it be? Have I been wrong all this time? Realizing that Ace's method of determining direction based on the sun seemed genuinely more accurate than his own, Luo Fan felt utterly bewildered. If he had really made a mistake and viewed the northwest as due west, then the southeast direction he thought he was following was actually the east? Brother Zhao had divined for him, warning him absolutely not to go east, yet he had been heading east the whole time? So, the death threat in Brother Zhao's divination was actually that rule-type anomaly? He had clearly solved the bizarre entity easily by relying on the power of them all, so why did Brother Zhao's divination tell him absolutely not to go east? Wait, the bizarre entity's sealing effect cannot act upon my mall system. Therefore, Brother Zhao's divination couldn't possibly account for the variable of my mall? So, if the mall system didn't exist, would I truly have died at the hands of that rule bizarre entity? But why did I previously insist that the rule-type anomaly was a southeast wind, and that it fit Brother Zhao's divination so well? Did two wrongs make a right? 1,000 thoughts raced through Luo Fan's mind. It seemed that whether Brother Zhao's divination was accurate or not, there was always a plausible explanation. It looks like I was lucky despite my mistake? Luo Fan, what are you thinking about? Was what I said wrong? Seeing Luo Fan lost in thought and silent for a long time, Ace couldn't help but ask. Luo Fan snapped back to reality and, without dwelling further on the issue of direction, changed the subject. Ace, I noticed your blue flame has astonishing destructive power. What sequence are you? Luo Fan, your eyesight is truly excellent. You spotted my extraordinary nature right away. I am of the Blazing Flame Mage sequence, LV12. The blasting fireball I use doesn't just have a burning effect, it also has an explosive effect. Luo Fan's tactic of changing the subject worked perfectly on Ace. Ace gave him a thumbs up, praising Luo Fan's insight, and simultaneously revealed his sequence and level to Luo Fan. Luo Fan. Seeing Ace's demeanor, the corner of Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. How exactly had this guy managed to survive several months in the apocalypse? Was this personality truly suited for surviving the apocalypse? Luo Fan, are you hungry? I still have 2 loaves of bread here, I'll give you one. Unaware of Luo Fan's thoughts, Ace's favorable impression of him greatly increased since Luo Fan had saved him twice from danger, so he spoke up. Proactively. Why don't we roast some meat? Luo Fan asked, pointing at the nearby first-order fierce beast boar. Eating fierce beast meat not only increases strength but also tastes better than bread, right? Roast meat? That's too much trouble. Besides, for me, the fire god, to roast meat? That would be beneath my status. Ace shook his head, feeling that for him, the fire god, to engage in barbecue? It would spoil his style. Luo Fan stared intently at Ace, saying nothing, looking as if he were watching a performance. Fine, although I am the esteemed fire god, I cannot cook, so naturally, I cannot roast meat. Being stared at by Luo Fan made Ace feel uncomfortable. And finally, he reluctantly confessed. Okay, now that's a straight answer. Luo Fan retrieved pots, bowls, ladles, and other tools from his warehouse space.
He then took out some flour, pulled some noodles, and added shredded meat, eggs, and green vegetables. Soon, 2 large bowls of steaming hot noodles with green vegetables, shredded meat, and eggs were ready.
Eat up. Luo Fan wasn't stingy and told Ace.
Your cooking looks acceptable. I shall sample a couple of bites.
Ace slightly swallowed and nodded. Just speak normally. If you can't eat it, you don't have to. Luo Fan rolled his eyes, unwilling to indulge the other party. Slurp. Early in the morning, what was there to complain about when you had a bowl of soup noodles with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables?
Especially for Ace, a lone traveler, he couldn't remember the last time he had a proper, full meal. While eating the noodles, Luo Fan played with his phone and asked about the sunset direction in the forum.
Sure enough, he quickly received an answer confirming Ace's words: the winter sun indeed sets in the southwest. So, had he really been going the wrong way these past few days?
Furthermore, because he had replied to the Lin City rule-type anomaly thread, many sequencers were asking for specific details below, and there were
quite a few friend requests, all of which Luo Fan chose to ignore.
After finishing breakfast and resting well for a few hours, since both Luo Fan and Ace were heading west, Luo Fan did not refuse to travel together.
This time, the two rode the same motorcycle and traveled for another afternoon and evening, until late at night.
After riding the motorcycle for over 10 hours, Luo Fan finally spotted the Hope Convoy's bus and fuel tank truck in the distance.
The team was shocked. The solo kill followed a bizarre rule?
Before Luo Fan even got close to the convoy, he saw a figure quickly coming to meet him.
Xiaoran?
Luo Fan stopped his motorcycle and called out in surprise, looking at the figure running towards him. And Xiaoran, who was 7 or 8 years old, ran straight over and hugged Luo Fan's right leg. Luo Fan, who was about to lift his right leg to get off the motorcycle, could only switch to lifting his left leg to dismount.
Xiaoran, why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late.
After waiting for a moment for Xiaoran's emotions to calm down, Luo Fan asked in confusion.
Ever since you left, she hasn't been sleeping well every day.
Several times when I woke up, I found her sitting and staring blankly in the direction you left.
Niu Dagang naturally noticed in Xiaoran running out.
Seeing Luo Fan, he greeted him with a smile.
Luo Fan.
Before, they both slept on the seats of the small truck, and he always saw her sleeping very soundly. He originally thought it was normal for a child to sleep deeply when they were growing.
Now it seems that she could only sleep soundly because she was next to him? The milk you gave me was finished a long time ago. Why did you only just come back?
Although when Xiaoran released her grip on Luo Fan's leg, she tightly clutched his clothes corner and asked.
If I remember correctly, I should have given you 10 boxes of milk? Facing in Xiaoran's question, Luo Fan actually felt a bit unsure. Could he have remembered wrong?
He had only been gone for 6 or 7 days. Logically, if she drank 1 box a day, there should still be a few boxes left, right? Xiaoran drank all the milk on the first day. I thought she was so greedy for milk, but it turns out she thought you'd come back once it was finished.
Niu Dagang, hearing this, explained to Luo Fan with some emotion. Hearing this, Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. She drank all the milk on the first day, thinking he would come back once it was finished? Luo Fan felt like he really wanted to complain a bit. However, looking at Xiaoran, who was clutching his clothes corner and unwilling to let go, Luo Fan couldn't voice his complaints.
He just reached out and stroked Xiaoran's head, saying with a doting expression, "Don't worry, Xiaoran, I'll take you wherever I go from now on." And Xiaoran's eyes narrowed slightly. It was unclear if she really liked Luo Fan's head pat or if Luo Fan's words made her extremely happy.
Luo Fan, is this your younger sister? This deity finds her very likable.
Little girl, what's your name?
Don't worry, this deity will protect you from now on.
At this moment, Ace suddenly interjected from the side, looking at Xiaoran with great fondness. The last half of his sentence was naturally directed at Xiaoran. And Xiaoran did not answer Ace's words. Except for Luo Fan, and Xiaoran still appeared like an autistic patient to everyone else. Heh, it's hard to say who will protect whom between you and Xiaoran. Luo Fan, on the other hand, shook his head with a smile and said to Ace. Ace? Hearing this, Ace looked at Luo Fan in confusion. This 7 or 8-year-old girl, would he, the dignified fire god, need her protection? This is impossible. Even if he died, he wouldn't let a little girl protect him. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the fire god be? Alright, let's go. Luo Fan didn't bother to explain to Ace. He held in Xiaoran's hand, and they returned to the convoy. Upon learning of Luo Fan's return, Zhao Chunfeng and Rose naturally gathered as well, and the sequencers of the convoy assembled. First, let me introduce everyone. This is Ace, Blazing Flame Mage Sequence, LV12. Luo Fan first introduced Ace to everyone, even directly stating his sequence and level. Ace was clearly a bit dissatisfied with Luo Fan's introduction of him. However, his dissatisfaction wasn't with Luo Fan directly revealing his sequence and level, but he corrected him with a sentence, Fire God Ace. Initially, hearing Luo Fan's introduction that he was a specialization sequence, Zhao Chunfeng and the others were quite serious. Had Luo Fan brought back a specialization sequence? However, hearing Ace's Chunibyu statement, Zhao Chunfeng and the others looked a bit strange. Well, as everyone can see, Ace is a bit Chunibyu, but his personality is quite good. Luo Fan then explained. Immediately after, he introduced Zhao Chunfeng and the others to Ace. This is the leader of our Hope Convoy, Zhao Chunfeng, Prophecy Sequence, LV10. This is Niu Dagong, Shield Warrior Sequence, LV11. This is Xiaoran, Holy Light Angel Sequence, LV11. This is Rose, Spell Sequence, what level are you now? When introducing Rose, Luo Fan followed up with a question. No matter, a basic sequence of spells, in this deity's eyes, any level is the same. Ace waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. This guy is really asking for a beating. Although it was a fact that she had the lowest sequence level in the entire team, Ace's demeanor made Rose grit her teeth, and her first impression of Ace was very bad. It was just that the other party was a specialization sequence, and she couldn't beat him. Otherwise, she would definitely let him know how powerful she was. Blazing Mage? Obviously, the other party also ascended from the spell sequence, right? What about you? Luo Fan, you should have completed your specialization advancement, right? After Luo Fan finished introducing their sequences and levels, Niu Dagong asked with concern. Indeed, by a stroke of luck, I slayed a rule-type anomaly and advanced to the Demon Hunter sequence, LV11. Luo Fan replied with a nod, not intending to conceal anything. What? A rule-type anomaly? You hunted it alone. As soon as Luo Fan spoke, everyone present widened their eyes, looking at Luo Fan in shock. A rule-type anomaly. Even the strongest sequencers would turn pale at the mention of it, but Luo Fan actually hunted one alone? Luo Fan, what are your demon hunter skills? Are they particularly strong? Niu Dagong asked curiously, his face showing happiness for Luo Fan. The skill I awakened is Rapid Fire, which allows continuous arrow shooting. The second arrow's attack power is doubled compared to the first, and it also comes with a certain chance of a silence effect. Hearing Niu Dagong's question, Luo Fan hesitated slightly before replying. Not bad. Ace, standing nearby, nodded silently, understanding that Luo Fan's words were true. When he was being chased by that fierce beast during the day, he used the Rapid Fire skill. That's it? Didn't they say that the higher the completion rate of the advancement requirements, the stronger the advanced specialization sequence would be? How come your Rapid Fire feels even a bit worse than my block? Hearing that Luo Fan's awakened skill was Rapid Fire, the outspoken Niu Dagong felt that this skill simply didn't match the strength of slaying a rule-type anomaly. Indeed, Xiaoran also advanced to a specialization sequence because of a rule-type anomaly, and her Holy Light Descends is indeed very strong.
Digang's shield warrior advanced by relying on a rule-type ghost crystal, and that block is simply a divine skill.
Relatively speaking, Luo Fan, your rapid fire is indeed a bit weak. There are only two possibilities for such a situation: either the demon hunter specialization sequence itself is very strong, and its future
potential is more important than its first skill.
Also, there's. Speaking to this point, Zhao Chunfeng gave Luo Fan a meaningful look, then suddenly stopped talking. However, Zhao Chunfeng felt even more strongly that Luo Fan was becoming more and more cunning.
Zhao Chunfeng interprets the demon hunter sequence.
What else? Hearing Zhao Chunfeng stop speaking halfway through his sentence, Niu Dagang straightforwardly pressed for an answer. However, Zhao Chunfeng did not intend to answer Niu Dagang's inquiry directly. As if he had suddenly realized something, he changed the subject. I suddenly feel that for the specialized sequence, the two words specialized are
truly apartment.
Whether it's the style or the advancement requirements, there seems to be some kind of connection.
The demon hunter is indeed the most suitable for you, Luo Fan. Niu Dagang scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Old Zhao, why do I feel like I completely don't understand what you're saying?
Wait, Brother Zhao's words actually make some sense. Hearing this, Luo Fan's heart stirred slightly. He roughly understood Zhao Chunfeng's meaning and explained further. For example, Brother Niu, the condition for your specialized sequence advancement is collecting materials, feathers, scales, shells, hides, and ghost crystals.
Besides the core ghost crystal, these are all external parts of fierce beasts. Therefore, the shield warrior you awaken focuses mainly on defense?
Moreover, Brother Niu, your personality seems quite suitable for the shield warrior sequence.
Ha! That really does make sense. After Luo Fan explained it, Niu Dagang suddenly realized, concluding that from Luo Fan's perspective, it was indeed correct. Then, for Xiaoran's Holy Light Angel sequence, her advancement conditions are love and sacrifice.
Although Xiaoran usually doesn't talk much, she proactively treated the survivors when we were in the Luo family town convoy.
So, because she is kind and pure-hearted, the Holy Light Angel sequence is indeed very suitable for her?
Rose, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, looking at Xiaoran, who was quiet and reserved beside Luo Fan but gave off an aura of purity, and said in
realization.
If we look at it this way, my blazing mage is indeed very suitable for me, cool and explosive.
Ace also chimed in, nodding his head. Next is your sequence, Luo Fan. Demon Hunter. Your advancement condition is hunting high-level weird entities alone. This really matches the hunter sequence.
Moreover, the hunter sequence also complements your personality, Zhao Chunfeng added, looking at Luo Fan.
Exactly. Demon hunting means hunting demons, right? TSK, this fully demonstrates my personality of hating evil like a sworn enemy and fighting the darkness. Luo Fan nodded, expressing high
approval for Zhao Chunfeng's analysis. No, my viewpoint is exactly the opposite of yours.
Demon hunting should describe the sequence's strength, that this sequence is capable of hunting demons. Hunter is what describes your personality. What kind of impression does a hunter give people?
They are often hidden in the darkness, hunting prey stronger than themselves. They use crossbows or hunting rifles from the shadows, launching sneak attacks.
Also, setting traps.
Oh, right, or perhaps they have animals like hunting dogs assisting them. In short, the impression a hunter gives is one of a very insidious and cunning style.
Zhao Chunfeng shook his head, offering a completely different interpretation of the demon hunter sequence.
As Zhao Chunfeng finished speaking, Rose, and even Niu Dagang, nodded in agreement.
Clearly, both of them felt that Zhao Chunfeng's interpretation was completely sound.
Brother Zhao, familiarity is one thing, but you can't slander me like that.
Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's interpretation, and seeing Niu Dagang and Rose both were expressions of agreement, Luo Fan's face immediately darkened, and he complained irritably. As he spoke, Luo Fan turned to Xiaoran and Ace beside him and asked, "What about you two?
What are your thoughts?"
I trust Brother Luo Fan. And Xiaoran was the first to speak, siding with Luo Fan without hesitation.
I also admire Luo Fan. I don't think he's as insidious as everyone says. In both our encounters, he took the initiative to act, and when facing an entry-level fierce beast, his single move of double consecutive shot nearly
instantly killed it. His fighting style is upright and honorable. Ace also nodded, clearly taking Luo Fan's side. However, hearing Ace refer to his skill as double consecutive shot, Luo Fan looked slightly embarrassed.
Oh, right, this time I encountered a rule-type anomaly, and there were other sequencers who died at the hands of the anomaly.
I picked up some good stuff.
Without dwelling further on the question of whether his personality was insidious, Luo Fan changed the subject and pulled out 2 mustard seed pouches.
And a mobile phone. Mustard seed pouches are good items, and especially the mobile phone, that's also a great item.
Seeing the things Luo Fan took out, Zhao Chunfeng and
the others' eyes lit up.
A mustard seed pouch is priced at 1,000 caddies of fierce beast meat, and a mobile phone is 3,000 caddies. Moreover, mobile phones are priceless and unavailable on the market, as everyone knows. Whoever wants them can make an offer, Luo Fan said. I don't need the mustard seed pouch.
I want the mobile phone.
Look, 3 ghost crystals should be equivalent to 3,000 caddies of fierce beast meat, right?
I have 2 on hand, so I'll owe you 1.
Zhao Chunfeng took out 2 ghost crystals and presented them to Luo Fan.
Brother Zhao, where did you get 2 ghost crystals?
Seeing the ghost crystals Zhao Chunfeng handed over, Luo Fan was slightly stunned.
Is he that rich?
Before, our convoy didn't have a specialized sequence, so when divination revealed a first-order fierce beast or a weird entity, we naturally avoided it. But now, in the few days you've been gone, we have at least 2 specialized sequences. If we encounter a first-order fierce beast or weird entity we can handle, there's no need to avoid it anymore, Zhao Chunfeng explained.
A sudden realization. Luo Fan understood.
The prophecy sequence wasn't just for divining and avoiding danger, it could even be used to find fierce beasts and weird entities that the team could
handle.
Just like when Brother Zhao's divination result told him to head southeast to safely kill a first-tier weird entity.
In the past few days, we've already killed 5 fierce beasts and 3 weird entities, Niu Dagang added from the side. It wasn't easy, the team had grown to the point where they could actively hunt first-order fierce beasts and weird entities.
Thinking back to the first fire-wrought bird they encountered, which was incredibly difficult, Luo Fan felt gratified by this visible overall increase in
the team's strength.
Brother Zhao, 2 ghost crystals are enough.
I haven't even paid you the divination fee for predicting the direction of my sequence advancement.
Luo Fan accepted Zhao Chunfeng's 2 ghost crystals, generously stating that he didn't need to be owed the rest.
Niu Dagang took 1 ghost crystal and exchanged it for the mustard seed pouch.
Furthermore, all the fierce beast meat he previously owed Luo Fan was also returned. Luo Fan sold the last mustard seed pouch to Rose for 1,000 caddies of fierce beast meat.
Thus, everyone was happy.
Everything that needed to be said was said, and everything that needed to be exchanged was exchanged. Luo Fan was now full of gains. He currently had 4 ordinary ghost crystals in hand, plus 1 rule-type ghost crystal. Ghost crystals are very useful, whether kept for personal absorption or used for forging ghost artifacts. Although fierce beast meat is the hard currency for transactions among sequencers, ghost crystals are the high-end goods.
This is similar to the difference between copper coins and silver in ancient times. Ordinary transactions use copper coins, but silver?
That is reserved for relatively rare, high-end, bulk transactions.
As for rule-type ghost crystals? They are comparable to gold. Wait, everyone, don't rush off to rest yet.
Seeing that the small gathering was nearly over and everyone was preparing to disperse, Zhao Chunfeng spoke up. Here's the thing, originally, there was a relatively strong weird entity that our convoy planned to bypass. But now, with Luo Fan and Ace here, our convoy's strength has surged significantly.
Maybe we can try hunting it?
Let's discuss it, Zhao Chunfeng said.
Are rule-based mystical crystals really that valuable?
Hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's words, Luo Fan and the others grew serious and asked him for the specific details. Originally, our convoy planned to rest here for 6 hours, after which we needed to set off and leave. If we didn't, a powerful weird entity would hunt us down, and the divination indicated a sign of great peril.
A divination reading of this magnitude is extremely dangerous. One slip-up could mean the complete annihilation of the entire force. However, after you, Luo Fan, and Ace returned, I performed the divination again, and the reading changed. It became peril with a hint of fortune.
A divination reading of this magnitude is manageable, provided we proceed with caution. Furthermore, if we successfully deal with this weird entity, our convoy can rest here for another 70 hours, Zhao Chunfeng explained.
An extra 70 hours of rest time?
That's practically 3 more days and nights of rest.
For a convoy that has been migrating and fleeing for their lives, extended rest is an absolute luxury. It seems my return has greatly boosted the convoy's overall strength. Sure enough, the convoy can't manage without me.
Given the massive change in the divination reading just based on his return, Luo Fan brushed his fringe back and said with a smile.
Ace didn't speak.
He simply pulled half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, put one in his mouth, held out a finger, and then, a pale blue flame ignited on his
fingertip. After lighting the cigarette, Ace took a deep drag and then blew out a smoke ring. It doesn't matter. This venerable one will take action. We've always been running for our lives, avoiding the weird entities hunting us. This time, we won't run. We'll hunt them instead.
This is great, Niu Dagang said, grinning widely, his fighting spirit soaring. With Luo Fan, Niu Dagang, and Ace having voiced their stance, that was enough. After all, there was no need to ask in Xiaoran for her opinion. She would definitely follow Luo Fan faithfully.
As for Rose?
It could only be said that even though she was a sequencer of the basic sequence, her right to speak was naturally a notch below Luo Fan and the others.
Alright, then everyone get some good rest and conserve your energy.
Since everyone had more or less reached a consensus, Zhao Chunfeng nodded and said. Luo Fan and Xiaoran returned to their small truck to rest. Zhao Chunfeng and the others also returned to their respective vehicles. Luo Fan and the others discussed the newcomer, Ace, and decided to let Ace rest inside the fuel tank truck. Although it seemed Ace had acquired a vehicle for free this way, since he was responsible for transporting fuel for everyone, it was acceptable. After all, the fuel tank truck was his, but the fuel wasn't.
Moreover, in this apocalypse, cars weren't actually very valuable. The truly valuable thing was gasoline. Returning to the small truck, Luo Fan reclined the seat back and lay down. He looked at Xiaoran beside him, who was already fast asleep, and smiled. Next to him, Xiaoran always slept so soundly. But Brother Niu had mentioned that Xiaoran hadn't slept well during the 2 days she spent on the bus. Upon closer inspection, whether it was an illusion or not, Xiaoran did seem a little thinner. Not feeling sleepy, Luo Fan held his phone and idly scrolled through forum posts. On the feasibility of adrenaline cultivation for sequence awakening. Seeing a post, Luo Fan clicked in to read it. The post was full of substantial content, stating that the conditions for sequence awakening had been mostly figured out. The first condition was a person rapidly secreting adrenaline during extreme fear, thus breaking the body's shackles. The second was having a weird entity die nearby. When a weird entity dies, a special aura permeates the area, which is then absorbed by the person whose body's shackles have been broken, leading to sequence awakening. The conditions for sequence awakening have been updated again. So, it turns out you don't need to personally kill the weird entity, you just need one to die nearby, Luo Fan muttered to himself upon seeing this. He recalled that when he first awakened, Brother Zhao's explanation was that fear plus killing a weird entity was the prerequisite for sequence awakening. But that made sense. Though the apocalypse had broken out, human research into the apocalypse, weird entities, and sequences was ongoing. They would propose hypotheses, verify them, and constantly update the findings. It was completely reasonable. Thinking back to Rose's awakening, the weird entity was one he had shot down right in front of her. Rose hadn't killed it herself, yet she still successfully awakened. This coincided perfectly with the claims in the post. Muttering to himself, Luo Fan continued reading the post. The post stated that, based on the requirements above, they had already used 100 survivors as test subjects, injecting them with adrenaline before killing a weird entity in front of them. Unfortunately, not a single test subject successfully awakened. The speculation was that only adrenaline secreted by the person themselves during a state of fear was effective. The next direction of research was to have survivors confront a weird entity without informing them of the truth, and then have a sequencer kill the weird entity at the critical moment, to see if they could successfully master the method of sequence awakening. The post ended there. The replies below were all comments wishing the poster success and awaiting the follow-up research. Luo Fan glanced at the name of the post's author, Yuan. Luo Fan silently noted the name. It seemed that even in the apocalypse, there was a group of people working diligently in the background, selflessly publishing their research findings to give all of humanity a greater chance. Luo Fan deeply admired such people. Browsing further, he found a wanted ad on the forum requesting rule-type ghost crystals. The poster was willing to exchange 100 ordinary ghost crystals for a single rule-type ghost crystal. Luo Fan clicked on the post to read it. The replies below were bizarre and varied. Rule-type ghost crystals? Everyone who encounters a rule-type anomaly must be dead, right? It's impossible for rule-type ghost crystals to circulate on the market, is it? 100 crystals? Are rule-type ghost crystals really that valuable? Anyone who has one must be rich. It's hard to say. If you're careful, a few specialized sequences working together can possibly farm ordinary first-tier weird entities given enough time. But if it's a rule-type anomaly, even a squad of specialized sequences is highly likely to be wiped out. Therefore, in terms of value, a rule-type ghost crystal might be even more precious than 100 ordinary ghost crystals. Poster: ghost crystals are used to absorb and enhance one's power, or they are useful when forging ghost artifacts. What is the use of a rule-type ghost crystal? Care to disclose? To the commenter above, even if someone told you, it wouldn't matter. You'll never get your hands on a rule-type ghost crystal in this lifetime. It's harder than winning a $5 million lottery. Rule-type ghost crystals, are they really that valuable? Luo Fan muttered to himself upon seeing the post. He currently had 4 ordinary ghost crystals and 1 rule-type ghost crystal in his possession. 1 ordinary ghost crystal could be exchanged for at least 1,000 caddies of fierce beast meat. And a rule-type ghost crystal? Exchanging it for 100 ordinary ghost crystals, yet it was still priceless and unavailable on the market? Luo Fan felt he should hold on to it carefully and, furthermore, figure out what extraordinary function the rule-type ghost crystal possessed that made people willing to trade 100 ordinary ghost crystals for it. At the same time, Luo Fan realized with a flash of insight, no wonder Brother Nyo's Shield Warrior Sequence's first skill, block, was so powerful. His advancement had consumed a rule bizarre entity crystal. This is the correct way to perform a triple shot. Beep beep. As Luo Fan was browsing forum posts, a message notification suddenly popped up. This was a message that only friends could send. In Luo Fan's phone, his only friends were Qian Zhonghua, who sold him the phone, Lian Zicheng, Ace, and Zhao Chunfeng. Luo Fan clicked on the message and saw that it was from Lian Zicheng. You hunted down the rule-type anomaly in Lin City? That's right. You saw my reply under the Lin City post? Then you have a rule-type ghost crystal in your hand? Yes. Then keep it safe. It's best to absorb a rule-type ghost crystal at level 10 or level 15. In short, when you're about to awaken a new skill. What? There's a rumor that absorbing a rule-type ghost crystal when you're about to awaken a skill can make the skill come with rule-type effects. It hasn't been confirmed, but it's probably not groundless. Besides, rule-type ghost crystals are too rare, so it's not easy to verify. Reading the message Lian Zicheng sent him, Luo Fan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but think of Niu Dagong's block.
He originally thought that his block being able to exempt 90% of damage was because the shield warrior sequence itself was that strong.
Now it seems the rule type effect of block was due to that ghost crystal when he advanced his sequence?
He was already level 11, so when he reached level 15 and was about to advance to level 16, absorbing a rule type ghost crystal could also make his
skills come with rule type effects? Rule type skills are generally considered divine skills, right?
Because rules disregard the strength of one's power.
It's like characters in an esports game.
No matter how high your level, even if someone else is only level 1, the silence, imprisonment, and stun effects are the same controls, they won't
weaken because your level is high. And the effect of rules takes precedence over these control type skills. What a pity.
If I had absorbed it when I advanced to a specialized sequence, my first skill in the specialized sequence could also have been imbued with the power
of rules.
After a moment of silence, Luo Fan sent a message to Lian Zicheng, his words filled with regret.
You advanced to a specialized sequence? What sequence is it? What's your first skill? Is it really that bad?
Normally, it would be presumptuous for sequencers to ask about each other's skills, but since Luo Fan complained first, Lian Zicheng naturally
followed up. The sequence I awakened is Demon Hunter. My first skill is consecutive shot.
Subsequent arrows double an attack power on the previous arrow, and each arrow has a small chance to apply a silence effect. Luo Fan grumbled, then quickly typed his second sentence, I still envy your shadow assassin.
Your invisibility ability is too strong. Yes, ever since he first met Lian Zicheng, Luo Fan had been practically drooling over her invisibility ability. After Luo Fan sent this message, the chat stopped. After a full half minute, there was no reply from Lian Zicheng, which left Luo Fan a bit bewildered. What the heck, did she just disappear mid-chat? Is that how women chat? Appearing and disappearing like a divine dragon? Can Lian Zicheng not be an exception? Brother Lian? Are you still there? After waiting a full minute without receiving a reply from Lian Zicheng, Luo Fan sent another message to ask. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but after sending that message, Luo Fan had a sense of déjà vu, as if he were a simp. Shaking his head, Luo Fan cast away these messy thoughts. I don't want to talk to you. You're too Versailles. Is your name Fan from Versailles? After Luo Fan sent his message, Lian Zicheng finally replied, but her reply was full of resentment, practically overflowing from the screen. Brother Lian? What do you mean? How am I Versailles? Luo Fan was completely bewildered by this reply. Your killing that rule-type anomaly is related to your advancement to a specialized sequence, isn't it? Without directly answering Luo Fan, Lian Zicheng followed up with a question. Yes, my advancement condition was to hunt an anomaly stronger than me. By chance, I killed that rule-type anomaly and advanced to the Demon Hunter sequence. Luo Fan gave her an affirmative answer. I knew it, no wonder. Your consecutive shot skill is simply a divine skill. Only by hunting a rule-type anomaly alone can it be so strong. Lian Zicheng's reply showed a sense of sudden realization. Brother Lian, tell me, what's so powerful about my consecutive shot? Doesn't it just double the attack of subsequent arrows and add a small chance of silence? Luo Fan was indeed very confused. He had deliberately implied it was a double shot, not even mentioning triple shot, yet Lian Zicheng was still so highly praising it? Are you genuinely unaware, or are you just being Versailles? Lian Zicheng asked, as if confirming. Of course, I'm genuinely unaware. Luo Fan immediately replied. Alright, I want to ask, your sequence is Demon Hunter, not Demon Archer, right? Of course, it's Hunter, not Archer. Then that's it, isn't it? Your skill is consecutive shot, it didn't say consecutive arrows, which means you can use consecutive shot with a bow and arrow, you can also use consecutive shot with a slingshot, and even with firearms, or even cannons, you can use consecutive shot, right? The strength of this skill depends on the strength of the tool you use it with. Theoretically speaking, your skill should have no upper limit.
If you could get an item that shoots nuclear bombs, imagine consecutively shooting nuclear bombs, with the second one even doubling in power. Although it's just a guess, the theory should be correct.
Isn't this common sense? Just because you have a bow in your hand, why did you put all your attention on bows and arrows? Alright, I'm dead. For serious matters, burn paper offerings. For minor matters, summon my soul. For major matters, dig up my grave. Don't bother me anymore. If you were in front of me right now, I'd bite you to death.
She was both worried about her brother's suffering and worried about her brother driving a Land Rover. She felt that Luo Fan was holding a golden rice bowl but begging for food. The thick resentment, envy, jealousy, and hatred directly overflowed the screen, and Lian Ziqiang immediately cut off the chat. Meanwhile, Luo Fan, looking at the message from Lian Ziqiang, suddenly stood up, practically jumping.
Slap, slap.
Then, Luo Fan raised his hands and fiercely slapped himself twice across the face.
Holy crap!
This was Luo Fan's biggest feeling.
Yes, Lian Ziqiang was right to scold him. His sequence was Demon Hunter, not Demon Archer.
The skill was also called Triple Shot, not Triple Arrow.
Just because he had a bow in his hand, he subconsciously assumed Triple Shot was a bow-exclusive skill?
Triple Shot, logically speaking, should work with lower power slingshots, or even higher power firearms, like an AWM sniper rifle, or even a Barrett,
etc., right? Moreover, a hunter can naturally use a hunting rifle, which is very reasonable.
If he could get a cannon, the Triple Shot skill could be used. Just thinking about it made Luo Fan excited.
Lian Ziqiang's complaint was right. Wasn't this common sense? Why hadn't he realized it? He remembered Brother Zhao had a pistol, right? Could he borrow it to try? Rising from his deathbed in shock, was the idiot me all along? So Triple Shot was actually a divine skill? Sure enough, a slingshot can also fire a triple shot. Check-in successful. Obtained 500 yuan, balance 830. The sign-in gold prompt slid past Luo Fan's eye corner, right on schedule.
In the past, Luo Fan had always been happy when the sign-in gold arrived, but this time his attention wasn't on it at all. In Luo Fan's hand, a Y-shaped branch had been roughly trimmed. Next, he cut a section of bowstring. It was the piece removed when he upgraded the double-eye bow with python tendons earlier.
Luo Fan tied the bowstring tightly to the fork, making a simple slingshot.
Picking up a few pebbles, Luo Fan aimed the slingshot at a sapling as thick as an arm not far away.
Triple shot! Crack!
The first pebble flew out, scraping off a patch of bark. Lightning fast, Luo Fan loosed a second stone, hitting the same spot with noticeably doubled force. Wood chips flew, exposing fresh timber.
Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a third pebble whistled in, striking the identical point.
It felt less like a slingshot and more like a bullet from a gun.
With a snap,
an egg-sized crater remained, the pebble embedded deep in the trunk.
Hard to believe that came from a slingshot.
Watching the split wood and embedded stone, Luo Fan marveled inwardly.
Triple Shot's doubling damage was truly formidable. First stone, no bonus, second, double damage.
Third stone, doubled again, 4 times the power. Of course, the test wasn't just about damage, he wanted to see if Triple Shot worked with other projectiles.
Just as Lian Ziqiang said, not just bows, slingshots work too.
Therefore firearms, even artillery shells, anything launched, should trigger Triple Shot.
Looks like I need to find a stronger ranged weapon.
Having grasped Triple Shot's true usage, Luo Fan mused.
A more powerful shooter was now his top priority.
He pocketed the slingshot and returned to the truck. Originally he'd thought of borrowing Zhao Chuanfeng's pistol. But the bullets were probably precious, and he only needed to confirm non-bow activation, no need to waste them.
Or was it that he didn't want to reveal more about Triple Shot? Luo Fan would never admit to that.
Back in the vehicle, thoughts tangled, he finally drifted off.
He dreamed.
In the dream he held a bizarre firearm, pulling the trigger against a mountain-sized eyrie and unleashing triple shot. Brilliant light blasted out, even kilometers away the final bolt pierced the titanic eyrie.
Knock knock knock. Noise jolted him awake, Nyo Dagon rapping on the window. Luo Fan, time's up. Get ready, Nyo Dagon said.
Luo Fan collected himself, sat up, and nudged in Xiaoran awake. It was nearly 3 a.m., survivors throughout the convoy were rising and packing. Before stopping, Zhao Chunfeng had said they could rest only 6 hours.
Used to migration, the survivors prepared to move.
No rush to migrate today. With Luo Fan's promotion to specialized sequence and a new specialized friend, our convoy's strength has soared. The approaching eyrie, we plan to hunt it together.
Everyone else, stay clear. As Zhao Chunfeng's spokesman, Uncle Li shouted to the packing survivors. Hunt an eyrie? That's too dangerous. Why not just avoid it? Sequencers can protect themselves, we ordinary folk can't.
I just want to stay with the convoy and never meet an eyrie. Sequence ranks grow through combat, facing a beatable eyrie means choosing to fight.
What's that to me? I just want to live safely. If you're unhappy, leave the convoy. Enough.
I'm an old-timer, back when only the leader and Nyo Dagon were sequencers. Now we have many, including several specialized.
Growing strength is good.
Uncle Li's words stirred heated debate. Some felt avoiding the eyrie was wiser.
Others understood the sequencer's choice to fight. Regardless, Luo Fan's group gathered and adjusted the hunt's profit split. Luo Fan, Ace, and Xiaoran and Nyo Dagon each 20%.
Zhao Chunfeng and Rose each take 10%. No objections, everyone sharpened focus. A mere eyrie, my divine flame can incinerate the filth to ash.
Ace, flamboyant as ever, flicked azure flame dancing on his fingertip. It's here.
Sensing it, Luo Fan looked into the night, 2 jade green lights flared, growing clearer. Soon, in the moonlight, he saw a silver-white eyrie, skeleton-like yet metallic, its body studded with thorns, atop its head more thorns impaled.
Several skulls.
The green glow was its eyes. Spotting them, it bared fangs and charged. Buzz. Though usually quiet, and Xiaoran moved instantly, raising her hand, holy light descends.
Milky radiance dropped from the sky onto the eyrie, inflicting weaken. An advanced and bizarre attack, a triple shot activated. Holy light descends, the first skill of an Xiaoran's specialized sequence, can grant buffs to allies and debuffs to enemies. In this free-for-all, Xiaoran knew that slapping a debuff on the weird first would have the greatest impact. Visible to the naked eye, the originally ferocious weird rushing toward them slowed down a notch the moment holy light descends landed, as if a speeding truck had hit the brakes. With a roar, Nyo Dagon gripped his massive fire axe, slapped a body-enhance buff on himself, and charged the weird head-on. As a shield warrior sequence, he knew exactly where he belonged, right at the front. Bang! Nyo Dagon and the weird collided like 2 heavy trucks meeting head-on. Flying missile. Rose raised her hand and a fist-sized missile shot out.
Almost simultaneously, Ace lifted his hand, same skill, but his missile was basketball-sized, just by looks it was clearly stronger than Rose's. Blazing Mage, Ace's cerulean flames carried an explosive effect.
So, with Nyo Dagon right beside the weird, Ace didn't use explosive fireball. Otherwise he wouldn't be attacking the weird, he'd be blowing Nyo Dagon up along with it.
This was real life, not a game. The explosive flames had no auto-friendly filter. Therefore, the single-target flying missile suited the situation far better than an area of effect explosive fireball.
Lingshu Step.
Luo Fan also cast Lingshu Step and instantly felt light as a swallow, ghost quick as he closed in on the weird. Blood blade in hand, he wrapped the creature's massive skull. Blood blade's effect was lacerating bleed, but the weird looked cast from steel. Luo Fan wasn't sure it even bled, so he triggered the sap skill.
Instead. Clink.
The hilt of blood blade struck the weird's head, and the creature, previously shoving Nyo Dagon backward, lurched into a stun.
Seizing the moment, Nyo Dagon raised his fire axe high and slammed it down on the weird's forehead.
A thunderous crack, the axe bit deep, its head wedged right in the weird's skull. Screeching, the stunned weird snapped awake and flailed its thorn-covered arms.
Luo Fan reacted instantly, backstepping to safety. Nyo Dagon couldn't retreat in time, the arm sweep flung him through the air. Though Shield Warrior sequenced Nyo Dagon's defense was monstrous, the blow left him bloody with several deep gashes. Emerald light pulsed over Nyo Dagon and Xiaoran's healing taking effect. Filthy, ugly weird received the judgment of divine flame. With Nyo Dagon hurled aside, Ace, now free of restraint, raised his hand, cerulean fire roared to life, swelling into a washbasin-sized fireball that smashed toward the weird. Rumble rumble. The flames struck like a high-explosive grenade, detonating with deafening force. Luo Fan whipped out his double-eye bow, drew the string, and in barely 2 seconds locked onto the weird's head. The first arrow shot out and hit home, an armor-piercing head burying itself in the weird's skull. Almost instantly the second arrow struck the same spot, half its shaft sinking in, Luo Fan's double shot. Staggered back, Nyo Dagon now roared, rushed up, grabbed the axe still stuck in the weird's forehead, yanked it free and hurled the creature to the ground. Axe freed, he hacked wildly. The steel thorns on the weird's skull snapped, the skulls impaled upon them rolled away. Boom boom boom. Beside them, Ace and Rose kept up a barrage of flying missiles, slamming the weird non-stop. Luo Fan darted in again, Lingshu step blurring him as blood blade flicked, stabbing the weird a dozen times in the blink of an eye. Under the combined assault of several specialized sequences, the weird's struggles weakened until, at last, it lay still. Finished? Nyo Dagon and Luo Fan backed well away, staring at the motionless weird, both exhaling in relief. Luo Fan marveled inwardly, among first-tier weird entities, this one's defense had been terrifying, for specialized sequences had needed this much effort to bring it down. No wonder, before he arrived, with only Brother Nyo and Xiaoran as specialized sequences, Brother Zhao had led the convoy in retreat. But just then, when everyone thought the weird was dead, a sudden change erupted. The skulls that had rolled aside abruptly pulsed with eerie light and floated into the air. Gra. The skulls seemed to laugh, jaws clacking as emerald light ignited in their eye sockets. Then the weird on the ground rose again, its body ballooning as if inflated. Once merely 2 meters tall, it now swelled to nearly 3 meters in height. Even Nyo Dagon looked child-sized beside it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Every skull shot outward, hurling themselves at Luo Fan and the others. Simultaneously the weird's main body stamped forward, each footfall pounding the earth as it charged straight for Xiaoran. Clearly, though Nyo Dagon and Luo Fan had done the damage, the weird judged the holy light descend's debuff unbearable. Thus the one it most wanted dead was the distant Xiaoran. It advanced? Feeling the creature's heaven-shaking transformation, Luo Fan's heart sank. They had barely managed to suppress this top-tier first-tier weird. Who could have guessed it would choose this moment to advance? Drawing a deep breath, Luo Fan knocked an arrow again, cool eye locking onto the target. Clink. The arrow struck the weird's skull, but only a metallic chime rang out, even the armor-piercing head barely dented the surface. After advancing, the weird's defense had become even more terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ace swept his arms, cerulean flames rolling toward the airborne skulls. Brother Nyo, stop it! Luo Fan shouted. At his call, Nyo Dagon sprinted between Xiaoran and the weird, crossing his arms in a defensive stance. Skill, block. Boom! The charging weird was like a speeding train, yet Nyo Dagon stood like an iron cliff. With 90% damage negated, the creature's momentum crashed and halted as if against a reef. Far away, Luo Fan drew his bowstring, cool eye locking onto the weird's neck. Triple shot activate. Is this old man going to fire 4 more shots? After advancing, the aberration didn't just grow bigger, every aspect of its power improved. Even the skulls impaled on its head could now fly up and attack on their own. Ace waved his hands, hurling azure explosive flames at the incoming skulls, trying to hold them back so the others could keep dealing damage. Taiwan Novel Network, Beat Boredom, Alpha. Sigma, super handy.
Only his flames and Luo Fan's arrows could reach those airborne skulls. Yet despite Ace's best efforts, one skull slipped past the flames and shot straight toward Xiaoran. A pure support, Xiaoran had no counter at all as the skull bore down on her. Niu Dagong used block to stop the aberration's main body from charging, but he could only watch in horror as a skull sailed over him toward Xiao Ran, utterly helpless. Whoosh! Just as the skull was about to slam into Xiao Ran, a silhouette darted in front of her. It was Rose. Fire Ring. Rose poured every ounce of power into her second spell sequence skill. A ring of flame burst outward, centered on her body, the classic mage tool to scatter nearby enemies. But the skull, though not the main body, was still part of a second-tier aberration. Rose's starter spell sequence barely phased it. The skull only stuttered for a heartbeat before plowing on, the pause no more noticeable than a gearshift lurch. That fleeting hitch felt like the tiniest jolt while changing gears, easy to miss unless you were watching for it. Buzz. Still, Xiaoran reacted fast. The instant the skull pierced the fire ring, a gray shield flared into place around Rose. Though only a starter support sequence skill, cast with Xiaoran's specialized sequence rank, it packed real strength. Crack crack. The skull slammed the gray shield and stopped, but the shield spiderwebbed with fractures, clearly on the verge of shattering. Holy light descends. As the shield was about to break, Xiaoran raised her hand, tagging the aberration's main body with holy light descends once more, reapplying full debuffs. Rose, actually Luo Fan, gripping his double eyeball, caught Rose stepping in front of Xiaoran and felt a flicker of surprise. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it, the aberration had advanced, and if he held back they might all wipe. He drew a deep breath, locked the double eyeball onto the aberration, aiming straight for its empty eye socket. 1 second, 2, 3. A general lock on the aberration would be quick, but targeting a tiny weak spot took far longer. The smaller the zone, the more time the ghoul eye needed to finish its lock on. Each second stretched until, finally, the lock clicked. Luo Fan released the string. Thrum. The first armor-piercing arrow flashed straight for the aberration's eye. A second-tier aberration was fast, it threw up a hand to swat the shaft aside. Yet mid-flight the arrow seemed alive, curling around the claw and drilling into the socket. Second arrow. Almost on top of the first, the second shaft followed. The first made the thing shriek, the second punched through the same socket and burst out the back of its skull, wedged halfway. The third arrow came even faster. Fourfold damage struck the exact spot, the back of the aberration's head tore open like wet paper. The third arrow shot clean through and out the other side. A truncated scream died as the metallic body toppled like a felled tower. At the same instant the flying skulls clattered lifelessly to the ground. Dead, really dead? Dagong panted, eyeing the fallen aberration warily, half expecting it to rise again. Feud triple shot packs a punch. 3 arrows in 1 second, 7-fold damage, plus Xiaoran's holy light debuff and a weak spot hit, wiped it in one go? Luo Fan lowered his double eyebrow and shook out his wrist, the rapid triple shot had left it sore. Luo Fan, you just fired 3 in a row? And that third arrow's devastation dwarfed my explosive fireball. Ace exclaimed. Right, first arrow in the socket, second shattered the back of the skull, third blew a gaping hole right through it. Each consecutive shot had clearly grown stronger than the last. In raw damage his explosive flame couldn't compete. Your flame's an area blast, my triple shots single target, different tools. Luo Fan shrugged. True, my flames are meant to scorch the heavens, while your skills pinpoint assassination. Entirely different styles. Ace beamed, pleased with the answer. TCH, I knew a sequence promoted by slaying a rule-type aberration couldn't be weak. Looks like your consecutive shot isn't double shot, it's triple shot. With the fight over, Zhao Chunfeng strolled up, clicking his tongue, eyeing Luo Fan like the sneaky old six he was. Little Luo even fooled his own team, so naughty, Rose said, half laughing, half exasperated. Skills like Xiaoran's holy light or Brother Niu's block had been laid out honestly from the start. Brother Zhao was right, Luo Fan was downright sly. He only tricked us, he didn't harm us, Dagong said, unconcerned, shaking his head.
Luo Fan nodded solemnly. Yup, exactly, my skill isn't double shot, it's triple shot. That's right. The more readily Luo Fan admitted it, the less Xiao Chunfeng believed him. Could triple shot not be the real answer? Don't tell me, there's a four shot? Knowing Luo Fan's sneaky nature, it was entirely possible. A friend request from the master. The second-tier aberration was finally brought down by everyone's combined effort. Though the fight had been perilous, as the saying goes, if no one in the squad was hurt, it wasn't truly dangerous. After this battle, the sequencers had their first real experience fighting as a coordinated team. After disposing of the aberration's corpse, Luo Fan and the others sat down together. One second-tier strange crystal, naturally, it belonged to the whole team. The aberration's body, sheathed in a metallic sheen, might come in handy later, so they collected every bit of it. The sequencers sat in a circle, reviewing the fight and discussing how their tactics could be further optimized. All in all, killing a second-tier aberration was something the Hope Convoy could celebrate. Partly because of the loot. But more importantly, this was the first time the convoy hadn't fled from an aberration's pursuit. Instead, they stayed and turned the hunter into the hunted. It marked a huge change for the Hope Convoy. According to Zhao Chunfeng's divination, the squad had 70 hours of uninterrupted rest ahead. The entire Hope Convoy relaxed. Luo Fan lay back in his small truck to rest. When he woke the next morning and opened his eyes, it felt as if a black curtain hung before them. He knew the side effects of the double eye bow were finally kicking in. But why did the debuff only trigger now, the moment he opened his eyes? Couldn't it have activated while he was asleep? Clearly, the system left him no room to exploit a loophole. So the penalty was a straight vision steal. When he was asleep everything was already dark, there was nothing left to take. Still, he'd been mentally prepared. Luo Fan wasn't rattled. Eyes open though he saw nothing, he curled his fingers around a ghost crystal. Actively absorbing it, he felt thin strands of energy seep from the crystal and scatter through every corner of his body. Sure enough, a little over 2 hours later the darkness in front of him faded and his sight returned to normal. A rare stretch of downtime, about 3 days and nights, was something Luo Fan cherished. He lay in the small truck, phone in hand, scrolling the sequencer forum to kill time. Entertainment was scarce, but as the only link to the outside world, browsing the forum beat staring into space. In the apocalypse, being able to lounge and swipe your phone was an almost obscene luxury. As usual, heaps of people had sent him friend requests, he didn't even bother to look. There was also a thread about rule-type anomalies in Lin City. His reply there had drawn dozens of follow-ups. 2 of them were thank you notes. Lin City really was deserted, 2 convoys had detoured there and reaped a bumper harvest. They thanked Luo Fan profusely. Reading that, Luo Fan smiled to himself. Helping others is the root of happiness. A rare sentiment in the apocalypse, but he still enjoyed being able to lend a hand. After scrolling a bit longer, one post caught his eye. The author was Yuan Hao. Luo Fan remembered the name, the guy who kept conducting all kinds of research after the world ended. He tapped in and found an experimental report. Previously, artificially injecting adrenaline and then killing an aberration beside the survivors had failed, some even died from adrenaline overdose. And not a single person had awakened. This time, 30 survivors unaware of the plan were exposed to an aberration. When it began chasing them, researchers stepped in to slay it. 2 of the survivors actually awakened their sequences. The method looked viable, at least preliminarily. The thread exploded in popularity. Luo Fan straightened up and skimmed the comments. Master Yuan Hao, you really are a master. Did you just find a way to help ordinary people awaken their sequences? If this spreads, the number of sequencers will skyrocket, right? 30 people, only 2 awakened? Guess they weren't scared enough. Let the aberration kill half, maybe just a third, and the terror will be thicker. You'd probably get 7 or 8 awakenings. Hey upstairs, have you any shred of humanity left? It's the apocalypse, bro, and you're talking humanity? If people lose their humanity, how are we different from beasts?
The reply soon veered off into a philosophical debate about human nature. Luo Fan skimmed a few more responses and was about to close the thread when a pop-up appeared. Author has edited content, please refresh.
Edited? Something new to share? Interested, he refreshed the page.
But after rereading Master Wenhao's post, he saw almost nothing had changed except a single new line at the bottom. Luo Fan, if you're reading
this, please accept my friend request. It's about me? Seeing that final line, Luo Fan bolted upright.
In the apocalypse, someone still striving for humanity's future and publicly sharing results, he deeply admired that selfless mindset.
And now he'd actually appeared in the post?
It felt like an ordinary Joe suddenly getting a message from an A-list celebrity in the old world.
Could it be someone with the same name?
Excited, he pulled up the list of pending friend requests and scrolled through thousands of names. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes he spotted Wenhao.
He immediately tapped accept.
Besides Qian Zhanghua, Lian Ziqiang, Zhao Chunfeng and Ace, Wenhao became the fifth contact in Luo Fan's friend list. Luo Fan accepted and waited, heart-thumping. Master Wenhao, the title wasn't self-proclaimed but bestowed by countless sequencer netizens.
He admired the man. What did the master want from him?
Luo Fan, at that moment Zhao Chunfeng jogged up to the truck.
Brother Zhao, what's up? Luo Fan rolled down the window. Check the sequencer forum.
Master Wenhao just posted, calling for you to accept his friend request, did you see it? Zhao Chunfeng had only gotten his phone recently and had been browsing. He'd hurried over to tip Luo Fan off.
Already accepted, Luo Fan answered, raising his phone. Really? What did the master say?
Zhao Chunfeng yanked the door open and leaned in. Nothing yet, he probably doesn't know I've accepted, Luo Fan shrugged.
Ding dong. Right then, the private message alert chimed. Zhao Chunfeng's rant, Luo Fan is too shameless. Comrade Luo Fan, hello.
Looking at the message on his phone, it was indeed from Master Wenhao.
However, the address comrade made Luo Fan quite nostalgic.
He hadn't expected to still hear such a term in the apocalypse.
Hello, Master. Luo Fan quickly replied. Comrade Luo Fan, if I may be so bold, have you used the rule-type ghost crystal you possess? The master didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Not yet.
Luo Fan also appreciated the direct conversation. After a slight hesitation, he answered truthfully.
Then, Comrade Luo Fan, would you be willing to part with it?
I currently need a rule-type ghost crystal for a new round of important research. Upon learning that Luo Fan still had the rule-type ghost crystal, Master Wenhao's message came quickly.
No. Luo Fan refused decisively.
Indeed, Luo Fan admired people like Master Wenhao from the bottom of his heart, and if he could help, Luo Fan wouldn't mind doing so.
But, to ask him to part with a rule-type ghost crystal? Sorry, he couldn't do it.
If he absorbed the rule-type ghost crystal when he reached level 15, his level 16 skill would gain the blessing of rule power. Seriously, a skill blessed by rule power could be called a divine skill, right? Just like Brother Nyo's block. Without the block skill, no one could have stopped the charge of that second-tier aberration last night. Therefore, regarding his vital interests, and such an important matter, Luo Fan would never give up the rule-type ghost crystal due to personal
admiration.
There was silence. Clearly, Master Wenhao on the other end hadn't expected Luo Fan to refuse so directly.
After a full half-minute of silence, a message finally came. Comrade Luo Fan, what is your current sequence level? LV11.
Luo Fan replied candidly, with no intention of concealing it.
Comrade Luo Fan, don't be so quick to refuse.
I am very aware of the importance of a rule-type ghost crystal, and I wouldn't ask for yours for free.
How about you listen to my conditions first? Master Wenhao sent another message. All right.
Although he was unwilling to part with the rule-type ghost crystal, out of respect for the master, and since the other party wanted a chance to make
an offer, Luo Fan considered it and agreed. How about this? I can provide you with a rule-type ghost artifact you need, and then compensate you with 10 second-tier strange crystals. I know some people on the forum have offered a price of 1 rule-type ghost crystal for 100 ordinary ghost crystals, and a second-tier strange crystal can be exchanged for 10 ordinary ghost crystals. I genuinely need a rule-type ghost crystal right now.
Master Wenhao stated his offer. Indeed, when Luo Fan had browsed the forum posts earlier, he had seen someone willing to exchange 100 ordinary ghost crystals for 1 rule-type ghost crystal. 10 second-tier strange crystals is equivalent to 100 ordinary first-order Guijing, and it comes with a rule-type ghost artifact? Master, if I'm not mistaken, rule-type ghost artifacts also require rule-type ghost crystals to forge, right? After a moment of silence, Luo Fan was also astonished by the other party's generosity, and then sent a message to inquire. Yes, a rule-type ghost artifact itself requires a rule-type ghost crystal as its core to be forged. Using 1 rule-type ghost artifact, plus 10 second-tier strange crystals, just to exchange for his 1 rule-type ghost crystal? No matter how you calculated it, that was a loss, wasn't it? A ghost crystal can be forged into a ghost artifact, but a ghost artifact that has already been forged cannot have its ghost crystal extracted. The message from Master Wenhao was filled with a sense of helplessness. From the price offered by the other party, Luo Fan could clearly feel their sincerity. What was it like? He had a gold ore in his hand, estimated to be able to refine gold worth 1 million. But what about Master Wenhao? He needed the gold ore, so he was using 1 million in cash, plus a gold bar worth 1 million, just to exchange for the raw gold ore in his hand. This was full of sincerity, wasn't it? Agree, Luo Fan, quickly agree. A rule-type ghost artifact's value is no less than a ghost crystal's. After all, there's also the labor cost, not to mention the 10 second-tier strange crystals he's compensating you with. Luo Fan wasn't in a hurry and was carefully considering it, but Zhao Chunfeng next to him became anxious and couldn't help but shout at Luo Fan. Brother Zhao, no matter how strong a ghost artifact is, it has side effects, and the stronger it is, the greater the side effects. But a rule-type divine skill is your own, you can use it for a lifetime without worrying about side effects. Luo Fan shook his head, not strongly inclined to exchange. Luo Fan, have you ever thought, since rule-type ghost crystals are more suitable, why do some people still use them to forge ghost artifacts instead of saving them to enhance skills? Zhao Chunfeng retorted. That's a good point. From a benefit perspective, wouldn't using rule-type ghost crystals to enhance skills yield higher returns than forging ghost artifacts? So why not save them all to improve skills? Why do some people still use them to forge ghost artifacts? I saw this question when I was browsing the forum. Using ghost crystals to forge ghost artifacts will have better effects than simply improving skills. To give a simple analogy, take the Gang's block. It can exempt 90% of damage. But if this ghost crystal were embedded in a shield, that exemption rate might reach 99%. It seems like only a 9% change, but the actual effect differs by 10 times. Of course, this is just an analogy, but the principle is the same. Forging it into a ghost artifact provides enough beneficial effects to make the side effects worthwhile. And 10 second-tier strange crystals can quickly raise your sequence level. In this apocalypse, while skill strength is important, sequence level is also very important. After all, a higher sequence level means stronger overall power and more skills. You just happen to encounter the master's urgent need for a rule-type ghost crystal, which is why the premium is so high. Miss this opportunity, and you won't find another. Alright, Luo Fan admitted that Zhao Chunfeng's words had moved him. The effect of absorbing a first-order Guijing was much faster than simply eating fierce beast meat. With second-tier strange crystals, it was simply unimaginable. Brother Zhao was right, raising his sequence level earlier was indeed very important. After a brief thought, Luo Fan quickly picked up his phone and sent a few messages to Master Wenhao. Master, I have always admired you. You want to use the rule-type ghost crystal for an experiment, which I presume concerns everyone in the world. Originally, I kept this ghost crystal to apply rules to my upcoming skills. However, after careful consideration, for the master and for the common people, I am willing to part with it. But, I have a few requests that I hope the master can fulfill. As Luo Fan typed, Zhao Chunfeng leaned over to watch. However, seeing the messages Luo Fan sent, Zhao Chunfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had only one thought: how could there be such a shameless person in the world?